In her 250th reincarnation, Jiang Sui resolved to embrace lethargy, awaiting her 251st rebirth, for the number 205 was undeniably unappealing. Having become so adept that she could recite every character's lines, Jiang Sui perceived everyone as rather foolish. Immersed in the entertainment industry, she was well acquainted with everyone's scandals. Though she wished to remain uninvolved, the gossip surrounding everyone became known to her nonetheless. This drama is destined to flop, for soon the second male lead will tread upon a sewing machine. Strike! The director exclaimed in shock. This variety show is quite popular, yet the director has been sabotaged by the opposing team and replaced. The director exclaimed, "Don't leave. Who did this? When did it happen? The wealthy woman is 52 years old, older than your father, which is quite acceptable. Respect and blessings." The gossiping onlookers and the concerned parties were taken aback. You, my boy, are one to take shortcuts. While others join survival variety shows to gain fame, Jiang Sui participates merely to experience life as a native. In acting, while others strive to secure leading roles in grand productions, Jiang Sui seeks to relish countless lives as a background actor. In love variety shows, while others aim for fame or romance, Jiang Sui yearns for a relationship characterized by the boyfriend's mother stating, "Leave my son for 5 million." Subsequently, the entire entertainment circle was eager to hear the latest gossip, yet wary of having their own secrets revealed. They felt both affection and trepidation towards Jiang Sui. After a while, Jiang Sui noticed that the gazes directed at her had grown increasingly peculiar, and events began to spiral out of control. The benevolent gaze of the antagonist suddenly instilled a sense of fear within me. Could it be that my 251st life is approaching? Chapter 1. After 250 reincarnations, the malicious female antagonist begins to lose her mind. Ah, splendid, splendid view, the 250th time. 205, how auspicious. Are you playing with me? I am the joke. I am the laughingstock of the entire city. The atmosphere reached its coldest point when Jiang Sui was doused with cold water in the dead of winter. She rose angrily, oblivious to the stark change in expression of the two men across from her. The tension that had previously been palpable dissipated as they heard that strange sound, causing the entire scene to feel as if it had been paused. Sister did not intentionally frighten me. It's all right, second brother. Brother Jingshan, I am fine. The atmosphere relaxed once more. Jiang Sui huffed softly, gradually rising from the ground, water droplets still clinging to her hair and body. Her name is Jiang Sui, and this marks her 250th reincarnation. She finds herself within a narrative of cherished characters, where everyone adores the pitiful little flower, which in this instance is Jiang Bao, who has been overly frightened. How absurd! Who could name someone so foolishly? Indeed, that fool is her father. The two men assisting the little flower are the illustrious three-time Golden Horse Award-winning actor Gu Jingshan and her second brother Jiang Mo. Jiang Mo and Jiang Sui share the same mother. Jiang Bao is the daughter of their stepmother, who also has a son. They all dote on this little daughter. This is utterly ridiculous. Their biological daughter is disregarded in favor of one brought in by a stepmother. Is this narrative not utterly nonsensical? Jiang Sui plays the role of the most malicious female antagonist. Here we go again. I can even recite the lines. You nearly splashed water on the baby. Do you possess no semblance of an elder sister? So reckless and thoughtless. Did you bring the water just to splash it on the baby? At almost the same moment, Jiang Mo and Gu Jingshan, upon hearing Jiang Bao's words, berated Jiang Sui. You nearly drenched the baby with water. Do you possess no semblance of an elder sister? Reckless and thoughtless. Did I summon you to bring water merely to drench the baby? After uttering those words, the two were momentarily taken aback. Jiang Mo, Gu Jingshan. The surroundings gradually fell silent, uncertain, as they waited for further clarification. Eldest brother, eldest sister. She bumped into me, splashing me with a basin of cold water. She was merely startled. Indeed, she lost love, while I lost a leg. I'm done with this. Go, eat dirt. She deserves to be toyed with by Jiang Bao. After all, your baby has a vast fishing pond, and you two fools are not missed. Jiang Mo and Gu Jingshan were quite certain someone had spoken. It was Jiang Sui's voice, yet she clearly had not opened her mouth. This woman must be up to her usual tricks again. Are we filming or not? Jiang Sui, go change your clothes. We do not have time to wait for you here. This was the director's voice, clearly displeased with Jiang Sui's conduct. What a farce. In the end, it all leads to one demise. I shall dedicate my remaining years to commemorating my lost youth. Gallop forth. Jiang Sui looked at the director, then removed her clothing and tossed it onto the ground, kicking it a few times for good measure. I'd rather film your grandfather's leg than this rubbish, with a male lead who is a third-rate actor and a capitalistic ugly daughter as the female lead. Prepare for it to gather dust. A month before the premiere, the second male lead is already in the sewing machine. Are you serious? Are you all right? Gu Jingshan. The second male lead! Exclamation point. The director. Is this for real? The second male lead? The entire venue saw Gu Jingshan glance at the honest-looking second male lead, who returned a smile. The second male lead felt a wave of nostalgia. Surely no one knows, right? But how does Jiang Sui know? No one anticipated that this striving, low-tier star would suddenly act as if provoked, throwing her costume and hurling insults at the director while cursing the entire crew. Is it really necessary? It was merely a splash of cold water. If you can't endure this little hardship, how can you call yourself an actor? This was the screenwriter speaking. Jiang Sui's character is a wicked supporting role, quite unpleasant, and no one in the industry is keen on portraying it. Jiang Sui's expression turned cold as she lifted the remaining water beside her. Right before everyone's eyes, she drenched the screenwriter with the cold water. The screenwriter shouted, "Jiang Sui, I tell you, you will never act in any script I write again." Jiang Sui looked at his face and spat several times. "Act in your scripts? I fear it would taint my eyes. Plagiarizing dog. All your past acclaimed works were ghostwritten. Tomorrow I will expose this online." Gu Jingshan. The screenwriter. Is this for real? Is this production not in peril? The screenwriter was startled. Surely no one would know. Jiang Sui must have been driven mad by some stimulus. The director was thrown off entirely. It seemed he needed to investigate thoroughly after the shoot. Jiang Sui snorted and turned to leave. The director, regaining his composure, called out in frustration, "Jiang Sui, do not forget the contract we signed. The penalty for breach is 8 million. That is 8 million. Do not leave." What about the second male lead? What happened to the screenwriter? How did he plagiarize? Do not disappear halfway through the plot. Jiang Sui scoffed. "I am a rich second generation. Do you not know? Go talk to my father." With that, Jiang Sui turned and departed, leaving the crew in stunned silence, exchanging glances. Wait, who is Jiang Sui's father? Naturally, a second-generation wealthy individual cannot simply transform into one, especially with the presence of a stepmother who consequently becomes a stepfather. This cursed existence is indeed perplexing. What was she just saying? What life? What stepmother and stepfather? Is he not a second-generation rich? Jiang Sui emerged from the film set, feeling a chilling gust enveloping her. This wretched place was terribly inconvenient for hailing a taxi. There was not even a rickshaw to be seen, despite her repeated attempts. A plea for a benevolent deity echoed in her mind. "Come forth, compassionate God, come forth, compassionate God." Suddenly, a sleek black Bugatti came to a halt beside Jiang Sui, causing her eyes to gleam with excitement. As the car window gradually descended, it revealed a face of extraordinary handsomeness. However, the furrowed brows of the man only intensified his aura of sternness. "I have summoned the grand antagonist. How impressive am I?" Fu Sheng was utterly convinced that Jiang Sui had not uttered a word. Her bright eyes, which had just been gazing at him, were now alight with curiosity. Yet, once the window opened, it was evident that Jiang Sui had lost that spark of emotion. "The grand antagonist is offering me a ride? I fear I might perish too swiftly. Never mind, never mind." No sooner had she thought this than a piece of clothing was tossed into her lap. "Put it on and get in." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Sui swiftly donned the garment, but then found herself in a dilemma between choosing the front passenger seat and the back seat. "Wait, where should I sit? The front passenger seat? That seems like a place for a partner. Perhaps that's inappropriate. But if I sit in the back seat, wouldn't that be somewhat impolite?" Fu Sheng glanced at Jiang Sui, noting her awareness of the etiquette surrounding backseat seating. Yet, after a mere second of contemplation, she opened the door to the back seat. "Politeness is of no concern. It hardly pertains to me, as the one who is upset is not myself. Let go of personal decorum and relish this unprincipled life. Drive on, dashing chauffeur." Fu Sheng could only respond with silence. Once Jiang Sui entered, the vehicle roared to life. Having lived through countless lifetimes, she was loath to admit that she was indeed a fool. Exhausted, Jiang Sui reclined against the seat and closed her eyes. Fu Sheng assumed Jiang Sui had fallen asleep, but before long, her languid voice drifted through the air. "The grand antagonist is, after all, the only man who does not favor delicate flowers. Alas, it is precisely because of this aversion that he has become entangled." Fu Sheng perked up his ears, eager to uncover how he had been ensnared. "Submit, man. Embrace the delicate flower. That is the true answer. Your devoted assistant, however, is infatuated with delicate flowers to the point of desperation. Submit, grand antagonist. Fu Sheng could only respond with silence. A sudden break jolted the drowsy Jiang Sui forward, nearly causing her to collide with Fu Sheng's head, her forehead meeting the car's upholstery. Who dares to conspire against me? Yes, quickly. I wish to conclude this foolishness. It is utterly unbearable. Fu Sheng stabilized the vehicle and parked it safely. Jiang Sui, we have arrived. Jiang Sui removed the clothing and handed it to Fu Sheng. Thank you, Mr. Fu. After accepting the coat, Fu Sheng refrained from speaking, yet his mind was in turmoil. Jiang Sui, appearing somewhat weary, opened the door and exited. The Jiang family had no ties with the Fu family, yet Jiang Sui's mother was a close friend of Fu Sheng's mother, creating some semblance of acquaintance. In happier times, she would call him Brother Fu. Now, in a moment of displeasure, she resorts to calling him Mr. Fu? What logic is this? Fu Sheng tossed the clothing onto the back seat and drove away. Chapter 2. The wealthy matron at 52, respected and blessed. Upon returning home to the Jiang residence, utterly exhausted, I stumbled upon a family meeting. Notably absent from this gathering was Jiang Sui. The remaining members were engaged in a heated discussion when an unusual voice pierced through the air. Pretentious fools. Your company is doomed to bankruptcy. Almost in unison, my elder brother Jiang Qi and my biological brother Jiang Yu turned around. I, too, was met with a sharp rebuke from my father. What did you just say, Jiang Sui? I halted on the staircase, gazing down at the affectionate family below, and shrugged my shoulders. What did I say? I merely mentioned that your darling baby has sold company secrets for a man. Or perhaps the accomplice is that foolish Jiang Mo. The entire family gasped in shock. My lips had not moved. I had not uttered a word. What then had they just heard? Jiang Hai attempted to call out to me, yet I nonchalantly departed. What a lack of manners. I shall cut off all her allowances today. Although the truth of my previous statement was uncertain, an unspoken agreement lingered in the air, prompting everyone to avoid discussing what had just transpired. The family meeting, once fervent, now faltered due to my disruption, leaving a sour mood in its wake. Had I truly sold company secrets? Was it plausible? Yet, considering it was I who had spoken, doubts crept in regarding its credibility. As for cutting off allowances, Jiang Hai had never provided me with any bank cards, nor even a living stipend. In this, my 250 reincarnations, I found myself in debt by 8 million. That night, I sank into a deep slumber, akin to a lifeless pig. The state of my finances was of little concern. I longed for another chance to restart, feeling I had not performed to the best of my abilities and should have spat in the faces of the entire crew. The next morning, I naturally awoke, roused by hunger, only to discover the house devoid of life. Jiang Sui, age 22, had succumbed to starvation. Whatever, let us restart. Being 250 is hardly flattering. My phone buzzed, and I casually opened it to find a message from my agent, Wang Mei.
Jiang Sui.
Your abrupt cessation of participation yesterday incurs a penalty fee of 8 million. The company has deliberated and, due to your negligence, reserves the right to terminate our contract and demand compensation of 10 million. Oh, I replied. Wang Mei continued, the show must go on, however. After much pleading with the company, they have decided to grant you a chance at redemption. There is a reality show script available. It's a lifestyle variety show, and your role is that of the scapegoat. Even notoriety brings fame. Should you succeed, we could secure you several antagonistic roles. This is your final opportunity. In essence, they were concerned about potential mishaps during the live broadcast, and should anything go awry, the blame would fall upon the designated scapegoat. This is precisely why certain reality shows always feature an especially detestable individual. Despite the audience's scorn, that person remains a permanent fixture unless their presence significantly impacts viewership ratings. Oh, I responded again. I've secured you 3 episodes, each worth 8 million. If your performance is satisfactory, we can discuss further episodes. My stomach growled audibly, and I winced at the pangs of hunger. Is there lunch? Wang Mei momentarily faltered, clutching the script as she stammered. There should be. It will be ready shortly. Once she finished speaking, our call ended. Wang Mei stared at her darkened screen, bewildered. Is that all it took? Just a meal? Hailing a cab. I drifted to the company like a ghost whose essence had been usurped. My complexion pale, and my steps unsteady, I arrived to find Wang Mei startled. Jiang Sui, did you not sleep last night? I spotted lunch laid out on the table and glided over, devouring it ravenously. Was I truly in such debt that I lacked even the funds for a meal? After several bites, I regained some vitality. Please help me settle the cab fare. The driver is still waiting downstairs. Wang Mei struggled to catch her breath, her eyes wide. You didn't pay the fare? I fixed her with a penetrating gaze, making her uneasy. Shall I just leave? With no other option, Wang Mei reluctantly instructed her assistant to cover the fare. While I continued to eat, she tossed the script my way. This is your script. You're expected on set this afternoon. Be prepared. Oh, I replied again. Are you not going to glance at it? What is there to see? The character arcs are predictable, just a few roles repeated ad nauseum. I could perform this without even acting. I'm already detested for merely eating. Acting is unnecessary. The heavens provide sustenance. I shall navigate the entertainment industry by merit. Wang Mei, momentarily taken aback, glanced around as if expecting to find a ghost, only to realize I was the sole presence. But as I was preoccupied with my breakfast, I was unable to speak further. Was that my inner voice? After satisfying my hunger, I let out a full, contented belch. Is accommodation included?
Wang Mei, momentarily stunned, nodded.
I cradled the script in my arms. Send me the time and location. I'll head over now. Remember to reimburse me for travel expenses. Food is on the way. Such is the tumultuous life I led. Without even grabbing a piece of luggage, I made my way to the venue. The lifestyle variety show necessitated sustenance and comfort, and I was determined to cling to this golden opportunity. Jiang Sui, would embrace this chance with fervor. Life's Sand Through the Hourglass, Season 1, is a newly launched lifestyle variety show featuring 5 permanent guests with unlimited guest invitations. The format is designed simply for profit, a blend of authenticity and capitalism. Once I agreed to participate, a replacement guest was swiftly found, and Wang Mei messaged the production team. The original participant had initially accepted the role but, for reasons unknown, secured a better opportunity and left for filming. Thus, I, with my share of scandals, was pulled in to fill the void. Before I could even update my social media, I arrived at the venue ahead of the online buzz. Dressed casually, with my hair unkempt, I stepped into the spotlight. The director's team gasped, "Who is this? Did she take a wrong turn? Who is this disheveled beauty whose charm cannot be concealed? Wait, that face, that refreshing and ethereal visage, Jiang Sui? Goodness, I take back my previous words. She is the first to arrive, and her presence seems to have outpaced the official announcement. It seems she has stolen someone else's spotlight yet again, showcasing her remarkable talent for manipulation, even in her attire. Oh, my dear sister suddenly cannot make it.
Editist Jiang Sui.
Thus, I bore the first of many burdens. Yet, I remained unfazed. You are Jiang Sui. Why did you arrive dressed like that? Were you not informed to come at 2 o'clock? I shrugged. How could I know? I'm not in the group chat. By the way, I have a general understanding of your script. I promise to perform well. The staff, startled by my familiarity with the script, quickly tucked it away. Thankfully, there was no microphone attached. Otherwise, my words would have revealed everything. Wang Mei, fearing I might suddenly change my mind, had escorted me directly. Little did she know, I was determined to step into the limelight, refusing to negotiate. The crew felt overwhelmed, yet the director called them back. As the live broadcast's popularity surged, the formalities were disregarded. It became a genuine display of spontaneity, convincing the audience of our unscripted reality. Once I donned the microphone, I entered the room and immediately collapsed onto the couch, eating sunflower seeds and binge-watching shows. The first episode of the variety show revolved around survival in the wild, yet the participants would stay in a guest house until the following day, with the evening serving as preparation. What was I doing? Uncertain, she contemplated taking another look. Did she truly not know where she would go tomorrow? Remarkably, she still had the leisure to munch on sunflower seeds. Jiang Sui sat there, resembling an emotionless seed-cracking machine, expressionless as she pursued a melodramatic television series. At 2 in the afternoon, people began to arrive in dribs and drabs. Yet Jiang Sui remained immovable, akin to a stone statue. Jiang Sui, what are you doing here? A voice broke through her reverie. Jiang Sui stiffly raised her head. Who are you? She mentally scrolled through her memories and suddenly recalled. It's Han Yuxing. Vaguely familiar, Han Yuxing married a wealthy woman and then vanished. It said she disapproved of his acting career. Han Yuxing. What was that sound? Looking around, he spotted the impassive Jiang Sui. She hadn't even opened her mouth, yet that voice undeniably belonged to her. Within the industry, it was common knowledge that Han Yuxing had taken up with an affluent girlfriend, though specifics remained elusive. Jiang Sui turned her gaze and switched to another drama. The wealthy woman is 52, older than your own father. Respect and blessings.
Han Yushens.
How on earth did Jiang Sui know that? Suddenly, Lin Daodu appeared behind them, her eyes wide with disbelief.
What?
A 52-year-old wealthy woman? Han Yusheng had been boasting in the industry about his girlfriend being a stunning heiress. Lin Daodu looked at Jiang Sui, eager to unearth more gossip. Is that true? Yet Jiang Sui remained engrossed in her soap opera, impervious to her surroundings, not even blinking. Chapter 3. Yes, your husband has a child. Han Yusheng, feeling a sense of urgency, departed, prompting the comments to flood the screen. Did Jiang Sui say something? It must have been Jiang Sui who mentioned Han Yusheng. How shameless of her. Ladies, do not approach this venomous woman. Lin Daodu seated herself next to Jiang Sui. Her gaze fixated on her. It seemed this intensity jolted Jiang Sui back to reality. Their eyes met, sparks igniting. Lin Daodu? Lin Daodu's eyes seemed glued to Jiang Sui. Yes, it's me. Jiang Sui, with a blank expression, turned away and resumed cracking seeds. Just when it seemed the moment would end, a voice floated over, striking Lin Daodu like a bolt. With that big grin. Who knows how many green hats you've worn? I shall refer to your boyfriend as the ultimate time management master. You should go get a physical checkup. Lin Daodu froze, staring at Jiang Sui for a long moment. Her lips quivered, tears welling in her eyes. Ultimately, she could not contain herself, running away from the filming set in tears. What happened? Why did Lin Daodu run away? Why was my girl crying? What did Jiang Sui do? A lifetime of grievances. Jiang Sui hadn't uttered a single word. She had merely been cracking seeds. Though I detest Jiang Sui, this is an unfair accusation. Indeed. Jiang Sui had not spoken at all. Standing behind Jiang Sui were two men, Duan Yan, the doting husband who brought his wife to participate, and Xia Peng,
A permanent guest.
Upon hearing this, they exchanged glances and hastily made their exit. They had no desire to be exposed by Jiang Sui. Yet, they couldn't resist the allure of gossip. They had to be part of the show. Life is so bitter. Why not indulge in some juicy tidbits? As long as it doesn't involve themselves? They dared not provoke Jiang Sui and retreated a bit. During dinner, the crew indeed sent over some meals. Jiang Sui had eaten half and then retreated upstairs to sleep. The newly arrived guests, what was that enormous moth that just flew by? Two had left unexpectedly, prompting the director's team to scramble to find replacements, urgently delivering them to the lodging overnight. This was why, the following day, when Jiang Sui stretched and got out of bed, she encountered Gu Jingshan. Ugh, what bad luck. What are these things I'm running into so early in the morning? Gu Jingshan, I once thought Jiang Sui would do anything to gain fame, riding on others' coattails, causing a ruckus, even leveraging her sister's influence. How disgusting. Now it seemed Jiang Sui held no affection for anyone. Jiang Sui bypassed Gu Jingshan and wandered downstairs. After a meandering tour, she vanished from sight. Where did Jiang Sui go? Strange, she was just wandering around. Why does everyone's attention always gravitate toward Jiang Sui? Stop focusing on the queen of scandals.
Who knows how much she paid to get in?
I also do not know why I am fixated on her. It's inexplicably curious. The first episode was about wilderness survival, and the production team instructed everyone to bring 3 items. Jiang Sui arrived empty-handed and had nothing to bring. Thus, she went rummaging through the director's supplies. Jiang Sui, what are you doing? Jiang Sui suddenly appeared backstage, stealthily pilfering the director's belongings. No one knew how she had slipped backstage unnoticed and taken something. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Director? Oh, him. What sound? Everyone turned toward the silent Jiang Sui, who somehow had that voice. This show is quite good. It was just sabotaged by the competition, and the director was replaced. Director? Such a thing exists. The director widened his eyes, hoping to glean more useful information, but Jiang Sui fell silent. Don't leave us hanging. What happened?
When?
Who is the rival? Jiang Sui chose not to ponder these matters further and extended her hand, palm open before the director. The director, resigned, handed over what he had. After receiving it, Jiang Sui did not retract her hand but continued to extend it, signaling the director to provide more. What else do you want? I'll give you everything I have. Jiang Sui's eyes sparkled as she raised 2 fingers. With the show officially underway, the crew transported everyone to a deserted island. They provided only tents and sleeping bags, nothing else. Upon disembarking, Jiang Sui skillfully set up her tent and immediately fell asleep inside. The other guests, is this person really not here for a vacation? Forget her. If there's no food at night, don't think we'll share, Duan Yan's wife, Chu Ling, remarked. Once several tents were erected, the group began to forage for food, leaving Jiang Sui alone at the base camp. The cameras followed the other guests, leaving only one fixed shot at the tent, which failed to capture Jiang Sui. Among the 5 permanent guests, Jiang Sui occupied one spot. Duan Yan was also among the guests, a frequent topic on trending searches for showcasing his affection. Thus, he brought his wife along to the show, continually flaunting his loving husband persona, which irritated Jiang Sui. When the teams returned, dusk had already settled. Their expressions were grim, as they had found little to eat, only a few wild fruits. Yet, upon their return, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. What was that smell? It was delicious. It seemed to be roasted meat. There was a fire near our tent. Could it be on fire? Jiang Sui might be burnt to a crisp. Surely not. The production team would be in serious trouble. It would be best if she were burned. Just looking at that despondent face was nauseating. Let us hope nothing serious has happened. The fire didn't look too large. It couldn't be that severe. Frantically, they rushed toward the tents, some carrying firewood lagging behind, while those with fewer items hastily reached the scene first. Little snake. Beautiful little snake. Delicious, tender little fish. The first sound to reach their ears was Jiang Sui's discordant singing. Above the flames were skewers of snakes, while in a pot to the right, fish simmered away, the pot evidently a rusty tin box scavenged from the seaside. Jiang Sui had even placed one on her head. The crowd, too many questions lingered in the air, leaving Chu Ling at a loss for where to begin. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, she exclaimed, "You actually caught a snake to eat?" Jiang Sui shot her a sidelong glance. Wasn't the most abundant source of meat on the entire island, after all, the snake? How exactly had she managed to catch it? The big shot accepted my kneeling, and in the absence of meat, one must create it. Where did the fish come from? What kind of wilderness survival narrative was this? Jiang Sui, with a sense of entitlement, accepted the rod, took a sniff, and began to gnaw at it in front of everyone. The flavor was somewhat bland. She then rummaged through her backpack, producing some seasonings to sprinkle over the meat. After taking another bite, Jiang Sui remarked, "This is certainly more palatable. Where did you acquire these items?" Duan Yan asked, furrowing his brow. Clearly, everyone else had come up empty-handed, and tonight they would likely have to settle for some fruit. Jiang Sui shrugged in exasperation. "The production team allowed us to bring 3 items. Didn't you bring anything?" "Of course, we did. We brought our wedding photo to flaunt our love, ensuring that this couple would dominate the attention." Suddenly, Chu Ling heard a voice, though Jiang Sui was clearly focused on her meal. "What nonsense are you spouting?" she shouted, as the gazes around them began to shift uneasily. After finishing her meal, Jiang Sui tidied up her belongings. What a ridiculous situation. The couple, embracing each other in public, pretended to maintain an image of innocence. "Oh, by the way, Duan Yan has an illegitimate child outside." "Yes, our legitimate offspring."
TSK.
Chu Ling's eyes widened slightly as she shot a glare at the visibly guilty Duan Yan, seemingly questioning him. "Is that true?" Duan Yan was equally bewildered. He had concealed this matter well. So, how did Jiang Sui find out? For couples like them, who indulged in their own affairs, the existence of an illegitimate child was the ultimate taboo. Wasn't that akin to dragging their carefully crafted personas through the mud? A gasp erupted from the onlookers behind them.
Wow, how thrilling.
The seemingly devoted husband has an illegitimate child on the side. You certainly know how to play the game. Chu Ling felt utterly humiliated, casting a fierce glare at Duan Yan before throwing down her belongings and retreating into the tent. How mortifying it was to discover that her husband had an illegitimate child, and she had been completely oblivious. Duan Yan followed her, striving to maintain his facade. "Darling, don't be upset. Let me massage your shoulders to ease your anger."
Truly.
Nothing could separate him from his devoted lover persona. As the 2 false couples departed, Jiang Sui began to gather her things, taking the pots, bowls, and other utensils with her. The crowd lamented, "At least leave one behind." Jiang Sui was rather stingy, knowing that even if she left them something, they wouldn't remember it kindly. The fire was extinguished, plunging the area back into darkness, and everyone had to turn on their lights. After an entire day of searching, they had only found some wild greens to eat and were dismayed to discover that they hadn't brought a pot, nor could they light a fire. There was a means to ignite one. Jiang Sui's pile of embers still glowed red. Realizing this, they quickly sprang into action, blowing on the glowing embers, hoping to rekindle the fire. The flames roared to life, but alas, they had no pot. It was a dismal situation. Who told them to bring only sunscreen and mosquito repellent? It reasonable to bring something to ward off the mosquitoes, given the island is teeming with them? Jiang Sui's search for mosquito-repellent grass was not to be blamed on the uneven terrain. It was simply a matter of personal inadequacy. Look at that battered pot. Jiang Sui had managed to find one. I remain curious about how she caught the fish and snakes. Can the cameraman be a bit more diligent? Tomorrow, get a 360-degree shot of Jiang Sui's face. Chapter 4. Wilderness Survival Guide, Alarmingly Proficient. On the second day, Chu Ling unexpectedly announced her departure, coinciding perfectly with Gu Jingshan's arrival on the island after a day's delay. The sudden departure of a guest led everyone to recall the argument between Chu Ling and Jiang Sui from the previous day. Jiang Sui seemed to have shouldered the blame. She had made Duan Yan's wife cry, and now she had frightened her away. How utterly detestable. Only those present understood the full story. It wasn't Jiang Sui who had driven her away, but rather the revelation of the illegitimate child that had frightened Chu Ling off. With Chu Ling's exit, Duan Yan had clearly become Jiang Sui's adversary. Everyone anticipated Jiang Sui's downfall. She had offended far too many people. Duan, take care of her. 3 guests had already departed within the span of just 2 days since the show began. This program must be cursed. Duan Yan was hesitant. He feared Jiang Sui might spill the beans about everything, but it seemed she had little interest in meddling in such matters. With this thought, he felt considerably more at ease, merely hoping that no more of his secrets would be exposed. On Gu Jingshan's first day on the island, he noticed a peculiar issue. It seemed as though no one was focused on survival, but rather on keeping an eye on Jiang Sui. What peculiar fixation was this? Were they not going to search for ingredients? Before my arrival, I had prepared a strategy. There were rabbits on the island that could be caught. With 2 guests having left the show, the production team was compelled to invite Gu Jingshan at a high price to stabilize the situation. Gu Jingshan had initially been filming a movie, but due to Jiang Sui's circumstances, the director had investigated the male lead and the screenwriter. They had indeed uncovered some issues, resulting in a 2-month hiatus for a complete overhaul. With some time on his hands, he decided to participate in a variety show. No one wished to be in this predicament, but after a day of hunger and surviving solely on fruit, they were truly at their wits' end. Xiepeng swallowed hard as he stared at Jiang Sui. Gu Jingshan sensed something was amiss. Was this group going mad from confinement? No matter how hungry they were, they couldn't be eyeing her as a potential meal. The live camera was still rolling, and that would be a crime. Gu Jingshan anxiously tried to reason with everyone. Xiepeng glanced at Gu Jingshan. Do you think we want to eat a human? Gu Jingshan's expression was one of confusion, while Xiepeng regarded him as if he were a fool. Clearly, he was new to the island and had no idea of its perils. Haha, this is hilarious. The intensity of their gazes was almost overwhelming. Jiang Sui seemed to exist in an entirely different realm, completely detached from the surrounding interactions, seemingly indifferent to the scrutiny. After Gu Jingshan had starved for a day, he would understand their behavior. Jiang Sui stretched lazily, yawning as she stepped outside. A swarm of eager followers trailed behind her, stealthy yet brazen. Gu Jingshan curiously followed. The atmosphere among the group seemed somewhat abnormal. Jiang Sui inhaled deeply, producing a worn-out knife from her possession, and picked up a sturdy stick from the ground. With the knife, she meticulously sharpened the stick until it ended in a fine point. Xiepeng shouted to the group, "Does anyone have a knife?" Gu Jingshan replied, "I have one, take it." After handing the knife to Xiepeng, everyone suddenly lined up behind him, mimicking Jiang Sui's actions, sharpening their sticks. Jiang Sui removed her shoes, rolled up her pant legs, and located a secluded lake where the water was both shallow and clear. Everyone had lost interest in how she had discovered the spot. As long as they followed her, they would be well fed. A group of them, armed with sharpened sticks, also removed their shoes and rolled up their pant legs, frantically fishing in the lake. Compared to Jiang Sui's calm demeanor, the other guests exhibited signs of unusual mental states. This was Gu Jingshan's assessment. Jiang Sui speared a fish with precision. In just 10 minutes, she had caught 5. The guests were left in awe, frantically spearing fish in the spots where Jiang Sui had passed by. "I got one."
Ha ha ha.
Gu Jingshan was left speechless. The online audience reacted similarly. The excitement is palpable. Everyone appeared somewhat unhinged after a day of hunger. Gu Jingshan, just like Jiang Sui, was bewildered. Had these people lost their minds? They no longer resembled idols or actors, but rather like wild monkeys screeching in the mountains. On their first day, Gu Jingshan was utterly clueless about the situation. Aside from Jiang Sui, the other guests had collectively managed to catch only 3 fish. After a morning of effort, they were simply too famished to continue and had no choice but to head back. This week, fishermen will indeed arrive, and there will certainly be some discarded pots. Previously, no one wanted them, but now there's a frenzy to seize them. Gu Jingshan increasingly finds it incomprehensible and can only follow the larger group. At the very least, the small knife he brought proves to be quite useful. Jiang Sui certainly did not bring one, considering that each person can only take 3 items onto the island. After gathering some sticks and tools, everyone returned to their tents. Gu Jingshan wondered why Jiang Sui did not join them. This was clearly something everyone should do together. Owing to Jiang Bao, Gu Jingshan has never been particularly fond of Jiang Sui. Participating in this reality show was a reluctant decision. A young actor in the group, Meng Han, remarked to Gu Jingshan, "Honestly, we don't know either. Jiang Sui is too unconventional, treating this place like a vacation. Once the esteemed actor stays here for a day, he'll understand." They decided to head back, feeling quite hungry. Everyone had endured hardships yesterday, and today they could venture out largely due to the enticing aroma of the fish Jiang Sui caught, which had been utterly delightful. Having spent considerable time in the crew, everyone treated Gu Jingshan with respect. Why should Jiang Sui act superior during a survival show? With a scoff, he thought to himself, "I know Jiang Sui's sister. She is tyrannical at home and shows no restraint at work. We're here suffering, yet she doesn't even lend a hand." Although there were grievances, there was little they could do since it was her skill that brought them here. Gu Jingshan pondered how Jiang Sui managed to devise such plans. She was remarkably adept. Well, perhaps it was just unfamiliarity. Once they became accustomed, it would be fine. Their voices grew louder as they walked, just a few hundred meters from the tents.
Meanwhile,
Jiang Sui, busy gutting fish, could only chuckle at their discussions. How could one call it unfamiliar? She was far too familiar. Not only did she know where the rabbit burrows were on this island, but she was also intimately aware of every detail. After all, she had lived 250 lives. She even recalled when the geese would drop their droppings. Gu Jingshan was curious to see what Jiang Sui, with her 3 items, could create: a knife, kitchen utensils, and spices, none of which could be accomplished without collaboration from others. As Gu Jingshan approached proudly, he caught sight of Jiang Sui sharpening a stone. "Oh my, this island truly has everything." Jiang Sui was fervently honing a tool on the sharpening stone. Gu Jingshan stared in shock at her actions. "When did you sharpen the knife? It's astonishingly sharp."
Jiang Sui smirked derisively,
explaining that she had spotted a suitable stone upon arrival, perfect for crafting sharp implements. With her self-made knife, she effortlessly sliced open the fish, the bloodied scene prompting Gu Jingshan to instinctively shut his eyes. The first fish from Jiang Bao's pond. Kill, kill, kill. A strange chill washed over Gu Jingshan, as he felt an eerie connection to the fish Jiang Sui referenced. Her technique was reminiscent of a fishmonger, swiftly dispatching the fish and removing its scales with remarkable speed. As they reached the fire-starting stage, everyone suddenly halted, recalling that they had used the fire remnants left by Jiang Sui yesterday. Chapter 5. Jiang Sui's Fire by Friction. All eyes were fixed intently on Jiang Sui's movements, which were deliberate and unhurried, as if she were cradling a precious artifact. It was coming. The method she would employ to ignite the flame must be intricate, almost divine in its craftsmanship. The atmosphere grew solemn, and I felt the weight of their intensity. We strive to survive. No matter where we are, we must endeavor earnestly. Our dear girl has visibly lost weight. The guests were serious, more focused than ever, afraid to misinterpret any of Jiang Sui's actions. Jiang Sui picked up a stick, nonchalantly flipping her hair. She then spread easily combustible leaves and grasses over a large wooden stump. With a few wrist motions, her gaze became intense. She placed the stick into a small hole in the stump. With fervent vigor, she began to rub it. She was using the bow drill method to create fire. The guests and viewers alike were captivated. Minutes passed, and Jiang Sui remained steadfast in her posture, seemingly fueled by inexhaustible energy. Meng Han glanced at her watch. 5 minutes had elapsed, and she showed no signs of stopping. A sudden chill swept through the air, prompting Meng Han to voice what everyone was thinking. Can she actually do it? Xiapeng chimed in. She should be able to, right? Another 5 minutes passed, and aside from a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, Jiang Sui's diligence showed no sign of waning. What had she consumed to have such stamina? How had she managed to accomplish anything yesterday? No one seemed to know, who had been paying attention to her. Gu Jingshan found himself at a loss for words. Didn't you all bring lighters to this island? Everyone shook their heads. Then what did you bring? Meng Han replied honestly, earplugs, a thick towel, and some floral water. Xie Peng added, a bowl, aromatherapy oil, and a piece of compressed bread. Among the group of 5, aside from Gu Jingshan, there was Jiang Sui, who had brought mosquito repellent, a sun hat, and a water bottle. Yang Musheng, the male lead from a web drama, had packed lotion, sunscreen, and mosquito repellent as well. None had anticipated the hardships of this place. The director had stated no provisions would be provided, and he meant it. Then there was Duan Yen, who felt rather languid since his wife's departure. She had left some items behind, but they were mostly useless, akin to the random snacks and cosmetics the others had brought. Nothing but mosquito repellent. After hearing all this, Gu Jingshan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He too had brought mosquito repellent, but he had also packed a knife and a bottle of oil. He had assumed everyone would collaborate to make it through the half-month together, but now it seemed they might not last even 3 days. Yet, what did it matter? He didn't believe Jiang Sui could endure here for long alone. 10 minutes passed, and finally, smoke began to rise from Jiang Sui's stump. Fire would be humanity's hope. As the flame ignited, excitement surged among the group. Incredible! Jiang Sui actually made fire. The words impressive echoed in their minds. Did Jiang Sui not feel tired? Astonished, they realized they had come to a survival show with such meager supplies, treating it as a vacation? If they could only bring 3 items, many more resources could have been pooled together. Gu Jingshan couldn't help but voice his irritation, a sentiment that resonated with everyone. If they were to participate in another survival show, they would certainly not be so reckless. Regarding the fire, no one dared to approach Jiang Sui to request anything, especially since she had worked hard to create it. Yang Musheng, feeling famished, summoned his courage amidst the others' anticipation. Jiang Sui, do you think you could? Jiang Sui lifted her eyebrows languidly, surveying Yang Musheng like a wild specter. She was contentedly grilling fish, the succulent aroma wafting around, causing everyone to swallow hard. They had been mistaken from the start. The most significant asset on this island was none other than Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui pondered over Yang Musheng's name. It felt oddly familiar, strikingly recognizable. He's gay. The group gasped in unison. What? Who's gay? Are you serious? Although the entertainment industry was rife with various relationships, most kept their secrets well hidden. After all, they were all working-class individuals, and such personal matters were usually kept under wraps. Yang Musheng coughed awkwardly. We're all here for the show. Jiang Sui, surely you'll share some with us? Consider it a mutual collaboration? Uncertain, she tentatively inquired. Yang Musheng, during the talent show, had brought her boyfriend along, yet she fell short of entering the top 50. Her singing and dancing lacking finesse, and her acting skills painfully subpar, resulting in little audience affection. Subsequently, it seemed she had started dating a powerful figure, perhaps a boyfriend, known as. Yang Musheng's eyes widened, and she quickly called for a halt. No more borrowing. I refuse to lend anything, all right? Please stop talking. My pants are about to be stripped off. This cannot be disclosed. Yang Musheng was nearly on her knees before Jiang Sui. His actions were so clandestine, yet someone was still aware. The gazes of the crowd swept over Yang Musheng's face, lingering with intrigue. What powerful figure. Don't leave us hanging. Half-told tales leave one restless at night. If he is gay, who is this boyfriend? The eyes grew more intense, urging her to continue. For the past 2 days, everyone had hesitated to approach Jiang Sui, not only due to her overwhelmingly unfortunate aura, but also because of the secret they all shared, which Jiang Sui seemed to know. Although the reason remained a mystery, their desire for gossip was palpable, as was their fear of Jiang Sui revealing her own secrets. Jiang Sui looked at Yang Musheng, pouted slightly, and finally produced a piece of smoldering red wood. Here you go. Since we agreed to collaborate, you all can come tomorrow to practice firemaking. The crowd was taken aback. Who's going to practice firemaking? Who can bear to drill for 10 minutes? It seemed only Jiang Sui could manage it. Yet, under someone else's roof, one must lower their head. Duan Yen, as a future regular guest, had to step up. Fine, we'll take turns practicing firemaking. If all else fails, we'll just have to exercise more. After accepting the burning wood, they commenced the day's cooking activities, occasionally stealing glances at Jiang Sui's actions, missing not a single detail. Had Jiang Sui spent her childhood in the wilderness? It was utterly absurd. Who could have imagined that she could drill for over 10 minutes? Was she truly from such a place? I cannot ascertain if Jiang Sui had indeed lived in the wild, but but it felt as though everyone was on the verge of becoming wild themselves. Chapter 6. Old Friends. No fault found. Gu Jingshan was genuinely skeptical. Could Jiang Sui manage to bring everything she needed? He had brought oil. He had specifically purchased a large barrel right before arriving on the island, sufficient for everyone for half a month. After flipping the fish until it was perfectly grilled, Jiang Sui retreated to her tent. Upon emerging, she carried a box. Once seated, she leisurely opened it, revealing an assortment of jars and bottles.
Jiang Sui.
Where did you acquire these items? You've violated the rules. Gu Jingshan stood up, pointing at the box and shouting. Other guests noticed as well and expressed their dissatisfaction. Having endured a day's worth of frustration, the sight of their bland fish only heightened their ire. Why should you have all this? I haven't eaten properly all day. What kind of person are you? Jiang Sui nonchalantly displayed her box. Inside were salt, MSG, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, 5-spice powder, cumin powder, oyster sauce, and more, everything one could need, as if she had moved an entire kitchen. Yet Jiang Sui shrugged it off. The show's rules state that we can only bring 3 items: condiments, a suitcase, and a first aid kit. These sauces are all categorized as condiments. Is there a problem? No fault found. In light of her reasoning, it seemed she had a point. This loophole could likely prompt the director to issue a list banning generalizations in the next episode. She even thoughtfully brought a first aid kit. If that's the case, why not bring a lighter? Because Jiang Sui was a whirlwind, zipping into her dormitory, showcasing her skills to her roommates. Why not bring a lighter? Because it exploded. She had snatched it from the director, completely unaware of its fragility. It had indeed burst. Previously, she had spent some money acquiring these items. Thankfully, she possessed decades of experience in fire-making, igniting sparks with ease. The guests were momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of what to say. Yet, considering the circumstances, Jiang Sui truly was a survivor. A young girl who had entered the water, caught 5 fish in merely 10 minutes. Impressive indeed. Despite this, she should share. They were all in this together, and only through collaboration could they achieve mutual success. Aware of her lack of justification, Gu Jingshan could only begin to persuade. Jiang Sui responded with an indifferent, "Oh, this fish is truly bothersome. Gu Jingshan, that persistent sycophant, is hoarding Jiang Bao. All right, I want to share. Is that acceptable? Not sharing is perfectly fine by me." Gu Jingshan feared that if he didn't call for a stop, Jiang Sui would expose everything. The looks from the others towards Gu Jingshan grew increasingly peculiar. A 3-time Golden Horse winner, what could he possibly be hiding? His anxiety hinted at something deeply personal and perhaps even unsettling. No one expected Gu Jingshan to be this type of person. It was hard to tell. The guests oscillated their attention between the two, yet answers remained elusive, leaving them anxious. Gu Jingshan cleared his throat awkwardly. The fish is burning. Why are we watching Jiang Sui? It seemed today as gossip had run its course. It was commonly said, do not offend Jiang Sui. This woman is an information hub of the entertainment industry. Jiang Sui glanced at the fish in her bucket. The fish won't keep well and will easily spoil. The guests' resolve strengthened. No worries, we can share. We're not afraid of the smell. We're just afraid of hunger. I love fish, and fish love me. Coming from all directions, overwhelming in abundance, without reason. Jiang Sui rested her chin on her hand, still pondering. Across from me are 6 people, 3 fish. The crowd nodded vigorously. Indeed, 2 people per fish was insufficient. What a torturous situation. Jiang Sui scoffed disdainfully. A bunch of useless people, unable to catch a single fish. Did the director bring them here to provide entertainment for the audience? Useless ones. It seemed the fish had no hope. The crowd turned back, clutching their half of the fish forlornly. Jiang Sui let out a satisfied burp and, without anyone noticing, produced a toothpick. The remaining 3 are yours. Useless ones. Thank you for your generous gift, great one. You are the most handsome. Jiang Sui cast a sidelong glance, saying nothing, before retreating into her tent. Thank you, Jiang Sui. My Shun is a boy, and he forfeited the fish for the girls to eat. Although he is a gentleman, today he too must endure hunger. The girls had grown thinner. Thank you, Jiang Sui. I am grateful. I will never insult you again. Jiang Sui, you are now my only deity. Today's fish could nearly suffice until evening. Yet tomorrow, it seemed they would again be eating fish, leaving everyone feeling both pained and sorrowful. That night, the guests slept more soundly than the previous one, but Jiang Sui, who typically slept like a log, suddenly rose and stepped outside. In the live broadcast room, Only a few night owls remained awake, catching a glimpse of her figure. Uncertain, they wished to see more, but Jiang Sui had already vanished into the distance. Was that Jiang Sui? What was she doing out in the dead of night? There's nothing to see. She's probably just in urgent need. Urgent enough to be out for an hour? Where could she be? Just as unease began to settle in, Jiang Sui returned, having found a battered bucket filled with who knows what. Appearing rather heavy, wiping the sweat from her brow, she placed her clean tools in her storage area and set the bucket beside her tent. After completing these tasks, Jiang Sui finally exhaled in relief. She crawled back into her tent and began to sleep soundly. Morning broke with the chaotic calls of birds in the forest, serving as a natural alarm clock to rouse everyone. The rustling of clothing could be heard as people began to stretch, and gradually, everyone emerged from their tents. Only Jiang Sui slept soundly, completely undisturbed by the external world, as if nestled in her own home. The reason for this was simple. She had spent an inordinate amount of time on this island, even naming the birds that flitted about her. Oddly, Jiang Sui had yet to awaken. For the past few days, she had been an early riser. Siapeng scratched his head, hesitant to rouse her.
Meng Han don't had check it, pondering aloud.
What should we do? Shall we still go fishing, Duanga? Duan Yen and Siapeng were the regulars. One, Han Yuxing, had departed earlier, while another had not shown up at all. Lin Dodo had gone home to end a relationship. The other regular was Jiang Sui, who evidently had no interest in joining them. Duan Yen gathered the group, suggesting, "Let's convene a meeting. We can no longer drift through life aimlessly. From now on,
We must divide our tasks.
is Jiang Sui not participating?" Gu Jingshan remarked with dissatisfaction.
Participate.
Who dares to call her?
Who?
The atmosphere grew awkward as everyone began to avert their gazes, uncomfortably admiring the beauty of nature surrounding them. Whoever brought this up should be the one to address it. As no one else dared to. Observing the expressions of his companions, Gu Jingshan closed his eyes briefly and adjusted his hair. He was unafraid of Jiang Sui, after all. How difficult could it be to wake someone up? Very well, I shall go wake her. This is a collective responsibility. Why should she abstain? Gu Jingshan took a few steps, pausing momentarily before Jiang Sui's tent, suddenly feeling a twinge of hesitation. As he extended his hand, even his fingertips trembled. It was merely a matter of waking someone. Surely there would be no repercussions. Gu Jingshan knocked gently on the tent, gradually escalating from a light tap to vigorous shaking. At last, there was some movement from within.
Goodness.
Disturbing someone as sweet dreams is a sin. Jiang Sui rolled over and unzipped the tent, only to see Gu Jingshan standing outside, clad in a windbreaker, wearing a smug expression. That scoundrel Gu Jingshan, thinking I am unaware of his secret stash of Jiang Bao's intimate apparel, as if I do not know he takes pleasure in sniffing them during the stillness of the night. What kind of bizarre planet can accommodate a pervert like him? Such stealthy antics. Chapter 7. Sister, do not call my name. It frightens me. Gu Jingshan jolted, startled, hastily covering the tent entrance as Jiang Sui blinked in surprise at the sudden obstruction of her view. The guests gasped. What? What is being hidden?
Wow.
The illustrious 3-time Golden Horse Award winner harbors such peculiarities. Their gazes turned with disdain towards Gu Jingshan. The charismatic and aloof figure they admired on screen was revealed to be such a person. It was unfathomable, utterly unimaginable. Gu Jingshan's face contorted with embarrassment, as if he had consumed something vile. He gritted his teeth and, under the scrutiny of his peers, quietly retreated. He realized his mistake. He should never have provoked Jiang Sui. The others were still reveling in the spectacle, shaking their heads in disbelief. Yet, what was the nature of the secrecy? Their curiosity piqued, their gazes shifted from Gu Jingshan. Clenching his fists, he sought refuge in a less conspicuous area. What are you staring at? Everyone is out. Let us convene. I am part of this too. Among them, Gu Jingshan held the most clout, but as this was his first outburst, the group quickly averted their eyes. Meng Han muttered under her breath, how dare he lose his temper like that? What a disgrace. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, Jiang Zhe, a variety show regular, swiftly covered her mouth. Jiang Zhe frequently appeared on variety shows. This was not a talent competition nor a scripted drama. One could jest. But one must not speak such things aloud, because they were wired with microphones. Gu Jingshan might not hear, but the online audience certainly would. What just transpired? Why did Gu Jingshan's expression change so abruptly? What did Meng Han mean by behind the scenes? The inquiries flooded their minds. What nonsense! Gu Jingshan was a 3-time Golden Horse Award winner, How could a newcomer like Meng Han dare to critique him in front of their senior? Just yesterday, everything seemed fine. What had changed? Something is brewing. I'll keep an eye out. I'll keep an eye out too. Meng Han, a university student, was trusted by her peers. Something must be amiss. Duan Yen called out, gathering everyone together, except for Jiang Sui, who remained inside her tent. The rest formed a circle.
Today,
We will hold a general meeting to distribute tasks. Who has paper and a pen? The group fell silent. Who brings a pen to a variety show? Feudal bunch. The feudal bunch. Jiang Sui, with an impassive expression, tossed out a notebook and a pen. Duan Yen cleared his throat awkwardly, taking the supplies in hand, and expressed his gratitude to Jiang Sui. Let us commence, he declared. As he wrote down the names of everyone present, he hesitated when it came time to include Jiang Sui's name. He raised his gaze to meet hers, his brow furrowing in uncertainty. Should he include her? If he omitted her, it would appear as though they were ostracizing her, despite the fact that it was Jiang Sui who had distanced herself from the group. Shall I write it down, commanding Jiang Sui to partake in tasks? Jiang Sui regarded Duan Yen with an icy stare, opening her mouth without uttering a word. Duan Yen, I recall you being the other woman.
Duan Jan exclaimed, No.
Sister, do not call his name. He is frightened. The group, previously drowsy, suddenly awakened and perked up. Straining to hear, even Gu Jingshan could not resist focusing on Jiang Sui's voice. Who? Duan Yen indeed had a point. He appeared much older, yet played like a child. With a loud shout, Duan Yen exclaimed, Yes, exactly. The others snapped back to reality. While Jiang Sui had shifted her focus away from Duan Yen, resting her chin on her hand as she yawned. Noticing the shift in attention and the absence of Jiang Sui's inner thoughts, Duan Yen breathed a sigh of relief. We are 6 in total, correct? He awkwardly attempted to regain his composure. Others. The group possessed eyes. Did they not realize they were 6 in number? How infuriating. Another opportunity for a sensational revelation missed. Duan Yan's response was overly swift, only to have his enthusiasm doused. We will follow a 3-day rotation. Meng Han will primarily gather firewood for the next 3 days. After that, Xiepeng, the esteemed Gu, and I will go fishing, aiming for at least 6 fish each day. Jiang Zhe will handle the cooking while Yang Mushing assists him. When the 2 of you are not busy with meals, you shall search for useful tools. Is this arrangement acceptable? Collectively dubbed, 3 cobblers equals Zhuge Jiang Sui was undoubtedly the most capable. Evaluation. Akin to a wildling. Others were here to survive. Jiang Sui seemed to have come to live as a native. Why should Jiang Sui not join? Would it not be better for everyone to collaborate? What nonsense! Do you believe Jiang Sui could survive on this island for years alone? Who needs a couple of dead weight? After absorbing this information, Jiang Sui decided to indulge in a brief nap, preparing to zip herself back into her tent when she was halted. Jiang Sui, are you not going fishing today? Duan Yen blurted out, immediately regretting his lack of restraint. Why could he not hold his tongue?
Fortunately,
Jiang Sui was in a foul mood today and refrained from commenting on their thoughts. She raised her eyebrows, indicating she had caught something last night. Following her gaze, the others noticed a tattered plastic bucket beside her tent, evidently buried in the earth, suggesting she had dug a hole. Upon closer inspection, it was filled with loaches and eels. The group was stunned. When did Jiang Sui go out? How did she catch all this? As their minds raced with a myriad of questions, they felt on the verge of short-circuiting. Were they mere NPCs? Surely, Jiang Sui was the protagonist. How did you manage to catch so many loaches? Meng Han asked, swallowing nervously, her curiosity piqued. To the right of Jiang Sui's tent, there existed a space that she must have excavated in recent days. Eels' clamps, these peculiar contraptions, tend to emerge under the cloak of night, invariably found in muddy locales. The crowd gathered around, lifting the clamp for inspection, their curiosity piqued. Constructed from 2 pieces of bamboo, its front resembled a wolf's tooth comb, secured in the middle by iron wire. Jiang Sui had mysteriously procured bamboo and stacked it behind the tent. Ignorant and petty, they know nothing about such things. It's evident they had no childhood experiences. Indeed, a group of wild second-generation rich, what do they truly understand? The ignorant masses. Chapter 8. The aesthetic of the elderly, this is difficult to assess. After speaking, Jiang Sui retreated into the tent, leaving those outside in despair. They had been instructed to keep a close watch on Jiang Sui, yet everyone had fallen asleep. Duan Yen signaled to Jiang Zhe and Yang Musheng to return and monitor Jiang Sui whenever possible. Director, are you truly heeding everyone's advice? Keep an eye on Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui, a person entrenched in a cycle of mediocrity, a mediocrity within a cycle of despair. Could we perhaps install surveillance on Jiang Sui's head? I find it quite necessary. Everyone assumed their respective roles and commenced work for the day. Jiang Sui scoured the surroundings for usable materials, while Yang Muxin kept his unwavering gaze fixed upon Jiang Sui.
Manual surveillance activated.
However, Jiang Sui slumbered through the morning, emerging only when the others had already set up the cooking pot. Today, they had not only caught fish but had also found shrimp. Yet, the fire they attempted to ignite remained stubbornly unlit. Jiang Sui frowned at their efforts. Is Duan Yan overexerting himself due to numerous romantic entanglements? It's likely that the third and fourth parties are oblivious to each other's existence. It's hard to imagine the dynamics between Duan Yan's two junior sisters. The aesthetic of the elderly is indeed challenging to evaluate. While Duan Yan was still struggling to ignite the fire, his wooden stick abruptly snapped in two. Is he truly weak? The guests halted their fruit munching, their mouths agape in shock, their brains momentarily deprived of oxygen. Is this for real? As far as they knew, Duan Yan's studio only had two junior sisters. If this were to hit the headlines, it would surely dominate the trending topics for a month. Age-wise, it indeed aligns with the aesthetic of the elderly. Duan Yan in his 40s, while those two young ladies are merely in their 20s. What were they thinking? Being attracted to such an old man? Duan Yan's face resembled that of someone who had been struck with a mallet, nearly crumbling. We agreed to keep this quiet, sister. Can't you treat him as invisible? It seems he is genuinely weak. No wonder he is often seen at the urology clinic. Understanding. It's normal for men in middle age to face balding and impotence. Duan Yan's openness about seeking medical advice is commendable. Duan Yan, guests.
Duan Yan,
with a fearless demeanor, discarded the broken stick. He should not be here trying to ignite fire. He ought to be tackling the great trees instead. Can we refrain from discussing this? You are my sister, my forever sister. Suddenly, Duan Yan stood up, startling the onlookers, who carefully averted their gazes, attempting to appear nonchalant. Duan Yan pursed his lips and exhaled a heavy sigh, preparing to depart. Duan Go, where are you going? Aren't you going to start the fire?
men hunting quiet.
Duan Yan immediately demonstrated a series of punches in the open space, showcasing his valiant side. He is certainly not impotent. It's merely that he had sought help for a minor issue one day, nothing more. After completing his display, Duan Yan elegantly concluded, standing firm with a demeanor reminiscent of a character from a martial arts film. There's a tree over there, with bird eggs. I shall climb up and retrieve them to make bird egg soup for everyone. With that, Duan Yan marched away with purpose. Meng Han, why the sudden display of martial arts? And bird egg retrieval? Is the NPC system malfunctioning? The others blinked in confusion. With Duan Yan gone, who would tend to the fire? Meng Han glanced at the few gentlemen nearby, who, in perfect harmony, turned their heads away.
Men Han.
Why the avoidance? Jiang Sui didn't he accuse them of anything? Could it be that they too share a secret? Meng Han seemed to uncover a significant revelation. Casting a disdainful glance at the gentleman, she resigned herself to take up the stick and attempt to kindle the fire. I'll do it. A voice interrupted Meng Han's actions. Jiang Sui took the stick, placing it in the small hole of the wooden stump, adding plenty of dry leaves to stoke the flames. A few grown men are outdone by a young girl. It is truly disheartening. Struggling to ignite a wooden stump, no wonder they could only catch 3 fish. Though reluctant to admit it, Jiang Sui spoke the truth. They were indeed rather inept.
Stop.
I need to board Jiang Sui's helicopter soon. No one is allowed to cut in line. I have urgent business to attend to. I'm in a hurry. Let me go first. How rude. Show some respect for your elders. I'll head over to the crematorium. Once the fire was finally lit, the group leisurely began preparing their lunch. While they feasted on fish, Jiang Sui had already moved on to other types of meat. Observing her pile of bamboo, Jiang Sui contemplated for a moment. I could use a few slaves. Meng Han caught a whiff of the seasoning wafting from the roasted eel and couldn't help but swallow hard. She could serve as a slave. Sister Jiang Sui, do you need assistance? I can definitely help. With her words, others eagerly raised their hands in support. Sister, pick me, pick me. Don't crowd. This position is mine. Gu Jingshan scoffed disdainfully. A group of sycophants, lacking any sense of dignity, they would fawn over a woman like Jiang Sui, while he was different. The noble Gu Jingshan gently patted his tactical jacket, rising to smooth the stray hair from his forehead. Jiang Sui, I offer you a chance to become my partner. Surely, that would be preferable to these fellows. Jiang Sui, What an oily remark. Is Gu Jingshan relying on this greasy charm to woo Zhongbao? No wonder he cannot secure the main position. Despicable sycophant, refrain from assaulting my spirit, or I shall seek compensation for emotional damages. Ahem, ahem, ahem. Gu Jingshan choked on his saliva, his previous posture transforming into one of bent-over coughing. That vile woman Jiang Sui dares to call him oily. Who in the entertainment industry is unaware of Gu Jingshan's allure? Such a lack of vision in women. Jiang Sui even rolled her eyes at Gu Jingshan, her previously neutral expression now darkening further. The crowd assumed Jiang Sui was about to reveal a scandal and quickly took a few steps back, perking up their ears. If there were to be a scandal, let it be, but they preferred to remain uninvolved. Clearly, Jiang Sui was not in the mood. She pushed her seasoning box forward. Use this. Consider it a pleasant collaboration. I need 2 people this afternoon to help me find something. The group hurriedly accepted and pledged their commitment. We will definitely do it well, sister. Rest assured, I will be obedient. Jiang Sui responded with a hum, feeling that something was amiss. Jiang Zhe, have you no shame? You, a 30-year-old man, addressing a girl in her 20s as sister? The big shot respectfully referred to her as sister. Excellent. Sister Sui reigns supreme over this deserted island. Chapter 9. The supporting male lead steps on the sewing machine. The production collapses. In the afternoon, Jiang Sui finally ventured into other parts of the island, accompanied by 2 individuals, Jiang Zhe and Xiepreng. They merely followed her orders, utterly clueless about their tasks. Yet, today, they would discover Jiang Sui's remarkable familiarity with this island. She knew every vine and plant as if she had an intimate knowledge of the place.
Jiang Sui.
Have you been here before?
Jiang Sui inquired.
First time. Hurry and cut. Perhaps I have visited a few hundred times, sigh. Just a few hundred times? Jiang Zhe and Xiepreng exchanged incredulous glances, ultimately falling silent under Jiang Sui's admonition, obediently assuming the role of her subordinates. It was unclear where Jiang Sui had sourced the knife, but it was of a prestigious brand. She was gathering weeds and ash, though it remained a mystery as to her intentions. Upon returning to their dwelling, those engaged in fishing and leisure had yet to arrive. However, preparations for dinner were set to commence. Jiang Sui remained unperturbed, diligently fashioning bamboo with remarkable speed, rendering it smooth and uniform with just a few deft strokes. They were all children of the city, accustomed only to witnessing their elders perform such tasks when visiting the countryside. Now, witnessing Jiang Sui's adeptness, they were somewhat taken aback. Jiang Sui meticulously sliced the bamboo into even, elongated pieces, suggesting an intention to craft a bamboo basket. The items collected earlier that afternoon were treated with care. One type of vine was crushed and soaked in water, while the others were spread out to dry on the ground. Such skilled hands. Was Jiang Sui an orphan? Was she not a privileged child? Had she not previously claimed her family was affluent, boasting 2 elder brothers? Perhaps she had been exaggerating. With such craftsmanship, could her family truly afford to send her for training? What had she learned a survivalist camp? No, Jiang Sui indeed came from a wealthy family. I attended high school with her, and her family's driver donned Gucci. Was this an evolution or a regression? After completing her tasks, Jiang Sui began to bury medium-thick wooden sticks in the earth, forming a circle almost 10 square meters in area. The fishermen eventually returned, looking as though they had rolled in the muddy waters.
Jiang Sui was startled.
Did you all fight in the water? What nonsense, they replied. We fought for the organization. We spotted a large fish and abandoned the others to catch it in shallow waters. This afternoon, Gu Jingshan, Duan Yan, and Yang Musheng had gone fishing. Gu Jingshan carried a urea bag, seemingly scavenged, his hair matted with mud, presenting a rather comical sight. Upon tossing the fish onto the ground, its weight was unmistakable.
Wow.
What a big one! Meng Han poked at it and exclaimed, Doesn't that mean we can't make grilled fish? It's too large. And we don't have skewers that big. This was indeed a dilemma everyone was grappling with. Preparing grilled fish felt wasteful, and they had grown somewhat weary of it lately. You are nothing but a source of amusement for me, Jiang Sui remarked, eliciting silence as her statement left them unable to retort. Rising from her pile of bamboo, she walked to the space where she had been drying her items, retrieving some. As she approached, a glimmer of hope shone in everyone's eyes. Wild Sichuan pepper, small chili peppers, and dried spices, these could be transformed into seasoning. After discarding them, Jiang Sui returned to her bamboo pile to continue weaving. Jiang Sui, you are my goddess. Someone exclaimed. I wonder what she collects daily. She always returns with a large bag. She should start a class named Wildman Training Camp, and I would gladly attend. Enlightenment struck. She was constructing a fence, and suddenly, anticipation surged for what might inhabit it the next day. After savoring a delicious dinner, the group commenced their evening discussions. The island's nighttime chill prompted them to gather around the fire pit for warmth. Why did you all agree to participate in this variety show? Be honest. Meng Han assumed the role of a temporary host to enliven the atmosphere. Gu Jingshan was the first to respond, as his reasoning lacked suspense. Netizens already knew he was there to fill a void. The original guest had to leave unexpectedly, and I had the time, so I stepped in. As the others praised Gu Jingshan for his timely intervention, Jiang Sui's voice floated over, because the male lead of the crew will be embroiled in a scandal next month. Gu Jingshan will be stuck at home for 2 months, so he needs to partake in some variety shows to avoid his Best Actor trophy appearing unmerited. A stunned silence fell upon the group, shocked by the revelation. The entertainment industry was on the verge of an upheaval. Gu Jingshan's production was undoubtedly a grand one. And the male lead was likely the recently popular Guanjin fan, known for his innocent and honest demeanor, with millions of fans. What could he have done to land in such trouble? As curiosity piqued, everyone ceased their conversations to heed Jiang Sui's words. By the way, does Gu Jingshan know? He sat there, expressionless, clearly reluctant to speak. He had no knowledge of Guanjin Fan's specific misdeeds, only that an investigation was underway regarding some irregularities. Such matters in the entertainment realm were best left undisturbed. I vaguely recall the name, Guanjin Fan. It appears to be quite serious. Reported by concerned citizens for hosting illicit gatherings at home. Without a doubt, he'll face consequences within 5 years, with all expenses covered. Gu Jingshan choked on his water, sputtering as the group collectively registered their astonishment. You all seem to be having quite the fun. Does the crew know? Does the director know? At any time, a face swap won't suffice. Gu Jingshan fervently shook his head, insisting he had no involvement, staunchly maintaining his status as a pure-hearted individual, devoid of any illicit behavior. Who could have predicted that Guanjin Fan, with such an unassuming face, would engage in such acts? Gu Jingshan and I have no association with vice. The atmosphere felt thick with unspoken tension as everyone regarded Gu Jingshan with peculiar glances. What is it that I, as a VIP, cannot hear? Is there some hidden truth? Let me in on it.
Speak.
Speak, darling. Why not say something? Chapter 10. Longing for a wife, fearful of being left with nothing. Gu Jingshan cleared his throat. Aren't we going to continue the discussion? Let us keep going. He had stated his piece. The others were now obligated to share. Fair is fair. Let us all be exposed. Who fears who? As they regained their composure, an awkward silence enveloped the group. They exchanged glances, wanting to speak yet hesitant, feeling utterly stifled. Eventually, they retreated into their tents, as if escaping. Whoever speaks first is doomed. I one T say a thing. Jiang Sui? Netizens. I often find it perplexing, as if I were watching a condensed version of a live variety show. For the first time, I displayed an expression akin to Jiang Sui's. Their appearances were vibrant, yet their spirits appeared weary. I suggest capturing my parents for an episode, as I suspect their mental state is far from normal. They would surely resonate with you all. Seeing everyone disappear, Jiang Sui felt a sense of ennui and zipped up her tent. 3 days of survival had become second nature for her, while for the others, it was sheer torment. On the 4th morning, the live stream's comments surged with activity, urging the guests to rise. On this day, Jiang Sui rose early and resumed her work amidst the piles of bamboo, weaving with diligence. The fence was halfway completed, requiring a more secure fit, so Jiang Sui donned a glove, allowing her to work with greater speed. Brother Duan, why are you up so early carrying a suitcase? Meng Han stretched and noticed Duan Yan organizing his belongings. Initially, Duan Yan had intended to rise even earlier, yet he had been discovered. He smiled and explained, My wife has been feeling rather low lately, alone out here with no one to care for her at home, so I had to leave early. At that moment, the others were also roused by the noise, emerging one by one. Brother Duan, are you heading home?
Yang Museng inquired.
After all, Duan Yan had been the one orchestrating arrangements, and now he was leaving. Duan Yan endeavored to appear magnanimous, concealing any emotion. Yes. I can't help but worry about my wife being home alone. Everyone was aware of the circumstances surrounding Chu Ling's departure. The concern for his wife was certainly a facade. They were curious about the true reason behind his departure. Thus, their interest piqued. Meng Han remarked, Brother Duan, you two have been apart for a year or two before. And it was fine. It's only been 3 days, after all. Indeed, Brother Duan, if you leave, we will be leaderless, Yang Mushing chimed in. Everyone wore expressions of gleeful curiosity, eager to delve deeper into the matter. Duan Yen grinned to himself. Heaven forbid he learn who is financially supporting Yang Mushing. He would certainly investigate the benefactor's peculiar tastes. If the truth came to light, none would escape unscathed. As for Meng Han, she appeared oblivious, but was astutely perceptive. Whenever matters concerning Jiang Sui arose, she would discreetly observe from the sidelines. Thus far, only Meng Han and Jiang Zai's affair had remained undisclosed. Jiang Zai often mingled in variety shows, displaying his cleverness. Yet, he did not believe in the so-called naive and innocent college student trope. When it came down to it, Meng Han was sharper than anyone else. Duan Yen raised his head, adopting a brotherly demeanor once more. I had a dream last night and found myself missing my wife. He feigned, glancing at his watch. Time is of the essence. I must be off. Oh, the timeline has advanced. Duan Yen is about to be left with nothing, with too much evidence to refute. Chu Ling likely can't keep count. However, even after the divorce, they live together. After all, in this vast world, money reigns supreme, and the lovebird's fame is still a source of sustenance. Duan Yan's expression darkened. Having previously strolled leisurely, he now hefted his suitcase and dashed away. He could not hear them. He remained oblivious. Meng Han and Yang Mushing exclaimed in surprise, their curiosity ignited. What extraordinary secret remained undisclosed? The spectators were eager to unravel the mystery. After Duan Yen departed, Jiang Sui redirected her focus to her fence. The online sensation life sandstorm had reached a fever pitch, captivating nearly everyone. Numerous celebrities and ordinary individuals sought to participate, but the director's team was still in the process of screening applicants. With each departure, the producer had already amassed several million in contract termination fees, a remarkable feat in itself. Jiang Sui completed the fence just as dusk approached, laying down a bed of assorted grasses within. The fence stood about a meter high, complete with a gate for entry and exit. All who beheld it were filled with wonder. The bamboo baskets? I only buy those woven by Jiang Sui. They are delectable, truly exquisite in flavor. Where's the link? Why, isn't it up yet? I'm going mad. Please, everyone, our bamboo baskets are all hand-woven and incredibly sturdy. Moreover, Jiang Sui is our sole artisan.
So, it requires some time.
We appreciate your patience. 321. Post the link. I need to make a purchase, aiming for 1,000 orders. Upon finishing the fence, Jiang Sui began to tinker with the crushed vine roots and some assorted leaves from the previous day. It wasn't until the following day that her creation began to take shape. She fashioned several bamboo tubes, the purpose of which remained unclear. The crafting of these tubes had taken the longest, prompting Jiang Sui to toil until midnight the previous evening. Who will drill the wood today?
Men hunting twayed.
After all, she had handled it the day before. Her hands blistered from over half an hour of effort before she grasped the principle behind it. Such a primitive method of striking fire. They exchanged glances, seemingly having rotated through the task once already, now finding themselves in need of another turn. Jiang Sui let out a yawn, stretched languidly, and retrieved the bamboo tube. With a gentle puff upon opening the lid, flames ignited. What on earth is this? Daily astonishment unfolded. Chapter 11. The Plague God's Antagonist. I've placed 1,000 orders. Please expedite shipping. As I've discarded all my previous fire-starting tools in favor of this, I shall only use Jiang Sui's brand for igniting fires. I've slapped my best friend multiple times, yet she refuses to admit she has traversed from ancient times. I do not believe her, for she claims that Jiang Sui's fire starter functions with mere hands. Bring forth the fire starter. Several individuals examined the fire starter, as if they had only encountered such artifacts in period dramas. Meng Han raised a question, wondering if Guing, who frequently portrayed characters in ancient costume dramas, might have used similar devices. Gu Jingshan frowned in contemplation. This is made by Jiang Sui?
How could that be?
He took it up, opening and closing it, exploring its inner workings. In his mind, Jiang Sui was merely a beautiful but envious vase, known for her extravagant spending and lack of intellect. Having had her card suspended by the Jiang family years prior, noticing Gu Jingshan's disdain and curiosity, Jiang Sui snatched the fire starter back. For someone not to know this, I truly question Gu Jingshan's level of education. The entertainment industry is in dire straits. Of course, there are those who fabricate their educational background. Illiterates pretending to be literati are of no use. It is better to establish a persona of diligence and effort. The onlookers were astounded.
What?
Academic fraud? Is that true? All eyes shifted to Gu Jingshan, who shook his head vigorously. As a performing arts undergraduate, what need had he for deception? Moreover, he always referenced his school and teachers during award ceremonies. Was there any reason for him to fabricate? Meng Han was also exempt. She was a university student, only 20 this year. The focus now turned to Xiepeng, Yang Musheng, and Jiang Sui. Shall we still go fishing this afternoon? Jiang Sui asked after glancing outside. He often frequented variety shows, proactively discussing processes, enhancing the show's appeal. Many trending phrases online were also contributed by him. Just after he spoke, he sensed the peculiar gazes directed his way, feeling as if he had stepped into a scripted murder mystery. Jiang Sui paused slightly and asked, "What's wrong? Shall we eat first, and then discuss?" He cast a curious glance at Jiang Sui, then took a pot to serve the fish soup, shifting the roasted loach's fire, and retrieved some roasted sweet potatoes from the fire pit. Look, this is the persona of diligence and effort. How splendid. I truly do not understand the convoluted personas in the entertainment industry. The crowd was left speechless. Jiang Sui? The case was cracked. The one guilty of academic fraud was Jiang Sui. Frequently lauded in variety shows as a master student in directing, it was said he was currently preparing for a doctorate. Many show planners and directors had Jiang Sui's name attached. Given this stature, his background seemed substantial. No wonder during the survival variety show, while others complained, Jiang Sui remained silent. It turned out he had no cause for complaint, as the show had also included his name. With no contributions to show, he had amassed quite a reputation.
Meng Han kørst under her brett.
Regretting her earlier gratitude for Jiang Sui's assistance, discovering he was guilty of academic fraud. Her university admission was legitimate, while she glanced at Jiang Sui, spitting in disdain. Suddenly subjected to the collective scrutiny of the group, Jiang Sui was utterly bewildered, silently consuming his lunch, with no one daring to speak further. After all, at the dining table sat the all-knowing Jiang Sui, so it was best to avoid provoking any conversation. Following lunch, everyone finally dispersed. Jiang Sui resumed her intriguing pursuits, and with past experiences in mind, no one even glanced at their own beloveds, but instead fixated on Jiang Sui's every move, fearing they might miss some captivating detail. Who could understand? I had initially come to see my dear girl, yet now I found myself unable to blink as I watched Jiang Sui. I understood, for I was equally enraptured. The monotony of life was alleviated by the sight of everyone acting so wildly. I had forgotten whom I had come to see. It felt akin to observing a silent play. Were they truly not going to speak? Oddly, everyone seemed to scurry after Jiang Sui, as if they were tailing a creature. Was Jiang Sui truly so daunting? I had just consulted a fortune teller who claimed that I was perfectly compatible with Jiang Sui. Perhaps I should heed the divine will. Jiang Sui, calm yourself. This was the 5th day of the survival variety show, and the atmosphere remained tense. No one dared to engage Jiang Sui in conversation, merely watching her from a distance. Wherever Jiang Sui went, they followed, like a snake's tail, twisting and turning without pause. What were they dawdling for? Go collect. Jiang Sui suddenly called out, startling those behind her. A glance across revealed a gray wild rabbit. The crowd gasped in surprise. When did she acquire such a plump creature? Just as they were contemplating, they witnessed Jiang Sui skillfully wielding her slingshot, precisely striking another rabbit on the head, rendering it unconscious. My head felt struck. I required Jiang Sui's comfort. Away with the absurdity. Those things ought to be aimed at your heads, not the rabbits. This is a comment section, not a wasteland. Kindly put your pants back on. A slingshot. I had played with one in my youth. Jiang Sui crafted 2 types of weapons, a slingshot and a bow. If the slingshot failed to incapacitate the rabbits, she would resort to the bow to kill them. The living were certainly preferable, as they could sustain a few days' worth of food, while the dead could only be consumed that day. Thus, Jiang Sui would use the slingshot whenever possible. What a plump rabbit. Jiang Sui, you are remarkable. We shall have new delicacies these days, finally free from an endless diet of fish. Steamed fish, roasted fish, spicy fish, boiled fish, fried fish. Meng Han excitedly cradled a rabbit, skillfully binding its feet with grass. Jiang Sui nodded coolly. Let us go. For a sufficient. Nothing extraordinary, merely practice. She has honed her skills through countless repetitions, adept at delivering a fatal shot, satisfying. The crowd gasped. They knew Jiang Sui must have undergone specialized training. Was she a killer? As the guests hurriedly walked, fearfully swallowing their saliva, they pondered if they might be silenced by a killer on this deserted island. Upon returning home, They discovered 3 more tents had been erected around their own, and shockingly, one was situated right next to Jiang Sui's. What audacity! Who dared to pitch a tent where Jiang Sui slept? The arrangement placed Jiang Sui in the center, with ample space on either side, and behind her, a fenced area for the rabbits. Now, there was a tent to the left and 2 more a bit farther to the right. The commotion of their return drew the occupants outside, 2 men and a woman.
The Angbao?
Wow. Gu Jingshan must be thrilled, shouting in the wilderness. Gu Jingshan. He certainly would not. But why was Jiang Bao here, accompanied by Jiang Mo, Jiang Sui's second brother? Hello everyone, I am Fu Sheng, a regular.
Damn.
The main antagonist. The crowd widened their eyes, scrutinizing Fu Sheng from head to toe. What antagonist? Were they to meet their end here? The guests recoiled from Fu Sheng and Jiang Sui, as if avoiding a plague. Chapter 12. How can we eat the rabbits? Perhaps the spicy rabbit heads. Hello, everyone. I am Jiang Mo, a regular. After Jiang Mo introduced himself, everyone focused intently on Jiang Sui, eager to glean more about this individual. Jiang Sui cast a cold glance at Jiang Mo, inwardly muttering expletives. One Gu Jingshan is not enough. Now they're S.A. Jiang Mo. A harem troupe. Can they not keep their distance? That brainless fool Jiang Mo. Do not even think of claiming to know me. Thank you. Only then did they realize Jiang Bao was from the fish pond. That meant he was likely simple-minded and easy to get along with. Gu Jingshan felt wronged. He had once harbored a fondness for Jiang Bao, but after being scolded daily by Jiang Sui, he felt his sanity slipping, no longer daring to like Jiang Bao.
Hello Yang Mo, I am Menhan. Welcome aboard.
With a leader established, the others began to relax. Of course, their indifference towards the antagonist was not intentional. It was simply that the name alone indicated Fu Sheng was not a good person. Based on Jiang Sui's sentiments, they had categorized Fu Sheng as one to be avoided, daring not to even cast a glance his way. The guests exchanged greetings with Jiang Mo and Jiang Bao. I heard you two are siblings, haha, you resemble each other quite a bit, one handsome, one beautiful. I've seen you. I watched you in white moonlight. You were stunning. Jiang Sui scoffed, placing the live rabbit into the enclosure and feeding it some grass. Is that so? Resemble? Where's the likeness? Don't even mention that we share a mother. We don't even share a father. That role was also stolen from my sister. Shameless. Let it be. I'd rather not hear you whining about me bullying a child over 200 months old. The crowd's eyes widened. They had not anticipated such drama. Jiang Bao, having just emerged, played her first role as an exceedingly endearing white moonlight. Cute and lovely, she resolved the misunderstandings between the male and female leads. A role much coveted by young stars. Once secured, if the audience remembered them, their future in the entertainment industry would be smoother. Jiang Sui had debuted in numerous roles. But those that left an impression on the audience were all villainous female characters, either a mistress or a wicked stepmother, who would not harbor resentment. Crack, crack. Just as everyone was alternating their glances between Jiang Sui and Jiang Bao, the sound of sunflower seeds being cracked echoed from the side. All eyes shifted to the sight of the antagonist enjoying his snacks. Fu Sheng sat on a rock, a massive bag of seeds beside him, continuously shoveling them into his mouth. Fu Sheng looked at them in confusion. Why are you all staring at me? Please continue, don't mind me. And with that, he resumed cracking seeds. Wait, Fu Sheng, you came to the deserted island with only that enormous bag of seeds? Meng Han inquired, puzzled. Fu Sheng shrugged nonchalantly, his movements eerily reminiscent of Jiang Sui. Is that a problem?
Want some?
The crowd. That bag looks like it could last a month. It was evident that this fellow had simply come to snack, and he even brought his own snack weaponry, the sunflower seeds. Jiang Bao quickly realized, retrieving the 3 items she had brought with her. I've watched this show, so I understand your struggles. I brought a lighter. Just as Jiang Bao reached for it, she discovered it had vanished, leaving only a pile of debris. It had exploded. Here's a friendly reminder. Do not bring flammable or explosive items in transportation. The temperature difference can be significant, and ensure proper ventilation when carrying. The crowd, no wonder Jiang Sui didn't bring this item, but opted to make her own fire starters instead. Although that fire starter was also quite absurd. Jiang Bao's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling in her eyes, and within 2 seconds, they began streaming down her cheeks. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I didn't think it would turn out this way. I'm so sorry. His grandfather, every time it's the same phrase, use different words, read more books. Don't be like Gu Jingshan. Gu Jingshan, please refrain from queuing. He hasn't offended anyone. Throughout the day, he barely uttered a few words. I apologize. It's all my fault. I never anticipated this outcome. I am truly sorry. After he spoke, even Jiang Bao was momentarily taken aback. The sound of the clamp paused for a moment before she resumed her weeping. Having performed, one must commit fully to the role. Jiang Sui shivered and began preparing hot water for the rabbit. In the midst of the awkward atmosphere, even Meng Han felt a shiver run down her spine.
Ha ha ha.
It's all right, let us eat, get ready. As Meng Han spoke, everyone hurried to find something to occupy themselves, none daring to mention Jiang Bao again. It truly was a case where whoever spoke next would only evoke discomfort. It felt as though flies were buzzing about, making one queasy. Jiang Sui deftly began the process of bleeding, skinning, and cooking the rabbit. Rabbit? The sudden exclamation from Jiang Sui startled her, causing her to nearly drop the knife. It was a haunting shadow. Each time she heard Jiang Bao's voice, it was accompanied by the echoes of those insufferably devoted admirers.
Jiang Bao, sobbing,
rushed into Jiang Mo's embrace, second brother, the rabbit. Hearing her, Jiang Mo emerged from the tent, only to be enveloped in her arms. What happened? Rabbit? How could you eat such a cute rabbit? Jiang Bao's cries abruptly ceased, silenced by Jiang Sui's internal monologue that echoed her own thoughts. How did she know what was to follow? Jiang Sui resolutely butchered the rabbit.
Kill. Kill.
Spicy rabbit heads, braised rabbit meat, kill. Before long, the rabbit meat was prepared, her movements swift and practiced, devoid of any hesitation. The guests felt an increasing chill in their hearts. The scene was reminiscent of a mock rabbit slaughter incident. I am not joking. This technique warrants police investigation, as there must be a connection to the recent serial murders. Someone please ask Jiang Sui to open a shop. I would support it with $1. Not only do we want rabbit, but also spicy braised rabbit. Do not go too far. Some people genuinely love rabbits. My Bao is just being normal. Normal? Where is your father? In the wilderness. Having something to eat is already a blessing, let alone worrying about what is cute or not. The rabbit is starving, and it would gnaw on you too. The guests could not help but swallow hard, refraining from aiding or approaching Jiang Sui for fear that her fervor in butchering might turn upon them. Jiang Sui, let me help you. The villain suddenly interjected, causing everyone to gasp in astonishment. What? Are we going to form a gang to commit the crime together? Jiang Sui casually tossed a rabbit over. Butcher it. Fu Sheng, while not skilled in such tasks, had observed Jiang Sui long enough to learn a thing or two. Not bad, villain. You certainly have the makings of a chef. The crowd. What chef? Is he a chef of murder? The eyes of the spectators widened in fear as they beheld the almost synchronized actions of the two. Chapter 13. Stop. Do not continue fighting. On the 6th day of the variety show, newcomers arrived, perhaps having seen the show, but merely as spectators. Why must we follow Jiang Sui? Jiang Mo asked, visibly displeased. Gu Jingshan coughed violently, continually signaling Jiang Mo with his eyes. Do not offend Jiang Sui. Do not offend Jiang Sui. Do not offend Jiang Sui. Yet Jiang Mo seemed oblivious to Gu Jingshan's frantic expressions. The two, rivals in affection, immediately averted their gazes from one another. Gu Jingshan, with his twitching facial muscles, ought to quit acting and switch to comedy. Gu Jingshan, whatever, let Jiang Mo seek his own demise, but do not involve me. He retreated a few steps to join Meng Han and the others, who had adapted to life alongside Jiang Sui over the past few days, instantly understanding the situation. The group moved in unison, stepping back.
Jiang Montak.
A bunch of cowards. Having lived with Jiang Sui for over a decade, he could not possibly misunderstand his temperamental sister.
Fear Jiang Sui?
Absurd. Jiang Mo, unafraid, blocked Jiang Sui's path. Jiang Sui, we are teammates. Can't you slow down a bit? Jiang Sui shot him a glare and swatted him away with her hand. Jiang Mo, holding his face, looked at Jiang Sui in disbelief. He did not recall Jiang Sui being so fierce. Spoiled and headstrong, as expected of a wealthy heiress, Jiang Sui maintained her poise wherever she went. She constantly compared herself to Jiang Bao, from attire to companions, experiencing jealousy over Jiang Bao's amiability and popularity. In contrast, Jiang Sui's aloof demeanor alienated her from friends. Jiang Sui, do you have any manners? SB Jiang Mo, as a child, you used to defecate on your pillow, and now you just flatulate everywhere. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Mo choked on his saliva, coughing incessantly, but Jiang Sui paid him no mind and continued on her path. You are speaking nonsense. If you like Jiang Bao, then just like her. Why pretend to be the suitor? You are merely a suitor yourself. After all, proximity grants advantage. Does Gu the sycophant understand? Gu Jingshan just learned this. Oh, by the way, the interests and hobbies of Jiang Bao that were shared by the suitors were all fabrications. The sycophant must have been influenced by Jiang Mo. No wonder Jiang Bao uses him as a pawn. Gu Jingshan glared at Jiang Mo in indignation.
Jiang Montag.
Onlookers. What a scandal. This is quite the juicy gossip. The group moved away from the battleground between the three, gravitating towards Fusheng, where they seized a handful of sunflower seeds from his bag. Finally, they understood the purpose of the sunflower seeds. The timing was impeccable. Gu Jingshan inhaled deeply and seized Jiang Mo by the collar.
Ah, Jiang Montag.
I remember thinking how the gifts I sent Jiang Bao made her gaze towards me different the next day. It turns out this second uncle was behind it all. Once I am out of here, I must share this with everyone. He no longer harbored feelings for Jiang Bao, so he could do as he wished. Jiang Bao may not pursue him, but Jiang Mo must be eliminated. Hey, what are you doing in front of the cameras, Emperor Gu? Are you looking to fight? Everyone will know your true nature. Jiang Mo also grabbed Gu Jingshan's collar, but this was indeed Jiang Mo's own folly. The instigator and the victim. Naturally, Jiang Mo felt little indignation. The sound of munching seeds grew louder, while the atmosphere between the two became increasingly tense. Jiang Bao's tears flowed freely as she continuously pleaded with the fish in her pond. Please stop fighting.
Stop it.
The onlookers shook their heads, finding her words oddly familiar. Gu Jingshan and Jiang Mo did not engage in a fight. Rather, it was a contest of tugging at each other's collars, exchanging provocations, gritting their teeth, and defiantly lifting their chins. Meng Han cracked her seeds the loudest, keeping her distance to avoid being caught in the fray. What is going on? Why haven't they started fighting yet? Jiang Zhe shook his head, perhaps trying to build momentum, intimidating the other party into retreating. Are Gu Jingshan and Jiang Mo trying to poke each other's foreheads with their chins? I see it now. Jiang Mo's chin is sharper, thus stronger in combat. The crowd's eyes widened, suddenly enlightened. Sister Sui is indeed Sister Sui, her words cut to the core. Jiang Sui, unbeknownst to Wen, had also squatted down with them, grabbing a handful of sunflower seeds from Fu Sheng's bag, observing the situation unfolding a few meters away. They stood on a slight incline, partially concealed by grass, affording them a perfect vantage point to enjoy the spectacle without being involved. This is quite hard to assess. Initially, one might have thought it would lead to a brawl, becoming the sole guest in the entertainment industry known for fighting. However, it now seems akin to a cockfight. Are you familiar with that? Yes, I played it during my childhood, but witnessing it unfold with Gu Jingshan feels rather peculiar. Please, cease this quarrel. Jiang Bao's urgency does not appear to be an act. My stance is akin to that of an onlooker, enjoying sunflower seeds while squatting in the center of the living room, utterly captivated. This spectacle has been ongoing for nearly half an hour. Jiang Sui's legs are nearly numb from squatting, and with a yawn, she turns to her tools to commence foraging for wild vegetables. Meng Han claps his hands, expressing his disinterest, urging them to kiss already instead of continuing their petty squabble. It's time to leave. This is dull. The guests glance at the ongoing confrontation between Gu Jingshan and Jiang Mo, while Jiang Bao maintains the same expression for an extended period. The seasoned guests have already begun to assist Jiang Sui in her vegetable quest. Clad in their fineries, they are oblivious to whether the wild vegetables on the mountain are safe to consume, yet Jiang Sui possesses the knowledge to differentiate between similar-looking plants. Allow me, Sister Sui. Xia Peng volunteers, thinking himself a gentleman, and takes on the task of gathering vegetables. Jiang Sui does not decline. Having assistance is certainly beneficial. Do not dig up the wisteria. It's toxic. Do not inquire how Jiang Sui knows this. She has experienced it firsthand, having perished and restarted. She has traversed this island-s instance over 20 times, so she is well aware. Meanwhile, the skirmish seems to have no end in sight, and Jiang Bao approaches, carrying a basket, her hair styled in braids as she collects mushrooms. Gu Jingshan and Jiang Mo still wear expressions of defiance, competing in all they do. Look at this mushroom. Isn't it beautiful? Jiang Mo eagerly presents a mushroom to Jiang Bao. Wow, it smells delightful. Second brother, let us add it to the basket.
Jiang Bao Edgerlim.
Gu Jingshan scoffs. He too can find exquisite mushrooms. His motivations are not for Jiang Bao's sake. He simply cannot stand Jiang Mo and feels compelled to outdo him. Soon, Jiang Bao's basket is filled with charming little mushrooms. Thank you, everyone. My basket is full. Let us head back, she declares. Jiang Mo wishes to accompany Jiang Bao, while Gu Jingshan keeps a watchful eye on Jiang Mo, and the trio resumes their playful banter as they return to the tent. Jiang Sui glances at their retreating figures with an expressionless gaze. How utterly ignorant. Do they not realize that the more beautiful the mushroom, the more toxic it likely is? The other guests, who had intended to forage for mushrooms, recoil in shock and promptly follow Jiang Sui's lead in seeking out vegetables. Chapter 14. Jiang Mo seems to possess a mind constructed of intestines. On the return journey, everyone quickens their pace, eager to share the mushroom incident. However, they're not quick enough. Meng Han arrives breathlessly at home, only to find Gu Jingshan and Jiang Mo tussling over the mushrooms Jiang Bao has roasted. Amidst their scuffle, Gu Jingshan bites into a mushroom skewer. Jiang Bao giggles nearby. Meng Han remarks, "How amusing. This is the first time I've seen someone eager to report to the King of Hell." While Gu Jingshan revels in his triumph over his rival, Meng Han strides up to him. "Stay still. Let me extract it for you." Gu Jingshan, startled, has yet to comprehend the situation when Meng Han twists his head, preparing to reach into his mouth. "Meng Han, what are you doing? Are you worried the 360-degree cameras won't capture your murderous intent clearly?"
Mengan pays no heed.
Exerting her strength to pry Gu Jingshan's head, disregarding everything, and reaches inside. Jiang Mo and Jiang Bao are taken aback, retreating a few steps. They had not noticed any animosity between Meng Han and Gu Jingshan while watching the variety show. It seemed like they had only once criticized Gu Jingshan. But Jiang Zhe had quickly intervened. This behavior, as if determined to inflict harm, seems excessive for mere rivalry. Gu Jingshan, startled and subjected to Meng Han's forceful maneuvering, promptly vomits. Meng Han continues to pat his back vigorously. "Oh, dear. Guing Di, I'm trying to save you. How can you be so careless?" With increasing force, she continues to pat his back, and Gu Jingshan feels as though his lungs and stomach might erupt. Just as he attempts to speak, another hand appears, shoving a green, unappealing substance into his mouth, resembling something that has been pulverized. Jiang Sui thrusts the item into Gu Jingshan's mouth, covering it and shaking her head. Under this pressure, Gu Jingshan, fearing he might choke, has no choice but to swallow slowly. Once the two release their grip, Gu Jingshan begins to cough violently, bending over in an attempt to expel whatever had been forced upon him. The foul, bitter taste spreads through his mouth. After some time of retching, he finally calms down, glaring at Meng Han and Jiang Sui. "What have you done to me? What did you make me eat? Is this a murder cover-up, or an act of revenge? Are you attempting to suffocate me, or poison me?" He curses, growing increasingly dizzy and confused. Gu Jingshan shakes his head. "What is wrong with you?" He shakes his head again. "Elves? Where did these elves come from? What is this glowing liquid?" He lifts it up and takes a few sips, beginning to shout in a frenzy, squatting down to pick at some weeds to eat. Jiang Sui calmly inspects the mushrooms Jiang Bao has collected, then glances at the remnants of what Gu Jingshan expelled. Jiang Bao is quite the illiterate. After all, her university diploma was bought. It's hardly surprising she doesn't understand. Does she truly believe she is a gold-plated high achiever? She has failed the middle and college entrance exams. TSK, as long as Gu is alive. It's enough. The onlookers gasp. "What? Is that true? But it is rumored that many in the entertainment industry, seeking to uphold a good reputation, will spend vast sums to gild their resumes when they cannot pass entrance exams. For instance, hiring a prestigious tutor, claiming to be their disciple, or traveling abroad as an exchange student at an obscure university. Fans may believe this to be a prestigious institution, when in truth, it would be looked down upon domestically. Jiang Bao often claims in interviews to have studied at university abroad, leading fans to assume she is a high achiever. It turns out she is even less impressive than Jiang Zhe. At least Jiang Zhe managed to gain admission to an undergraduate program on his own. Indeed, in this world, all things must be contrasted against one another. Jiang Bao's eyes are red as she cautiously clutches Jiang Mo's sleeve. Jiang Sui rolls her eyes.
I'm sorry.
"It's all my fault. I had no idea that mushroom was toxic. I thought they were all edible. I just wanted to help everyone." After uttering this, Jiang Bao pauses, her voice faltering. She awkwardly adjusts her tone. I understand now, second brother." Repeating these few phrases, I've heard them hundreds of times. So, I'm quite adept at it. Only Jiang Mo would believe her. After all, they share the same lineage. And Jiang Mo's mind seems to be composed of waste. Perhaps I alone inherited my mother's intellect. The guests exclaim, "Wow, thrilling." Thus, it becomes evident that Jiang Mo and Jiang Sui share the same father and mother, while Jiang Bao is the child brought in by the stepmother. It is also said that Jiang Sui has a younger brother, likely born of the stepmother and her biological father. as matters unfold. It seems the family drama is ripe for revelation. Yet, Fu Sheng is already privy to these details, having lived with his mother since childhood and maintained connections with the Jiang family. Are we merely to wait for Gu Jingshan to lose his mind? Meng Han interrupts everyone's thoughts with a question. The toxin is indeed potent. He has already expelled half of it and is still in such a frenzy. Jiang Sui meticulously arranged her vegetables, dismissing the commotion around her. The herbal concoction had effectively alleviated Gu Jingshan's fever, allowing him to regain his composure within an hour. And the situation was not dire. However, Gu Jingshan had descended into a state of madness, gnawing on tree bark. Guingdi, please refrain from such antics. That is tree bark. Xia Peng and Jiang Zhe each grasped one of Gu Jingshan's hands, attempting to pull him back. Yet, in his delirium, Gu Jingshan perceived the tree as a chicken leg, yearning to devour it. Ha, my giant chicken leg. You shan't snatch it from me. Let go. Let go. The scene was chaotic, while the cooking area remained serene. Yang Mukin tended to the fire, cautious not to draw attention to himself. Hoping to slip away once the fortnight had passed, he resolutely avoided any interaction with Jiang Sui, even refraining from eye contact. If anyone discovered who his benefactor was, it would surely become a topic of gossip. Quietly, he and Meng Han prepared their meal. In stark contrast, Jiang Sui lounged comfortably, her legs crossed, engrossed in her show on the tablet, which had been brought by Fu Sheng. It was unclear how this capitalist had managed to bribe the production team, but somehow, a tablet had been included among the essentials. Subsequently, Fu Sheng had offered it to Jiang Sui as a form of bribery, well aware of her preferences. With the tablet in her possession, she could ensure her comfort for the upcoming fortnight, a worthwhile trade-off. During mealtime, Gu Jingshan finally returned to his senses, feigning nonchalance as he sulked at a distance from Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo. To him, the true harbingers of misfortune were not Jiang Sui, but rather Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo. Their mere presence caused him to misjudge his mushroom intake. Gu Jingshan had never felt such embarrassment. Since participating in this variety show, public perception of him had gradually shifted closer to reality. Haha, I understand why this show became an instant rating success upon its premiere. They truly do not regard us as outsiders. Sister Sui, you are the most formidable. The traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have all given their approval, as that is indeed how it's used. The trending topic read, guests on a survival show resort to gnawing on tree bark in their hunger. It was precise, cutting to the core. As night fell, the temperature plummeted, prompting everyone to gather around the fire for warmth, except for Jiang Sui, who remained nestled in her tent.
Peeking out.
The island's climate featured scorching days and chilly nights, creating a significant temperature disparity. With limited clothing, they often had to rotate their garments for washing. Jiang Sui tossed her oversized jacket to Fu Sheng. Here, dear dog, take this gift from your master to keep warm. Fu Sheng expressed his gratitude and donned Jiang Sui's loose jacket. Although slightly snug, the plush fabric provided some warmth. At that moment, the others regarded Fu Sheng with newfound scrutiny. Meng Han bared her teeth in a snarl. Look at him. He brought the tablet just to curry favor with Jiang Sui. What a clever ploy. Within a single day, he has already taken possession of the garment Jiang Sui often cradles. What a wretched man.
Yang Muchen scoffed dismissively.
What is so impressive? Jiang Sui will tire of him eventually. After all, a man's attractiveness is inherently linked to his youth. Among those present, who could rival Fu Sheng's age? He alone shared Jiang Sui's generation. Just look at the others. Each one appeared aged and withered. Yang Mukin meticulously arranged her hair, ensuring she appeared exquisitely polished every day. Xia Peng snapped the firewood in his hands, casting some into the flames, which extinguished momentarily, only to reignite within a minute. Taking a deep breath, Xia Peng endeavored to maintain his composure. As the eldest among them, he needed to exude stability, unlike this gaggle of petty children vying for attention. Gu Jingshan's frustration mounted. What in the world is Fu Sheng's background? How does he know Jiang Sui? And Jiang Sui, what is her gaze? Here I am, a striking gentleman, and yet she chooses to focus on that pretty boy Fu Sheng, who seems utterly ineffectual.
Gu Jingshan scrutinized Fu Sheng,
who wore nothing more than a simple shirt that clung to his well-defined muscles, appearing tall and handsome in daylight. He is indeed quite handsome, Gu Jingshan begrudgingly admitted, shaking his head in denial. What nonsense! Such looks must be artificial, or merely superficial. My physique is genuine, earned through relentless training. Fu Sheng's muscles were surely the result of indulgence. Such cunning, he must be courting a wealthy woman. Indeed, Jiang Sui is that wealthy woman. Her family is affluent. And Fu Sheng must be aware of this. Gu Jingshan flexed his biceps, determined to attract Jiang Sui's attention. Just look at these muscles and lines. None can rival me over that dependent pretty boy. Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo exchanged bewildered glances, as if they had stumbled into a bizarre beauty contest. Their demeanor noticeably peculiar. They shared a look of mutual confusion before turning their gaze towards Jiang Sui and Fu Sheng, who appeared entirely at ease.
What was the matter with them?
It seemed they were attempting to capture Jiang Sui's attention. Was that not their intent? Competition among men often served as the finest cosmetic enhancement. Look at Guingdi, who had, just an hour prior, been woefully gnawing on tree bark, now seemingly eager to strip off his shirt and roll before Jiang Sui. Do you consider Meng Han a man? Does my lady not deserve to compete for Jiang Sui's affection? Ladies, rally for me. Jiang Sui must be yours. Some individuals were truly perplexing. Previously, they had feared Jiang Sui might draw closer to Jiang Bao, yet now they were competing for her attention. How amusing. Your own situation is not much better. They are all ancient foxes, playing a game of stories. Jiang Sui had evidently set her sights on that pretty boy. And the ongoing competition seemed utterly pointless. Who is this pretty boy, anyway? He had arrived just a day ago and had already taken possession of Jiang Sui's clothing. Where was the skin-peeling squad when one needed them? The competition among the key players was fierce, as was the rivalry among their fans online. Only Jiang Sui and Fu Sheng, sipping warm tea, remained unaffected by the tumult. To diffuse the tension, Jiang Bao pursed her lips before speaking up. It was inappropriate to maintain silence in front of everyone. The online audience would grow weary. Since the show began, it had never been dull. The silent drama was far more entertaining than any noisy variety show. After watching Life's Sands, she felt adept at reading people's expressions. It's not boring. You all resemble a comedic silent film. Meng Han was suddenly prompted into action, recalling her previous role as the one to enliven the atmosphere. She had regretted it deeply, wishing she could go back and slap herself. As Jiang Bao opened her mouth, Meng Han silently prayed, "Please do not ask any questions. Since it has come to this, let us delve into some past stories." The crowd responded enthusiastically, marvelous. A new round of script murder has arrived. With everyone asking questions, Jiang Bao was the first to share how she embarked on her acting career. Yang Mukin astutely redirected the inquiry towards Jiang Bao, suggesting they start with her. Meng Han shot Yang Mukin an approving look. Well done. Jiang Bao initially paused, but to emphasize her radiant personality, she smiled sweetly. It was quite serendipitous. As you know, my family is involved in the entertainment industry, so I grew up immersed in it. Upon returning home, I met Brother Jingshan and gradually entered this field, starting with minor roles, and now I am here. Upon hearing his name, Gu Jingshan felt a surge of panic. Why must he always be dragged into the conversation? It was utterly terrifying. The atmosphere among the guests grew tense, and they hesitated to speak further, especially Gu Jingshan, whose previous embarrassment weighed heavily upon him. Please, Jiang Bao, do not continue speaking. Evidently, Jiang Bao has failed to grasp the information conveyed by everyone. However, it is of little consequence. She initially endured some hardships. Wiping away her tears, Jiang Bao maintained her flawless makeup. What audacity it takes to utter such words, and having been influenced by that, the entertainment company is owned by my mother. What right do you have to claim it? And that fool Jiang Mo, after taking over the company, wields authority as if it were his own, truly believing it is a company established for Jiang Bao. Just look at this immaculate no-makeup look. Director, this is outrageous. Accepting bribes is not done in this manner. I truly wish to report it. Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo have brought countless items and piled them in a room backstage for the production team. Upon hearing this, the guests were momentarily stunned, followed by contemplation. Meng Han immediately sprang to her feet, still holding the firewood she had gathered that day. As Meng Han was about to explode with anger, Jiang Zhe and Xie Peng each grasped an arm, reminiscent of how they had pulled Gu Jingshan back earlier. Let go of me. I want to beat her. Let go. I'm infuriated. How can someone be so shameless? While I suffer through trials, you all secretly indulge in luxury. Let go. I want to kill her. Calm down. Calm down. Jiang Zhe urged. Naturally, their strength surpassed that of Meng Han, and before long, they managed to restrain her. Chapter 16. The Dark Secret. Who pressed fast forward. Jiang Bao was also taken aback, her tears momentarily halted by shock. Fortunately, her makeup was waterproof. Otherwise, her crying today would have been a dreadful sight. Who fast-forwarded it? Who is responsible for this? Something was amiss. Meng Han remarked on those who indulged, accusing the editor of excessive chaos in the editing process, suggesting a day's worth of chicken legs should be deducted. ISNT this a live broadcast?
Dark secret.
Dark secret. I want to expose the hidden agenda behind Life's sands. After the three successfully distanced themselves, only 6 remained. Jiang Sui found these individuals somewhat perplexing and blinked, zipping up the tent. Seeing this, Fu Sheng lost interest in the drama, lazily rising to return to his own tent. Since everyone has left, let us disperse. Gu Jingshan stated with composure, though internally he was quite anxious. Why did these individuals enjoy dragging him into their conflicts? Fortunately, Jiang Sui's attention was solely focused on Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo today, sparing him from scrutiny. It now appeared that if Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo continued their antics, he could safely navigate through the next 2 weeks. Gu Jingshan stroked his chin and stood, heading toward his tent. This situation warranted some contemplation. Yang Musheng clapped his hands, declaring, if there is nothing else, I'll retire for the night. I still have to accompany Sister Sui tomorrow to forage for wild vegetables. He emphasized Sister Sui heavily. Jiang Sui, the prized asset, he was determined to cling to, hoping to eventually outpace that older individual. The night's exchanges dissipated into silence, the fire's glow gradually extinguishing, enveloping the surroundings in tranquility.
Sister Meng Han.
Early in the morning, Jiang Bao's calling gradually roused everyone. Jiang Sui yawned, opening her tent only to discover Fu Sheng bringing over a steaming bowl of porridge. My third item, rice. Enjoy this vegetable porridge made with the wild greens you collected yesterday. Jiang Sui accepted it with a stoic expression, coolly uttering a thank you. Porridge. Porridge, 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 porridge. She even mentally composed a song about it. Fu Sheng smiled faintly, returning her clothing. As Yang Musheng stepped outside, he noticed Fu Sheng's gesture and scoffed. You sly fox. All set with your strategy at dawn, delivering porridge and exchanging clothes. What a masterful play. While Jiang Sui sipped her porridge, she crouched inside the tent, observing the outside situation. That earlier outburst had originated from Jiang Bao, clearly indicating she had risen early today. Sister Meng Han, wait for me. Jiang Bao hurriedly chased after her, blocking her path. At that moment, Jiang Zhe and Xie Peng were already prepared to intervene. Their gazes resolute, movements synchronized, having grown adept at this task. Meng Han cast a glance. Don't come here and bother me. Knowing my temper, you should steer clear.
No, Sister Mengan.
Meng Han rolled her eyes. Jiang Bao, I remember you're around 21 or 2, calling me sister. When you were born, I was still in line for reincarnation. Jiang Bao faltered, momentarily forgetting, as the only college student present was Meng Han. Meng Han was in her second year, nearly 20, yet Jiang Bao was approaching 22. Jiang Bao, younger than Jiang Sui by a few months, had always referred to her as sister in hopes of gaining more resources. Jiang Hai had several children, but she was the only one not biologically related, necessitating her to vie for Jiang Sui's affection.
I am sorry.
She had yet to fully express herself when Meng Han simply walked away. Wait, Sister Meng Han, I apologize for yesterday. This is my gift of apology. You're the only girl on this island. This lotion was brought back from abroad by my father. It's for you. Meng Han glanced at it, further exasperated. Did Jiang Sui's exceptional nature lead to her exclusion based on gender? Sisters are naturally beautiful. Do you really need such things? Unlike certain individuals who, while participating in a survival show, still had a full face of makeup. Truly remarkable. Meng Han touched her own face, young and carefree, realizing she didn't need an entire skincare regimen compared to her sister. Jiang Bao's tears suddenly fell, her shoulders trembling, appearing pitiful. Nearby, Jiang Mo noticed and rushed over, embracing Jiang Bao. Baby, who bullied you? Big brother will scold her. Jiang Bao shook her head, her gaze lingering on Meng Han. No one is bullying me. It's just sniffle. Big brother, I'm sorry. Meng Han nearly retched at her theatrics, exchanging a glance with Jiang Mo during the charade. University students truly had no fear. Meng Han shot Jiang Mo a glare. I must find food. Unlike certain individuals who hoard a room full of supplies, we common folk should obediently forage for wild vegetables. You. Jiang Mo gazed at Meng Han's retreating figure, then back at Jiang Bao, who was sobbing for breath and could only comfort Jiang Bao for now. In a direct line of sight, he spotted Gu Jingshan. He had expected Gu Jingshan to behave as usual, orbiting around Jiang Bao. However, upon seeing their state, he averted his gaze and turned to leave in the opposite direction. Jiang Mo, Gu Jingshan fled remarkably quickly. After all, who wants to be the scapegoat? It had nothing to do with him. His only wish now was to safely endure these days without further entanglements. What had been revealed? Was Meng Han's agitation due to Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo hiding a room full of food? Surely not. Wasn't he everyone doing the same?
Gu Jingshan,
Such a prominent figure, also had nothing hidden. Let us not forget, Jiang Bao mentioned her family's entertainment industry. At its core, it's still about capital. Director. A dark secret. There's a hidden agenda. I want to expose Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo for hoarding food. After this revelation, I felt a wave of disgust on Meng Han's behalf, coming to apologize. After several days of this variety show, was I the only one who hadn't understood? How could this information have suddenly come to light? 1000134. I also didn't see how Meng Han discovered it. Dark secret. Dark secret. Director. On the 7th day of Life as Sands, everyone welcomed the weekend, with online viewership reaching its peak. Upon entering, one might have thought they had stumbled into the wrong place, because aside from Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo, the others resembled wildlings. Yang Musheng, like a monkey, climbed a tree. Sister Sui, is this it? I'll chop it down. Please step aside. After Jiang Sui nodded, standing at another angle, Yang Musheng swiftly and fiercely brought down the branches. Yang Musheng cast a provocative glance at the utterly inept Fu Sheng. Look at you, with that pretty boy facade. Do you really think you deserve to stand beside Sister Sui? Oh, with a physique like Yang Musheng's, he certainly does not resemble the one beneath. As Yang Musheng descended, he nearly lost his footing. Sister Sui, we agreed not to discuss such matters. Alas, the villain's smile is rather unsettling. What if something goes awry? I should make my escape. Well then, you all take him home. I have other matters to attend to. Let us reconvene at noon, Jiang Sui declared, darting away without a backward glance. Fu Sheng touched his own face. Did he really appear so fierce? Why was he perpetually labeled as the villain? Chapter 17. Equality in Creation for Every Individual. Upon returning to the tent, Jiang Sui gathered some wild grass and leaves to feed the rabbits. They were currently sharing a communal meal, collaborating as a group, except for Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo. They had endured several arduous days together, each moment stretching like an eternity. Meanwhile, these two were hoarding supplies, contributing nothing, yet expecting to feast on the fruits of others' hard work. Initially, everyone was wary of Fu Sheng, as Jiang Sui had branded him the villain, a label that certainly did not inspire confidence. However, aside from the flat object he used to bribe Jiang Sui, the other two items he possessed were quite useful. Sister Sui, allow me. Siepeng eagerly took over Jiang Sui's task, his face beaming with delight. He could only hope for Jiang Sui's mercy, wishing she would refrain from critiquing him further. Among them, Gu Jingshan was the bold one, unafraid to air everything out. After all, he had no sense of shame, but Siepeng did. He aspired to thrive in the entertainment industry. No need for meticulousness, simply discard the leaves. Understood? Absolutely, Siepeng promptly responded. Middle-aged individuals seeking reemployment, still quite spry. Startled, Siepeng thought, please, Sister Sui, spare me any further remarks. Jiang Sui merely glanced at him, said nothing, and departed. As she walked away, Siepeng exhaled a sigh of relief. These modern men, suffering from deficiencies in liver and kidney, perhaps Brother Peng should refrain from consuming bull's penis soup too frequently. Having squatted on this desolate island for days without it must be quite unbearable. Thinking he could finally relax, Jiang Sui suddenly recalled this matter. The expressions of everyone around her began to shift into something peculiar. Siepeng was working even harder. Is it true? Bull's penis soup? The guests glanced in Siepeng's direction while tending to their own tasks. Duan Yan's issues stemmed from an abundance of women, leading to his deficiencies. But what about Siepeng? There had been no rumors surrounding him. If there were, Jiang Sui would have certainly mentioned them. Completely immersed in his labor, Siepeng insisted that his issue with kidney deficiency was non-existent. Jiang Sui must have mistaken him for Duan Yan, who frequently visited the urology clinic. Indeed, after successfully convincing himself, Siepeng resumed his daily toil. With such a high appearance fee, he was determined to ensure this episode was completed. Otherwise, it would mean double the compensation. If not for someone as proud as Gu Jingshan, why would he remain here? On the other side of the tent, Jiang Sui found everyone diligently focused on their tasks. Upon her arrival, their expressions turned awkward. What's wrong with these people?
Jiang Sui Muzed.
Yang Museng, why are you shifting between sitting and standing? Is your hemorrhoids acting up? Unlikely, considering the discerning taste of the benefactor, if Yang Mushing had any issues. He would surely be despised. Yang Mushing pondered whether he should be grateful to Jiang Sui for providing an explanation or if he should hastily flee to avoid further embarrassment. He offered an awkward smile. Indeed, the director just stopped by. There's a meeting coming up. A meeting? After a week apart. Suddenly a meeting? Is it about the rival team? The director, who had just approached, paused in confusion. What rival team? It's been a week. If you had something to say, you should have spoken up. Surrounding live streaming equipment began to disassemble, and post-production staff and planners suddenly appeared in the tent. The director seized a megaphone. Everyone, gather around. We have an announcement. Several people converged, settling onto the stone benches crafted by the guests. Jiang Sui resumed her previous seat. The planner distributed a proposal devised during last night's discussion to the guests. Jiang Sui glanced at it briefly. How amusing. Claiming a need for restructuring and a fresh start, when in reality, it was the exposure of Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo's deeds that prompted this correction. They planned to push a staff member forward to issue a statement claiming the production team was unaware and that it was solely the staff's doing. The process should be straightforward. Everything can be resolved in 3 days.
Done.
There's no need for the rival team to intervene. Everyone can simply disperse. The director cleared his throat. To simplify matters and provide a better experience for the guests, we intend to air 1 episode per week. Yes, we are concluding this episode. Let us give a round of applause. The guests lazily clapped, merely going through the motions. Haha, receiving bribes, yet we bear the burden. The director. We haven't suffered. It's been quite fine. A weekly episode isn't necessary. A half-month schedule would suffice. We can endure. Meng Han rolled her eyes at Jiang Bao before addressing the director. Everyone here, aside from Gu Jingshan, who is contracted for 1 episode, is signed for 3. So whether it's weekly or bi-weekly is irrelevant. It mainly stems from our disdain for Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo. We wanted to air for half a month, letting the netizens berate those 2. The director appeared somewhat troubled, glancing at Jiang Sui. Who exactly was the rival team? He truly had no idea. Jiang Sui calmly munched on sunflower seeds. For her, whether it was a week or a half-month mattered little as long as she was alive. She was still awaiting the 251st rebroadcast. Indecisive, accepting bribes. No wonder and Li Yuan had a vendetta. They were all in the same dormitory, while you accepted food. You thought the other was a good brother. Beautiful, this variety show is concluding here. Suddenly, the director sprang to his feet, startling everyone. Though aware that he was entangled in a brotherly dilemma, could he not first remove Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo? The director, incredulous, gripped his plan like it was a precious lifeline. He had indeed had a tumultuous relationship with Li Yuan in the past, but they had reconciled shortly after graduation. After all this time, was he truly aiming to target him? No. He needed to hurry back and resolve this troublesome matter. Thus, it was decided. The boat tomorrow morning. Everyone prepare for the live broadcast. The director hastily exited the area, not daring to linger. Even as the live stream commenced, Meng Han continued her tirade. She had no intention of indulging anyone. As she passed Jiang Bao, she scoffed. The young lady can endure hardship. What is she doing in the entertainment industry? Go home and find your parents. Approaching Jiang Mo, she remarked, this sycophant, in the end, has nothing to show for it, right, Emperor Gu? Gu Jingshan remained silent. He had refrained from uttering a word lately, especially in Jiang Sui's presence, as he lacked the courage. The term sycophant was a relic of his past. It bore no relevance to the current Gu Jingshan. The Meng Han of yesteryear had once humbly requested everyone's support. Now, she proclaimed, equality in creation for every individual. What on earth had transpired? Surely, everyone was aware of Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo's underhanded dealings, yet they were seemingly unfazed, as if on a leisurely vacation. Why was it that whenever the term sycophant was mentioned, Gu Jingshan's name was always dragged into the conversation? Was it really that offensive? Why use such derogatory language? Chapter 18. Meng Han descends into madness. The 7th night felt somewhat awkward. After all, the variety show was halted for rectification, primarily due to Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo. Meng Han has been sardonic all day, still speaking with a sting in her words. Since she is leaving tomorrow, she might as well shatter the pot and let it all fall apart. After all, what scandal could Meng Han possibly unearth? Whether the next episode can even be filmed is in question. A faint smile tugged at Meng Han's lips, as everyone could sense her intentions to stir up trouble. This woman has lost her mind. Since it is the last day, let us discuss why everyone chose to participate in this variety show. Gu Jingshan recalled the events of that evening, his gaze betraying discomfort. He had been called in at the last moment. As long as one admits to it actively, there is no room for concealment. Meng Han let out a sound of acknowledgement. Just as everyone sighed in relief, Meng Han suddenly made a bold statement. Wasn't it the case that the film crew of the esteemed actor was halted due to an incident with an actor? Oh, and let's not forget the screenwriter. My goodness. It's been 7 days and nights, yet nothing has come to light. This current batch of paparazzi is truly lacking. Jiang Bao had only taken on that one script, which was now shelved, leaving her to twiddle her thumbs at home. You begged and pleaded to have your half-brother included in this wildly popular variety show. I understand.
I truly do.
You understand nothing. Jiang Bao, who typically maintained an image of a radiant moonlight in numerous interviews and shows, found it hard to hold her composure. Her hands, clasped behind her back, had turned pale from gripping tightly. Jiang Bao held back her rage, forcing a grim smile. What's wrong with you today?
Sister Meng Han.
You can't slander me just because you're about to leave. This was perhaps the most cutting remark she had made throughout her entertainment career.
Jiang Montak.
For the first time, witnessed Jiang Bao's reaction. In the past, she would have come crying for help, but this time, they knew they were in the wrong, leaving him at a loss for words. However, Meng Han's words could very well tarnish Jiang Bao's reputation that had taken years to build. Meng Han, I cannot comprehend what you are saying. Jiang Sui and Fu Sheng were cracking sunflower seeds, their shells making a crisp sound. How thrilling! Could there be a fight? I've never heard of Meng Han engaging in brawls. She seems quite amiable. Jiang Bao's fists tightened further. She had expected Jiang Sui to reveal something. Yet it appeared that Meng Han indeed had no dirt on her. Since there was no scandal, perhaps today was the day to fabricate one.
Fight.
Let us get it on. Everyone, let us have it out. It was evident that there were secrets unknown to her, and the director had gone too far. This batch of paparazzi was truly inept, relying on variety show live streams for revelations. Everyone could guess who from the actor's crew had caused the incident. The immediate halt signified a significant issue. It certainly wasn't Gu Jingshan or Jiang Bao, otherwise they wouldn't have been so brazenly participating in a variety show. With just a few words, Meng Han had all the details. How did she come to know all this? Jiang Bao's pretense was laughable, calling him brother while they were not even from the same family. Meng Han took a seat, visibly calming down. The male lead did not refute her. Yet the female supporting role began to cry foul. Gu Jingshan exclaimed, Why? Why bring him into this? He simply acknowledged why he is here. Gu Jingshan was nearly paralyzed with fear, glancing left and right, yet refusing to meet anyone's gaze. His only concern was to not jeopardize his meal ticket.
He still needed to eat.
Jiang Bao loosened her clenched fists, inhaling deeply, her eyes brimming with tears. I've only been here a day. Why is Sister Meng Han so hostile towards me? I've only played minor roles since my debut, unlike Sister Meng Han, who starred in major productions. What have I done wrong? Jiang Sui sighed, noting that her words had not changed at all. To compete for those roles, I stay up late and rise early to memorize lines. When the actors and the crew have incidents, I am also affected. If I have offended you in any way, I sincerely apologize. The guests noted that her words had indeed remained unchanged. It was clear that Jiang Sui had endured the torment of this little green tea for too long. Yet Jiang Sui remained indifferent, often watching Jiang Bao's performances with a blank stare and concluding that her acting skills were progressing too slowly. TSK, the acting is not quite there. The sky-high aspirations are ungrounded. Staying up late and rising early to memorize lines is implausible. The role was introduced by Gu Jingshan, or perhaps Jiang Mo bribed his way in. Jiang Bao's sobs ceased abruptly, a solitary tear trailing down her cheek. The expressions of the onlookers were beyond words. No wonder, in Gu Jingshan's crew, there was talk of vying for roles. It was clear she had been pushed into the limelight. All eyes shifted back to Gu Jingshan. Oh, you devoted sycophant. What kind of diligent actor persona do you uphold? Behind the scenes, you curry favor with the fair maiden, gifting roles and warmth. Gu Jingshan exclaimed, Help. Who will save me? I truly understand my mistakes now. Once I'm out of here, I will mend my ways, absolutely not lingering in the flower beds. I want to assist anyone who asks, focusing solely on my acting. Meng Han averted her gaze, saying, Enough, stop crying, you'll squander your fortune. Meng Han scoffed at the display, having seen such theatrics too often. It's amusing. The moment wealth is mentioned, Jiang Bao ceases to cry. We are all fond of riches. Why pretend to be a delicate flower? I staunchly oppose feudal superstition. I cannot kneel in the hall of the god of wealth. Why had none of the fans criticized her? Hadn't they once hurled harsh insults? With so much gossip swirling, it was unclear where to begin. She didn't even know who to start slandering. Perhaps because she couldn't clarify her own position, Jiang Bao chose silence, genuinely fearing that Jiang Sui might reveal something further. Having spent over a decade in the Jiang household, she had finally won the favor of her father and brother and couldn't let Jiang Sui ruin it all. Did excessive crying truly affect one's fortune? If so, perhaps next time she should be more cautious and attempt to feign tears rather than genuinely crying and risking her luck. With a plan in mind, Jiang Bao fell silent. However, Jiang Mo was resolute in his disbelief, convinced that Meng Han must have some skeletons in her closet. Since it was indeed the final day of the discussion, he asked, Meng Han, what brought you to this variety show? As far as he knew, Meng Han had studied acting, and her debut film was directed by a prominent filmmaker. That film had been a box office dark horse, and although Meng Han was not the lead, she had won a Best Newcomer award. Surely, there must be some undisclosed secret, perhaps involving a benefactor. Upon returning, he would definitely leverage his connections in the industry to thoroughly investigate Meng Han. He refused to believe she had no dirt to uncover. Meng Han candidly replied, my mentor said I had a poor temper and shoved me into this survival variety show to temper my disposition. My persona remains consistent both on and off the stage. Let us see how they tarnish my image. Jiang Mo gritted his teeth. I am aware that your first work was produced by a renowned director, a feat rarely accessible in our circle. The implication was clear. How could a mere student possess such substantial connections to land a role in such a major film? At that time, Jiang Bao had sought that very role, yet her attempts to leverage connections had proven futile. Ha ha ha, you crack me up, Jiang Mo. Can't you think a little deeper? If even capital cannot navigate those connections, what does that suggest? It indicates a national project.
Jiang Montak cursed inwardly,
feeling as if he had hit a brick wall. Chapter 19. In every trade, the weakness is exposed. Such hatred. It appears the role Meng Han coveted was indeed what Jiang Bao aspired to, right? Jiang Fool? She even feels guilt towards Jiang Bao for not securing that resource. Just because the large intestine resembles the brain doesn't mean Jiang Mo should use the large intestine as a brain. Meng Han's gaze towards Jiang Bao sharpened. If looks could kill, Jiang Bao would have perished countless times. Now, as she regarded Jiang Mo, Meng Han's eyes radiated with compassion. During my studies at the National Art Academy, there was a project that conducted secret auditions. Our entire class participated, and several of us were selected, of which I was one. Unlike certain gilded returnees who could pluck a fish from any pond and receive countless resources, Jiang Mo had already comprehended everything upon hearing Jiang Sui's innermost thoughts. Meng Han glanced at her hands, which had endured considerable suffering over the past few days, and fidgeted with them momentarily. Indeed, it was a testament to the late nights and early mornings spent rehearsing, after selecting 3 rounds and training for 3 months. She finally secured a role in the cast, unlike certain individuals who could effortlessly obtain resources with a mere word. How unfair, truly. Jiang Sui was nearly at her wit's end. To some extent, this is indeed the case. One must remember, I too am the daughter of a capitalist, yet ultimately, I've been reduced to vying for resources. Never mind, let us restart life. I feel I did not perform adequately. Perhaps I should have spat at the production team that day. The others. Jiang Sui seemed to harbor a profound regret for not having spat at the production team that day. Jiang Bao pursed her lips. Her eyes reddened from holding back tears, yet she dared not let them fall. I feel a bit unwell. I shall return to the tent now. You all continue your discussion. After Jiang Bao departed, Jiang Mo followed, seemingly intent on comforting her, but found himself locked outside the tent. With a face full of disappointment, Jiang Mo had no choice but to return to his own tent.
Jiang Sui yawned.
Shall we continue? Gu Jingshan laughed heartily. I've been experiencing insomnia lately. I must retire early.
Good night, everyone. Me too, good night. Good night, good night.
Seeing that there were no more juicy tidbits to savor, Jiang Sui clapped her hands. That will suffice. Let us disperse. On the evening of the first episode's conclusion, Meng Han went into a frenzy, and netizens online were no less hysterical. Hot topics flooded the internet, with an array of speculations abounding. There were even reports surfacing about the male second lead of Gu Jingshan's production being arrested. Guan Jinfan's name floated on the trending list all night long, and remained a hot topic. I am beginning to believe these rumors. How outrageous that Guan Jinfan has been apprehended. Let's stop trying to defend him. The gossip from these past 7 days had marketing accounts compiling pages of details. It was said that Chu Ling had left the group upon discovering evidence of Duan Yan's infidelity, and Duan Yan departed to resolve matters concerning a divorce at home. Do you all remember the expressions of Yang Mushing and Meng Han when Duan Yan left? Everyone was aware of the gossip, yet chose to remain silent. What about Han Yuxing and Lin Daodu? It seemed Lin Daodu had been wronged, causing quite a stir. The trending topic lingered for 3 days. Have people truly forgotten? As for Han Yuxing, the details were murky. It was rumored he planned to exit the industry to marry, but his wealthy fiancée was reluctant to let him work. How thrilling! When is the next episode airing? I am eager to see how many more will fall from grace. What wealthy fiancé? The individual could practically be his mother. Today's youth truly know how to take shortcuts. The online uproar continued, with trending topics buzzing with excitement. Jiang Sui felt a twinge of confusion. These scandals had only just emerged, yet they were being revealed now. But it mattered not. Nothing could deter her from her 251st reincarnation. The day news broke of Gu Jingshan's downfall, she wouldn't even blink. On the day of departure from the island, Jiang Sui brought back the rabbits she had caught, startling the crew members. Teacher Jiang, this is not appropriate, this is. Jiang Sui sidestepped the staff member and entered the cabin, treating the rabbits like local specialties, tying them up with string. The staff, witnessing this familiar maneuver, were momentarily at a loss for words. Fu Sheng approached to assist. What do you intend to do upon returning? Jiang Sui instinctively distanced herself from the main antagonist. She replied nonchalantly, terminate the contract. What nonsense! A management company that restricts my potential. Youth is meant for squander, and I must go waste it. One must endure hardship. The boss drives a Land Rover. Yet laboring is not an option. In every profession, one learns to despise it. In 360 trades, everyone breaks down defenses. Fu Sheng. He found it difficult to grasp Jiang Sui's state of mind. Once the boat set sail, Jiang Sui lay down and quickly fell asleep, even snoring. She appeared entirely unlike someone suffering from insomnia, exuding an aura of effortless tranquility. Jiang Sui intended to hand over all the earnings from this episode to the company to terminate her contract. Yet she had only 250 yuan to her name. Nevertheless, she felt no anxiety. Whether alive or dead made no difference to her. Having faced death countless times in a myriad of bizarre ways, one could never tell when a mere eyebrow pencil might land her in the hospital. Upon reaching the mainland, everyone breathed in the fresh air. Ah, the long-lost sunlight of the city.
Yang Museng inhaled deeply.
Were it not for the bustling crowd, he would have been inclined to lie down right there, for on the deserted island, he had felt free to recline wherever he pleased. Jiang Sui remained expressionless, not particularly moved by her return to land. She hailed a taxi while cradling her rabbits.
Jiang Sui.
Fu Sheng called out to her, I will drive you back. Fu Sheng's driver was already waiting nearby. What does the main antagonist intend? To drag me to a desolate place and finish me off, or perhaps extort my rabbits? Fu Sheng. He was considering quite a bit. Just as Fu Sheng was about to explain, Jiang Sui opened the car door without a second thought and climbed in, saving on taxi fare. If the king of hell wants me dead at 3 o'clock, I'll cut my throat at 2, it matters not. The roadside scenery is quite pleasant, and enjoying the view is also nice. Fu Sheng entered the car as well. He understood that, based on Jiang Sui's way of thinking, she merely pondered these things. She had no genuine desires. He recalled how diligent Jiang Sui had been in the past. Now, she seemed so peculiar. Sometimes, her inner thoughts were equally strange. After departing the island, Jiang Sui finally turned on her phone. After informing Wang Mei about her termination, she opened the trending topics. Wow, what a commotion. The mistresses of Duan Yan have all been exposed. TSK, how wicked. Just the tip of the iceberg. Jiang Sui scrolled through several trending topics, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of gossip. Even the entertainment rankings could scarcely keep up. There were even gossip mongers coming forth to share their experiences, wondering if they could consume the scandals one at a time. What are you doing? Fu Sheng looked at Jiang Sui in confusion. After perusing the trending topics, Jiang Sui began to like each post, even commenting on some. She was using her main account. Jiang Sui replied nonchalantly, liking them. What else would I do? You don't enjoy gossip? Jiang Sui's main account boasted several million followers. And due to the past week's live broadcasts, her follower count was nearing 10 million. This series of likes propelled her onto the trending list within minutes. Jiang Sui liked posts about consuming gossip. The marketing account struggled to keep up with the screenshots, inundated by the sheer volume of Jiang Sui's likes. Chapter 20. Not a collapse. Jiang Sui lacks even a foundation. Upon learning that Jiang Sui intended to terminate her contract, Wang Mei had been trying to reach her. Yet Jiang Sui's phone was unreachable. She must have been blocked. Jiang Sui's participation in this variety show had significantly increased her market value. Previously, she had been mired in scandals, yet the company had remained indifferent. The issues with her rival were merely trivial matters. When the company intervened, it translated to substantial financial implications. However, the situation had changed. Jiang Sui had risen to fame, and her previous scandals had evaporated. Allegations of being difficult, overshadowing others, or bullying newcomers. Jiang Sui's performance in the variety show had not resulted in a collapse. Rather, she had no foundation to begin with. Such a desirable asset, they could not afford to overlook her. After several days of waiting, Wang Mei finally spotted Jiang Sui's figure in a short video featuring a background actor. "We are currently filming a war film. I'm a member of the 8th Route Army, and the woman beside me is too. We are contemporaries." Jiang Sui's face was smeared with dirt, holding a steamed bun, which she devoured in a few bites. She appeared for only a few seconds, yet many netizens recognized her. Is that Jiang Sui? It must be Jiang Sui. When did she start taking background roles? This can't be true, although she may be obscure. She shouldn't be reduced to taking background roles. She terminated her contract. She recently issued a statement about it, but surely it can't be true. If she is short on cash, she could do live streams and earn more than some star actors. It was through the comments of netizens that Wang Mei was finally able to locate Jiang Sui. Good heavens. She would rather perform several scenes a day for a few hundred yuan than return to the company and earn millions per episode. Upon receiving the news, Wang Mei hastily drove to the filming location of the drama. It was a bustling set in the city, with numerous production teams coming and going. After searching for a while, Wang Mei finally spotted the name of the drama. Indeed, it was a war-themed production. Although such dramas typically do not garner high viewership, they are broadcasted on satellite television, featuring a cast comprised entirely of genuine artists, devoid of any youthful pretenders. Such productions require utmost seriousness. As the filming commenced, the director called for action, and the actors in military uniforms charged forward. Wang Mei watched as Jiang Sui, clad in tattered clothing with a charcoal black face, was at the forefront of the charge, shouting, "Kill! Let no one escape!" The background actors beside Jiang Sui were momentarily startled. This girl was truly passionate. Her performance so authentic that it felt real, yet before long, she was shot down. Wang Mei mused, is this Jiang Sui, who insists on terminating her contract, really seeking to act? After this take, the assistant director called for a pause, and everyone slowly got back to their feet. The sound of a stainless steel basin being struck echoed, announcing mealtime. Within 3 seconds, Jiang Sui sprang up, racing to be the first in line for her box lunch. Wang Mei pondered, could Jiang Sui truly be suffering from a severe illness, perhaps something akin to schizophrenia? As Jiang Sui flaunted her meal, Wang Mei approached her, resembling a concerned guardian seeking her distressed child. "Jiang Sui," she called out, but Jiang Sui, with her mouth full, merely glanced up before returning to her meal. "If you have any difficulties, feel free to share. I will undoubtedly assist you." Assist what? To perform splits for the big shot? This isn't how one manages a liaison. I genuinely lack the talent for it. Thanks for the invitation. No, Jiang Sui, I have several scripts here, all substantial productions, certainly not roles for malicious supporting characters, but rather uplifting ones. Jiang Sui tugged at the 5-star badge on her outfit. See this? This is what I call uplifting. Your melodrama holds no interest for me. After showcasing her meal, Jiang Sui stood to leave, and Wang Mei followed suit, clutching a notebook as a gesture of sincerity. I mean it. Geng Sheng's script is unquestionably a masterpiece. Jiang Sui halted her steps.
Who did you say?
Sensing an opportunity, Wang Mei quickly replied, Geng Sheng. The one whose every project turns to gold. His casting choices are always top-notch. He only produces one drama every 3 years, yet each is a gem. As you well know, truly exceptional. Jiang Sui let out a cold laugh, almost doubting her ears. Exceptional? Geng Sheng? He's married with a wife and a child. His manager is his wife, yet he still pretends to be single. That facade will inevitably collapse. What? Wang Mei's mind reeled. Was this the Geng Sheng she knew?
Ah.
The news should break soon. It's likely being overshadowed by Guan Jinfan's incident. It's no big deal. It will be over quickly. Wang Mei hastily pulled out her phone to search, and indeed, the news had just surfaced. So what if he was married? Why maintain a hidden marriage while pretending to be single? Jiang Sui turned to glance at the content on Wang Mei's phone, which prominently displayed Geng Sheng's news.
Oh.
He toppled. It seems the drama won't be easy to shoot. Farewell. Wang Mei stood frozen for a moment, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just this morning, everything seemed fine, and by the afternoon, chaos ensued. Jiang Sui had already walked away, and Wang Mei hurried after her. Let us take a breather regarding Gengsheng. I still have scripts to sift through. As Wang Mei presented another script, she caught Jiang Sui's scrutinizing gaze and quickly tucked it away. If she brought out another one, and it went awry, her efforts would be wasted. The production team is over here. Why not come with me for a quick look? It's definitely suitable for you. No. Jiang Sui immediately rejected. I'm acting today. And I've earned a bonus for good performance. It's $900. Don't disturb my money-making. Jiang Sui shot Wang Mei a warning glance. These agents can be quite bothersome. I'm merely trying to be a background actor, and yet they chase after me with work offers. I've terminated my contract. I'll review the terms with the company. No, Jiang Sui, let us have a proper conversation. I'll treat you to a meal.
Jiang Sui.
Having just finished her box lunch, let out a satisfied burp. Pointing at Wang Mei, who had followed her, she threatened, don't follow me, or I'll sue you for harassment. Wang Mei was taken aback. A woman harassing Jiang Sui? Is she out of her mind? But when it comes to being an agent, who cares about losing face while poaching talent? She followed Jiang Sui to the new filming location. Jiang Sui adeptly changed into a costume resembling that of a refugee. The director's assistant approached to brief everyone on the scene. At that moment, when I shout, everyone collapses. This scene primarily depicts corpses. Jiang Sui nodded vigorously, fully understanding. Wang Mei felt she was witnessing a miracle, a promising star forsaking her status to portray a corpse. As the director called for action, Jiang Sui, mingling among the crowd actors, sprinted forward. 321, fall. Jiang Sui spat out blood and collapsed on the ground. After about a minute, the director called for a break, instructing everyone to tidy themselves up. Jiang Sui got up, licking her lips, remarking that the syrup wasn't too bad, and resolved to spit less next time. Wang Mei reflected, Chapter 21. In chaotic times, the first to die are the saints. The more deceitful one is, the sooner they perish. While others pursue acting for greater heights and more lines, Jiang Sui seems to be regressing. Given her current popularity, she should be able to secure a supporting role with ease, yet here she is, playing corpses. Wang Mei had been visiting this filming location repeatedly for half a month. The background actors assumed Wang Mei was merely seeking extra work. However, as days passed, Wang Mei had grown weary of watching Jiang Sui portray dozens of lifeless bodies and maidservants. Let me be frank, Jiang Sui, what do you truly desire? I can provide whatever I am capable of. If this stalemate continues, she might either resort to being a paparazzo or remain a background actor in the film city. Jiang Sui hesitated, gnawing on a few buns. Not terminating the contract is acceptable. Wang Mei perked up. As long as the contract wasn't terminated, anything was possible. Jiang Sui inhaled deeply, exhaling a sigh of frustration, expelling the cold air. With the weather growing colder, the survival reality show would likely return to the mainland for filming. I'm open to variety shows. Just don't interfere with my background acting, Jiang Sui stated. I'm quite fond of it. Everything else is secondary. Wang Mei contemplated for a moment. If Jiang Sui continued down this path, she would inevitably become a variety show star. That wasn't unfeasible, especially since Jiang Sui had initially risen to fame through variety shows. All right, I consent. I won't meddle with your acting, only variety show scripts.
Jiang Sui reluctantly nodded.
After all, she had participated in every variety show imaginable, and the same format had been repeated hundreds of times. Variety shows are still entertaining, but acting has lost its charm. Jiang Sui signed a new contract without even glancing at the contents, eager to escape her previous mundane existence. The second episode of Life as Sand is about to air, and there will be changes to the guest lineup, so tread carefully. Wang Mei was well aware of the reasons for the departure of several individuals. They likely left due to Jiang Sui's revelations. How could they continue acting under such circumstances? It was a swift exit. Jiang Sui gave an okay sign. Next up, Village Survival Chronicles. Don't bother surviving. Let us just seek death. There's a murderer in the village. In chaotic times, the first to die are the saints. The more deceitful one is, the sooner they perish. It certainly won't be me. Wang Mei was startled by this declaration. The water she had just swallowed shot out of her nose, prompting a fit of coughing. Had she just imagined that? Who? A murder? Jiang Sui maintained her calm demeanor, even flaunting a whole pig trotter. Was she truly unafraid? If you encounter any trouble, remember to protect yourself.
Wang Mei fled in haste.
Jiang Sui, are you alright? As the weather grew colder, Jiang Sui donned thicker garments. The production team permitted them to bring their own attire, which did not count among the 3 designated items. Among the officially announced guests, Meng Han and Jiang Zhe remained, while Xie Peng, fearing breach of contract due to the extensive exposure of his scandal, had no choice but to show up. Yang Mushing had departed, reportedly due to the discovery of matters concerning his benefactor, and was at home furiously drafting a statement. Jiang Bao and Jiang Mo dared not approach, genuinely intimidated by Jiang Sui's sharp tongue, which seemed to know everything. Upon returning to the Jiang family, Jiang Sui encountered yet another family meeting. She quietly ascended the stairs.
Jiang Sui, alt.
You flit about day after day, without setting foot in your own home. Is this how your mother raised you? Jiang Hai called out from the same position. Oh dear, have we unearthed an ancient grave in this new land? How unfortunate. Congratulations, old Jiang. Your good days are yet to come, he continued. Jiang Hai was momentarily taken aback, as Jiang Sui remained silent, yet a voice floated over. The family business had always been managed by Jiang Hai, and Jiang Qi also rose, curiously observing Jiang Sui. They had just received a call about the new land, making it impossible for Jiang Sui to be aware of it. What did you just say, Jiang Sui? Jiang Qi asked, frowning. Jiang Sui shrugged her shoulders. I didn't say anything. I'm leaving. You all enjoy yourselves. Let me know when the bankruptcy liquidation occurs. Jiang Mo and Jiang Bao will lend you a hand. Oh, right. I must hurry to pack my belongings, lest my possessions be treated as collateral in the liquidation. Jiang Sui swiftly retreated to her room, bustling about with a clattering of sounds as she began tidying up. Jiang Qi and Jiang Hai exchanged glances. Previously, Jiang Sui had claimed that Jiang Mo would assist Jiang Bao in stealing company documents to deliver to some man. They had been skeptical, considering Jiang Bao wasn't a blood relative of the Jiang family, but had indeed grown up within it. However, upon discovering the ancient grave matter, they received a call, and Jiang Sui immediately disclosed it. Thus, the matter concerning Jiang Bao became quite probable. Jiang Hai, hands on hips, took a deep breath and dialed a number, instructing, "Bring that scoundrel Jiang Mo back. I want to see what sort of man has bewitched Jiang Bao to such an extent. How dare he steal documents from the Jiang family? She is nothing. When it comes to interests, who cares what she is? She's the most cherished daughter. So what? The century-old foundation of the Jiang family is on the verge of ruin." Downstairs, a heated argument ensued, while upstairs, Jiang Sui's room was left immaculate, as if ransacked by thieves. That very night, Jiang Sui moved out, transferring her modest assets into a small treasury. The downfall of the Jiang family was of no concern to her. The following day, Jiang Sui ventured directly into the mountains, to Gaoling village, a settlement high in the hills. The filming period was tentatively set for 1 week. Due to the poor conditions of the mountain village, the production team only provided them with shelter, while the living amenities remained quite primitive. They hoped, unlike that day, to allow the guests a day to acclimatize. But as it often happened, the longer they adjusted, the more likely they were to flee, although they would incur a penalty for breach of contract. Chasing after individuals was exhausting for the business. Upon entering the village, Jiang Sui disembarked from the vehicle, pulling her suitcase behind her. A car behind her remained stubbornly stationary. I sprained my ankle yesterday. Could you help me with my luggage? I can walk, but I'm feeling quite uncomfortable, a somewhat familiar voice implored. After a brief wait, the car door opened, revealing a man. Jiang Sui finally understood. Oh, him. What sprained ankle? He just doesn't want to walk. Is he trying to play the role of Lin Dayu? Is he worthy of that physique he has built? Just as the staff were about to assist with his luggage, they pushed it back toward him. My apologies, teacher Jian Yuan, but this is a rule set by the production team. Everyone must proceed in this manner. Jian Yuan gritted his teeth, noticing the silence around them. Where was that voice coming from? He pretended to struggle with his suitcase, muttering, "It's nothing. Just a bit uncomfortable on my right foot. I sprained it during last night's workout, but I can manage." The staff genuinely wished to roll their eyes at his antics. Feigning discomfort, Jian Yuan dragged his suitcase down. Had it not been for the program's popularity, who would endure such suffering here? He's completely disoriented. Does he not realize he's pretending his left foot hurts? Jian Yuan paused, then quickly switched feet.
Damn.
Who is talking? Chapter 22. The assistant to the CEO in a small company with over a dozen employees. Teacher Jian has been working out for years. How unfortunate he sprained his ankle last night. What's the matter with the program? Why is it such a hassle? Indeed, He limps so awkwardly. It pains my heart to see it. Is it the left foot or the right foot that's injured? Why does it keep changing? Hey, don't be absurd. You've come all this way. Care more about your father and earn more money to support him. Blackie?
Me? Ha?
Jiang Sui, pulling her suitcase, ran faster than the production team, who could barely keep up. Is Jiang Sui a superhero? Not only was she strong, but she also found the location effortlessly. The rule was that whoever arrived first got to choose their position. Before the production team could announce which house was available, Jiang Sui had already slipped inside. Teacher Jiang.
Wait.
Jiang Sui popped back out. What's up? The person, a bit awkward, stammered. We're just waiting to select. Just a moment. Jiang Sui picked up her luggage, and under the astonished gaze of the staff, shoved her belongings inside. This is the room I chose. Take note, and don't let any unseeing fools enter.
All right. You can speak now.
What could the staff possibly say? Haha, don't think I'm unaware. Among all these houses, this room is the best. You thought to reserve it for Jian Yuan? That's impossible. I've claimed it. Anyone who dares cause trouble at my door, I'll simply go to their room and make stinky tofu. The staff thought, we can't win. It's best that fewer people know about this. After all, Meng Han has become a regular guest. If this escalates, it'll turn into chaos, and the program might be suspended for a month. Is there anything else? Jiang Sui inquired once more. The staff awkwardly smiled. No, please go ahead. After that, they retreated to another slightly better room, waiting for Jian Yuan to arrive. These guests had become astute after a trip to a deserted island. They could spot a problem at a glance. Once Jiang Sui had organized her things, she locked her room before stepping out. The houses resembled a large courtyard, with several rooms clustered together and shared bathrooms. However, Jiang Sui's room was tucked away in the farthest corner, the quietest spot, complete with a small living room, making it the most spacious of all. As the guests gradually arrived, Jiang Sui did not return after stepping out. That evening, a guest mixer was scheduled for everyone to get acquainted. However, as time wore on, Jiang Sui still had not returned. Where could she have gone? The director was growing anxious backstage. The mountain village was quite remote, and anywhere with people was inherently more dangerous than an isolated island. The staff shook their heads. We didn't see her. She left as soon as she arrived, and it's been hours. Why didn't we send a cameraman with her? This is a mountain village, not a deserted island. People come and go. What if something happens to her, being a girl? The staff felt helpless.
They hadn't thought of that at the time.
Just as they sighed, a figure emerged from the darkness, clad in simple attire. It seemed he had found a bag filled to the brim, making noise as he moved. The features and gait were unmistakably Jiang Sui's. She's back. Director, look. Jiang Sui has returned. The two individuals exhaled in relief, pondering the whereabouts of Jiang Sui that afternoon. Jiang Sui, burdened with her belongings, first entered her own room, carelessly tossing everything inside before leisurely returning to the conference area where the guests were gathered. Several unfamiliar faces greeted her, though Jiang Sui had neither the time nor the inclination to recognize them all. Jiang Laosher, you have finally returned. We've all been waiting for you, someone exclaimed. Jiang Sui glanced at her wristwatch. It was precisely 7 o'clock. The designated time is 7 in the evening, and I am not late. What is there to be anxious about? Even if I arrived at the last moment, it still counts as clocking in successfully. If they wish to create a sensational moment, let them. I will not take the blame so easily. Since participating in this program, Jiang Sui had borne more than her fair share of blame, her reputation crumbling beneath her. Upon hearing that voice, Jian Yuan paused momentarily. Yes, it was indeed that voice, the same one from this afternoon. Was it her? A minor celebrity daring to reprimand him? In the entertainment industry, status reigned supreme. Without the requisite talent, one ought not to prattle on. Jian Yuan scoffed, eager to observe how she would fare in the show. With such a low profile, she might vanish by tomorrow, perhaps even disappear from the industry entirely. A smirk danced on Jian Yuan's lips as he adjusted his posture. Among the guests, was he not the most prominent? These individuals ought to curry favor with him, perhaps even offer opportunities for collaboration. With everyone present, the planning team cheerfully took their seats and began to outline the rules. Each participant settled into their respective spots. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback upon spotting Fu Sheng, having assumed he would not attend. Has Fu Sheng's company gone bankrupt? Has he stooped to selling his looks? That cannot be. Such a vast enterprise cannot vanish overnight. I have heard no such news. After all, Jiang Sui had been reborn numerous times. and her interactions with Fu Sheng were limited to their childhood. Of course, each encounter bore its uncertainties, yet Fu Sheng's company was never among them. Ultimately, the outcome remained unchanged. She would be the one accused, leading to her downfall, devoid of suspense. Yet, for reasons unknown, Fu Sheng had chosen to join her on this survival variety show. Oh, the big boss has the time for this. He might as well clean up the mess in his company. All eyes shifted to Fu Sheng. They had presumed him to be an ordinary participant, only to discover he was a corporate titan. Such a substantial enterprise. This indicated he must possess considerable wealth, perhaps even a foothold in the entertainment sector. The guests' gazes began to warm toward Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng awkwardly greeted everyone, voluntarily introducing himself. I am Fu Sheng, an ordinary person. My family runs a small company that allows us to make ends meet. He merely wished to ascertain who had betrayed him, though he had an assistant. They were merely a minor player. The guests soon returned their focus elsewhere. Indeed, who would expect a corporate mogul to partake in a survival variety show? He must be rather desperate, likely running a company with only a handful of employees. A small company with a dozen assistants? You certainly have a way with words. The guest's interest reignited. Your assistant numbers in the dozens? You dare call that a small company? That is a legacy capable of thriving for centuries. Fu Sheng lowered his head, striving to diminish his presence. Evidently, nothing could remain concealed from Jiang Sui. Jian Yuan, too, adjusted his demeanor. So, the big boss was in attendance. This survival variety show was indeed a gathering of hidden talents, and he must perform admirably. Meng Han and Xie Peng introduced themselves succinctly, adhering to protocol without any errors. Yet Jiang Sui had not uttered a word. It seemed they had passed the initial hurdle. The two exchanged glances with Jiang Sui, relieved to find no abnormalities, and sighed in unison. Why was it that when feeling guilty, they glanced at Jiang Sui as if she held some incriminating evidence against them? I wish to believe that Jiang Sui had once saved their lives. If we speak of the events on the deserted island, she truly had. This was only a self-introduction. Yet they appeared so anxious. Enough pretense. They were all here to witness the spectacle. Life's wasteland, also known as Entertainment Gossip Gala, offers every scandalous downfall one could desire. When it was Jiang Zhe's turn, he glanced at Jiang Sui, who seemed lost in thought while munching on sunflower seeds. Surely, there would be no issue. I am Jiang Zhe, having participated in numerous variety shows, so I should be somewhat familiar to those who follow them. He refrained from boasting too much, merely acknowledging himself as a variety show personality, hoping no one would press further. Teacher Jiang, I know you. I participated in a previous show you were on. Jiang Zhe's eyes widened in alarm as he stared at the girl, nearly losing his composure. No. He resolved never to act pretentious again. He pleaded silently for them to stop. Chapter 23. Your faux couple really knows how to weave a love story. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Jiang Zhe abruptly stood, his chair clattering to the ground. I need to use the restroom urgently. Please continue without me. He hurried away, as if something were chasing him. The guests were momentarily stunned, and the girl blinked, perplexed by Jiang Zhe's behavior. She managed to smile, attempting to appear nonchalant. Now it's my turn. I'm Tang Tianyi, and I believe many of you know me. As soon as she spoke, the crowd burst into song. Of course, we all grew up watching Xuelan S-dramas. Laughter erupted, and Tang Tianyi appeared slightly bashful. Please, I'm only 25. I've been busy all my life. And I've only just returned at this age. Haha, it's all because I debuted early. Tang Tianyi, a child star, had achieved immense fame with a significant work upon reaching adulthood, capturing the hearts of audiences across the nation, her name even resonating internationally. However, in the past year or two, her projects had dwindled, leaving her with only minor roles, while her major productions were shelved. Primarily, it was the reality show couple dynamic that reignited her career. To put it plainly, she had enjoyed fame both as a child and a young adult. But after turning 20, her output diminished, necessitating a revival through a manufactured couple narrative. After Tang Tianyi's introduction, the guests collectively turned their attention to the young man sitting beside her. He smiled shyly, gazing at Tang Tianyi with a hint of affection. I am Ku Yi, Tang Tianyi's partner. The guests instantly comprehended. Of course, we all know, it's been officially announced for years. Who doesn't recognize this national couple? Amid the playful banter, laughter filled the room as Tang Tianyi and Ku Yi exchanged glances, reminiscent of a couple in the bloom of romance. Oh, how sweet. They are my first ship. It has been years since I first heard the announcement. They were the leads in the same drama, and I was utterly captivated. Even after all this time, nothing has changed. Is there truly no man like Ku-yi left in this world? Laughter erupted as tales circulated of how, on one occasion, when Tang Tianyi was upset, Ku-yi had sought her forgiveness in a grand building. The two had indeed started dating in adulthood and had been together for 7 years. Many tabloids speculated that they had secretly married, but the truth remained uncertain. I genuinely believe that revealing this could greatly impact her career, hence the secrecy. Indeed, the industry was often unkind to female actors. Hee. The crowd. Something seemed amiss. Was there trouble in this national couple's paradise? Had they possibly broken up and continued the facade for publicity, or were they merely playing the field like Duan Yen and Chu Ling? Tang Tianyi and Ku-yi, oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, exchanged bewildered glances, as it was their first experience participating in a variety show. What was with the sudden seriousness in everyone's expressions? Where had that mocking laughter come from? Not hearing any response, Menghan decided to take action and savor the unfolding drama. Exchanging a knowing glance with Xie Prung, Menghan posed a question. After so many years of such a strong bond, it's truly enviable. Xie Prung then remarked, my wife and I argue every year, and we've even contemplated divorce, but you two have never genuinely considered breaking up. This is the first time I've encountered such a couple. Tang Tianyi and Ku-yi were somewhat bashful at the unexpected praise. Tang Tianyi's cheeks flushed slightly as she nudged Ku-yi, her lips curling into a sweet girlish smile. Ku-yi understood his cue perfectly. Well, it's not entirely true. We do have our occasional quarrels, but I usually concede, often over trivial matters, he confessed. Tang Tianyi chimed in, yes, I recall one instance when we visited the zoo. I wanted to see the elephants, while you were keen on the tigers. They were in opposite directions, and I headed towards the elephants alone. Within mere seconds, you were right behind me. The guests chuckled awkwardly, aware of the staged nature of their banter. Who could discern truth from fiction? Entertainment News had reported on this, and it was blatantly contrived. The two were merely performing for the prying eyes of the paparazzi, while the fans rejoiced below, knowing that both the paparazzi and the national couple would bask in the limelight. Yes, I know about that. The paparazzi even caught that moment, one guest remarked, laughing. Ku-yi was so timid, he didn't even need to count to 3 before following her. The paparazzi were too kind to intrude. I wish I could have a loyal boyfriend like Ku-yi. Who is dating such a guy? Can someone take storytelling seriously? Clearly, during their promotional period, Tang Tianyi wished to go home and rest while Ku-yi wanted to take his little girlfriend to the movies, but they stumbled upon the paparazzi, thus compelled to continue their act. For heaven's sake, this fake couple has been in the game for years without breaking up. It appears their popularity is truly substantial. Feeding off the drama. Every time Ku-yi is photographed out with his girlfriend, it's reported as him being with Tang Tianyi. A bunch of inept fools. Unable to uncover this minor detail, the guests exclaimed. They understood that there must be something significant behind this. It turned out that for the past few years, they hadn't been together at all. It was all a scripted performance for the audience. This not only deceived those outside the industry, but also those within it. Ku-yi had indeed paid a hefty price. Otherwise, how had he managed to keep his girlfriend from causing a scene? This gossip was worth it, especially on the first day of filming. Speaking of which, how did Jiang Sui learn of these scandals? Supernatural abilities? Perhaps it would be wise to keep a distance from Jiang Sui in the future. Everyone wore expressions of amusement, sipping their drinks with satisfaction. This was delightful. All participating in a survival variety show. If one were to face doom, they might as well face it together. And everyone needed their own copy of the script. Tang Tianyi's fingers tightened, and her eyes widened slightly. That was unmistakably Jiang Sui's voice. Yet, Jiang Sui had not uttered a word. The guests appeared overly calm, as if they had known Jiang Sui's situation from the outset. Had Menghan and Xie Prung been fishing for information from Jiang Sui? The wickedness of society was astounding. Ku-yi was also bewildered. This was a matter no one should have known about. When he dated his little girlfriends, he would have them dress up like Tang Tianyi. Over the years, they had kept this under wraps so tightly. How could Jiang Sui possibly find out? Tang Tianyi and Ku-yi exchanged an uneasy glance at Jiang Sui. Now that we've introduced ourselves, shall we move on to the next? The next participant trembled in apprehension, still contemplating how to speak without revealing any secrets. Lowering one's presence was the true strategy. Look at those first few, they only had to give a simple introduction. Jiang Sui had initially intended to provide a brief introduction but was interrupted and now fled to the restroom. To his knowledge, The village used pit toilets. He wondered if he would return in one piece. Next came this pair of faux couples. At first, they seemed fine, but their arrogance was evident. The bullet always strikes the bird that sticks its head out, he realized. This was it. He absolutely could not say another word. I am Rong Chung, an ordinary actor. Rong Chung glanced at Jiang Sui, his gaze lingering for a moment. This self-introduction was simple enough. It certainly contained no hidden motives or exaggerations. Surely,
He would be safe now.
Chapter 24. The Married Man in Infidelity, Breaching Male Morality. An ordinary actor? Why was Rong Chung so low-key today? In the past, he would have boisterously proclaimed his collaborations with nationally recognized actors. How pretentious. Acting coy, he had carried the title of national heartthrob for years. Indeed, he was an ordinary actor, not a superstar, but was his introduction not a tad too brief? Was Rong Chung in a bad mood today? Just as he felt a sense of relief, Jiang Sui's voice pierced through again. Married, has cheated, currently in the process of divorce, fearing the female party will expose him, and is still negotiating. How tedious, these entertainment industry folks, constantly hiding behind trivial matters. If you're genuinely afraid of being exposed, perhaps you shouldn't engage in such activities. You want to bask in the glow of your girlfriend's popularity while disregarding male ethics. How ignoble. The greatest taboo for a celebrity is not merely being married. It's more about the scandalous behavior of infidelity and disrespecting male ethics, especially the latter, which can lead to immediate backlash. Of course, those with thick skin may still persist in the industry.
Men han gaspade in chock. Ha!
What did you say? All eyes turned to Rong Chung, who appeared unsuspecting. He had a handsome face and was married, yet had cheated, and was now in a second marriage. What a crafty individual, having concealed this for years while navigating the industry. Marriage, infidelity, divorce, and yet he still appeared to be the 27 or 28-year-old national heartthrob. If this news were to break, the entertainment charts would be besieged by fans. Rong Cheng's hands trembled as he clutched his cup, the hot water barely warming his throat. His entire body felt cold. How did Jiang Sui come to know these things? For years, they had managed to keep it hidden, primarily due to his ex-wife's unique status, ensuring fans remained oblivious. But how had Jiang Sui discovered it? In a state of panic, Rong Chung fell silent, and the surroundings plunged into silence. After all, anyone who dared to speak would find Jiang Sui revealing another scandal. Jiang Sui took a sip of the lukewarm tea. This tea is dreadful, utterly flavorless. Much like the insipid personas of these hypocritical individuals. The crowd murmured in agreement. Jiang Sui clapped her hands, stood up, and dusted herself off. I have something to attend to. I shall take my leave. See you tomorrow. As she took a few steps, she collided with Jian Yuan, who had just changed into his outfit. The impact left Jian Yuan with an unfavorable impression of Jiang Sui, especially since he was preparing to perform before the higher-ups in a high-fashion ensemble. What would happen if I ruined this outfit? Just as Jian Yuan contemplated making a snide remark, he was interrupted by Jiang Sui's inner thoughts. What a straightforward man, even more pretentious than Yang Musheng. One might mistake you for trying to seduce Fusheng. Jian Yuan. What did she just say? Jian Yuan admitted that he did wish to find some significant investors for his concert, but pretentious? That was going too far. In response, Jiang Sui slammed the door with a resounding thud, echoing through the courtyard. Fusheng, having just choked on hot tea, stood up coughing. Ahem, I apologize. I tend to sleep early.
Goodbye, no, see you tomorrow.
He sidestepped Jian Yuan, seemingly pursued by some ravenous wolf, leaping into his room. To minimize his presence, he cautiously opened the door and quietly closed it behind him. Jian Yuan, bewildered by Fu Sheng's actions, turned to the others in the courtyard. Meng Han quickly gazed skyward. The weather was splendid today, perfect for a nap.
Goodbye.
With that, Meng Han turned and fled. Upon seeing this, Xiapeng followed suit. Tang Tianyi and Ko Yi exchanged awkward smiles, their minds racing with countless excuses. Ultimately, they resorted to performing their affectionate act. Ko Yi, our things aren't organized yet. Shall we go tidy them up? From where did these items come? The production team only allowed each person to bring 3 items, and they must not be categorized under a general term. The rest are merely clothing. Receiving a knowing glance, Ko Yi reached out and embraced Tang Tianyi, chuckling softly. Right? I almost forgot. Let's head over to tidy up first. You all can continue. The pair bantered and playfully teased one another as they made their way to Tang Tianyi's room. Externally, Tang Tianyi explained that they could not stay together before marriage. Thus the production team arranged for them to have adjacent rooms. Apart from sleeping, Kui essentially resided in Tang Tiany's room. They were not truly a couple. And it was unclear what the two were doing in the same room, pretending to be deeply affectionate, as if they could not bear to part from one another. If Kui's acting skills in feigning a relationship were applied in a drama, he would have long since received accolades. Left behind were Jianyuan and Rongcheng, exchanging bewildered glances. Rongcheng forced a smile and asked, "Teacher Jian, would you care for some tea?" Jianyuan replied, "No, thank you. I need to go back and practice my new song you enjoy." With a faint smile, Jianyuan departed. With the financial backer absent, what was the point of drinking tea? He, Jianyuan, would not engage in such pointless socializing. Rongcheng pretended to sip his tea, calmly getting to his feet, though internally he was in a state of distress. Everyone here was privy to his secret. Upon entering, he had even encountered Jiang Sui sneaking out of the restroom. They exchanged knowing smiles. "Ha, you two, huh?" Jiang Sui was at a loss for words. He had spent an hour in the restroom battling mosquitoes and nearly suffocating. He could not fathom why, even as winter approached, there were still gigantic mosquitoes in this place. After finally hearing silence, he had stealthily emerged, only to bump into Rongcheng. Earlier, he had overheard the drama unfolding in the restroom. This fellow had married, cheated, and divorced, yet at nearly 30. He remained single, such is the injustice of fate. No one was without flaws. They were all equally flawed individuals. Rongcheng greeted him with a smile, and they silently agreed to close the door. A question mark indicated his confusion. It felt reminiscent of a game of werewolf. Darkness fell. "Please close your eyes. Let us guess who might be the next defaulter. Look how generous our Jiango is. It certainly cannot be him. It cannot be Rongcheng either. He has collaborated with several prominent figures. If Rongcheng were truly in trouble, there would not be so many national-level actors seeking him out for collaboration. My CP is also out of the question. They have been together for several years. Their status remains largely unchanged. I have screenshotted all the comments. When the time comes for me to prove you wrong, I will summon you all. Do not underestimate the power of this variety show." The cameras in the rooms were still active. It was early, and the production team mandated that the live broadcast must continue until 10 o'clock before they could shut it down. Tang Tiany lay in Kui's embrace, engrossed in a show, her heart in turmoil. However, after all these years, she could endure a little longer. Tang Tiany resolved that once her next drama aired, she would issue a statement of separation. Kui had grown increasingly bold over the years. It was best to end things sooner rather than later. As 10 o'clock struck, Tang Tiany yawned, feeling a bit drowsy. "Let us go to sleep." After removing her earpiece, shutting off the camera, and draping a dark cloth over it, Tang Tiany finally felt a sense of relief. Chapter 25. What kind of excrement is so difficult to expel that it requires a laxative or mowing long? Tang Tiany's expression instantly soured. "Can you not date your girlfriend so frequently? I've shielded you from so much trouble." Kui chuckled, in the throes of passion. "Who is like you, an old nun?" Their business CP had been operating for several years, and Kui felt that Tang Tiany was akin to someone with a cold demeanor. It was not just a lack of interest in him. Over the years, she had rarely been seen with any men around her. Did she truly believe herself to be a heartless immortal? Tang Tiany shot a glare at Kui. "Who is like you, falling for every girl you meet? If you end up with a girlfriend who is too short and get photographed, will you still say you were just getting a bone adjustment?" Kui stood up, smoothing out the wrinkles on his clothing. "Rest assured, I prefer your figure." His gaze drifted to Tang Tiany. With such a splendid physique, a beautiful face, and high popularity, why could she not muster any interest in him? They were all in the same industry, and attractiveness was secondary, but her figure truly was commendable, her popularity undeniable. During their business interactions, they would occasionally touch. And when they returned to the offline world, Tang Tiany would scold him. It was a pity he lacked discernment. Tang Tiany crossed her arms in front of her chest, disinterested in engaging with someone like Kui. Once her drama aired, who would want to form a CP with someone like him, a promiscuous man? Just touching him was revolting. "All right, you may leave now." Kui scoffed. "What is so noble about it? It's not like you haven't been in this CP for years for the sake of popularity." The two eavesdroppers at the door, upon hearing they were about to exit, hurriedly retreated to the courtyard to resume their activities. When Kui stepped out, he was startled. Meng Han and Jiang Sui were practicing martial arts in the courtyard, their movements chaotic and uncoordinated, making it impossible to discern what they were doing. "Are you working out?" At night, Meng Han turned, feigning a chance encounter. "You're also out for some exercise? The air in this village is just wonderful. quiet, leisurely, and fresh. Suddenly, catching a whiff of the odor emanating from Jiang Sui, Meng Han nearly gagged. After an hour in a pit toilet, Jiang Sui was indeed comparable to a werewolf. The refreshing air was abruptly disrupted by the stench wafting from him. Jiang Sui apologetically met Meng Han's gaze, then continued, "Yes, what wonderful air. You should join us." Ku Yi looked at the two with disdain, covering his nose. "What is that smell? Where is this fresh air?" "Standing here, with the stench of Jiang Sui." Even Meng Han seems to endure it. He inhaled deeply and declined, "No need. You all carry on." Holding his nose, he retreated to his room. Meng Han and Jiang Sui exhaled in relief. The earthen walls of this rural house offered no sound insulation, and with the surroundings not being enclosed, Jiang Sui had heard their quarrel even from a separate room, let alone Meng Han, who was right next to Tang Tiany's room. Unable to resist their curiosity, the two quietly eavesdropped at Tang Tiany's door. What they overheard was shocking. The reality was even more disgusting than Jiang Sui had described. Meng Han shook her head in disbelief. After venturing into the entertainment industry, even if she were to withdraw, it would be a lifetime of tales to share. Meng Han glanced at Jiang Sui. "Jiang, the odor you carry is quite overwhelming. Could you perhaps take a shower?" Having eavesdropped up close, Meng Han was nearly overwhelmed by the stench. "I have bathed twice."
Jiang Sui retorted.
"Twice and you still smell? You might want to soak a bit longer," Meng Han said, stepping back. "I'll take my leave now. If I stay any longer, I'll smell too." After Meng Han disdainfully departed, Jiang Sui lifted his shirt and sniffed. "This can't be right. How could I smell so bad?" Inside, the live streaming camera was turned off, but the courtyard's camera remained active. Although the viewing audience was small, it was still present. The audacity of Meng Han and Jiang Sui to eavesdrop on the main event was remarkable. Almost forgotten was the fact that Jiang Sui had spent an extended period in the restroom, where he had endured an hour of discomfort. What kind of excrement could be so difficult to expel, requiring a laxative or mowing long? They had heard something truly shocking. Meng Han was utterly excessive. She had previously eavesdropped on Jiang Bao as well, intruding on others' private moments. This was indeed an invasion of privacy. And Meng Han and Jiang Sui's expressions were far from innocent. To the fans of this CP, don't get too excited. They've been together for years, yet still sleep in separate rooms. Can you guess why? On the first day of the survival variety show, at 8:30 in the morning, people were gradually waking up. Those who remained asleep were being individually roused by the director. When they reached Jiang Sui's room, the staff hesitated momentarily. However, the urging voice in the earpiece compelled them to proceed. "Teacher Jiang, it's time to rise." According to the production team's regulations, everyone must wake up early during this period. After knocking, the staff, upon hearing a sound by the door, hurriedly slipped away. Who would dare offend him? And who could evade him? Jiang Sui furrowed her brow and opened the door, only to find no one at the threshold. "Jiang Sui, did I just hallucinate after a nap?" This small courtyard boasted 2 cooking areas, one indoors and the other outside, equipped with all the essential utensils. The conditions were undoubtedly far superior to those on the deserted island. "Does anyone have rice and oil? I discovered that everything I brought with me is already here." Rong Chung had packed various condiments, knowing from watching a variety show that they would be in short supply, yet he was pleasantly surprised to find the essentials readily available. However, the rice seemed infested with worms, rendering it inedible. Meng Han raised her hand. "I brought some, though not much, as I had a suitcase and couldn't carry too many other items." Jiang Sui yawned and headed to the kitchen, dragging out a large jar of rice. Upon seeing this,
Jiang Sui promptly rushed over to assist.
"Sister Sui, allow me to help. This is quite heavy. If we need to dispose of it, we must do so outside."
Jiang Sui?
"Dispose of it? Why would we throw away perfectly good rice?" Jiang Sui quickly halted, meeting Jiang Sui's puzzled gaze. "It's infested with worms. And you still call it perfectly good rice?" Jiang Sui's brow furrowed further. "Do not touch my rice." Jiang Sui, understanding her sentiment, took a few steps back, respecting her wishes despite his confusion. Jiang Sui fetched a piece of cloth that resembled a faded floral quilt and laid it out in a sunlit spot. She then spread the rice on the cloth. The jar was taken away for cleaning and left to dry nearby. Jiang Sui's movements were swift and efficient, as if she had performed this task countless times before. "What is she doing?" Jian Yuan, emerging from inside, observed Jiang Sui's actions, perplexed as to why she was spreading out the infested rice to dry. Not receiving any answers, Jian Yuan inquired directly, "Jiang Sui, why are you laying out this worm-infested rice? Hurry and throw it away before the worms multiply and invade our rooms. Lacking common sense. It's no wonder the songs she sings are merely trivial tunes, as if writing a few lyrics makes her a major singer in the Chinese music scene. Jian Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What's wrong with you, Jiang Sui? Speak clearly. Why is your speech so unpleasant? Can't you articulate properly? In front of the camera, Jian Yuan restrained his frustration, as Jiang Sui had interrupted him several times. Jiang Sui shrugged. Am I not speaking clearly? Perhaps I haven't said anything commendable. Now, can you step aside? Young master, please don't step on my rice. Chapter 26. If you truly have a conscience, you should stop singing. Meng Han bit her lip, striving to suppress her laughter. A major singer in the Chinese music scene. Finally, someone has pointed out the absurdity of those repetitive, trivial songs, with lyrics so simple they hardly need memorization. Jian Yuan glared at Jiang Sui with intensity. You can keep your infested rice. I won't be eating that. Jiang Sui regarded Jian Yuan as if he were a fool. Today's singers are increasingly devoid of culture. Indeed. Recording is done line by line, hardly leaving room for any artistry. Take your time. One must possess a certain level of self-awareness regarding their fame, perhaps through buying off mentors or the like. The guests. Is that true? Buying off mentors? This isn't unheard of. Certain shows often reveal instances where money was spent to secure first place, or where contestants cultivated favorable relationships with mentors. But to see someone as brazen as Jian Yuan is a first. Many who gained fame through such means often tread carefully in the industry, fearful of offending influential figures. Yet this particular one seems undaunted. After releasing only a few songs, he has already begun a concert tour. With just a handful of trivial tunes, how can he dare to present himself? Jian Yuan swallowed hard. How did Jiang Sui know this? While there are indeed instances of buying success, they often come with a rationale. He possessed genuine talent, certainly not for any ulterior motive. He had been praised by teachers for his singing since childhood. It was merely the audience's lack of discernment at fault. You shouldn't speak carelessly. My talent is genuine, and you're simply envious of my singing prowess. Jian Yuan awkwardly attempted to defend himself, even engaging in a bit of self-deprecation. Jiang Sui. What nonsense is this conceited fool spouting? Singing well? Is that what the hired fans say? The main mentor of the king of singers is your uncle. Yet you have the audacity to boast here. Your entire family are musicians. Yet you alone are tone-deaf. Jian Yuan gulped and took a few steps back, collapsing onto the ground. How on earth did she come to know all this? He did indeed have connections in the music industry, having been celebrated by many. Yet he had never disclosed that his uncle was the main mentor of the king of singers to anyone, not even friends. As he stumbled backward, he accidentally bumped into Fu Sheng, startling him into shutting the door abruptly. It must have been the wrong way to open the door. Let me try again. Teacher Jian, are you alright?
Ah.
I understand that artists can sometimes lack inspiration, but surely you wouldn't hallucinate, right? Meng Han continued her jabs. You really are too fragile. Look at Xiepeng and Jiang Zhe. They are shamelessly determined to finish filming these 3 episodes. You're far too delicate. Are you okay, Teacher Jian? Get up, otherwise. People might think you're bowing to President Fu. Meng Han attempted to help Jian Yuan, but he brushed her off. With her hands reddened from the effort, Meng Han thought, she wants to make Jian Yuan suffer. Jian Yuan stood up, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What could possibly be wrong? I'm just cooking. It's almost 9 o'clock. Jiang Sui rolled her eyes as she pushed her rice aside. It's not even your home, yet you expect others to cook. Acting all high and mighty, do you really think you're a big deal? How lowly. Stop blocking out the news online every day, listen to the audience's opinions. If you truly had a conscience, you would cease singing altogether, for your voice is utterly dreadful. Meng Han bit her lip, desperately trying to stifle her laughter. Finally finding an excuse to retreat to her room. Laughter echoed from her poorly soundproofed room. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. Jian Yuan, don't let him discover Meng Han's secrets. With such a tough exterior, he won't hesitate to expose them. And as for Jiang Sui, with so much dirt on her, she'll soon be scrutinizing it all, letting those netizens force her out of the industry. Jiang Sui, having diverted her gaze from Jian Yuan, resumed her focus on her rice. She sensed Jian Yuan had something unsaid. Impossible. Teacher Jian comes from a reputable musical family. It simply cannot be true that he is being targeted by detractors. Clearly, he is a respected figure in our circle, favored by numerous mentors. Let's enjoy some good food. Jian Yuan's songs hardly require memorization. But the melody has always been impeccable and has never faltered over the years. The composition isn't his. It's a large team. Next up is him. As I said, I'm the prophet. After a morning of drying, the worms in the rice had dispersed. Jiang Sui gathered the rice and placed it into a sealed plastic bag. Then tucked the bag back into the large jar. Sister Sui, can this rice be eaten now? Xia Peng, busy washing dishes, noticed Jiang Sui pushing the jar back. The rice everyone had brought was scattered and wouldn't last 3 days. But with this, they would be sufficient.
Jiang Sui nodded.
The rice should be within 2 years old. Pristine, though perhaps some insects have crawled in due to humidity. How could rice ever expire? A little sunbathing would suffice to make it usable again. Jian Yuan was just entering the kitchen with a flatbread in hand. This flatbread was made from the flour he had brought, and he had no intention of sharing it with Jiang Sui. I certainly won't eat this spoiled rice, he remarked, taking a bite of the flatbread, which was both fragrant and chewy, though lacking in substantial ingredients. Jiang Sui smacked her lips, eyeing the flatbread, feeling a strong desire to taste it. Jian Yuan tilted his chin, aware that in survival variety shows, such items were quite rare. Sorry, but this is my bread. Jiang Sui lowered her gaze and retrieved a more fragrant glutinous rice cake from her bag. Jian Yuan's plain flatbread was no match for her treat. Due to the absence of oil and seasoning, it tasted rather bland, while Jiang Sui's cake surprisingly contained meat. Jiang Sui took a bite, and the oil oozed from within the cake. It truly is quite delicious. Noticing Jian Yuan's incessant swallowing, she handed another glutinous rice cake to Xia Peng. Where did you get that flatbread? You didn't even step into the kitchen to cook this morning, and where did the meat come from? Jiang Sui savored the meat with delight, the aroma wafting out of the kitchen. In contrast, Jian Yuan's flatbread resembled a dry, hard disk. I exchanged it with the villagers. What about you? You've been here for quite some time, yet you haven't spoken to them at all. They're quite friendly, and even gifted me milk. As she spoke, she tossed a carton of milk to Xia Peng. Jian Yuan mused. Is her bag crafted by Doraemon? How does she manage to pull out so many items?
What is so extraordinary about that?
He would soon make a good rapport with the villagers of Gaolang village. With his charm and popularity, they would surely recognize him and perhaps offer him an abundance of delicious food. I've been helping out in the kitchen, and haven't T had the chance to talk to them yet. I'll go over this afternoon. Given his long-standing amiability, he would undoubtedly win their favor. Having said that, Jian Yuan left the kitchen, hurrying back to his room to groom himself. What has that show-off up to now? I hope he doesn't provoke the wrong person. Chapter 27. The curse was quite filthy. Everyone soon realized that the large bag Jiang Sui had carried last night contained a plethora of good items. It remained a mystery how she managed to trade with the villagers. In rural areas, food is held in great esteem. During harvest season, farmers would painstakingly pick up every grain of rice that fell by the roadside. For Jiang Sui to acquire meat and milk from them was akin to being revered as a deity. In the afternoon, Jiang Zhe and Meng Han went out to gather firewood, while Xia Peng stayed behind to manage household chores. Jiang Sui led the group outside in search of edible wild vegetables, asserting that the mountains were abundant with such offerings. Can we pick this? Tang Tianyi inquired politely. Jiang Sui glanced back and replied, this one is not suitable. It's bitter. The partner is not well chosen. Their character is lacking.
Huh.
Tang Tianyi looked at Jiang Sui with curiosity. What did that mean? She was aware that Kui was problematic as long as her interests weren't compromised. Everything was fine. While foraging for vegetables, Tang Tianyi deliberately stayed close to Jiang Sui, trying to glean additional information. If Kui was indeed involved in other matters, it would jeopardize her own standing after all these years. Can I pick this one, Jiang Sui? Jiang Sui replied, didn't you just ask that? Tang Tianyi glanced at the vegetables in her hand, realizing too late that she hadn't paid attention. I apologize, my memory is poor. I was afraid of picking the wrong ones, and everyone would end up eating something incorrect. After all, there are too many varieties of wild vegetables on the mountain, and many resemble each other. Jiang Sui furrowed her brow for a moment, then suppressed it, continuing to search for new vegetables. However, Tang Tianyi followed even closer, like a little tail, shadowing Jiang Sui wherever she went. Jiang Sui thought, Tang Tianyi, you can just stick to picking this type. You don't need to follow me so closely. There are plenty of vegetables here. It's not necessary to trail her.
All right.
Tang Tianyi felt she was indeed following too closely and maintained a few meters distance while continuing her pursuit. Kui observed this, bending down and approaching Tang Tianyi, nudging her shoulder with a glance. What are you doing following her? You should be with me. Tang Tianyi rolled her eyes. Had it not been for the cameras, She wouldn't have bothered with someone like Ku-yi. She widened her eyes and raised her brows. Get away from me. Ku-yi, I see through you. Your language is quite foul. But so what? I must follow. After all, we are an on-screen couple. I must make the most of my opportunities. Tang Tianyi shot him a glare, then smiled subtly at the camera, reaching up to smooth Ku-yi's hair, leaving a smudge of dirt on his forehead. Oblivious to it, Ku-yi gratefully grasped Tang Tianyi's hand. Tianyi, if you're tired, go rest. I can handle this. In front of the cameras, Ku-yi knew how to make fans fall for him. As long as he appeared sufficiently gentlemanly, no one would find fault with him.
Tang Tianyi sa mai sili.
Embodying the demeanor of a delicate woman. No need. Everyone is working and I can help too. This isn't exhausting. I'll go over with Jiang Sui for now. I'm unsure if these vegetables are suitable. As she spoke, she sauntered over leisurely. Let us not allow her to pry any information from Jiang Sui. Or else Ku-yi could easily become a pawn. Gritting his teeth, Ku-yi followed suit. I'll accompany you. Let me take these vegetables first so you don't wear yourself out. After receiving the vegetables from Tang Tianyi, Ku-yi tossed them into his own basket.
Ah.
How sweet. Ku-yi is so indulgent towards his wife. Tang Tianyi felt immensely happy. My Tianyi sister has such a figure and looks. No wonder Ku-yi dotes on her so much. They are a perfect match. My ship will always sail together. True couples are so delightful. Tang Tianyi walked alongside Jiang Sui again, saying, let us work together. Jiang Sui frowned at Tang Tianyi. Wait, is this stunning beauty possibly interested in me?
Tang Tianyi.
After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Sui dismissed the idea. Although Tang Tianyi had nearly exhausted the popularity of her child star days and was now only forming couples to dispel boyfriend rumors and boost her own visibility. It's unlikely. Such a striking beauty, and I don't look particularly feminine myself. Tang Tianyi sighed in relief, continuing to follow Jiang Sui closely, carefully foraging.
Tianyi.
Let me dig this. Be careful with your hands. Earlier, when Tang Tianyi was attempting to pull up a wild radish and struggled multiple times, Ku-yi stepped in to assist. He took a small hoe and gently scraped away the soil, showing remarkable tenderness. This is precisely what the audience wants to see. Tang Tianyi bent down to roll up Ku-yi's pant legs. You only brought 3 pairs of pants. In this cold weather, they won't dry easily. So you should roll them up a bit. After Ku-yi finished pulling up the radish, he also rolled up his pants, then tied Tang Tianyi's slightly loose shoes. All right, let us go. Observing the entire scene, Jiang Sui thought, Tianyi, be careful with your hands. They are quite convincing, after all these years. One glance is likely enough to know what they are up to. I can't stomach this couple's clout. I might just lose it and twist that man's head off. Ku-yi swallowed hard, distancing himself slightly from Jiang Sui. This woman is truly ruthless. She has no idea what Tang Tianyi is planning by following Jiang Sui. Tang Tianyi paid even closer attention, maintaining her distance while trailing Jiang Sui.
Jiang Sui.
I watched your last episode. How do you know which vegetables are edible? After all, in pursuit of popularity, Tang Tianyi had diligently rewatched several episodes. Initially perplexed by the behavior of others, she later came to understand after interacting with Jiang Sui. Some wild vegetables were seldom seen online, perhaps due to regional differences. She had never encountered such items in her hometown. Jiang Sui shook the wild vegetables in her hand. Having frequently visited her ancestral home in her childhood, she had grown familiar with these plants and could easily identify them. Thus, it was revealed.
Tang Tianyi suden li dilit.
There's nothing to it. I've navigated this scenario hundreds of times, quite adeptly, and there are wild goats in these mountains, which are rather difficult to catch.
What?
What scenario? What does hundreds of times mean? What's going on? Noticing Tang Tianyi's dazed expression, Jiang Sui inquired curiously. Tang Tianyi managed to smile. It's nothing. I just think you're quite impressive. Jiang Sui furrowed her brow again. Could this stunning beauty truly have taken a liking to me? That shouldn't be the case. Is it perhaps because of my looks? Tang Tianyi thought to herself. Surely, I won't be discovered. Perhaps Jiang Sui was merely jesting. What are you discussing? What about a beauty?
Who are you just talking about?
Tang Tianyi promptly diverted the topic. Oh, it's nothing, Ku-yi. Let us head over there. She hoped that while trying to uncover Ku-yi's affairs, she hadn't inadvertently revealed her own. Chapter 28. Postpartum Care for Sows. With the two not crowding in, Jiang Sui felt considerably relieved. After all, the two had had a significant falling out, and Jiang Sui had endured several months of gossip. Upon returning home, Everyone had stockpiled some vegetables, but there was a scarcity of meat. This place was not akin to a deserted island. One could hunt for game. But if there were truly wild game, the villagers would have long since hunted them away. How I longed for some meat. Upon returning in the afternoon, hunger struck. Yet all she saw were these vegetables, devoid of any meat. Meng Han despondently squatted in the kitchen, tending to the fire for Siapeng. Meng Han, just add another handful of firewood, and we'll be good to go. Siapeng stirred the pot with a spatula, observing that the meal was nearly ready. He hadn't cooked over an open fire in quite some time. However, having gained experience on the deserted island, he had become much more adept. As Jiang Sui entered, she carried a chicken in her hand. Hand me a bowl. Meng Han rushed over with a bowl. Sister Sui, where did you get this chicken? It's so plump. Jiang Sui sprinkled a pinch of salt into the bowl, drew out a knife, and swiftly slit the chicken's throat, allowing the blood to flow into the bowl. I bought it at the market. It's quite fresh. Before long, the chicken's blood was ready, filling the bowl perfectly. The chicken blood would be used to make radish soup, and with the addition of this herb, it would ward off the chill. Half of the chicken would be served cold, and the other half would be braised. Today, we'll have the cold dish first. Siapeng quickly took over, saying, the meat is indeed coming. Jiang Sui's movements were incredibly swift. He could handle the remaining tasks of plucking feathers and gutting the chicken. After completing these tasks, just as Jiang Sui was about to step out, she seemed to recall something and turned back. Leave me the chicken offal. I'll fetch some pickled vegetables to stir-fry for tomorrow. Pickled vegetables? Where can we get those? However, when Jiang Sui spoke, it sounded credible. Perhaps she could indeed procure some. As she stepped out, she encountered the flamboyant Jian Yuan. Jian Yuan peered inside. Jiang Sui, you didn't steal this from somewhere. Did you? I just visited the village and had a splendid chat. Jian Yuan emphasized the word splendid, proudly lifting her chin like a peacock displaying its feathers.
Haha.
Meng Han and Siapeng perked up, eager to lean closer to the door. Straining to hear the commotion outside, Jiang Sui's sardonic tone hinted at some juicy gossip. Jian Yuan's affairs were plentiful, enough to fuel rumors for days on end. You don't believe me? I even made a friend who gave me a handful of peanuts. Jian Yuan rummaged through her bag and produced the peanuts, which appeared to be crispy and roasted. Could it be what I'm thinking? Meng Han and Siapeng exchanged glances, puzzled.
What?
Sister Sui, please elaborate. You're just jealous. That chicken was stolen by you. I heard from my friend that things have been going missing in their village recently, possibly due to outsiders. We need to be cautious. Jiang Sui, please don't engage in thievery and bring us shame. Jiang Sui's expression remained as dull as ever, offering no smile to anyone. She smacked her lips, reluctant to converse with such a fool. Is the friend you know wearing a dark blue wool hat and a tattered black cotton jacket with a small knife cut on the back? How do you know? Jian Yuan blurted out, but upon realizing, she halted abruptly, lifting her chin. Yes, that's correct. He's a local, someone I just met, and he told me quite a bit. Haha. Congratulations, Jian the Flamboyant, you've hit the jackpot. Jian Yuan was taken aback. What jackpot? Do we have an issue? Jiang Sui suddenly chuckled. No issue at all. It's quite good. Keep it up. I guess when he was conversing with you, there must have been a hint of alcohol on him, and his speech was rather incoherent, even mistaking people. Jian Yuan. How did Jiang Sui know? I presume he's a bachelor with little money. Jian Yuan. Damn, Jiang Sui, how did you glean all this information? He had also entered that man's house and discovered that it was the most dilapidated in the village. Furthermore, he continually referred to him as nephew and offered him peanuts, which were scarcely more than a small bag's worth. Jiang Sui must have encountered him during her visit and observed all this. I imagine he would still call you nephew and invite you home for a meal. Jian Yuan. Damn. How does Jiang Sui know everything? Jiang Sui cast a meaningful glance at Jian Yuan, mentally cursing her foolishness, before turning to leave. Meng Han and Siapeng were left perplexed, unsure of Jiang Sui's intentions. Why should they congratulate Jian Yuan? At the entrance, a villager called out, Excuse me, is Teacher Jiang at home? It was the voice of a middle-aged woman, friendly in tone. Upon encountering the returning guests, they welcomed the villager inside. Upon seeing Jiang Sui, the villager became even more enthusiastic, bearing gifts in hand. Teacher Jiang, you left in such a hurry yesterday. We prepared some things for you, but you were gone before we could give them to you. Everyone looked at Jiang Sui in bewilderment. Had they missed something? On her first day in the village, Jiang Sui had become a teacher? Old Wang? I've already accepted the payment from yesterday. You don't need to bring these. Old Wang beamed widely. hastily bringing the items inside. Teacher Jiang, why are you being so polite? I heard you're only staying for 7 days. We still have many pigs to care for in the village. A few days ago, there were several sows that require your assistance. We hope you can help. The guests were puzzled, their heads filled with question marks. Postpartum care for sows? Could Jiang Sui actually handle such matters? The two were engaged in polite conversation, discussing which pigs were healthy and which were not. When old Wang laid eyes on Jian Yuan, her expression shifted, her smile vanishing. Is this person your friend? Old Wang inquired. Jiang Sui shook her head vigorously, determined to distance herself. No, I don't know her at all. She might just be here to stay. Jiang Sui, what are you saying? We are all here for the reality show, so it's not unreasonable to call each other colleagues. Jian Yuan retorted angrily. Especially considering how friendly the villagers were towards Jiang Sui, it reminded her of her own attempts to connect with them, where they had all been standoffish. Peeking at her through closed doors. Was she a pariah? Why were they treating her like this? Just because she had some knowledge of postpartum care for sows? Did animals really require that? Wangpa cast a disdainful glance at Jian Yuan. Since they were acquainted, she advised, Teacher Jiang, you ought to counsel your unacquainted friend to refrain from engaging with Mazi. That man is... Well, she tapped her head, leaving the implication unspoken. Yet everyone understood. Before departing, Wangpa scrutinized Jian Yuan several times, seemingly contemplating whether this man possessed some mental affliction as well. Teacher Jiang, do remember to address the matter of my piglets tomorrow. Aunt Lu next door is facing a similar issue. It's quite troublesome. After Wang Po's exit, Jiang Sui's expression turned icy, though inside, he was already laughing uproariously. Ha, Jian the Flamboyant, calling you a friend. Do you have any idea how that Mazi became insane? The entire village is avoiding him, and yet you dare to approach. Jian Yuan swallowed hard. Despite his mental instability, he had been rather kind to him. Next time, he resolved to keep a greater distance. There was no need to mock him so openly. The reason I refer to your nephew is that he went mad and ended up killing his own nephew, hence he now calls out to everyone he encounters. Jian Yuan. Damn, I nearly met my end here. His legs turned to jelly, and as he stumbled, he crawled into his room. He must leave this place. It was a veritable den of cannibals. And murderers. Madmen. Damn it. What use was there in learning about pig care?
He was determined to depart.
Chapter 29. The Clandestine Trio. A Hasty Spectacle. That night, Jian Yuan shut himself away, seemingly afflicted by some grave emotional turmoil. The entire room was enveloped in silence. At the crack of dawn the following day, Jian Yuan, suitcase in hand, resolved to leave.
Oh.
The illustrious Jian has chosen to withdraw from the competition. He encountered Jiang Sui, who was munching on sunflower seeds, and Jian Yuan felt his luck had run out. With such harsh words, it was no wonder the entire entertainment industry, from stars to fans alike, held Jiang Sui in disdain. Due to my schedule, I must prepare for my concert. My management company called last night, urging me to return promptly. There's no talk of withdrawal, merely a busy agenda. Your family certainly knows how to charm children, showering them with praise while failing to critique. Is that a reflection of their own merit?
No.
It stems from the pressure of the powerful. Who dares to criticize my family's offspring? Jian Yuan. He pondered how, over the years, no one had dared to say his singing was unpleasant. No, it was Jiang Sui who had led him into this predicament. His singing had always been delightful, praised by elders and fans alike. However, the accolades came solely from those older than him. Jiang Sui appraised Jian Yuan from top to bottom, clicking his tongue and shaking his head as he departed. Indulging a child ultimately harms them. One must recognize that when Jian Yuan wasn't singing, there were no idle performances on air. There has been some contribution, such as increasing employment. Jian Yuan's fists clenched tightly, rendered speechless. How infuriating it was to be so easily discerned. He huffed, dragging his suitcase as he departed.
What was so impressive about it?
He had many fans. There are hardly any real fans. You should return home to inherit the family business and spare us from your cacophony. In an instant, Jian Yuan collapsed. Having twisted his right ankle, this was no mere coincidence. He should not have attempted to navigate this path, nor should he have resorted to deceit. Had he not done so, he would have evaded Jiang Sui's ridicule. Leaning against his suitcase, he managed to rise. Soon, he would trend on social media, with the narrative proclaiming, "Our Jian is truly resilient. Resilient, my foot." Who was the fool that orchestrated this trending topic? How did it differ from the discussion of him learning to eat? After Jian Yuan departed with his suitcase, the other guests gradually began to awaken. What is Jian teacher up to? Is he off to forage for wild vegetables? One need not endure such hardships. Meng Han observed the direction Jian Yuan had taken, brandishing a small hoe. This tool seems quite useful. I shall head to the mountains to cultivate some land. Jiang Sui carried a basket, which he had filled from the pigsty. Meng Han and Xie Peng wrinkled their noses in disdain. No wonder there's a peculiar stench. Jian Yuan's path appeared to lead not to the mountains, but to the village entrance. Rong Cheng remained relatively clear-headed, untainted by the survival show's madness. The previous guests had ceased to ponder why Jian Yuan had abruptly exited. They turned to see Jian Yuan's figure had already vanished. Jian the Flamboyant has gone to increase the employment rate. One would think everyone should be pleased. The others, huh? Establishing a company? But doesn't Jian Yuan already have a business? What employment rate is he enhancing? Meng Han nudged the group, and they huddled together, their voices low and fragmented, ensuring their conversation remained private. He has gone to prepare for a concert. The realization dawned on them. Indeed, that would contribute to both employment and revenue.
Men Han sighed.
I wonder when my favorite group will hold a concert. It's been over a decade. They haven't all retired, have they? How did Meng Han know Jian Yuan was going to hold a concert? She hadn't been present moments ago. Was this truly live? Surely. It couldn't be a pre-recorded broadcast. No. When Tang Tianyi woke up this morning, she even announced the time, which coincided with mine. If it were a recording, the timing couldn't be so precise. New fans were acting like detectives, while old fans had grown apathetic, accustomed to the situation and refraining from questioning, as even they were unaware. All right, let us get back to work. Xie Peng, being the eldest, occasionally urged others to get busy.
Jiang Sui.
You and Rong Cheng prepare the meal. What about Meng Han, Ku Yi, and Tang Tianyi? I haven't seen them since early this morning. I'm not sure about Ku Yi, but Tang Tianyi is not in her room, Meng Han replied honestly. Well, that is obvious. The two aren't home. Rong Cheng had just knocked on Ku Yi's door, but there was no response. Although they were a faux couple, they shouldn't be off acting independently, should they? For the guest's safety, Xie Peng even inquired with the production team. The crew informed him that around 6 in the morning, Ku Yi and Tang Tianyi went to the back mountain, the very spot where you all searched for wild vegetables yesterday. Xie Peng returned with this information, feeling a slight urgency. If it were the older guests who had vanished, he wouldn't have been concerned. They were all seasoned veterans, who would dare to disappear. They kept a close watch on Jiang Sui. Each day, they assigned someone to monitor Jiang Sui's movements. The crew was utterly incompetent. They lost track in no time. As everyone grew anxious, Meng Han clapped her hands. What are we worrying about? Jiang Sui hasn't uttered a word, which indicates all is well. Sister Sui, have you seen Tang Tianyi and Ku Yi? They should have left around 6 this morning. Although you hadn't risen, you must know. My goodness, Sister Sui.
Jiang Sui.
Suddenly called upon, shook her head. I haven't seen them. I woke at 7 to procure some pickled vegetables from the villagers at the foot of the mountain.
Oh.
And my chicken offal. Jiang Sui gave an approving gesture, assuring the task would be completed. They must be in the back mountain arguing. They've been at it for 2 hours without coming down, which poses a significant issue. Arguing? The veteran guests widened their eyes. Such gossip existed? Rong Cheng? What did that expression signify? A strange sense of urgency enveloped the atmosphere. Jiang Sui recalled the breakfast from that morning and reminded everyone. I made some pancakes in the kitchen. They're still warm. Shall we take them along to work?
Men han instantly understood.
Yes. Let us take them and eat quickly. If we delay, we may miss out on the gossip. 2 hours of arguing meant there must be quite the spectacle to behold. Why did everyone appear so anxious? For the first time, the word lewd came to mind to describe this trio. Having spent ample time with Jiang Sui, she remained her lethargic self, while they appeared increasingly animated. Rong Cheng mused, these three seem a bit unhinged. It's all right. In due time, Rong Cheng will join their ranks. Consider Gu Jingshan on the deserted island. On the first day, he thought, what a bunch of lunatics, and by the third day, he concluded, indeed, I am mentally unstable. The cameraman, what is taking you so long? After the trio had grabbed their pancakes from the kitchen, Meng Han took off running with her hoe, followed closely by Jiang Sui with his basket and Xie Peng, who clutched a handful of sunflower seeds. The three sped away like champions of a sprint. The photographer, burdened with equipment, trailed behind, unable to move swiftly. In fact, amidst the chase, an expletive escaped his lips. Were these three being pursued by a ghost, or were they in the midst of a robbery? Where had the people gone? In a moment of stillness, they vanished. Surrounded by mountains, there was no trace of humanity left. Yet, this was not entirely their fault. During their previous escapade on a deserted island with Jiang Sui, they had encountered a similar predicament. Back then, it had been flat terrain, but now they faced steep hills, and in the blink of an eye, they had disappeared. Incompetent fools, unable to handle such a simple task. Drag them out. Execute them. The absurdity of the situation was almost comical, reminiscent of a cartoon. Welcome to the Wildman Boot Camp, where enrollment is open. Just 3 days, and you'll run faster than a rabid dog, with a spirit surpassing that of extraterrestrials. Chapter 30. The group crouched on a slope, observing a faux couple engaged in a heated argument. With the people having dispersed, the photographer could only search for them at a slow pace. The trio, dubbed the Gossip Squad, had made their way to the back mountain, hiding beneath a slope. Peeking out with 3 heads visible, Jiang Sui had a backpack awkwardly perched on his head, lying in the center.
Yan Ye.
Could you possibly toss the backpack a bit further? It reeks. Meng Han had held her breath all the way, astonished that Jiang Sui seemed oblivious to the odor while wearing it atop his head. Jiang Sui sniffed and found the scent rather mild. He offered an awkward smile, perhaps having grown accustomed to the stench after rummaging in the pig pen for too long. I'll toss it right away. Once the backpack was thrown, although the aroma lingered, it was now within tolerable limits. Sure, they're arguing. Come, let's share some sunflower seeds. Siepeng produced a large bag of seeds and passed it around, each grabbing a generous handful. The voices from the argument across the way grew louder, coinciding with the increasing crunching of seeds. Tang Tianyi and Ke Yi were embroiled in a discussion that had yet to reach a resolution despite their prolonged debate. Ultimately, they had decided to break up after this episode, leaving no room for negotiation. Tang Tianyi crossed her arms, turning her back to Ke Yi. Having lost the desire to argue, they had quarreled the previous night, and this morning's recording session had become untenable, prompting them to seek a secluded spot on the back mountain to continue their dispute. Ke Yi was undoubtedly reluctant, still in his ascendant phase. A breakup would lead to backlash from fans and scorn from the public. How can you simply declare a breakup, Tang Tianyi? After all these years of riding on this wave of popularity, now that you're gaining traction again, you want to discard me? Absolutely not. Discard you?
Tang Tianyi scop.
Every time you're caught on a date with another girl, who do you think has to explain it away? Not to mention, it might not even be a girlfriend. It could just as easily be a friend with benefits. Tang Tianyi shot a glare at Ke Yi, her ire ignited at the mention of this topic. Your girlfriend has gained weight, changed her height, altered her hairstyle, while I have to keep switching my own hairstyle by similar outfits and adjust my schedule. Why should I? Ke Yi, ask yourself, have I not treated you well enough over the years? The trio. Meng Han let out an expletive and turned to speak to the other two. I was discussing with my friend that the girl Ke Yi was seen with couldn't possibly be Tang Tianyi. Her shoes are too thick. Completely unlike what Tang Tianyi would wear. Jiang Sui nodded in agreement, fiercely criticizing Ke Yi's scummy behavior as a man. Being Ke Yi's girlfriend seemed quite miserable, having to dress up like Tang Tianyi. Tang Tianyi's official height is around 171 centimeters. It must be quite uncomfortable to maintain that facade for years, Siepeng remarked, often discussing entertainment industry gossip with his wife. Previously, the popular couple had caught his attention, but now he paid them no mind. It seemed he needed to search online after returning home to see how Ke Yi had managed to pull it off despite the disparity in height and physique. Even during vacations with his wife, he faced scrutiny, accused of infidelity. With Ke Yi's track record, one could easily label him as a player in the entertainment industry. Meng Han shook her head. It seems like Ke Yi has gone through several relationships, while Tang Tianyi is putting in quite the effort for publicity.
Ke Yi,
In a fit of rage, kicked at the leaves and shouted at Tang Tianyi. The trio. Their emotions still unstable, he appeared ready to unleash violence. If you truly cared about me, you would have already provided me with resources, rather than forcing me to run around to increase my popularity.
Tang Tianyi.
You've become famous, and what about me? I'm still just a third-tier actor.
Spitting.
Meng Han felt an overwhelming urge to hurl her disdain at Ke Yi. This was not even a genuine couple. They were merely a fake pairing, with him blaming a lack of effort on the supposed couple dynamic. Tang Tianyi remained composed, seemingly unafraid that Ke Yi might actually strike her. Clearly, she was accustomed to it. With your abilities, no improvement in acting skills or emotional intelligence. Aside from that pathetic persona of a romantic lead, what else do you have? Haven't I provided you with opportunities? A lead role, yet you perform like a joke. Inferior even to an actor with a fraction of your status. Upon hearing this, Jiang Sui suddenly connected the dots. That dual lead drama. I wondered how he managed to secure a lead role. Turns out it was all thanks to Tang Tianyi, who pushed it as a major IP. Meng Han shook her head again, lamenting such a waste of talent. Ku Yi fell silent, realizing that he had indeed botched that role, and his expression became somewhat uneasy. However, he rationalized that she had many leading roles, while he had but one. Everyone has their off days. I merely flopped in one role. Everyone has their moments of weakness. If you give me another lead role, I will certainly perform better. Or isn't there one in pre-production that needs a male lead? Let me take that. Tang Tianyi had elevated many male stars, and they had all been her on-screen partners. Working together would surely lead to success. Transitioning from third-tier to first-tier status could happen swiftly. But Tang Tianyi was no fool. She wouldn't entrust her project to Ku Yi, lest it fail and result in backlash against her. Not a chance. You either start from small roles to hone your craft, or you stick to variety shows. We need to sever this faux couple connection swiftly. Sever? Tang Tianyi had enough clout that even if they broke up, he would still want to cling to her for the sake of his career. Severing is possible, but I want a lead role in a major drama. A heartfelt second lead role, and at least one variety show. You really are asking for the moon. Tang Tianyi declared firmly, after this show, we will part ways. I'm not negotiating. I'm notifying you. With a resolute tone, she stood her ground. The trio continued munching on their sunflower seeds, scattering shells everywhere.
Meng Han.
What are you doing? Get down, what if you're spotted? Jiang Sui, closest to her, swiftly pulled Meng Han down. This girl truly was fearless. I want to strangle that dog of a man. What audacity to call himself a leading man. I can't even vie for a supporting role. Xie gently interjected. Calm down, calm down. Look at Tang Tianyi. She has clearly reached her breaking point. What she can't provide at most is a single variety show. After all, securing a role in a drama required more than mere request. It depended on the director and popularity. Jiang Sui, seasoned in the variety show circuit, surely understood this. Right? Don't act impulsively. Ku Yi can at most snag one variety show, which is already quite generous. The script is ultimately at the mercy of the director and the star power. Meng Han clenched her fists and crouched down, startled by a shadow in her periphery. Next to Xie lay another figure, having joined them unnoticed, also munching on sunflower seeds. Xie and Jiang Sui followed Meng Han's gaze and were startled to nearly tumble down. Whoa, when did she squat down here? Not a sound at all. Sui Jia. You're here too. What a coincidence, haha. The trio chuckled awkwardly. Jiang Sui raised her right hand in a fist, signaling for silence. Alright, that's enough. You can't be picky about when and where to enjoy gossip. Lie down and continue. The three complied, resuming their previous position to indulge in their seeds. They had arrived 2 hours earlier. Why still linger on this topic? Let us have something fresh to lighten the mood. The trio. The three stiffly turned their heads. Jiang Sui was indeed Jiang Sui, always a step ahead in the gossip game. Chapter 31. Perhaps Tang Tianyi is the one who wishes to marry. The dialogue between Tang Tianyi and Ku Yi continued, with Ku Yi appearing increasingly irritable. Tang Tianyi sought to resolve the matter and leave, but Ku Yi obstinately prevented her from departing. The two engaged in a heated exchange, during which Ku Yi pushed Tang Tianyi. Do not think you can escape me. This matter is far from over. If you do not comply, I shall expose everything and ruin your reputation. Meng Han's fists clenched in anger. How shameless. Lacking in both talent and capability. Even the persona of a devoted boyfriend is but a facade. And he dares to push someone. Tang Tianyi seemed accustomed to Ku Yi's behavior, casually pressing her tongue against the roof of her mouth, utterly unperturbed by him. Ku Yi, do not force my hand in this remote place. Upon receiving Tang Tianyi's fierce gaze, Ku Yi, sensing her impending fury, retreated a few steps, realizing that he could not overpower her. Crazy woman. Do not assume that your threats will compel me to yield. I shall not waive any of my demands. Meng Han's fists tightened further, her frustration finding an outlet as she struck the ground forcefully. Coward! Is this how you treat your benefactor? Have you no shame, living off others? After speaking, Meng Han turned to discuss with the others, only to find 2 cameras recording the scene. Oh my goodness! Xie and Jiang Sui were startled and quickly covered Meng Han's mouth. Keep your voice down. We still want to enjoy this juicy drama. Meng Han pointed at the 2 cameras beside Jiang Sui, muffling her words, unable to express herself. The excitement was not from enthusiasm, but rather the shock of the moment. Jiang Sui and Xiepeng were eager to uncover the truth of the situation. Isn't that Sister Sui over there? There's no need for alarm. Meng Han already knows. They turned to look, and to their astonishment, Jiang Sui raised a finger to her lips, signaling for silence and urging them not to overreact. One must be equipped with the right tools to savor the gossip. After all, the entire nation is bound to find out. What truth could there possibly be? The trio wondered, their curiosity piqued. The appetite for gossip was insatiable. They were determined to learn the details before anyone else. The gossip's source bounced around, relishing their ignorance, feeling a sense of satisfaction. What a scoundrel Ko Yi is. Tang Tianyi must have lost her mind to date someone like him. It hardly seems like they're on the verge of breaking up. She clearly does not favor someone like him. As they discussed the separation, it became evident that celebrities lived in a different world, even when it came to parting ways, shrouded in secrecy. Ko Yi must be a gold digger, they concluded. The photographer was too slow. There must be a significant revelation yet to unfold. Tang Tianyi tightened her fists and then relaxed them, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips, revealing her exasperation. Ko Yi, you truly possess no limits. How did I ever agree to collaborate with you, pretending to be an innocent youth? I shudder to think how many women you have deceived. During our time together, you have already cycled through more than 10 partners. I can only imagine how many you've had in private, and even a glance at you feels tainted. Ko Yi, indifferent, brushed off her words. I shall not heed your opinions. Your concerns only affect you. My image as the leading man, the emotional second lead, and a regular guest on variety shows must remain intact. His character truly leaves much to be desired. It seems he had to exert effort to convince Tang Tianyi to choose him as her partner, perhaps resorting to casting calls and theatrics. Ko Yi naively thought that over time, Tang Tianyi would come to like him. How deluded. These boys will do anything to take shortcuts, they mused. To seduce? Attempting to charm a tomboy? That would be futile, given the fundamental differences in their identities. The trio of gossipers and the photographer were left in stunned silence. Such explosive news was agonizing to contain. It became clear why, over the years, Tang Tianyi had interacted solely with Ko Yi, avoiding male company and surrounding herself with women. So, it turns out, Tang Tianyi is not fond of men. What a remarkable twist. One promiscuous man and a tomboy. Was this the gossip they were privy to? The entertainment industry was indeed a treasure trove of secrets. Is this true?
A fabricated romance.
And it has persisted for years, 6 years. You have no idea how happy I've been during that time. National CP. How dare you deceive me? I can no longer believe in love. These public couples are nothing but illusions. I always felt that the person dating Ko Yi did not resemble Tang Tianyi. It turns out they are merely his girlfriends. Girlfriends? I could cry. What a sham of a devoted man. There isn't a good one among them. How could Tang Tianyi be any better? It's all for publicity. With no limits. Fans refused to acknowledge it. But Ko Yi's show was undoubtedly a product of Tang Tianyi's influence. His pathetic acting skills are hardly worth critiquing. Tang Tianyi scoffed, no longer wishing to engage with such individuals, desperate for the days to pass swiftly. She averted her gaze from Ko Yi entirely. What an annoyance, she muttered. As she turned to leave, Ko Yi rushed to block her path. Tang Tianyi, the issue remains unresolved. You must agree to my 3 conditions. Tang Tianyi raised her gaze slightly, her eyes as cold and impenetrable as a glacial lake. Once the show concludes, I shall issue a statement. I care not for your conditions. If it comes to it, let us both perish. I am curious how long your carefully crafted persona can endure. Ko Yi grasped her wrist, attempting to pull her back. This madwoman seemed intent on self-destruction, which he could not allow. He awaited the moment to strip her of her dignity, determined not to let Tang Tianyi escape unscathed. Tang Tianyi, you. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Tianyi slipped from his grip and executed a shoulder throw. I warned you not to force my hand in this secluded place. You surely do not wish to appear with handprints on your face during the afternoon live stream. After releasing him, she stepped over Ko Yi and strode away. What a nuisance, day after day, with these trivial matters. She dusted off her clothes, casting a disdainful glance at Ko Yi. Ko Yi writhed on the ground in pain. Damn it, crazy woman. Let us see who dares to marry you. You look so gentle yet are as fierce as a lion. No wonder no man wants you. Cursing under his breath, he finally got up, clutching his back and backside, continuing to mutter insults toward Tang Tianyi. The trio of gossipers remarked, Perhaps Tang Tianyi is indeed the one who wishes to marry, which contradicts the notion that no one dares to pursue her. Meng Han burst into laughter, having tried hard to contain herself, but the situation was simply too amusing. She inhaled deeply and exchanged glances with Xie Peng and Jiang Sui. Unable to restrain themselves, they erupted into laughter once more.
Who would dare marry you? Ha ha ha.
If Ku Yi were to learn the truth, he might well explode with rage. Or perhaps he would be perplexed, having failed to see the signs all these years. What were they laughing at? The fact that Ku Yi got beaten?
No.
They merely found humor in his earlier words, which were indeed amusing, though they believed that the sight of their own antics as gossipers was the true source of laughter. They had dashed away like frightened ghosts, all for the sake of gossip. It was evident that they were all seekers of entertainment. You all ran too fast. The photographer couldn't keep up. After all, in a survival show, everyone's spirits are particularly peculiar. Chapter 32. Out in the world, one's identity is self-created. Jiang Sui raised her fist, declaring, "All right, we can wrap this up. Time to get to work." The gossip had been consumed, yet the day's tasks remained unfinished. However, after the gossip feast, everyone's energy seemed to surge. On the second day of survival in Gaoling Village, one guest departed, while two others continued to showcase their acting skills before the camera. The audience observed discreetly, mirroring the guest's furtive behavior. Jiang Sui returned after foraging for some wild yams to prepare a soup, and everyone else also returned with their bounties. In the kitchen, only Rong Chung was present, occasionally assisted by Tang Tianyi and Ku Yi. I prepared a meal exclusively for the baby. As for this rustic fare, I was rather inept at it. Ku Yi gazed pensively at the kitchenware before him, contemplating their various functions. Tang Tianyi felt nauseated by the absurdity of the situation. Claims of cooking solely for her were unfounded. Ku Yi had never cooked in her presence, only boasting about his culinary prowess to online acquaintances. Jiang Sui meticulously peeled the wild yams, her speed almost creating a blur. Once she finished, she promptly submerged them in water. Upon hearing Ku Yi speak, she closed her eyes momentarily. At times, she truly wished to report the situation. Knowing too much yet being unable to voice it was stifling. "I want to die. But it seems the blame lies elsewhere. Let the greasy men perish." Jiang Sui's movements quickened, yielding a yam in mere seconds. Her swift, fierce demeanor as she wielded the knife resembled that of a butcher. Ku Yi thought. He often felt a sense of imminent danger in this place. A deranged woman knew everything, and there existed a mentally unstable murderer in the village. This variety show made even a day feel like an accelerated heartbeat.
Tianyi.
I remember your egg fried rice was quite delectable, and coincidentally the villagers brought over some eggs. With a crisp sound, Jiang Sui struck the knife against the cutting board. Yet her gaze did not linger here. She switched to a larger knife to continue peeling the wild yams. Ku Yi breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared her ire was not directed at him. This madwoman frequently exhibited erratic behavior, and aside from her knowledge of such matters, she bore a scowl towards everyone, so it likely wasn't personal. Jiang Sui resumed her fervent peeling of the yams. "Damn men. I know you enjoy lounging at home in your underwear, passing gas, and incapable of cooking. I'm still your father. Why don't you call out to me?" Meng Han desperately stifled a laugh, yet she had already been quite peculiar these past few days. She playfully struck Jiang Sui with a piece of firewood from the kitchen. "Jiang Sui, why is Meng Han hitting me? It's already difficult to endure. I might burst out laughing." Meng Han rubbed her face with both hands, shook her head, and exhaled a deep breath. But was there any truth to the claim about passing gas in one's underwear? Coming from Jiang Sui's lips, it bore a 99 credibility. Ku Yi pondered. How did this sister know so much? This was information even his family was unaware of. If one were to ask how Jiang Sui came to know, it would only be revealed many years later when his ex-girlfriends shared their tales, the articles being painfully vivid. Not suitable below, neither the process nor the tools. It's simply the ultimate soft rice man, totally ineffectual. Meng Han instantly covered her mouth, not intending to draw attention, yet the realization struck her. Ku Yi, with his polished exterior, was perhaps beyond superficiality. This was genuinely unremarkable. Ku Yi inhaled deeply, having endured this for far too long. How did Jiang Sui possess such knowledge? He was actively seeking treatment. He had no issues, truly. Tang Tianyi couldn't help but glance at Ku Yi. To think this was her first time studying him so intently. His eyes were sunken, dark circles apparent. She could easily knock him out with a single punch. So this was the reason. Ku-yi clenched his fists, feeling the kitchen's occupants silently mocking him. Did they all take Jiang Sui's words at face value? It was all false. Indeed, when out in the world, identity is self-assigned, and one's resilience is self-cultivated. As I've said before, there's no need to be overly normal. Don't pretend, for excessive pretense risks losing one's authenticity, like what Tang Tianyi did by approaching me. Tang Tianyi. She stood up, stroking her chin in contemplation. This statement posed a significant problem. What did it mean that she had approached him? Was it implying she had pursued Ku-yi? While she acknowledged that he was indeed somewhat pretentious, what was it to her?
Tang Tianyi reggelt keskiviikkoi.
Her expression, one of confusion. Ku-yi felt a surge of anxiety, loosening his clenched fists to let them hang by his pant leg. He then adjusted his trousers and forced a charming smile. I feel these eggs are rather few. Let us boil them. Each of us can have one. By the way, where has Fu Sheng gone? I haven't seen him all day. I should go look for him. He admitted to himself that he indeed could not provoke Jiang Sui. Could he evade her? He would simply leave. He scurried out of the kitchen, almost running from the small courtyard. Tang Tianyi sensed something amiss. Certain there was a significant matter at hand that concerned her. She cared little if Ku-yi was tall or short, handsome or ugly. He was ultimately a useless trinket. Yet Jiang Sui's remarks about Ku-yi pretending piqued her curiosity. This scoundrel must be hiding something from her. Torn between pursuing him and staying to glean information from Jiang Sui, she opted to remain with Jiang Sui. Aha, she would not be fooled. She would uncover this rascal's hidden intentions. Sister Sui, let me handle the wild yam. Don't touch it. Stay back, far away. Jiang Sui immediately interjected. Even her delicate handling of the wild yam was cautious. Tang Tianyi had the audacity to reach for it with her bare hands. Was it not permissible to handle it manually? She seldom consumed such things, having only heard of them. Jiang Sui nodded. I'll manage it myself. You just monitor the fire. Jiang Sui's rare display of goodwill prompted Tang Tianyi to back off a few steps and tend to the stove. However, her gaze remained fixated on Jiang Sui. Any slight movement would capture her undivided attention. At that moment, Jiang Sui began to hum a nursery rhyme, attempting to revert to her former innocent self. It felt as though her purity had been tainted after indulging in Ku-yi's gossip. What a stroke of misfortune. Why did I watch such things those days? What things? The others perked up their ears, trying to listen. It was none other than Jiang Sui's repeated viewing of her ex-boyfriend Ku-yi's past writings and their explosive chat records after experiencing multiple rebirths. Fu Sheng was busy tending to the pigs. It was no surprise he hadn't returned, likely invited by the villagers for a meal. After lunch, everyone prepared to pursue their respective tasks. As Jiang Sui stepped outside to dry the vegetables, Granny Wang rushed over. Teacher Jiang, something has happened.
Jiang Sui paused.
Lifting the sieve to sift through her work. Nothing could rattle her except the news of Ku-yi being kidnapped by that two-faced individual. What's wrong, Granny Wang? Please, take your time. Granny Wang, panting, sat on the ground to catch her breath, while Meng Han fetched her a glass of water. After taking a sip, Granny Wang began to scold. Teacher Jiang, that tall fellow in black is your friend, right? Trouble has arisen. He was supposed to guard Wang Laosan's pigs, but he has run off 3 times this morning, and now we can't find him. Wang Laosan is returning tomorrow. What are we to do? Old Wang is so anxious primarily because this person was her recommendation. Initially, she intended to ask Jiang Sui for assistance, offering 100 yuan for a day's work, which also included meals, quite a handsome sum in the village. The pig in question is a sow, which had previously stopped eating and had been examined by Jiang Sui. Oh dear, it's that same old sow you mentioned last time, who is suffering from postpartum depression. After separating the piglets from her for a while, her appetite returned. It seems that young fellow has been running off 3 times. The first 2 times he returned quickly after realizing, but during his lunch break, the pig escaped. Jiang Sui understood now. It was indeed a rather clever pig. Old Wang, do not fret. I shall investigate at once, she said, laying aside her belongings and donning a thick coat. She then called for the guests to join her. The elderly Siapeng was still napping. What is going on? An earthquake. The bewildered Siapeng, still half asleep, was pulled down the village. It was their first collective visit to the village. When they first arrived, they had merely strolled around the back mountain. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, they learned that the pig had escaped. How could a pig run away? This is the first I've heard of it. Was it frightened? Or could it be due to an earthquake? Animals often sense such things before they happen. Fool. Is there even the slightest tremor here? Did you not research the local area before coming? Siapung thought to himself. All right, he shouldn't have spoken out of turn after all. He lacks formal education. Could it be postpartum depression again? That shouldn't be the case. Hasn't she been eating well these past few days? The guest responded with confusion. Wait, do pigs also suffer from postpartum depression? The care of sows post-birth is indeed a profound subject, clearly beyond the grasp of us common folk, but what exactly had Jiang Sui learned in her studies? Upon arriving at Wang Laosen's home, Fu Sheng was busy reviewing footage from the camera. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be searching for the pig instead of watching this? The photographer replied to Jiang Sui, the pig has escaped several times. So we're using the camera as surveillance to see how it managed to escape the pen. Jiang Sui leaned in, along with several others, to watch the live playback. I can attest it vaulted right over. It was incredibly audacious. I suspect it was off to find a lover. No. It's said to be suffering from postpartum depression. Having so many piglets, over a dozen, must be quite overwhelming. The playback showed that after Fu Sheng had finished feeding the pigs at noon, Old Wang had called him for lunch. Mere minutes later, the pig had jumped the fence without a moment's hesitation, squealing as it fled. Let me take a look. Jiang Sui replayed the footage carefully, and after watching, her brow furrowed deeply. She then rushed to inspect the feed in the pig trough, her frown deepening further. Upon emerging, everyone turned to Jiang Sui, seemingly eager for an explanation. Impressive. What's impressive? Please enlighten us. Jiang Sui couldn't help but let out a cold laugh in her mind.
Fu Sheng felt a chill.
Sensing that Jiang Sui's expression was unusual. Surely, she didn't intend to harm him? Although he was the villain, he hadn't engaged in any truly villainous acts. He merely sought to uncover who had sabotaged the company. After being undercover for several days without any leads and now being thwarted, it felt somewhat unfair. Jiang Sui chuckled coldly again. The pig finds Fu Sheng's feed unpalatable and is determined to seek out its own sustenance. Even excrement outside is preferable to the slop he prepares. I shouldn't have let Fu Sheng guard the sow. Look at how agitated she is now. After 2 hesitant attempts to escape, on the 3rd, she bolted without a second thought. Breakfast was tolerable, but she could no longer endure lunch. It was a full sprint towards the mountains, defiant to the end. As Jiang Sui passed by Fu Sheng, she remarked, next time, stay away from the pigs in the village. I fear they might trample you. I reckon it won't be long before the entire village knows that Wang Laosen has a chef whose pig feed is dreadful, making the pigs wary of him. Fu Sheng. He merely stated that when he served breakfast, the pig had come over happily but then promptly vomited it back up. He mused that even after giving birth, she could still vomit. He hadn't thought much of it when he arrived at noon, having barely eaten breakfast. He prepared a bit more for lunch. This cannot be right. I followed their instructions precisely. How could it taste so bad? All right, let us find the pig.
Fu Sheng.
You head home first. Let us skip dinner tonight. Could you slice some radishes for me? If even the pigs reject your cooking, what chance would human food have? They might as well be poisoned. Fu Sheng. No, he sincerely didn't mean it. He can cook, and his food is particularly delicious. The pig is merely an anomaly. To prove his point, Fu Sheng dashed back inside to poke at the pig feed he had prepared that morning. Old Wang came over to take a look, scraping with a spatula. Strange, everything appears correct. Why does it taste like this when you prepare it? Old Wang pinched her nose and urged Fu Sheng to step back. You should move away a bit. There is so much left. Let me add something else and see. It was likely a human error, for if the person fails, nothing will turn out right. Feeling slighted, Fu Sheng could only return to his abode leisurely. The others scattered to search for the pig, combing the mountains and fields. They searched high and low. But despite scouring both the mountains and valleys, they found nothing. The only solution Jiang Sui could conceive was for the production team to buy the pig. But this would complicate matters. The piglets had only recently been born, a total of 19 healthy and robust offspring. Wang Laosen would certainly not agree to such a transaction. Are you looking for it? Just as they were feeling disheartened, they heard Ku Yi's voice. Everyone stood up and saw him wielding a bamboo stick, herding the pig away. Ku Yi, where did you find it? Meng Han approached cautiously, wary of the mother pig, which had demonstrated a propensity for charging. I found it on the back mountain. I saw it munching on wild vegetables. Initially, I thought it was some game, planning to drive it back for a feast. Chapter 34, Reevaluating the essay content. This pig is so plump. If slaughtered, it could provide meat for several months and perhaps even be shared with the villagers. Who would be divided? The pig or Kui? Outlaw, you are rather brazen. Kui pointed at himself. Me? An outlaw? I'm merely herding a pig. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After a long afternoon of searching, they were exhausted. Who would have imagined that the pig had been found by Ku Yi, who had simply run off to create a ruckus? Jiang Sui patted Ku Yi on the shoulder. Well done. You may go collect your reward from Fu Sheng, or head to the villagers to claim your prize. Excellent work. Go ahead. Although Jiang Sui praised him twice, Ku Yi felt an unsettling chill from her tone. One must admit, Ku Yi has quite the luck, encountering Tang Tianyi upon debut. Receiving resources, maintaining his persona smoothly, and even during a ruckus, he manages to bring back the pig we've been searching for. Reassess the content of the essay. Essay. Ku Yi paused in his pig herding, placing the bamboo stick in Meng Han's hands. Meng Han, she can't herd pigs. If you chase it down, you might snag a few meat pies. Meat pies. Meng Han steadied the bamboo stick and vowed to accomplish the task assigned by the organization. Feeling a bit frightened, she pulled Xie Peng along with her. Xie Peng, bewildered as he came and went, pondered what on earth he was doing. Ku Yi followed suit. Jiang Sui, I have something to discuss with you. Now that it was just the two of them, there shouldn't be anyone else around. If someone overheard, it would only be the cameraman at the back. I am particularly eager to discern the essence of my little one's past self. At times, when I engage in conversation with her, I am apprehensive about inadvertently touching upon her sensitive points, which renders me hesitant to speak freely. Jiang Sui. Is this Ku Yi attempting to inquire about Tang Tianyi? Has he lost his mind? The somewhat misguided Ku Yi believes he can endure a bit longer. Jiang Sui quickens her pace, moving ahead with greater urgency. Would you not consider searching online? She is a child star. Everything about her is readily available on the internet. It is utterly disgusting, profoundly nauseating. Cease with the term baby. The mere mention of it triggers an instinctive reaction within me. Is he trying to gather information about Tang Tianyi? Seeking to manipulate her? Why question Jiang Sui, who has no direct interaction with Tang Tianyi, as if she possesses vast knowledge? It is absolutely splendid. There must be more to this story. Ku Yi's girlfriend has been thoroughly scrutinized within a single day. How amusing. Does he even realize it? I suspect the agent is unable to connect with the program team, as they have likely retreated to Gaoling Village in recent days. Guests are required to surrender their phones and any means of communication, even their watch capable of receiving calls. The essence of the show is to present an authentic survival experience in tranquil isolation. Indeed, both Ku Yi's agent and Tang Tianyi's agent are en route to this location. Ku Yi, having not heard Jiang Sui's response, finds himself lost in contemplation. It is inconceivable. That woman must harbor secrets. Perhaps a benefactor or some trivial romantic involvement. It is impossible for her to be entirely unblemished. Yet, curiously, throughout the years, Tang Tianyi has only ever surrounded herself with women, the sole male presence being himself. He genuinely refuses to believe this absurdity. I am aware. Yet there exists no trace of my little one's former partners online. After all these years, Tianyi is a remarkably sensitive girl. I suspect she may have been wounded by a previous relationship. Sensitive? Are you jesting?
Tang Tianyi sensitive?
I am the one with sensitive skin. It is impossible for her to be sensitive. Though Tang Tianyi hails from a single-parent household, her mother has raised her exceptionally well, and their family is affluent. Sensitivity is not a factor here.
Qu'est-ce que Ku Yi?
Jiang Sui hastens her steps, and Ku Yi matches her pace. What is this fellow doing? Is he out of his mind? As Jiang Sui strides forward, she mockingly remarks, she announced a relationship with you at 18. If you wish to inquire about early romance, perhaps you should consult her guidance counselor. Would you like me to provide their contact information? Everything is available online. If you have time, why not conduct some research instead of engaging in the charade? With that said, Jiang Sui nearly jogs away. This absurd clinginess is rather persistent. Even at this speed, he continues to follow her, his intentions glaringly obvious. Are you too engaged in a competitive walk? I want to even bother watching the recent competitions if you're not participating. The whirlwind helicopter, Jiang Sui style, zooms away. The terror of being subjected to Jiang Sui's relentless scrutiny resurfaces. Why inquire of Jiang Sui? Since her participation in the program, she has grown disdainful of everyone, including the director and producers. It is utterly futile to assume she would share secrets with anyone. Upon returning home, the contrite Fu Sheng, having chopped the radishes, dared not re-enter the kitchen. Instead, he took advantage of the sunlight to air out the bedding. Jiang Sui, I have finished chopping the radishes. Suspecting the radishes had been sabotaged, Jiang Sui ventured into the kitchen, where a bowl of evenly sliced radishes awaited her. The dismemberment was meticulously executed, devoid of any peculiar assassination attempts. The pig returned, having encountered Ku Yi in the back mountains, and promptly returned home. Fu Sheng nodded in approval, relieved. He feared he might be sent back without acquiring any information regarding company affairs. Jiang Sui re-entered the kitchen, intending to prepare pickled radishes, spicy radishes, and marinated radishes. Just as she arrived, Tang Tianyi unexpectedly approached her. "Sister Sui, may I assist you? Is there anything else that needs to be done?" Jiang Sui. "Your faux couple antics are rather amusing, now that Ku Yi has left you appear." Tang Tianyi paused, realizing that Ku Yi, that insufferable man, had indeed contacted Jiang Sui. Does he now know everything? Tang Tianyi felt a surge of anxiety as she squatted by the stove to boil water. With the weather turning cold, they utilized hot water for everything they washed, often boiling water in the kitchen for convenience. "Sister Sui, did you encounter Ku Yi on your way? I had a quarrel with him yesterday. Isn't it common knowledge that you two had a dispute? Spare me the pretense."
Truly spare me.
Tang Tianyi's eyes widened. "Everyone is aware?" Thinking it over, it makes sense. Aside from the netizens, everyone knows their relationship is fabricated, and they can still maintain the facade before the audience. My acquaintance with him stemmed from an unexpected incident. At that time, my drama had just aired, and I visited the school for promotional activities. He happened to be a student there too, though not in the performing arts department. Indeed, not studying performance. Yet his skills off-screen are quite commendable. This sentiment resonated with Tang Tianyi. If only his life skills could translate to screen performances, Ku Yi would surely be a household name. Why do these false couples continue to seek out Jiang Sui? Could it be that I have a bold hypothesis? Jiang Sui must be privy to numerous secrets. Yet, she maintains a disdainful demeanor towards everyone. How does she come to know these matters? Doubts begin to arise. Perhaps Jiang Sui is targeted simply for knowing too much. The crazed version of the national couple. How dare you toy with me? Chapter 35. Live streaming the national couple's quarrel and gossip. Tang Tianyi continues recounting her encounter with Ku Yi. At that time, she was still quite young, facing a transitional phase, and the recently aired drama only reflected her childhood persona, a stark contrast to her true self. To progress further, she required a more representative work. The agency suggested fabricating a couple-esque narrative, ideally not based on the drama's characters, but rather something outside of it. The male counterpart should ideally be lesser known, yet undeniably handsome. By sheer coincidence, she crossed paths with Ku Yi. He was studying broadcasting and naturally, he could not be unattractive. His demeanor was quite appealing. During the promotional period, I ventured out without my agent and encountered some classmates who criticized my performance. I wished to avoid conflict and attempted to leave, but they obstructed my path. It was Ku Yi who intervened. He remarked that he had been acting since childhood, yet still achieved high grades, praising my diligence, which fostered my initial fondness for him, leading to our acquaintance. Genuine affection was unlikely. After all, one cannot strike a star, yet pushing someone aside is certainly feasible. However, Ku Yi stepped in, resolving the situation without Tang Tianyi lifting a finger. He exhibited genuine concern for her. Seizing the opportunity, Tang Tianyi arranged to meet him the following day. Ku Yi appeared quite troubled, eventually agreeing after much discussion. Their early interactions were rather pleasant. It remains a mystery how things turned out this way. Their breakup must have occurred not long after, as they continued to feign a relationship for publicity. Nevertheless, after so long, Ku Yi has cycled through several partners. Whereas Tang Tianyi has only been involved with him, she must have been hurt in the process. It is quite unfortunate. Ku Yi is indeed a scoundrel. What constitutes a scoundrel in the realm of frequent partner changes? If transitions are seamless, then he is a rogue. Jiang Sui could hardly endure the conversation. "Could you refrain from discussing your fabricated couple antics in my presence? I prefer not to be an accessory to your charade." "I apologize. I simply felt the urge to share, and there was no one else to confide in. I did not mean to intrude." Tang Tianyi sighed, rising to step outside for a breath of fresh air. The recent developments surrounding her pairing with Ku Yi had left her feeling utterly exhausted. She had grown too anxious, eager to extricate herself from his influence. It was her own folly, mistaking his character. As Tang Tianyi reached the door, Jiang Sui's voice pierced the air. Ku Yi's close friend mentioned that he had learned Tang Tianyi's agency was seeking a couple, hence the performance during college. I truly ought to be damned. I have consumed this same gossip hundreds of times, and I have read countless essays analyzing it. I can still recall the grammatical errors from back then. Both of you are rather pretentious. It's just that Tang Tianyi is too engrossed in her career, while Ku Yi is nothing but a good-for-nothing, a hopeless case. Tang Tianyi's fingers curled slightly, gripping the edge of the wooden door tightly. She sensed that there was something amiss within, and though she had contemplated it, the matter seemed too mundane. No wonder Jiang Sui remarked that Ku Yi excelled in acting in real life. It turned out he had been playing a role in this regard for quite some time. In the initial years, Ku Yi displayed a gentlemanly demeanor, always considering her feelings, leading Tang Tianyi to believe she had found a commendable screen partner. The saga began when the media captured Ku Yi in a romantic liaison, prompting an urgent public relations response from Tang Tianyi's company. It was clarified that the individual in question was indeed Tang Tianyi herself, albeit dressed rather plainly. Due to certain angles no one had noticed, Ku Yi's demeanor shifted around this time. She distinctly remembered his words, "I'm a grown man. What's wrong with dating? Who would want to remain a lonely nun for life?" Tang Tianyi understood that there was nothing wrong with adults dating. However, as more incidents unfolded, the situation became increasingly distressing. It dawned on her that he had been deceiving her from the very start. Frustrated, Tang Tianyi quickened her pace, determined to confront this scoundrel.
Tang Tianyi.
Ku Yi's furious shout startled Jiang Sui from her slumber. Judging by his tone, it seemed yet another argument was brewing. Jiang Sui shifted her small stool closer to the door, arranging the radishes and various ingredients for optimal viewing. Tang Tianyi strode over calmly. It was she who had yet to confront him, yet Ku Yi had come to her. What on earth was happening? They were about to clash on a live broadcast. There were vague whispers of knowledge circulating, but she couldn't catch the details, too far away to hear clearly. Earlier, Ku Yi had intended to fetch his phone from the production team when he overheard the gossip. It was unclear what exactly was being said about Tang Tianyi, but Ku Yi's temper flared. Inside, Fu Sheng quietly cracked the door, straining to listen. Meng Han and Xie Peng, leisurely enjoying their pastries, stumbled upon this volatile scene. She abruptly pulled Xie Peng aside. "Shu, come here," she urged, tugging down the cameraman as well. The group cautiously peeked out, watching the unfolding drama. Tang Tianyi approached with fierce determination. "I didn't come looking for you, yet here you are seeking me out, Ku Yi. Well done." Tang Tianyi gritted her teeth, her fists clenching, ready to unleash them upon Ku Yi's face. "Seeking you out?" Ku Yi scoffed, pointing at the camera. "Everyone knows now, after our last quarrel. It was all broadcast live. I'm done pretending." Taken aback, Tang Tianyi glanced at the surrounding cameras. No wonder this insufferable man had ceased to act. Their affair had already become common knowledge across the internet. With this revelation, she felt no need to maintain her facade. If things were to end badly, let it be mutual destruction. Neither would escape unscathed. Ku Yi had far more skeletons in his closet than she did. "You think I wanted to act? You deceitful scoundrel. You tricked me back in school. Those people were your doing, weren't they? Playing the hero, while I didn't even need saving? You've been with several women in one night. How could you be capable of anything?" Ku Yi was momentarily stunned. How did Tang Tianyi find out? He glanced towards the kitchen and saw Jiang Sui, who had been munching on a radish at the door. So that's where the information had come from. But what of it? "I hired someone for that," he replied defiantly, his audacity nearly making Tang Tianyi laugh. "You admit it quickly. You haven't missed a single incident over the years, while I've cleaned up your mess plenty."
Keskiviikko Yi pusher Tang Tianyi raitle.
"Do you admit it?" "I dare you to." The two exchanged pushes, their gazes darting around. What was the point of this childish back and forth?
Come on.
What else there to deny? "I've got nothing to hide. I stand tall and just, unlike you, a worthless piece of trash." Ku Yi also dropped the pretenses, revealing that if he hadn't overheard the discussions at the production team, he would have remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. He remarked that Tang Tianyi had never shown any interest in him despite being with him for 6 years. "After all this time, you've never had a male companion. Perhaps you simply don't like men. That's hard to believe. You've never had a scandal. It turns out you're a lesbian. Goodness. My brain must have shrunk." This revelation was explosive. Tang Tianyi a lesbian? It made sense. She had always seemed a bit too masculine. Laughter erupted as Ku Yi realized that despite all the time they had spent together, he had never caught her eye. "I need a sister to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation." A petite girl of about 5 feet 6 passed by. "Don't go crazy. I'm reserving her as my girlfriend." "How did she become your girlfriend?" "She's my wife." "Don't dispute this." "Wait, don't you CP fans mind?" "Of course we do. If my husband would just hold me and comfort me, I'd strip right here." "Please, ladies, Put your clothes back on. Chapter 36. The Second Scoop. All of the internet is watching. Jiang Sui had already devoured a radish, the unfolding events surpassing her expectations. This entire debacle erupted after the two had definitively parted ways, sparked by a sensational exposé. Initially thought to be a mere gossip piece, it wasn't until chat logs and videos surfaced that people began to believe it. Tang Tiany's story was only uncovered much later. How had Kui learned of it? It was quite the mystery. Tang Tiany was also taken aback. The words she had almost spoken were abruptly halted. She turned her gaze toward Jiang Sui, who was munching on another radish, momentarily lost in thought as their eyes met.
What are you staring at?
Keep going. This drama is getting more intriguing. Tang Tiany turned back, taking a deep breath. Indeed, I am not like you, surrounded by girlfriends. Do you even remember their names when you share a bed? I suppose you often mix them up. They had entered a verbal sparring match. Ko-e was not to be outdone. You're always surrounded by women. They must be your girlfriends. You're no saint yourself. Oh, you truly don't know me well. I suggest you browse the internet more, you rotten cucumber. Their banter continued, trading insults, both warranted and unwarranted. Meng Han clicked her tongue, accepting a bag of seeds from someone nearby. Thanks. After a moment of munching, she remarked, wow, the insults are quite filthy. Originally planning to share some gossip with Xiepeng, she turned to find several additional faces nearby. Counting heads, there were at least 7 or 8. What are you all doing? The director and other crew members were aligned in their actions and expressions, intently observing the unfolding confrontation. He glanced at Meng Han. What else would we be doing? Watching the drama unfold. You didn't invite me to your secret viewing party yesterday. They had covertly gathered to witness the argument from a distance. It seemed everyone was eager to partake in this spectacle. The director had assumed the guests might attempt to escape, only to find them diving into the drama. In summary, girlfriends' names forgotten, I suggest you browse the internet more. No wonder they had managed to argue for 3 hours on the mountain. It had already been an hour, and the conflict showed no signs of resolution. The entertainment industry truly knew how to create a scene, each incident more explosive than the last. A few days prior, they had remarked that there were no collapses in sight, yet here they were, teetering on the edge. Don't worry, the director is enjoying the show. The director had taken a position further down the slope, behind a tree with a makeshift barricade. The 7 or 8 individuals peeked out from behind, engrossed in the unfolding drama. The live broadcast showcased a 360-degree view without any blind spots, allowing every onlooker to witness the unfolding events with utmost clarity. Who could possibly pay any heed to Sister Sui, diligently gnawing on several carrots in the kitchen? You should share some sunflower seeds with her.
Meanwhile, Fu Xing,
peering through the door crack, was left with frozen ears, yet he refused to change positions. Having switched already, he found himself with a different ear. Kui and Tang Tiany were busy unearthing each other's scandals. You're such a diva. When have I ever acted like a diva? That's clearly you. Like mud that can't stick to the wall. You even pick your nose in private and you call yourself a star. If you don't pick your nose, then you surely don't relieve yourself either, right? As their banter escalated, the two began to shove one another, pushing back and forth. Kui seized Tang Tiany's hair, while Tang Tiany clutched Kui's ear. The audience, intrigued, set aside their sunflower seeds and rushed over. Hey. No fighting! Amidst the chaos, several individuals attempted to separate them, creating a scene of utter disarray, leaving the online spectators unable to distinguish one from another. The crowd was overwhelming. Yet the photographers remained dedicated, capturing the moments around the throng with unwavering commitment, ensuring a comprehensive live stream. Who pulled my wig? Whoever did, I'll cut their shot. The director, amidst the turmoil, was fervently attempting to salvage his own hair. Not even middle-aged yet and already balding, he was truly one of a kind. Kui found himself jostled severely. After all, his career was already in tatters, and everyone knew it. If it were to end badly, he might as well go out with a bang. I know all the dirt on these guests. What a sham. Rong Chung is an unfaithful married scoundrel. Who else cover my mouth? No one was particularly virtuous in this crowd. As Tang Tiany could no longer tolerate the situation, she elbowed Kui, knocking him out cold. Should the revelations continue, it would ultimately be her, Tang Tiany, left to clean up the mess. Better to knock him out swiftly, ensuring peace. Rong Chung, passing by, trembled, taking laborious steps. He was merely passing through, yet why should he face a slap? The commotion paused briefly as everyone's gaze fell upon the unfortunate Rong Chung. Realizing he had been noticed, he scurried away, tail between his legs. The director lamented. It's over. By the second day of broadcasting, all 4 guests are gone.
What?
Rong Chung.
I.
I'm about to burst into tears. Just moments ago, I was grinning ear to ear, and now this has fallen upon me. Woe is me, Ke, I loathe you. The gallant Tang was determined to deal with this rascal. The last name mentioned was Jian Yuan? He surely left the production team for this reason. He must have a significant scandal. The final word was a hearty laugh. The entertainment scoop truly lives up to its name. It was done. This time it was real. There wouldn't be enough guests to fill a table. He was carried away by 4 burly crew members, while Tang Tianyi began to pack her belongings in preparation for her departure. The spectators dispersed, yet the broadcast must go on. Jiang Sui, seemingly unfazed, returned to her seat, having gnawed on several carrots, almost giving herself an upset stomach. That night, the atmosphere was notably hushed. Rong Chung nearly left that very night. Compared to Tang Tianyi, he appeared considerably more composed, as 8 out of the top 10 trending topics were about their scandals. At the top was the national CP fighting. The rest of the trending topics followed suit, stemming from these major revelations. It was indeed astonishing. One might not realize it until delving deeper, and the truth was shocking. Very few among them were truly normal. The instigator of this entire uproar, Jiang Sui, slept soundly that night. On the 3rd day of the live stream in Gaoling village, Tang Tianyi had packed her suitcase and happened upon Ku, who bore a large bump on his head from a collision. Humph. What bad luck, he muttered, striding ahead. Tang Tianyi chose not to engage, as they walked the same path yet maintained a considerable distance. Once they reached the area where vehicles could be driven, they each entered their respective cars. Jiang Sui continued to showcase her dried leaves, intending to use them for tea. How utterly perplexing. How did it escalate to a fight so suddenly? This scandal dissipated in a day. How dull. Hearing the sound were Meng Han, Xiapeng, Zhang Zhe, and Fu Sheng. They understood how it had all ignited, yet struggled to articulate it. Jiang Sui appeared as a complete outsider, oblivious to the unfolding drama. The guests remained the same few, thick-skinned enough to endure. If their skins were not so thick, they would likely have fled long ago. Chapter 37. The complete skills set once the crowd thinned. Everyone was much more diligent in their tasks. The carrots in Gaoling village were ripe for harvest, and 5 individuals were called to assist. Meals were provided, including meat. They hurried to the village, ready to follow orders. Granny Wang beamed widely. Teacher Jiang, we truly appreciate your help. It's been quite cold these past few days. My hands are numb. I left breakfast in the shed. Please come to my home for lunch. As per usual, 50 each, and if we finish this plot today, we can call it good. 50 each amounted to 250 in total. Jiang Sui clearly did not favor this number. The group looked up at the land, their expressions shifting from smiles to grimaces in the blink of an eye. Is it even possible to finish this in a day? Xiapeng stuttered as he spoke. Gazing into the horizon, the expanse seemed endless. It was indeed one vast plot. The 4 wore solemn expressions, remaining still, yet Jiang Sui had already begun to dig. Her speed was remarkable, her vigor unmatched. The guests were in awe. The task at hand was evidently second nature to her. It was said that Granny Wang held great affection for Jiang Sui, as she possessed veterinary qualifications and had been assisting with the castration of piglets and managing sows in the village. Enough chatter, let us get to work. Upon hearing the command, everyone joined in, adopting Jiang Sui's method, significantly increasing their pace. With boundless energy and enthusiasm, they silently thanked the heavens that they had never insulted Jiang Sui, defeating 99 of the online critics. I did insult her, and now I'm on my knees. It was astonishing. Jiang Sui alone was accomplishing the work of 3. Halfway through, Jiang Sui suddenly paused, as if a thought had blocked her train of thought. Wait a minute. Today marks the 3rd day of the live broadcast, and Jian Yuan has left. Everyone halted their actions, turning to look at Jiang Sui. Indeed, Jian Yuan had departed. And then what? Observing Jiang Sui's furrowed brow, an ominous feeling washed over the group. This was the first time something had put Jiang Sui in such a predicament. I almost forgot. Tonight is the werewolf game. Snap. The carrot in Meng Han's hand was broken. The werewolf game? Was it the version she was thinking of? Or the real werewolf game? This looked exceedingly perilous. Jiang Sui mentally cycled through her thoughts, her brow relaxing. Oh, it's just a minor issue. This happens every time. One simply gets accustomed to it. Ermatzi is coming tonight. Let us hope nothing else arises, or my 251st time will truly come to pass. Jiang Sui's mood appeared, quite buoyant. Snap, 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 snap. The carrots in the hands of the four were all broken. Jiang Sui cast them a puzzled glance. What a bunch of useless cretins. You've broken several carrots. Do you still want to keep the 250? With such synchronized movements, I thought you all had the same brain shape. The group exchanged glances, promptly arranging themselves in a line. Their eyes blinked rapidly, silently communicating. Meng Han looked at Siepeng, signaling him to take action. Siepeng shrugged, expressing uncertainty. He turned his gaze to the other two gentlemen. Jiang Sui shook his head, well aware that he and Siepeng were equally clueless, and looking at him was futile. Fu Sheng claimed to have practiced Sonda, yet one could never guard against midnight ambushes. Meng Han redirected her attention back to Jiang Sui. Oddly enough, they seemed worried about something, while Jiang Sui appeared perfectly calm. Clearly someone who had a plan. The four nodded in understanding, recognizing that Sister Sui would resolve it. The guests flitted about like fledglings, following the great eagle. From this moment on, they would look to Sister Sui for guidance. Wherever Jiang Sui went, they would follow, ensuring they never strayed from her side. Jiang Sui. Could you refrain from following so closely behind me? I feel rather chilled, Jiang Sui remarked. The guests chuckled, haha. We simply don't know how to navigate without your guidance. Indeed, Sister Sui, don't mind us, they continued. Are you all truly treating Jiang Sui like your own mother, trailing after her so closely? Jiang Sui, feeling the chill, suggested if my backside is cold, why don't you all move ahead? It's rather uncomfortable, I can attest to that. Here comes a level 10 mime performer, someone quipped, though the humor eluded others. I surmise something significant is about to unfold today, and only Jiang Sui possesses the prowess to handle it, truly a level 20 mime. With her indomitable spirit, Jiang Sui completed her task swiftly. After hauling the last basket to the roadside, she took a deep breath and exhaled with a palpable weight. It's merely a matter of practice. Farming also requires skill. After hundreds of attempts, it becomes second nature. Poke and dig, and it's done in mere seconds. And then there's the matter of tending to the piglets later. You all head back. I'll take a quick trip to the village. The three gentlemen felt a slight chill in their lower halves, their hearts aching at the sight of Jiang Sui. Could you possibly use a subject in your conversations? One suggested. By the way, we need to sterilize the piglets this afternoon. A wave of relief washed over them. They had feared their labor would extend into the next day, but it seemed they would finish by afternoon. The villagers carried the radishes back, completing their task. They returned home with a bundle of produce. Meng Han nudged the cameraman. Why aren't you following Sister Sui? Every time, we end up losing track of her. The cameraman sighed in exasperation, rubbing his nose. It's not that we don't want to follow, but the last time we did, the live stream got shut down for being too graphic. The piglets' cries could be heard for miles, and the director advised us to avoid accompanying Jiang Sui on her veterinary endeavors. After all, maintaining a live stream incurs costs. He pondered how Jiang Sui had obtained her veterinary certification, her technique so adept that she dispatched each task with a single cut, sending shivers down the cameraman's spine. Meng Han remarked, to think it could be so brutal, I suddenly feel at ease about tonight's events. After the group returned home, the three rooms stirred with activity, indicating the arrival of new guests. These newcomers were like chives, sprouting in succession. With only 5 participants in this lifestyle show, the numbers indeed felt sparse. As soon as the 4 farmers returned, the new guests hurried over to greet them.
We've arrived.
The 3 were quite attentive, quickly unloading their belongings and rushing to the kitchen. Clearly, they were fans of the live stream. Where's Jiang Sui? One female guest inquired. The 4 turned in unison to look at her, surprised by her question. They had assumed the flattery was superficial, but the sincerity in her gaze sent chills down her spine. No, please don't misunderstand. I'm Shirling from the same company as Jiang Sui, and I've starred in several dramas, most often as the lead, while she often played the 3rd female role. The 4 responded, and then Shirling paused, taken aback. She was the lead. Jiang Sui was hardly worthy of carrying her shoes. The brief silence left Shirling feeling awkward. Never mind, is there anything I can assist with? Dinner needs to be prepared. Sister Sui will be back soon. Yes, what does Sister Sui enjoy eating? There's some meat left. I could make meatballs. The conversation flowed seamlessly around Jiang Sui. Shirling pinched her fingertips, reflecting on how she had once been the one to support herself, now participating in a variety show, truly believing she could surpass Jiang Sui. That's impossible. Chapter 38. Rubbing hands in excitement, moving benches to enjoy the gossip. Upon her return, Jiang Sui brought back an assortment of fruits, intending to treat the little ones at home. Sister Sui, you're back. We made meatballs today. Her arrival was met with a warm welcome from the seasoned guests, who eagerly offered her food and inquired about her well-being. Curiosity rippled through the group regarding Jiang Sui's enchanting charm that rendered everyone so eager to please. Jiang Sui accepted their greetings with an impassive expression. Feeling quite at ease, Shirling pursed her lips with a huff. In the past, it was Jiang Sui bustling around the set, striving for the recognition of producers, directors, and fellow actors. Now, she acts all high and mighty on this variety show. Clearly, the script has gone to her head. She was determined to keep Jiang Sui from feeling too proud. Jiang Sui placed her items on the table. The villagers had given her an array of fruits, including oranges and apples, with more to be gathered later. Meng Han's eyes sparkled with anticipation, knowing Jiang Sui would surely return with something special. She licked her lips, expressing gratitude for Sister Sui's hard work. Please, take a seat. She even thoughtfully placed the first bowl in front of Jiang Sui. Xiepeng began to serve the dishes as well. Even Fu Sheng, usually stoic, fetched a garment for Jiang Sui to wear. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback when she saw Fu Sheng. Don't act so villainous. I might think you're plotting my demise in a few days. Fu Sheng cleared his throat about the pig incident yesterday. Thank you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to compensate for the loss. Jiang Sui acknowledged him with a nod. You startled me. So that's what it was about. Shirling was taken aback by the tone of voice. Looking up at Fu Sheng, she discerned that while Jiang Sui appeared aloof on the show, she seemed to harbor a certain fear of him. Aha. So, I'll target this unknown small fry. Once the meal was ready, everyone gathered around the table in anticipation. Xiepeng glanced at Jiang Sui. No problem. It's merely self-introductions. Familiar with the process, he deftly avoided any potential pitfalls. Seasoned participants had their own ways. Since everyone is here, let us commence our self-introductions. Let the gossip feast begin. Meng Han was nearly bursting with excitement. It was the annual gossip gathering, with familiar faces in attendance. How thrilling! I wonder what will unfold. Here we go. Time to recognize each other. Oh, familiar faces everywhere. The seasoned guests rubbed their hands together in excitement, pulling up chairs for the gossip. The new guests inquired, "What's that noise? Who's wailing?" Indeed, everyone present was a known figure. Today's gathering was far from ordinary, as all were part of the entertainment industry. Thus, the gossip would be plentiful. Everyone seems quite enthusiastic. Sister Ling, you're the best. We support you. As night fell, the countdown to drama began. Sisters, prepare to screenshot. Let us see who's next. What does screenshot mean? Why do we need to screenshot? Oh, new fans. Connect the recent gossip with this variety show, and you'll understand. I've come out of admiration. I wonder who hasn't seen the infamous scene of Tang Tianyi and Kui clashing? This is too funny. Surely someone knows that Rong Qing's affair was revealed during Kui and Tang Tianyi's brawl? Rong Qing is married? I lost connection. When did that happen? Alright, everyone be quiet. Let us get to the gossip. Jiang Sui decided it was time to speak. He had grown weary of hiding in the restroom, as his clothes had absorbed the odor. He raised his hand to speak, taking a sip of his chopsticks. Allow me to go first.
Jiang Sui.
I haven't been in any dramas, just participated in various variety shows, responsible for the comedic and pretentious aspects. Pretentious? Is that even permissible to say? The crowd tilted their heads in disbelief at Jiang Sui. Are all the guests from Life's Tides this bold? Absolutely.
Jiang Sui's sudden interjection startled Jiang Sui,
causing her meatball to plummet into her bowl. Self-exposure should at least come with a clear conscience. I still have an episode to film. I can't afford to be cut midway. A law-abiding citizen has no funds for breach of contract. I just acquired a new apartment.
Jiang Sui.
You startled me. Please refrain from shocking me with your antics. Jiang Sui swallowed the food in his mouth before deciding to speak up. It was all for comedic effect. My master's degree was purchased abroad, but my undergraduate education was earned through rigorous examinations. Though my scores were not particularly high, it is crucial to emphasize that I was the one who earned my bachelor's degree, unlike Jiang Bao. He is certainly not illiterate. After uttering that final sentence, Jiang Sui stole several glances at Jiang Sui. Understood. A 30-year-old virgin. Cough, cough, cough. Jiang Sui coughed vigorously, attempting to mask his flustered state with water, feeling increasingly uneasy under the collective gaze of the others. Once he finished coughing, he pressed his lips together and forced a dry laugh. Chastity is the best dowry for a man. Sob, sob, sob. It's not that I don't wish to date. I'm going a bit mad over it. His expression was so grim that he seemed on the verge of tears. Meng Han patted Jiang Sui on the shoulder in encouragement, then turned away, trying to stifle her laughter. Jiang Sui, I'm done next. Fu Sheng volunteered himself, having observed the previous heated debate between Tang Tianyi and the others, where they had extracted information from Jiang Sui simply by frequently lingering in her presence. He thought he could emulate that, perhaps soon uncovering some internal matters of the group. I'm just an ordinary person running a company. Enough already, you always say that. The Fu family is doomed. The company isn't large. The vice president is a spy, one of your uncle's people. There aren't many assistants. Both of my personal assistants are useless. I built it up myself. Next year, a project file will be stolen, and the bidding price will be tampered with. This fish is quite good. That ugly square-faced person was caught in a nude photo. One of your uncle's people. The weather is nice. Recently, that piece of land belonging to the Jiang family is an ancient tomb. There's news about it.
Which is why it was sold to you.
The meat is delicious. Shareholder infighting, instigated by your aunt. The meatballs are quite nice. Your seventh uncle is a good person. Fu Sheng hummed in acknowledgement, falling silent, as if he had begun to understand. Guests, what is Fu Sheng doing? Is he commenting on the dishes or introducing himself? There is no fish on the entire dining table, he rambling. Has he been possessed? Are you all out of your minds? No one dared to refute him. Jiang Sui listened in a daze, but managed to summarize a point. He was sitting next to Fu Sheng and could easily whisper to him, Mr. Fu, your family certainly seems quite prosperous. Fu Sheng offered a standard slight smile. You flatter me. Meng Han looked at Jiang Sui with confusion, wondering why she was acting so strangely today. Jiang Sui appeared oblivious, not comprehending Fu Sheng's words at all, as she poked at her meatballs. Sister Sui, are you feeling unwell today? At the sound of this voice, Jiang Sui snapped back to reality, lifting her head. I zoned out, still thinking about that second-rate matter. It's all good. You all continue. What exactly are you playing at? How could you determine that Fu Sheng's family is prosperous based solely on his antics? And why hasn't anyone countered him? And how did you discern that Jiang Sui was in a bad mood? Where is my translator? Here it comes. Just like reading comprehension. The barrage of comments is perished. There's no understanding. Just consider me dead. Chapter 39. Why don't you go tell the Great Wall? We, as seasoned guests, don't really need introductions. Anyone who has watched the show knows us by now. The hot potato was passed to the new guest by Siepeng. Generally, when Jiang Sui is not provoked, she harbors no ill will towards anyone and doesn't berate anyone in her heart. However, today, Jiang Sui was in a foul mood, so it would be wise to avoid her. The eager to gain heat Shirling was naturally the first to speak up. Before Jiang Sui joined the show, her agency hadn't anticipated its rise in popularity. Now that it has, those who once looked down on it are suddenly surfacing. Jiang Sui was lucky to gain some recognition from this show, but it merely served as a stepping stone for Shirling. My recent drama is airing, where I play the demoness Qin Yan from the demon realm. My name is Shirling. I hope everyone will support me. The few guests who had just returned after a long hiatus were too busy to have followed any dramas. The atmosphere grew awkward, as the seasoned guests clapped smoothly, akin to a promotional event. Haha, consider it a promotion for Shirling. Feel free to search for it. Jiang Sui, who was completely unaware of the drama's title, rambled on. What a niche drama. I've never even heard of it. Shirling recalled that during filming, Jiang Sui had also played a role, a particularly irritating character. Jiang Sui was also part of it, right? Jiang Sui, who was busy boasting about her meatballs, was suddenly called out, her expression confused as she looked up. What are you shouting about? I've participated in countless dramas, dozens in a single day. How could I remember them all? I know you're just trying to ride the wave of popularity, but there's really no need to be so blatant about it. Shirling clenched her fists beneath the table. This Jiang Sui, who pretended to respect her publicly, was belittling her privately. Don't think this is your territory. Over the years, how many times has she snatched opportunities from her? Shirling exhaled slowly, forcing a strained smile. Stop smiling. It's utterly hideous, a corpse-like face. Perhaps you should fix your nose while you're at it. Even the cosmetic surgeon should have advised against it. With such a look, there's no need for surgery. As you're already ugly, the smile she had managed to muster faltered upon hearing those words. Shirling inhaled deeply, pinching her thigh to endure. The other guests were too afraid to speak. It's been said that one should never underestimate Jiang Sui as cunning. There's nothing she can uncover. Why push forward when one's mind is clouded? Jiang Sui had played a minor supporting role, which hadn't even aired yet, but she had performed exceptionally well. With even fewer lines than the Huang's guests, I vaguely remember. I saw that scene where Shirling was flirting with the director. Knowing too much leads to being targeted, I understand. I don't know if she managed to flirt successfully. The subsequent gossip hasn't reached me yet. I'll ask other gossipers in the company later. Everyone knows. Shirling was choked by her food, coughing incessantly. She grabbed the cup next to her and took a sip. The dish contained chili, causing her eyes to water and her face to flush. I didn't tea.
Jiang Sui.
You're talking nonsense. She had indeed flirted with the director, and had been involved for a while, securing quite a few roles. However, she had thought only Jiang Sui knew. She never imagined the entire company was aware. With her recent excessive promotion of this drama, wouldn't everyone be privately laughing at her? It must be Jiang Sui's doing, spreading rumors about her. Jiang Sui felt utterly bewildered, her food suddenly losing its appeal. What is your problem? Is it that you're drinking from someone else's cup? Shirling looked down and realized she had once again taken the cup from the person across from her. That person was a new guest, who merely smiled awkwardly, not daring to speak. Shirling set the cup down, resigning herself to sit quietly. Those who knew would know, and the audience remained oblivious. She suppressed her emotions, attempting to conjure a semblance of a smile. While her role may be minimal, it is still a training ground. I have also come this far. Indeed. My sister is already 28. Her acting skills have not improved, and her face has deteriorated. The director is merely attempting to indulge his mistress. But he should consider the specifics of the situation. Shirling felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table. I am merely 22 and have already garnered national notoriety. Isn't that infuriating? Notoriety is still notoriety, unlike my sister, who has to dig up my filmography to perform in a play. How tragic. Her outburst left Shirling with a surge of pent-up frustration. Yet, she could not voice these grievances. Revealing them would expose her entanglements with the director. I stumbled into acting by chance, unlike Jiang Sui, who is professionally trained and gradually receives quality scripts. I hear you've recently begun taking minor roles. Would you like me to introduce you to some directors? Jiang Sui's previously expressionless countenance suddenly broke into a smile, startling the veteran guests, who instinctively moved their seats further away. This girl truly resembled a wolf. Jiang Sui dared to offend her, and the next guest to depart might very well be her. Stay vigilant. I am a prophet, and the next one is Shirling. What nonsense. What if the next one is Jiang Sui?
Ha!
With all the guests gone, Jiang Sui would never leave. You can't be a fan of Shirling coming to watch this variety show. What fans does Shirling have? Speak poorly of her. It's not like she doesn't have VIPs, just a bunch of water army and shadow soldiers. Jiang Sui set down her utensils and looked at Shirling. That's unnecessary. I fear the director might take an interest in me. What you recommend can hardly be of good quality. A bunch of pimps. Don't ruin the reputation of proper actresses. What a self-righteous view. You see everyone through such a lens. Well, I'm only interested in how to die safely. What does dying safely mean? A contradiction in terms. Shirling ceased to pretend, letting out a cold laugh.
Jiang Sui.
I am trying to help you. There is no need for such sarcasm. Jiang Sui was equally unyielding. You detected sarcasm. It must be because you've done something to elicit such a response. If you're so capable, why not go tell the Great Wall? With such good intentions, why not donate more to an orphanage and set a good example instead of focusing on the superficial? Engage in metaphysics, and if you can't, exit the industry. A mouth is meant for speaking, not for nonsense. When it comes to sharp tongues, one must look to Jiang Sui. Manhan, munching korn. Slyly added meatballs to Jiang Sui's bowl. Those who know how to adapt are the true elites. She hadn't done anything wrong. Jiang Sui shouldn't target her. Better to criticize Shirling. That woman is naive and defiant. Chapter 40. If a man does not wish for failure, there are 2 reasons. Shirling, infuriated, scratched the table beneath, nearly ruining it. Can Shirling stop scratching the table? The noise is making my head shrink. Being this angry, one must find something to vent. Otherwise, in a fight, who do you think would run away? After all, Jiang Sui is thick-skinned. She wouldn't leave. Among the members present from the second episode, who does not have a thick skin? Just look at Jiang Sui, who openly admitted his academic credentials were worthless, previously a facade. Don't say that. At least he emphasized he earned his degree himself.
Afinal strugla.
In Life Sandstorm, each member was stripped bare. I suspect you are alluding to Zhang Bao. Shirling spent quite some time building herself up mentally before finally calming down. She had discussed with the agency that Jiang Sui must cooperate with her. After all, Jiang Sui was on the path of black notoriety, an additional blemish wouldn't matter. Having borne so many burdens, a few more would be inconsequential. She needed to find a moment to remind Jiang Sui not to offend her today. And let us not speak so harshly. We are all from the same company and on the same variety show. If I misspoke earlier, consider it an apology. You know my temper. Shirling picked a dish, intending to offer it to Jiang Sui. There was no alcohol or tea here, only plain water. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow slightly, and just as Shirling was about to place the dish in her bowl, she abruptly lifted Meng Han's bowl to catch it. Shirling. Meng Han, Sister Sui, that's not how you block a knife. She just wanted to eat a snack. Jiang Sui cast a cool glance at Shirling, her expression indifferent. Beware of E. coli. Eat civilly. With that, she popped the meatball from Meng Han's bowl into her mouth. The dish Shirling offered was subpar. But Meng Han's was acceptable. How hypocritical. Shirling sat down heavily, a cold smile playing on her lips. Fine, I understand. It is indeed my lack of foresight. Jiang Sui better behave and wait. Today's anger exceeded what she had felt in an entire year. No wonder there are so many wrinkles. It's all from anger. Is there truly nothing wrong with your mammary glands? Shirling fell silent, jabbing her food with chopsticks, fiercely poking as if avenging something. Meng Han, under the guise of everyone's diverted gaze, stealthily placed the dish Shirling had given her on the table. No one saw it, no one noticed. She thought Jiang Sui was quite right. One must remain vigilant against viruses in daily life. Viral Shirling. Don't think she didn't see. Meng Han is even more detestable than she imagined. A sycophant who flatters her way to the top. Xia Peng laughed heartily to ease the atmosphere, remarking that these were trivial matters. We'll be living together for several days. Getting to know each other while dining is fine. Every time this segment arose, Xia Peng felt suicidal. Why would you provoke Jiang Sui? Are you out of your mind? A middle-aged man like me calls her Sister Sui. What about you youngsters? We're all cunning foxes here. Stop pretending to be innocent little rabbits. The remaining two guests swallowed hard. This variety show could only thrive with both talents and charm. Indeed, it's my first time on such a lifestyle show. I might seem a bit reserved, so I hope everyone understands. The speaker was a shy young man, appearing quite polished, clearly having undergone grooming. It's normal to be reserved at first. It won't be long before he behaves like Gu Jingshan. Jiang Sui quickly interjected. Chiu Zhou, I remember. I was a temporary mentor on your talent show, and we spoke.
Chui uzu promptly Z
This is an old guest actively calling someone out. There's a connection here, so I appreciate that. Brother Jiang, how could I forget? You even praised my hard work. Jiang Sui was about to show off a bit, regain some face, when his peripheral vision caught Jiang Sui. Better let that go, and just be a rice bug. Let us get through this episode. No, I'm not a professional. You're younger than me, and I genuinely praised your efforts. I meant no offense.
Indeed.
With Jiang Sui present, no one could pretend to be a big shot. Since we're all acquaintances, it'll be easier to look out for one another moving forward. Xia Peng concurred. If anyone else leaves this variety show, they might as well close it down. The production team would get rich from breach of contract fees. Chu Yuzhou, with his fair complexion and height, always wore a polite smile, endearing himself to everyone. He quickly became familiar with the group. At his age, he was still an idol, coming alone without teammates. This suggested that he had no intention of selling romance during his time in a group. If he desired fame, he would temporarily pair up with someone. Coincidentally, Meng Han was also young, making them quite a match. The seasoned veterans understood, and would play the role of facilitators. Little Zhou is 22 this year, which is the same age as Meng Han. Meng Han. And Jiang Sui the same age. Meng Han was bewildered, wanting to retort and pull Jiang Sui into the conversation, her gaze nearly shifting, only to be pulled back by Jiang Sui. A signal in his eyes prompted Jiang Sui to shake his head. What are you thinking? That's Sister Sui. Who would dare disturb her? Meng Han halted, retracting her gaze, realizing she was losing her mind and almost made a blunder. In our case, we're the same age. Let us look out for each other. Sister Sui is the revered leader among all, transcending age. As the two were seated opposite each other, they rose and exchanged a handshake. The man harbors no intention of engaging in romantic theatrics for two reasons. He is genuinely interested in men and is already in a relationship, which you must comprehend. Having grown up together, their bond is innocent. I advise you to remain calm. The seasoned veterans. Meng Han immediately withdrew her hand and returned to her seat, her face falling. She had thought spring had arrived for her sister, only to be greeted by an unexpected bombshell. How shameless. To be in a relationship and still entertain the notion of a CP for the variety show. Scoundrel. Meng Han's expression, akin to that of a seasoned mime artist, conveyed that Chu Yuzhou was indeed in love. What nonsense is this? A man like Chu Yuzhou, with his singular focus on wealth, could never be in love. Do not doubt. The longer you observe, the clearer it becomes. You are still young, observe more. The top-notch reading comprehension expert stepped in to analyze the earlier pleasantries, subtly calling attention to the silent Meng Han, likely hoping to stir up a CP. Allow me to take over. Meng Han, caught off guard, attempted to push Jiang Sui aside, but everyone knew that Jiang Sui was not someone to be trifled with. Reluctantly, Meng Han extended her hand to Chu Yuzhou. But for some inexplicable reason, her expression shifted, revealing her disdain for him. In conclusion, your brother is in love. Nonsense. What a ridiculous variety show, where both guests and audience seem completely deranged. Only true fans are affected by the genuine sister-in-law. Believe me, you will see this in a few days. Screenshots. Remember to take them. Chu Yuzhou was also taken aback. His girlfriend was abroad. How could Jiang Sui possibly know? The modest Jiang Sui, after finishing her meal, sipped a cup of hot water. Today's boy bands lack the charm of those from the past, each bringing their partners to the auditions. No. Yang Mushing even brought his boyfriend. An explosive presence. The guests, one must admit, it is a piercing observation. Chapter 41. Feeling down. I wish to hear you boast. The plans for stirring up a CP fell through, leaving Chu Yuzhou to sit quietly. He had insisted this was unfeasible, yet his manager insisted he participate.
Now.
Not only is the CP dead, but everyone is also aware he has a genuine relationship. Whether he can be tolerated in the coming days is a question. Following Chu Yuzhou was another guest. This guest wore a perpetual smile, spoke little, and was known to be a host. Hello everyone, I am Shanin, a host for various entertainment programs. Jiang Sui only recalled upon hearing the name. You are Teacher Shan. How rare to encounter you. I almost didn't recognize you with this new hairstyle. Are you planning to debut in the idol scene? If no one had mentioned it, everyone might have thought that in addition to Shirling, 2 members of a boy band had also arrived. Yet, Shanin was merely a host, typically full of quips. Today, however, he seemed unusually reserved. In the past, every word he uttered would trend on social media. This is what variety show personalities enjoy, both able to connect and create memes. Jiang Sui felt a newfound admiration. Oh, it's nothing. It's merely my job. Bringing joy to the audience is my responsibility. A host indeed possesses such grace in speech. Everyone had finished their meal, and Xiepeng busily tidied up. Resembling a diligent husband, Jiang Sui had nearly dozed off. There was still charcoal burning beneath the table, keeping the room warm. Under normal circumstances, Jiang Sui would have returned to sleep by now, yet today, she remained, nibbling on an apple and munching on seeds. Sister Sui, aren't you going to bed early tonight?
Men han inte quiet.
Jiang Sui lazily responded with a sound of agreement. Feeling down, I wish to hear you boast. The guests, what great truths to share. Hilarious, a round of commercial flattery has left our sister Sui feeling drowsy. Oh, not at all. You are the best. That familiar tone returned, as I am also like this with colleagues I'm not well acquainted with. Jiang Sui, I no longer wish to feign. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am an industry investigator. Shanin has always been this amusing. It's a pity the show has ended. Shanin's program cannot continue. He wishes to familiarize himself here before launching another wave. In the near future, a new variety show will emerge, so everyone should stay tuned for excellent works. Applause erupted, welcoming Shan Yin's return. Jiang Sui believed Shan Yin had gone on vacation or to unwind, having heard about his struggles with depression. All are weary workers. In recent years, variety shows have been profitable, yet constraints remain significant. Only recently have some restrictions begun to ease. However, some shows continue to be called for closure. It is a shame for a talent like Shan Yin. The two felt an instant rapport, conversing at length, with Jiang Sui holding Shan Yin in high regard. Heavens, intolerably unbearable. Why hasn't anyone apprehended Shan Yin? Truly perplexing. As the conversation halted, Jiang Sui felt as though a fly had invaded his mind. It was as if, just moments ago, it had devoured his thoughts. Jiang Sui's words had never been amiss. This Shan Yin undoubtedly harbors issues. Shan Yin continued to smile gently, stating that all was in service of bringing joy to the audience, which is our duty as variety performers. In the past, I recorded shows for days and nights without sleep. It was necessary for survival. Jiang Sui's thoughts returned to the present.
Indeed.
Only those in the variety show industry understand the hardships of filming. It is no less challenging than acting. After being labeled a variety show personality for so many years, he finally found someone who shared his sentiments. Jiang Sui's words fell on deaf ears. Shanin was just like him. Jiang Sui is quite the fool. The variety show you created was stripped bare upon arrival. Currently, the restrictions on variety shows are minimal. The fact that this one was shut down indicates inherent problems with the person behind it. Constantly spreading rumors and fantasies. Pure nonsense. Oh, and accepting gifts. When gifting, one should offer a house, a car, and a piece of land. How delightful. Jiang Sui? Wait, is Shanin's variety show that intense?
Jiang Sui,
Suddenly standing in disbelief, observed that Shanin maintained his charming smile, completely unassuming of his dubious dealings. Meng Han snapped her chopsticks in half.
goodness.
She had toiled for so long and could not afford even a square meter, while Shanin directly accepted cars and houses. Jiang Sui shoved a wooden stick into Meng Han's hands. Chopsticks are difficult to use. Break this. Meng Han began twisting the stick, glaring fiercely at Shanin. Jiang Sui, I may not understand Meng Han's interests, but I respect them. What had once been a harmonious atmosphere suddenly became awkward. The seasoned veteran has arrived. Let me observe how this unfolds. Jiang Sui seeks variety show resources, but Shanin seems unwilling, overtly or covertly. What's seasoned veteran? This is clearly a matter of collective disdain for Shanin. In my experience, Jiang Sui is trapped in a collapse of worldview. Who is responsible?
And who will be next?
Indeed, it is you, Shanin. The atmosphere grew suddenly tense. Siapeng cleared away a bowl and chopsticks, and the gazes of everyone shifted. Why has the conversation ceased? Weren't we discussing variety shows? Jiang Sui, still pondering, returned to his seat. Yes, we were discussing. I believe it prudent to change the topic. You all may continue. Saying this, he grabbed a handful of seeds from Fusheng and began snacking at the table. Siapeng. Speaking of which, we must rearrange things again tomorrow, as we've added 3 new members. Jiang Sui raised her hand. I'm quite busy. Half the households in the village are still seeking my assistance. Another tedious task, as the veteran guests are well aware. Upon seeing Jiang Sui not joining in, Shirling sensed she must have a clever method to garner attention. Moreover, she intended to follow Jiang Sui and find an opportunity to speak with her. I'll join you. Perhaps I'll manage it too. All eyes turned to Shirling, their expressions somewhat peculiar. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Shirling found it bewildering. What's wrong? Is there an issue? Meng Han whispered a reminder. You can do that work too? What work? Jiang Sui was still unaware. It's merely some ordinary tasks. Whatever Jiang Sui can do, I can do as well. Meng Han did not respond. It was Siapeng who spoke next. We need to perform sterilization on the piglets in the village and tend to the mother pig. Can you manage that? What? Sterilize piglets? What kind of absurd skill is that? And tending to the mother pig? I've only ever consumed pork in my life. She could only manage an awkward smile. No. I can't. She didn't even want to assist. It sounded too filthy. All right then, Siapeng summarized. Tomorrow, Aunt Lu will be cutting pigweed and needs 2 people. Meals are included. Who's willing to go? Perhaps the newcomers should take this on. It's considered the simplest task. Simplest task? What constitutes a difficult one then? There is also the task of castrating the pigs, which is indeed no easy feat. Shirling and Teacher Shan. Shawnee nodded. I have no issue with it. Shirling seemed reluctant, thinking that cutting pigweed hardly qualified as heavy lifting. Surely, these seasoned participants were not trying to exploit them. I can go, but what will you all be doing? She retorted. Jiang Zishi casually replied, we're heading to Wang Pe and Wang Shu's place to fish. The pond has a lot of silt, so I'll be going with Prung Ge. Han Han and Xiao Zhou can help by passing us buckets of water. By the way, let us ask them for some village clothes. We might end up soaked and muddy. The 2, experienced in fishing on deserted islands, eagerly volunteered. Chapter 42. Randomly select a fortunate audience member for a chaotic slaughter. Upon reflection, cutting pigweed indeed seemed like a relatively simple and clean task. Shirling swallowed, recalling that Jiang Sui had promised to assist her. What is the agency doing? They should at least keep Jiang Sui in the loop. Once everyone organized their respective tasks, they began to prepare for bed. Let me see who the fortunate audience member is tonight. It's hard to say based on everyone's room positions. Everyone paused. simultaneously halting their movements to listen closely to what was being said. What fortunate audience member? What position? At this hour, they were all meant to be sleeping. Were they discussing room assignments? Yet, with the late hour, what could this possibly entail? Anxiety began to creep back into their minds. Jiang Sui approached the door, announcing the occupants of each room. That room belongs to Shirling, that one is Jiang Zai's, and this one is Xiepeng's, and continued to list everyone's rooms. Each time a name was mentioned, the participants visibly flinched. What was she planning? Surely, she wasn't randomly selecting victims based on her whims? The guests felt a mix of apprehension and guilt at the sight of Jiang Sui. As she counted heads, she appeared even more intimidating. Several participants urged each other to flee, determined to secure their doors and windows, ensuring no one could enter. Only Shirling cast a glance at Jiang Sui. While others feared her, she remained untroubled. After all, they belonged to the same agency, and her manager was far more reliable than Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui would not dare offend her. Shirling strode back to her room confidently, closing the door without taking further precautions. Jiang Sui's count eventually landed on Shirling's door. So that's the position. The guests merely turned to glance at Jiang Sui, deeming her a madwoman to be avoided at all costs. As the night deepened, the astute guests began nailing wooden boards over their windows. Some rural windows were impossible to lock, they could only be closed, and certain doors could only be shut without locks. The sound of nailing echoed through the night as Meng Han secured her room, transforming it into a fortress.
Done,
She exclaimed, admiring her handiwork, and only then climbed into bed to sleep. In the dead of night, at 1:52 a.m., Jiang Sui's watch emitted a beep, snapping her awake. A figure appeared in the yard, stealthily creeping through the mud. The live streaming equipment illuminated, locking onto the intruder. The individual brandished a machete, clad in tattered cotton clothing, appearing to be in their 50s or 60s. They muttered incoherently, their voice barely audible. Crap, someone's here. A night owl has spotted a real zombie. Sleepiness evaporated.
replaced by alarm. Who is that?
Jiang Sui thought, recalling a previous sighting of this person, the one known as Matzi, the one with mental health issues. It seemed they were calling out for their big nephew. Surely, they weren't mistaking someone for their relative and coming to find them? Was a machete truly necessary for this? Matzi wandered around, knocking on doors and waking everyone up. Groggy, the others instinctively rushed to open their doors, only to find themselves locked in. Suddenly alert, they wondered why they had locked the doors in the first place. Oh right, it was to prevent Jiang Sui's potential transformation. Could Jiang Sui truly have changed? Matzi eventually arrived at Shirling's door, easily pushing it open.
Ah!
A piercing scream jolted everyone awake, lights flickering on one by one. Only Meng Han, with her windows sealed tight, remained oblivious. As Shirling opened her eyes, she saw a shadow looming before her, scaring her into wanting to get up, but the shadow restrained her. She felt something cold touch her. Shirling, now paralyzed with fear, soon realized another figure stood behind her. You scared me. You really came to this room and I guessed right this time. Tomorrow I'll reward myself with a chicken leg.
Jiang Sui.
In a panic, Shirling recognized the shadow as Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui patted Matzi on the shoulder. Hey, your big nephew is over here. Upon hearing big nephew, Matzi immediately turned around. Jiang Sui calmly splashed chilly water into Matzi's eyes, who howled in agony and struggled, ultimately collapsing. The sound of his painful cries and the clattering of the machete echoed. Fortunately, Jiang Sui had already shifted her foot to avoid the falling blade. Thank goodness, almost got my foot crushed again. I had no experience previously, and it left my foot swollen for days. Some guests arrived at the scene, turning on the lights to find Jiang Sui with handcuffs, one leg pinning Matzi down, one hand grasping his, and the other hand securing him with the cuffs. After so many encounters, I'm rather unfazed now. But why does Matzi still refuse to bathe?
He reeks.
At such a moment, why was she still concerned about Matzi's hygiene? The guests hurried over to reassure Shirling and assist Jiang Sui. Even after being cuffed, Matzi continued to struggle. Several of the men took him away. It was important to note that if Jiang Sui hadn't gone to the room meant for Jian Yuan, it would have been Jiang Sui's room. She was the first to be eliminated. After several encounters, Jiang Sui had grown accustomed to it, and seeing Matzi was no longer alarming. Take him away. Let us call the production team for the police. We have surveillance footage. We can't let him go just because he's mentally ill, right? He has already attacked me several times, and my neck hurts. The guests responded, "You truly are a wolf in sheep's clothing, having been attacked multiple times. You're still alive." Meng Han exerted considerable effort to pry her door open, holding a hammer. "What's going on? What happened?" Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Meng Han's imagination ran wild, picturing Jiang Sui's transformation and her first attack on Shirling. "I told you not to provoke Jiang Sui. See? The first to bite your neck after her transformation is you." Jiang Sui playfully tapped Meng Han on the head. "What are you thinking? That's just the village's heir Motzi, the one who calls Jian Yuan heir Motzi. This shameless person led heir Motzi here, and then he fled, leaving us as targets. I recall that there was a similar occasion for this reason, but at that time, Jian Yuan had not yet fled."
Meng Han understood.
It was no wonder that Jiang Sui had been preoccupied with thoughts of her Motzi last night, counting at their door. She was evidently assessing who would be the fortunate audience member chosen by her Motzi, randomly selecting one lucky spectator for a chaotic slaughter. Fortunately, upon hearing this, she sensed that something was amiss and secured the door. Sister Sui was indeed remarkable. She could tend to a sow postpartum, spark fire by friction, and even confront a murderer. Next time, she must thoroughly analyze Jiang Sui's innermost thoughts. At this moment, everyone began to hold Jiang Sui in profound respect. Chapter 43. Sweeping away morality, returning to oneself. My goodness, when did Jiang Sui enter? Is she a gecko? She flew in like an aircraft, zipping through and crashing in. I saw it just now. I have no idea what transpired inside, but judging by her Motzi's state, Jiang Sui must have gouged out his eyes. 9 in white bone claw. Let's not be too ridiculous, but where did those handcuffs come from? She must have secretly enrolled in the police academy without us knowing. Goodness. She seems to excel at everything. Please enlighten me on how to make scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Urgent. After completing her tasks, Jiang Sui finally succumbed to drowsiness. This assassination was finally over, and her night of tension was not in vain, though she slept soundly. This pair of handcuffs from the adult store is quite practical. It's clear they are made by a renowned brand. Excellent. The whip must also be quite sturdy. When we leave, let us gift one to each villager for herding pigs. Meng Han, sister, you sure know how to find things. Who would have thought these could be bought at an adult store? The world is vast, and people have their peculiar hobbies. Jiang Sui stretched lazily, disregarding Shirling, and turned back to her room to sleep. On the 4th day of the live broadcast, everyone awoke late. Due to yesterday's events, aside from Jiang Sui, who had collapsed into sleep, the other guests had spent a restless night. The police had made an appearance and were no longer surprised by such criminals. Sometimes it isn't that they don't handle cases, but rather that they are difficult to manage. Motzi was insane to a degree that made him unmanageable. Yet he was still apprehended. It seemed he wouldn't be emerging anytime soon. One wondered if there were any more killers in this village, and if she should fortify her windows and doors again. Cautious and life-preserving, Meng Han even took the initiative to install a manual wooden lock. Indeed, having mingled with Jiang Sui for so long, she had acquired such skills. It was even more useful than the practical courses at school. Yes. Jiang Sui's voice startled everyone. Surely it couldn't be that unlucky again. How could it still be happening? Why hasn't that piece of trash, Dan Yin, been apprehended? Should we call the police? Dan Yin gulped nervously, continually comforting himself. Perhaps Jiang Sui merely disdained him and was unaware of his presence. It wasn't a big deal. This variety show would only last a few days. And once he finished promoting, he could leave. He was a temporary guest, having only signed on for 1 episode, so there was no need for continued filming. Men, don't sleep around. Women, don't evade taxes. Although the two phrases sounded alike, everyone understood their implications. Recently, the Broadcasting Authority had been cracking down hard, and many had hidden their little secrets. Among those present, it seemed only Jiang Sui was without such concerns, as her income was settled daily as a supporting actor.
Come.
Let us have breakfast first. Everyone prepare to get to work. Xiepeng and Jiang Sui had essentially become the cooks, as they were the only ones who could prepare meals, so it was always left to them. They couldn't possibly summon Sister Sui. Nor could they ask for financial support from Fu Jin, and definitely not Meng Han, who was their spectator. The moment she saw a melon, she would slam the brakes and whisk the two away. Fu Sheng was leaving today. After breakfast, he intended to pack his belongings. Thank you for your care these past few days. I have matters at home and must return. He even bowed to everyone. A bow from the affluent Fu Sheng? That was something. Everyone also rose to bow, with Meng Han even saying, no need for such formality. Please do send more money to the production team. Thank you. Fu Sheng, it's empty, it's empty. Leaving in such haste? Has your house been robbed, or has your company collapsed? Perhaps he has gotten married. Fu Sheng, it's indeed possible that the house was robbed, but the likelihood of marriage is rather slim. Jiang Sui, I will discuss this matter with your mother.
Jiang Sui?
What matter? Tia just waiting for death? What's the big deal? Has Fu Sheng been drained by that pig mother from that day? Why is he speaking in such a disjointed manner? Just because he knows my mother doesn't he mean he can pin accusations on me? Be careful. One day I might go mad and stuff your socks in your mouth. Sweeping away morality. Returning to oneself. Fu Sheng was nearly choked by his own saliva in fright. What has become of Jiang Sui? She once exhibited a semblance of decorum befitting a glamorous star, but now she seemed increasingly unruly. Not one to provoke, he decided to retreat. Well, goodbye for now. No. Perhaps it's a farewell for an indefinite period. Truly, Fu Sheng was a rich second generation. The guests even encouraged him to contribute funds, and he actually agreed to it. Hadn't it been said that he knew Jiang Sui? If he was acquainted with her mother, he likely was also of affluent lineage. In this day and age, a rich second generation performing on a show for amusement was quite the spectacle, reminiscent of the time Fu Sheng hid away to munch on melons. After Fu Sheng's departure, although one labor was lost, curiously, it felt as if nothing was truly missing. A sudden realization struck Jiang Sui, who pondered aloud. Hey, what has Fu Sheng been doing? It seems he hasn't contributed much. Of course he has. He fed the pigs, scaring them away. We had to herd them back and even got a few meat pies for it, Meng Han remarked nonchalantly. Munching on sunflower seeds. Really? Jiang Sui fell into contemplation. Fu Sheng had been stealthily consuming melons and working behind the scenes. His departure from the production team had left no ripple. In the entertainment industry, that would be akin to filming a completely inconsequential show. Let us get back to work. Otherwise, Jiang Sui will berate us for being useless. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious how Jiang Sui seems to blend in like a native wherever she goes. She immediately struck up relations with the villagers. During their time on the deserted island, she was the only one with food. Mastering the art of fire-making was her ultimate strength. What happened to Fu Sheng? What's going on? Who is he anyway? No casualties reported. What's this collapse? He merely left. However, every guest who departs prematurely must have some scandal to unveil. Everyone can wait. With no scandal revealed, upon returning home, Fu Sheng indeed found Jiang Sui as prediction accurate. His house hadn't been robbed. Rather, he nearly found himself married. That day upon returning, he discovered a stranger in his bed, which was utterly shocking, a thunderclap to his senses. In a state of disarray, he immediately called the police, only to learn that it was a daughter-in-law his mother had unilaterally accepted. The absurdity was not the daughter-in-law, but rather how Jiang Sui had known about it. At this moment, Jiang Sui was expressionless, cracking eggs with remarkable speed, showing no signs of delay. The cries of piglets could be heard even from several small houses away. Only Jiang Sui remained unfazed, resembling an egg-cracking machine. Teacher Jiang, thank you. I still have some vegetables at home. I'll send them over shortly. They're all fresh. Jiang Sui replied with a nonchalant spoke a few more words with them, and then left. She intended to check on the fish-catching situation, which was not far away, where she could already hear the commotion. Everyone was bustling about, and even a mud person had collided with himself.
Wow.
Where did this Saturnian come from? Is that mud stuck to his teeth? The newcomer grinned widely, his pully white teeth unmarred by dirt. Sister Sui, it's me. This is my first time doing this work, and I lack experience. It was Meng Han's voice, which sounded somewhat excited. Chapter 44, for little mud people watching the big melon. Have you fallen into the mud pit? As she lifted her gaze, Meng Han noticed a figure approaching from behind her, tall and disheveled. In front of Jiang Sui stood two muddy figures, one tall and one short. Grinning widely with gleaming white teeth, their entire bodies coated in mud. Stop smiling. We all know you brushed your teeth with that whitening toothpaste. The moment her words fell, the two figures immediately dropped their smiles, closing their mouths. Meng Han jostled the bucket in her hands, revealing fish that were leaping energetically within. With a mighty splash of its tail, one fish sent mud flying onto Jiang Sui's face, leaving a large mark. Jiang Sui remained silent.
Men han har stiliga på låget.
Placing the bucket down and reaching out to wipe it off. However, her touch only resulted in two muddy imprints on Jiang Sui's cheek, perfectly aligned with her features. Flustered, Meng Han stepped back. "I'm so sorry, Sister Sui. I merely wanted to tell you that these fish are even more lively than the ones we caught on the deserted island. They just flopped around like this." Jiang Sui, it feels akin to having carried dozens of loads of manure to water the crops, only to discover that I've drenched someone else's field. Meng Han dared not speak further and quickly fabricated an excuse to flee. Brother Peng is calling me. I must get back to work. Goodbye, Sister Sui." Observing the scene, Chu Yuzhou adeptly urged Meng Han to hasten away. After all, should any trouble arise, these seasoned guests could shoulder the burden while he played the innocent bystander. Jiang Sui made her way to a nearby stream to wash her face, and upon raising her head, she spotted two individuals cutting pigweed below, preparing to wash their feet. In the dead of winter, who washes their feet? I truly didn't check the almanac before stepping out today. A sense of opulent disgust washed over her. When these two phrases are combined, they leave me perplexed. There is no river water that is clean. No matter, Jiang Sui had a thick skin. It wouldn't matter even if she used mercury. Shiling and Shan Yi naturally noticed Jiang Sui, particularly Shiling. This was her first time engaging in such labor, and it was quite arduous. Her shoes had even been ruined. "Jiang Sui, since you have some free time, come help me carry this load back." Jiang Sui regarded Shiling with a blank expression. Choosing not to respond, her gaze fixated on the ground beneath Shiling's feet. 3, 2, 1 thud. Shiling stepped onto a loose patch of soil, twisting her ankle and tumbling into the stream. The winter waters were shallow but chilling to the bone. Jiang Sui chuckled softly, gradually approaching Shiling. "Hand me the load. I'll carry it back." After Shiling regained her footing, she was drenched, wringing her clothes to extract water, her entire body icy. It must have been Jiang Sui's doing, otherwise, how could she have suddenly lost her balance? After counting down, she fell into the water.
Now.
Jiang Sui was unexpectedly offering to help her carry the load back, surely with the intent to mock her. "Jiang Sui, was it you who set this up? Enticing me to fall into the water? You malicious woman, just like the character you portray in the drama." Jiang Sui often played the role of a wicked female antagonist. Jiang Sui shrugged. "I didn't utter a word before your mishap. If you suffer from delusions, perhaps you should refrain from working. I fear one day you might think I'm a tall, dark-skinned athlete who has fallen for you." Shiling screamed in frustration, splashing water everywhere in her delirium. In that instant, Jiang Sui swiftly leapt to the bank. This was a precautionary measure. As the saying goes, do not disturb a madman. Observing Shiling's state, Jiang Sui took another step back. "Jiang Sui, it's you who made me fall into the water." Jiang Sui dared not utter another word, merely waiting for her to hurl insults. In any case, it all boiled down to the same refrain. Jiang Sui quietly watched as Shiling raged in the water, occasionally splashing about. Shiling, unable to regain her composure, scooped up a handful of mud from the stream and hurled it at Jiang Sui. If she couldn't have a miserable time, then no one else would. Jiang Sui dragged a cameraman over to shield herself, adjusting the camera angle. Cameraman? Why was he suffering for the guests' quarrels? This would require a different fee altogether. Once Jiang Sui had adjusted the camera, she encouraged in a supportive tone. "The entire setup costs millions. Go ahead and smash it. Give it your all." Shiling hesitated, glaring at Jiang Sui with malice. Yet she couldn't bring herself to throw it at her. Ultimately, she could only hurl it into the stream with force, causing a splash that landed on her face. "Don't throw it. I fear Jiang Sui will transform in front of the live camera." At first, Shiling declared, "I must treat everyone equally." But upon learning the camera's price, she thought, perhaps I can endure. The four little mud figures watched the unfolding drama.
Oh.
I thought it was just a pile of dirt. Turns out it's the fishing brigade. Without their figures, one wouldn't recognize who was who. Xie Peng and Jiang Zhe were originally fishing. The pond was vast, and other villagers were also partaking in the catch. Compared to the two novices, the villagers were clean except for their lower halves clad in boots. Meng Han approached with her bucket and immediately noticed the quarrel between the two, hastily dragging them to the pond side to witness the spectacle. "I told you they'd end up fighting." Sister Sui seems far more composed now. Upon hearing this, the three exchanged curious glances. Sister Sui composed? Is that even a coherent statement? Jiang Zhe commented, "If they start brawling, we should keep our distance. I've heard they love to quarrel on set. The saying goes, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. It would be wise for them to maintain their distance." In the frame, the four little mud figures cautiously shifted to the side, eventually settling down. wide-eyed as they observed the unfolding conflict. Once Jiang Sui noted that Shirling had calmed down, she stepped forward. As the saying goes, it's better to resolve enmities than to foster them. If you truly cannot tolerate me, you could always leave this world before me.
Jiang Sui.
Shirling growled through clenched teeth. This woman, still outside making snide remarks, was becoming increasingly infuriating. Jiang Sui dragged the load over, placing it on her back. All right. I want to say another word. I'm heading back. You can mingle with those 4 little mud figures and let them find you something to wear. If I talk any longer, I fear you'll sneak a kiss from me tonight and then concoct an excuse to claim you want to kill me. As Shirling attempted to climb back up, she slipped and fell back into the water. With no one around, Shawneen had already fled with her load. Fearing the repercussions, and after decades of back pain, she felt relieved. Shirling flailed in the water, splashing about. After indulging in youthful angst literature, I thought I was filming an idol drama. Others might think I'm just making a scene.
Jiang Sui.
Hearing her name, Jiang Sui dashed off, nearly crushing the load in her grasp. Society's tolerance is quite strong. Even the mentally ill need not be hospitalized, as they play out their angst literature here. The 4 little mud figures, upon seeing Shirling rise, were so startled that they hurriedly returned to their respective tasks. Meng Han stepped into the pond, her foot sinking into the mud. Xia Peng and Jiang Zhe rushed to pull her up, finally returning to their own affairs. Meng Han sighed in relief, only to be met with Shirling's resentful gaze. Chapter 45, The Awakening of the Purple Star, destined to dominate the realm of extras. Please fetch me a change of clothes. Her sudden politeness unnerved Meng Han. Come with me, immediately. Each step Meng Han took left a muddy footprint, causing Shirling to tread carefully. However, considering her own shoes were already ruined, she decided to abandon all pretense. The farm clothes were primarily worn by the elderly, with few options for the young. After rummaging through, they could only find garments from years past, a floral cotton jacket, and a pair of thick cotton trousers. I refuse to wear these. I'd rather die. What sort of clothing is this? Though she was somewhat muddied, she still had a modicum of fame. If Jiang Sui could wear it, she would not. In this modern era, it is quite astonishing to witness such a grand flower, accompanied by another symbol of prosperity. After all, she is a female celebrity. If you are reluctant to wear it, there exists a military coat over there. I find this outfit rather appealing. Far brighter than the one I am currently donning. Upon our arrival, they had already anticipated that we would end up dirty. Hence, all 4 of us changed into tattered clothing, knowing that the villagers would not be overly concerned if it got damaged. However, we did not foresee that while fishing, even our hair would become soiled with mud. Shirling gazed at Meng Han's attire, utterly transfixed, as it was impossible to discern the nature of her clothing. Meng Han's eyes were wide open. Resigned, she could only hold onto the garment. Meng Han still needed to catch fish, uncertain if she would encounter any plump ones. I'll head off first. You should change and brew some hot tea at home. As Meng Han dashed outside, she spotted Jiang Sui already wading into the water, clad in her fishing boots, effortlessly catching a plump fish. Sister Sui, wait. That fish looks so fat. Jiang Sui grasped the fish by its gills, rendering it motionless, and tossed it to Meng Han, who watched it swim around after a brief pause. Wow, so that's how it's done. No wonder every time Jiang Zhe and Xia Peng throw fish over, it creates such a commotion, leaving me covered in mud. Could it be that Jiang Sui truly lived in this environment? I come from the countryside, but I genuinely lack experience. Today's youth are all seeking jobs outside, so they wouldn't know these things. Same here. I can't even dig up radishes without being sluggish. The truth is clear. Jiang Sui has reincarnated as a minor character from an ancient farming narrative, making a triumphant return to modernity. Come on now. When Jiang Sui was an extra, she would have rushed in to harm her own people. I'd wager she's gone back 100 years.
Jiang Sui.
Without the aid of a fishing net, clumsily caught several large, plump fish. Meng Han had already made multiple trips from her position. The other 2 stood at their spots, filled with envy. Pungo, we need to muster our energy and dive in. As Jiang Zhe bent down to catch fish, he almost sank into the mud. It's not that competitive, Xia Peng remarked. Shirling, dressed in her floral cotton jacket, stood with her hands tucked into her sleeves, feeling envious. With such strength, why not challenge the earth? Jiang Sui, hunched over, said nothing as she retrieved another fish and placed it into the bucket. You're too afraid to flaunt your strength. Worried you might lose your benefactor, Meng Han thought to herself, stifling a laugh upon noticing Shirling's expression. Meng Han awkwardly turned away, lifted the bucket, and hurried to the water tank to wash the fish before adding them in. Upon returning, she noticed Shiling still standing on the shore, fixated on Jiang Sui. Oh dear, could Shiling be plotting against Jiang Sui? Please don't. I fear you might be countered. Shiling pinched her fingers and finally spoke. Jiang Sui, how did you land the role of the second female lead in Lily Pearl? That was a major production. When she discovered that the second female lead was Jiang Sui, she had even inquired further, as it was clearly stated. Given that no name changes were made, it had to be Jiang Sui. This realization led her to relinquish her ambitions. The drama had indeed elevated Jiang Sui's profile, but in the next project, she was overshadowed by Jiang Bao. Jiang Sui lifted her gaze, her face a portrait of excessive coolness, especially with her slightly dispirited eyebrows. She replied indifferently, "My mother gifted it to me as a present for my 20th birthday. What's the matter? Don't you have a mother?" Shirling's fingers cracked as she grasped tightly. "I've already mentioned, I'm a wealthy second generation. I possess both money and power, though perhaps not anymore." Upon hearing this, Shirling's grip relaxed. So, she was merely a bankrupt heiress. That diminished her significance. No wonder resources were seized from Jiang Bao later. After all, he was surrounded by a throng of admirers. Even her biological brothers have become Jiang Bao's entourage. Those sycophants deserve it. Shirling's mood visibly brightened. Wait, what did she just say? That group of admirers resembling nobility surrounding Jiang Bao were indeed Jiang Sui's brothers. It made sense, given they all shared the surname Jiang. Yet, wasn't it mentioned that after Jiang Bao's variety show, they were half-siblings? Jiang Sui truly seems to be the genuine eldest daughter of the Jiang family. No matter, the Jiang family's fortune is dwindling, while I, the awakened Ziwei star, shall inevitably dominate the entire realm of extras. Shirling, you're insane. Meng Han observed the two quietly, stealthily sidling up to the somewhat peculiar Jiang Sui and handing her the bucket. Since the incident with Heir Ma Zi yesterday, Jiang Sui had grown increasingly unhinged. Stay alert, everyone. Sooner or later, Jiang Sui would truly lose her mind and start biting people. As soon as the bucket arrived, Jiang Sui tossed a few fish inside. Meng Han, take it away. Shirling continued to emanate an icy demeanor, prompting Meng Han to quickly carry the bucket off. Shirling stomped her foot and declared, Jiang Sui, I don't believe you don't have any connections. What connections?
Jiang Sui retorted.
What are you two playing at? Obviously, they were inquiring if Jiang Sui had a benefactor. Was that not clear? Everyone is now a seasoned fan of this variety show. No need to feign ignorance. Initially, it was indeed perplexing, but after watching for a while, one understands. I'm curious, do you? Yes, my mother. She can provide such resources, undoubtedly a big shot. Jiang Sui rolled her eyes. Yes, I have tuberculosis and heart disease. What about you? Do you suffer from hemorrhoids or rabies? Otherwise, you wouldn't be so irritable, barking everywhere. With your worth, you must seek a marriage alliance. If your husband doesn't return home, at least you'd still receive living expenses. That's the good life. But can such an arrangement last? Just look at Yang Mushing. Even his benefactor finds him too old and unappealing, not worth the trouble. Better to find a rich second generation and get a 500,000 severance from his mother. That would be a net gain of 500,000. Suddenly, a new method of making money dawned on her. Jiang Sui began to ponder. It was time to accept that dating show. After this episode, she would jump into one. Is that even dating? It's merely a legal means of consuming in high society. Chapter 46, the discussion scene, with a creepy camera. Shirling found herself at a loss for words, convinced that Jiang Sui's thought process was truly peculiar. What on earth makes someone like her want to navigate the entertainment industry? I can't be bothered to argue further. I'm heading home. Shirling hastily departed, having never experienced such humiliation. Though she had been in the industry for years without becoming a major star, she had still produced some work. What about Jiang Sui? Her sole claim to fame was her diva behavior. Jiang Sui watched Shirling retreating, then absent-mindedly adjusted her hair. You wish for a moment alone with me to highlight your own beauty. That is simply unattainable. By the way, which benefactor provided Shirling with this opportunity? Is it CEO Liu from the company? Or CEO Li? Whoever allowed me to be the scapegoat must certainly be CEO Wang. What CEOs? Meng Han tilted her head to listen, utterly baffled. How had 3 CEOs suddenly appeared, and she recognized none? Clearing her throat, Meng Han noticed Zhang Zhe was also eavesdropping on the gossip and lightly coughed to signal her. Almost instantly she understood. After placing the bucket down, she urged Chu Yuzhou to join them. Teacher Chu, I'll leave this to you. I'm off to join Pingo and Zhangge. This was Chu Yujo South's first close encounter with such gossip, and he readily agreed, almost sprinting towards Jiang Sui. Sister Sui, toss them into my bucket.
Jiang Sui, indifferent,
Continued to ponder about Shiling Dam. Could it be that old Wang intends to summon me back? His wife is still at the company. Such a treacherous act cannot be done. But I could indulge in some mischievous antics, such as projecting explicit content on the large screen. Goodness, how thrilling! Who could it be? Surely not Shiling? Shiling is as harmless as a fish, not even close to the bed. At that moment, I could simply pixelate the female lead and accentuate old Wang's belly. With that thought, Jiang Sui felt her spirits lift. It wasn't as if she hadn't done such things before. If she was going to go wild, she might as well go all out. No one is escaping my watchful eyes. Everyone is going to be wrapped up and sent off to retirement. The guests gulped nervously, instinctively distancing themselves from Jiang Sui. If this woman lost her mind, they might be in serious trouble. The variety show participants came in waves, and few could slip past Jiang Sui's keen scrutiny. Moreover, she even had some videos saved. Heavens, who would dare to offend her? The only one likely trembling in fear was Chu Yujo. After all, as a popular idol, he not only wanted to avoid romantic entanglements, but was also keen on stirring up CP rumors within the show. That was a surefire explosive situation. Naturally, Chu Yujo still clung to a glimmer of hope. However, he only had knowledge of the situation, certainly no evidence. Feeling at ease, he began passing buckets to Jiang Sui. Meng Han moved to another corner, quietly discussing with the other two. Who do you think the pixelated person is? And just who is old Wang? Jiang Sui cleared his throat. He was fairly well informed about these matters. After all, variety shows are performed live and without connections. Who would dare to create comedic effects? They were currently mired in mud, unable to set the camera down for a proper shot, so they could only mount one above for a downward view. Goodness! What is the photographer doing? Get down there and shoot them up close. What secrets are they whispering? Let me announce it. I'll shove my megaphone onto the microphone. Just now Meng Han was talking about pixelation and old Wang. The gist is that old Wang has been pixelated. Who is old Wang? Why would they pixelate him? Jiang Sui pulled the two closer, saying, I know a few leaders from Jiang Sui's company, and I suspect old Wang might be the marketing manager. His wife is the PR manager, quite a prominent figure. Meng Han gasped, astonished that such a powerful wife could dare to cheat. The entertainment industry is so chaotic nowadays. Thankfully, she didn't sign with the company and relied solely on her mentor's strength to elevate her to stardom. There was no choice. With the mentor watching her closely, how could she not work hard? Everyone in the industry has their own games, not interfering with each other. Do you think his wife is a kind soul? Meng Han gasped again, quickly covering her mouth as she glanced at the camera. Why are these couples each playing their own games? What the heck? Why is Meng Han so shocked? What did she hear? Here it comes, let me explain. They were talking about Jiang Sui and old Wang, each playing their own games. What? Jiang Sui is married to old Wang? Is that true? What kind of megaphone is this? They clearly said old Wang has a wife, each playing their own games. What's Jiang Sui's connection to old Wang? It seems they might have something going on. I think so, just look at their lips. Jiang Sui reminded them. Keep it down, don't let Jiang Sui hear. The three raised their heads and glanced over at Jiang Sui. The fish in Jiang Sui's area had all been caught, so she moved to another spot, and naturally, Chu Yujo followed. Back and forth. Chu Yujo was nearing numbness from listening to Jiang Sui's grievances. You worthless fish. I'll boil you when I get back. Keep flopping, and I'll swallow you whole right now. I'll steam, fry, and stir-fry your entire family, leaving none alive. It sounded like a vendetta against the entire clan. Chu Yujo suspected Jiang Sui was hinting at her determination to not let them off the hook. Help! When will this show ever end? Why does it feel like dying on just the first day? Remembering last night, how Jiang Sui knocked out her Matzi with a single blow, and then comparing it to previous episodes, where they spent half an hour trying to start a fire, and didn't he even feel sore? Why did he have to encounter such an extraordinary person? Meng Han squatted in a small corner, dragging the two down with her. Who exactly is this pixelated person? Their significance must be considerable. Jiang Sui fiddled with a stick on the ground, looking equally puzzled. Analyzing the situation, he noted Jiang Sui was the top star at her company, and there were quite a few rising stars. I haven't even been in touch with their company lately, so I don't know much. What about you, Pinga?
Me?
Siepeng chuckled awkwardly. I'm just a husband actor, never really famous. And now I'm just reheating old news, and it's spoiled at that. After spending time on this variety show, Everyone has become quite candid. All eyes turned to Meng Han. After all, she was also a new star with a prominent backer.
What are you looking at?
You know this school and my old fashion teacher. Even watching short videos to see handsome guys gets me labeled as not being serious. Meng Han's mentor is a nationally acclaimed veteran actor, keeping a tight rein on her. This variety show was only suggested because her mentor thought it would be a good experience for her, so she was sent here. The trio was happily chatting and exchanging smiles when they noticed the sleazy camera nearby. Sleazy was the only word for it, lurking behind cover like a paparazzo. Extending the camera to get clear shots of them. 3 people, Chapter 47, considering going to prison together to operate a sewing machine. When did you arrive? Meng Han asked the photographer. The photographer showed no signs of embarrassment, completely unashamed. I came over when Pungo was speaking. You all continue. Continue what? The 3 of them lowered their eyelids, awkwardly starting to pack up their things, preparing to work. It seems next time, gossiping should be done from a distance. The crew is getting bolder by the minute. Haha, reheating spoiled news. You all have such self-awareness. Meng Han managed to stay this long, thanks to our teacher Qin. Even watching handsome guys gets me labeled as not being serious. Or should we look at beautiful women? Then Qin would surely be accused of corrupting morals. Weren't we discussing Old Wang and Jiang Sui? How do we get on to other topics? I'll say the next one is definitely Jiang Sui. Let us make a bet. Online, everyone is placing their bets. 80 are on Jiang Sui. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui, blissfully unaware, was feeling much better and no longer cursing internally. Chu Yuzhou, having heard everything, was on the verge of collapse. After catching fish, he changed clothes and went home to cook. A boy who can cook leaves a good impression. Anyway, it's just a few days of this. He could endure it, thanks to their fishing prowess. The farmhouse gifted Jiang Sui and the others 5 large fish to choose from. Let us make grilled fish. There should still be some side dishes at home. Meng Han carried 2 large fish, leading the way. Jiang Sui donned a military coat, embracing local customs. It was genuinely warm. Upon returning home, Shirling, who had previously been at odds, suddenly turned kind toward Jiang Sui. You're back. Would you like some fruits? Picked by teacher Dan. Shirling was the first to hand some to Jiang Sui, who was momentarily taken aback. There had been a minor conflict earlier. I apologize. We're all in the same company, and we must look out for each other, right? Is this a reminder to be the scapegoat as a background character? Don't say that. I have anorexia and fear of being overly optimistic. Shirling's forced smile faded within 3 seconds. Once her smile vanished, Jiang Sui let out a sigh of relief. This is the normal way to interact. Otherwise, I genuinely worry that I did something to make you fall for me. Shirling. Does Jiang Sui have some sort of masochistic tendency? Only when she shows displeasure is it considered normal. In the end, she managed to force a smile, presenting the remaining fruit to share with everyone. Dan Yin was still engaged in his promotional endeavors, incessantly discussing variety shows with Jiang Zhe. Teacher Jiang, you've indeed had a busy day. This variety show is quite commendable. In fact, I am rather keen on launching a lifestyle show, simply revolving around life in the village. In front of the production team, you blatantly poach guests and engage in plagiarism. Truly, you live up to your reputation, Mr. Dan. The capitalist. Dan Yin pretended not to hear, continuing to chatter away. However, Jiang Zhe was already contemplating his demise. Director, I assure you, I have no affiliation with Dan Yin. I am merely a novice. Everything is solely his doing. Teacher Jiang, why not consider it? Consider sharing a prison cell, operating a sewing machine, and crafting paradise umbrellas. What a splendid idea. Jiang Zhe, you deserve it. Jiang Zhe forced a smile that failed to reach his eyes. No. He did not deserve it. He absolutely could not. Teacher Dan, let's discuss this later. Our fish have returned. I must assist in preparing it, as grilling fish is no simple task. With that, he strode confidently into the kitchen. He genuinely felt a sense of trepidation whenever he encountered Dan Yin, uncertain of what other misdeeds Dan Yin might have committed beyond mere bribery. After all these years, his background should be quite substantial. Why, then, could the variety show not air? Surely, he must have been involved in other undertakings. In this matter, he trusted Jiang Sui. Dan Yin turned his gaze towards Jiang Sui, convinced that this woman would inevitably jeopardize his plans, and it was imperative to resolve the issue swiftly. Jiang Sui felt uncomfortable under his scrutiny, as if something sinister were watching her. Why do I feel as though I've been targeted? This house couldn't possibly be haunted, could it? A shiver ran down her spine as she retreated into the kitchen. Dan Yin redirected his attention and returned to the production team. He was undoubtedly connected within this team. Otherwise, he would not have been able to participate in such a wildly popular variety show. Aside from the seasoned guests, the newcomers were all relatively unknown, while those filtered in later bore some degree of influence. Upon hearing Dan Yin's proposition, the director promptly declined. That won't do. Jiang Sui is our ace. Dan Yin pulled up trending topics, noting how heavily she had been criticized online, with multiple scandals against her. And yet, you wish to keep her? The director glanced at the trending topics, his expression unchanged. After returning Dan Yin's phone, he shook his head once more. What does this minor backlash matter? You have yet to witness a real crisis. Besides, everyone is eager to see what Jiang Sui has to offer. If I dismiss her now, my ratings would plummet. It was Dan Yin's first time witnessing such a scandal explosion, while the production team regarded it as a minor inconvenience. The director patted Dan Yin on the shoulder. You may not have heard the saying circulating online. Jiang Sui isn't just collapsing, she lacks a foundation altogether. Do you understand? Dan Yin restrained his frustration, wondering why he could not rid himself of Jiang Sui. If worst came to worst, he would simply introduce some fabricated scandals. He refused to be bested. After departing from the production team, Jiang Sui stealthily emerged from behind them before quietly exiting. You insolent creature! Daring to provoke me and leak information, I shall add a touch of cumin to your dish. Iron gates, iron bars, iron chains, oh dear. I must find a place that provides 3 meals a day. Known as free meals, otherwise referred to as prison food.
Men Han,
Who had come to witness the spectacle, pressed Jiang Zui's head down, and the two remained crouched on the ground until Jiang Sui departed. She knew that Jiang Sui's inexplicable outing must signify some significant endeavor. Look, the drama is escalating. There's much to observe. Jiang Zui raised an eyebrow, predicting that the next to leave would undoubtedly be Dan Yin. Damn, they're consuming gossip everywhere. He was already terrified by Jiang Sui's sudden appearance, and now there were 2 more heads. Goodness, they are openly broadcasting internal strife. How impressive. I want to go too. Sisters, I've been persuading my parents to secure a spot on the show. I'll keep you updated if I hear anything. How enviable. I wish to go as well. This variety show has so much gossip. Meng Han clicked her tongue, hiding in the bushes while whispering to Jiang Zui. When will they release the news? I'm so anxious. Fiddling with a blade of grass in her hand and preparing to leave, she spotted the cameraman.
Men Han jumper in surpriser. Oh my.
Why do you always appear without a sound? The cameraman awkwardly smiled. Apologies, I also enjoy a good gossip. The photographer, Xiao Lu, had never missed a single gossip session. He had been the one capturing every angle of the plastic couple's quarrel. While the director was mediating, he was broadcasting the event live. His dedication was commendable. In a small theater, why must I participate in a variety show? If I refrain from joining, I could live peacefully, and in the meantime, I could alert the director about the crew's temporary disbandment and commence an investigation into the actors. Jiang Sui felt life was utterly delightful until she was abruptly struck by a vehicle. The driver being the second male lead, who was supposed to be operating a sewing machine. Jiang Sui, how lovely. Chapter 48. Dan Yin had become more handsome, presumably due to the influence of a man. Meng Han facepalmed in disbelief, realizing it was that person again, always present. The two stood awkwardly, brushing off the dirt from their clothes as they ran, with the photographer hot on their heels. This photographer has lost his mind. How amusing. I knew this angle would capture the most thrilling moment. Indeed, I am everywhere, guests sweated out. It was simple, just follow Meng Han, as she was the most enthusiastic in enjoying the gossip. During dinner that evening, all remained peaceful, with Jiang Sui even singing. Iron gates, iron bars, iron chains. Leaning against the iron bars, I gaze outside. How splendid the world beyond is. Everyone dined in silence. Meng Han pondered how everyone's phones had been confiscated, yet how Jiang Sui managed to spill the tea. Surely, the information must have been on her phone. Could it be that Jiang Sui is hiding a backup phone? I wish I had thought to do the same. Suddenly, she recalled that a child was supposed to come over the next morning to help take care of old man Kai's grandson, as they were visiting relatives out of town. And the child did not wish to go. Jiang Sui abruptly remembered this detail. Everyone nodded in agreement.
Who is old man Kai?
I've never encountered him before. Jiang Zui inquired. Is that not obvious? In this entire village, how many people can you recognize? Jiang Sui did not even lift her gaze, casually stating. It's the family down by the village. Turn at the big dam and go inside. It's the second house with a plum tree in their yard. The guests, so clear-cut a route, yet how could one possibly identify a bare tree in winter as a plum tree? That child is insufferable. Caring for a child would merely take place at home. Jiang Sui glanced at the guests, her gaze landing on Xiepeng. Either him or someone else will do. As long as that troublesome child doesn't gravitate towards me, I find it bothersome to watch. Xiepeng. So it seems the burden has fallen upon him.
Men Han.
You shall assist me in taking care of the child. Girls are generally more attentive. Meng Han shook her head vigorously. No, I am rough around the edges. I am still a child myself. Jiang should handle it. You are 30. Learning to care for a child could help you find a wife. Right? A 30-year-old virgin should learn to handle children. It would certainly be a bragging point in the matchmaking market, especially if he could successfully reform a troublesome child. Jiang Sui nearly choked on his food, leaning over the table to cough. No, I have asthma. I could die from this. Chu Yuzhou, you go instead. Young people need to gain experience. After all, was there not a fresh prospective husband available? It was the perfect opportunity for an internship. Chu Yuzhou taking care of the child was indeed a suitable choice. The hot potato was tossed to Chu Yuzhou, who momentarily did not know whom to throw it to. With tigers on both sides, none of them were to be trifled with. Judging by their expressions, this child would be quite a handful. Good luck. Laughter erupted, as everyone's gaze darted about, searching for someone to take the fall. The astute Jiang Sui cleverly posed a question before deflecting it. Only Xiepeng bore the brunt, having been singled out, eliciting laughter. Chu Yuzhou pondered for nearly 5 minutes, opening and closing his mouth in a futile struggle for words. The onlookers grew weary of watching his lips move. Sweet talk may deceive naive girls, but here, words seemed to elude him. Chu Yuzhou remained silent, prompting the others to indulge in Jiang Sui's gossip instead. What about deceiving girls? Do tell, we are all ears. Isn't quite easy to profess love for fans? A man's words are mere fabrications. After all, he is but a minor celebrity. And not everyone is his fan, thus they remain unaware of such matters. How outrageous. Cradling a treasure while misleading fans into calling him hubby. Chu Yuzhou certainly possesses some audacity. If this were to come to light, it would result in utter ruin. Meng Han opted to keep her distance. Wary of being implicated should Chu Yuzhou's facade crumble, fearful of being dragged into the fray. Your brother is dating, quite predictably. Meng Han was keen to distance herself, almost to the point of madness. Stay away from me. I have locked my heart away. It's absurd. Watching a variety show, yet nothing was said. And here they are spreading rumors. Where is the studio in all this? One must always remember that this variety show is aptly named Entertainment Big Exposé, while Life as Sans is merely a title for approval by the production team. Chu Yuzhou inhaled deeply, raising his index finger, shifting focus from Shirling to Dan. Teacher Dan, perhaps it would be best if you took charge. After all, you oversee many children in your show, so you are undoubtedly well equipped for this task. Dan pointed to himself, bewildered.
Me?
Why am I being singled out? This is illogical. Let us stick with Shirling. Being female, she is inherently more meticulous.
Besides,
Xiepeng is a male, and pairing genders often lightens the workload. Wouldn't you agree, Xiepeng? Xiepeng was still preoccupied with picking at his teeth, inadvertently knocking his lip.
Huh.
Yes. He was unsure what he was agreeing to, but it sufficed. Dan perked up immediately. Look, since Xiepeng has spoken, it seems only fitting that Shirling takes the lead. She appears quite diligent. It was then that Xiepeng realized who Dan was referring to.
Who?
Shirling is meticulous? She barely manages not to frighten children. How can she be considered attentive? Shirling pointed at Jiang Sui. Then let Jiang Sui take the reins. She gazed at Jiang Sui with a smug expression. If you can quickly forge good relations with the villagers, you will surely manage children well.
I have faith in you.
This was the first time she had lavished praise upon Jiang Sui, leaving Jiang Sui taken aback. Terrifying. Whose dog is that, running around barking without a leash? Shirling tightened her grip on the chopsticks, her appetite dissipating amidst the tension. This closed loop of interaction ended with her passing the burden onto Jiang Sui, inadvertently offending her. The individuals present were indeed a cunning lot. Shirling seized the largest piece of chicken leg and bit into it. Jiang Sui set her chopsticks down. All right, then it shall be Xiepeng and I, tomorrow. With no other tasks at hand, we shall assist the villagers in fishing. With that, Jiang Sui departed. She needed to prepare a guide for childcare, having studied various methods specifically for that child. And the impending explosive news tonight. It should be sent out, shouldn't it? Just as everyone was settling into slumber, a sensational piece of news suddenly burst into the public eye. Night owls perked up at the sight of it. A colossal headline read, "Renowned host accepts bribes and engages in prostitution." Prostitution? Is that the kind of prostitution I suspect? No wonder Dan Een has been looking more dashing lately. He must have been pampered by a man. But one should refrain from commenting based solely on the title. As the teacher often says, one must learn to grasp the essence of the content, for it is clearly about organized prostitution. What a scandal! I maintain that the full title of this show is Entertainment Big Exposé. Regardless of the online commentary, the police had already mobilized that very night to gather evidence. A wave of suspects was apprehended, while the ringleader continued to participate in the variety show. In the sixth rebirth, Jiang Sui explored various incendiary methods, learning to create fire sticks. However, upon reaching the island, it would take at least 2 days to produce them. Thus, Jiang Sui began her own practice of fire-making at home, her hands producing smoke without igniting a flame, as she persistently added dry grass, more. The flames grew too fierce, and she met her demise in the inferno. Jiang Sui, please take caution. Do not ignite fires indiscriminately, as it may lead to a conflagration. In Chapter 49, a suspect was apprehended while attempting to earn 50 by cutting grass for pigs on a farm. A group of uniformed individuals arrived early in the morning, handcuffing him and placing a hood over his head, dragging him away from Dan Een's room. Jiang Sui opened her door, munching on seeds as she observed the spectacle. Iron gates, iron windows, iron chains, farewell. Dan Een, trapped in a black bag, recognized Jiang Sui's voice. It must be her doing. Before he could begin his own defamation, Jiang Sui had already seen to his arrest.
Jiang Sui.
You wretched woman. Was it you? Just wait. If I don't ruin you, I'll change my surname. Dan Een was roughly pulled away by the police, hurling profanities at Jiang Sui, each more vulgar than the last.
Ha.
It's of no consequence. I've lived more life than you've had meals. Jiang Sui pointed at Dan Een, suddenly exclaiming, Officer, he has attacked my character. I demand compensation. The officers escorting Dan Een to the vehicle responded, Ma'am, you may file a civil suit. This is a criminal case. Jiang Sui replied nonchalantly. He has 100 yuan in his bag, earned yesterday from cutting grass for the villagers, and 50 of that belongs to another colleague of ours. Please return it to me. The police searched Dan Een's bag and, indeed, found 100 yuan, which they handed over to Jiang Sui. Dan Een continued to curse, each word more offensive than the last, only to be silenced once inside the vehicle. Another headline emerged when the case was uncovered. The suspect was merely trying to earn 50 by cutting grass on a farm. How absurd. What strange headlines. I considered Jiang Sui, Shirling, and Xu Yuzhou. But never Dan Een. I had thought of it. Jiang Zui's expression was peculiar, clearly indicating he was next in line. A new round begins. Guess who will be next? I wager it will be Shirling. She has been too arrogant. Or perhaps Jiang Sui. I refuse to believe she will block my ex-boyfriend as happiness. Netizens are determined to scrutinize the variety show with a magnifying glass, dissecting every minute detail for analysis. For instance, today, Jiang Sui left with her left foot, indicating a good mood, while departing with her right foot suggested otherwise. Meng Han refrained from commenting, undoubtedly having spotted Jiang Sui. The expressions on everyone's faces turned peculiar. They must be aware of the latest gossip. The correct approach to watching a silent play. When Uncle Kai delivered the child, he happened to witness the departing police car. Teacher Jiang, why are the police here? The villagers were quite sensitive to such matters. Their acceptance of outsiders was largely due to Jiang Sui's assistance, which had garnered them some goodwill. What if something chaotic were to unfold inside? They were wary of handing over their children. Jiang Sui glanced at the little girl, who appeared obedient and astute. Nothing to worry about. I called the police. It's entirely safe inside. That's 20 yuan an hour. Upon hearing this, Uncle Kai beamed with praise. This is my little Dizzy. Thank you for your help. After handing over the child, he departed. Jiang Sui glanced over at Xiepeng. Time to pick up the child. Picking up a child, sister.
Ah.
Xiepeng was still busy in the kitchen, but upon hearing the commotion, he rushed out. They are here, they are here. Xiepeng approached to take the child inside. Come, follow uncle. We have comic books at home. You can quietly read them, all right? Little Dizzy. The child obediently followed.
I know, Grandpa.
Xiepeng was taken aback, wondering if he truly looked that old. Although at his age, he could very well be a grandfather, he still appears remarkably youthful. His children are merely in elementary school. How could he be a grandfather already? Are you and that lady an item? How shameless of you. I've overheard the neighborhood aunties gossiping. saying that old men who marry beautiful young women are utterly devoid of dignity. Siepeng was taken aback by the child's remarks, pondering who could have instilled such thoughts in him. Quite astute indeed. Ultimately, it is thanks to this little one that Jiang Sui has managed to integrate into the village so swiftly. She has been inundated with various gossip, incessantly chattering away. The details about Matzi also came from Xiao Dizi, although by that time, Jiang Sui had already been rebuffed several times. It's not a significant issue. As long as she refrains from conversing with children, everything will be just fine. Grandpa, can you talk to me? Siepeng chuckled awkwardly. I still need to prepare dinner. Why don't you go play with that lady? And just to clarify, she is not my wife. Our relationship is purely professional, devoid of any connection. Receiving Jiang Sui's icy glare, Siepeng quickly altered his tone and choice of words. A toad dreaming of being a frog, ugly yet seeking beauty. Suddenly recalling that before marrying his current wife, Siepeng had been quite the flirt, entangled with several young ladies. She is merely my sister. She mentioned that purple possesses a certain charm, which I agree with, as the apron she wears is purple. Upon hearing this, Siepeng hastily removed the apron from around his waist and placed it on the table. Xiao Dizi, let's head outside. Fortunately, no one was around. Had Meng Han heard, it would surely have caused a stir. Siepeng swiftly took Xiao Dizi out, only to spot Meng Han standing at the doorway, utterly dumbfounded. She had a chip in her mouth, clearly taken aback. She had always believed that Siepeng's sole claim to fame was as a money-grabbing stooge. This had been a source of irritation for Gu Jingshan, who had ignored Siepeng for several days. Another pair of faux spouses in the entertainment industry? It seemed rather implausible. Meng Han scrutinized the situation, realizing that he was speaking of his playful escapades before marriage, having charmed multiple women. The implication was clear. He was making selective choices. Siepeng gave an awkward smile. After all, who hasn't he had a colorful past in their youth? Such matters are trivial and hardly worth mentioning. Grandpa, do you have many sisters? Are they your romantic interests? Siepeng quickly covered Xiao Dizi's mouth, cradling the child as he carried him away. It appeared that only Meng Han could naturally interact with Jiang Sui. Once Siepeng departed, Meng Han was keen to eavesdrop for more gossip. Nibbling on her chip, she cheerfully approached. Sui Jia, would you like some chips? They were just given to me by Uncle Kai. Sure, just be cautious. If you eat all of Xiao Dizi's snacks, he might retaliate. Meng Han turned a corner, cheerfully calling out, someone just shouted for me. Sui Jia, goodbye. With chips in hand, she gleefully devoured them, then scampered off to dispose of the evidence. Jiang Sui watched in bemusement, retrieving her secret weapon for entertaining children. Had she made a mistake just now? The instructions clearly stated to smile upon seeing a child. She was certain she had smiled. She would need to practice further. Encouragement, compliments, and engaging activities would surely yield positive results. As she walked, Jiang Sui murmured to herself while clutching a booklet. Entering the kitchen alongside Siepeng startled him momentarily. You should not pursue someone so relentlessly.
Sui Jie.
Find someone else to bother. In a brief interlude, Seventh Rebirth, successfully applying the technique of friction to spark a flame and artfully surrounding the fire with damp earth, exquisite. Jiang Sui, you shall not be reborn. Henceforth, may your life be splendid. On the very first day of igniting the fire, while foraging for ingredients, she was besieged by a swarm of snakes and met her end once more. Jiang Sui, I shall not coexist with snakes. Chapter 50. A night adorned with polished nails. Siepeng had set up a small table in the kitchen, placing Xiao Dizi there. Given the child's incessant chatter, Siepeng handed him a sweet potato. It's bound to work. This time, it must succeed. He cast a glance at Jiang Sui, who was holding a printed document on A4 paper. He was baffled as to where she had obtained such a thing. Sui Jia, what are you holding? Jiang Sui turned the page, revealing an educational manual that she heard was quite effective, and she was eager to try it out. It transforms unruly children into obedient ones and warms the hearts of parents. It is undoubtedly effective, as I have researched it. Siepeng. Uncertain of Jiang Sui's intentions, Siepeng began kneading dough. Today marked the 5th day of their live stream, and time felt both slow and swift. He couldn't help but reflect on how, upon his arrival, he had felt utterly lost, yet now he moved with ease. Wait a moment, let me find it. This line is quite good. It seemed Jiang Sui was conversing with Xiao Dizi, flipping through the manual, though it was unclear what she was saying to him. Sweetheart, you truly are remarkable. Jiang Sui enunciated each word carefully, following the manual's instructions. There were no gestures, only her expressionless face. Xiao Dizzy blinked, pointing at another line on the paper. Auntie, I like this phrase. Jiang Sui understood, reviewed the words, and began to recite them aloud. You are truly capable, eating quickly and well. After finishing, she glanced at the child, seeking his feedback. Yet, Xiao Dizzy simply stared blankly at Jiang Sui, seemingly comprehending her approach, albeit perplexed. AI has become sentient. The infinite flow of my NPC tutoring. This is difficult to assess. Educational materials have become so formalized. Indeed, as time passes, one witnesses all manner of phenomena. With the advancement of technology, each day unveils new wonders. A knife to the rear, an eye-opening experience. Where did this A4 document originate? Photographer, how have you fallen behind once more? Before long, Meng Han returned leisurely, observing the child engaged in conversation with Jiang Sui. The child was quiet, not causing a ruckus, conversing back and forth with Jiang Sui. It appeared that Sui Jia was quite suited for childcare. Jiang Sui flipped through a few more pages. This phrase is excellent. It's clear that children adore it. Xiao Dizzy leaned forward, asking, what must I do for Auntie to say this?
Jiang Sui pondered momentarily.
The words feeling a bit too hot to handle. You are a clever child, she said, pointing to the text and reciting it monotonously, like an emotionless machine. Excellent. Keep it up. I will take pride in you. Xiao Dizzy gasped softly and pointed to the next line. Jiang Sui continued, very good. Acknowledging your mistakes shows growth. You are a wonderful child. Meng Han, overhearing, couldn't help but twitch her lips in bemusement. What on earth is this? Truly, educational materials have become excessively formalized. Sui Jia, where did you acquire this? Meng Han, cradling a chicken, presumably just purchased from the market, held it in her arms, occasionally petting its head. Jiang Sui regarded the chicken with curiosity.
Ah?
Down at the village's Dawanzi, their SA household with a graduate student preparing for exams. I had her print it for me.
Meng Han, what?
How did you know, and how did you convince her to assist you? She pondered for quite some time why Jiang Sui often had access to items that seemed out of place. For instance, this A4 paper. Or how that exposed from Dan In got circulated when everyone's phones had been confiscated. Jiang Sui casually replied, she's a nice person.
Oh.
Meng Han fetched some water, placing the chicken on the table, uncertain of her next move. I shared some entertainment industry gossip with her. She let me borrow her tablet to play for half an hour, and we developed a bit of camaraderie, so printing a few sheets was no trouble.
Meng Han.
Sui Jia, you truly know how to get things done. If she could find a way to do this, who could resist the allure of entertainment gossip? Even they were eager to listen. As life's waves washed over them, the daily joy derived from hearing gossip. Meng Han carried a basin of water, finding a rag to clean the chicken's feet. What are you doing? Jiang Sui inquired, her curiosity piqued for the first time. Still fixated on the chicken, Meng Han meticulously cleaned its feet while rummaging through her bag. Concerned that Xiao Dizzy might grow bored, she decided to let the chicken entertain her. After all, every girl would surely adore that. Jiang Sui finally discerned what was amiss with the chicken. Its eyelashes. Where did such long lashes come from? She was astonished to find a sense of allure embodied in the chicken. As she reached out to touch, it was merely a facade. Sister Sui, you think it's beautiful too, right? I requested this from the production team, and look, I even have nail polish Barbie pink, specifically.
Meng Han shouted.
Feeling quite pleased with her acquisition. If they could procure such a color, they must have quite an array of items. Meng Han had indeed sought these items under the pretense of wanting to play with the child. Producing a can of Barbie pink nail polish, she encouraged Xiao Dizzy, come, let me show you how to play with this. First open it, then apply it. Jiang Sui was poised to seize her moment, ready to intervene at any sign of opportunity. Flipping through her educational manual, she aligned her words with the unfolding situation. As Xiao Dizzy twisted off the cap, Jiang Sui exclaimed, well done, darling. Persistence will surely yield results. When Xiao Dizzy applied the polish to the chicken's claws, Jiang Sui flipped through the pages again. How lovely! Your taste is exquisite, my dear. Xiao Dizzy mimicked Meng Han's earlier actions and blew gently on the chicken's claws. You're learning so quickly, but hold on. That phrase won't do. Just a moment. As Jiang Sui flicked through the pages, Xiao Dizzy and Meng Han maintained their blowing gesture, utterly still. At last, Jiang Sui found the right line, smiling as she declared, yes, that's it. Exactly, darling. You learn swiftly, such a gifted child. Xie Peng observed the two. One teaching Xiao Dizzy. the other resembling an artificial intelligence, as if programmed to dispense compliments. Was this not merely a string of platitudes? Moreover, Jiang Sui's delivery was so monotonous, akin to a soulless reading machine. Once the chicken's claws were coated in polish, they appeared even more enchanting. Xiao Duzi affectionately patted the chicken's head. Now that I'm a princess, can I have a night? Meng Han recalled another chicken. Yes, wait here. She dashed outside to fetch another hen that was confined in the yard. Here, this is your night. Now, even in the realm of chickens, they are blurring the lines of identity. Meng Han cleared her throat lightly. This is indeed your night. Xiao Duzi gazed at the other hen, a look of confusion crossing her face. Come, Xiao Duzi, let us paint the night's nails. Xiao Duzi pondered, the night needs nail polish too?
Can it still be a night?
Meng Han stroked her chin, contemplating, before finally offering an explanation. This is a night with painted nails. Xiao Duzi nodded in understanding. So, knights could indeed have painted nails and long eyelashes. In a parallel narrative, Jiang Sui sought the guidance of a snake-catching expert, determined to master the art of capturing serpents, intent on crafting snake soup to savor. On the first day on the island, her objective was unequivocal, to feast on snake soup. After a while of searching, she finally caught one, but the steep slope caused her to slip and tumble. Jiang Sui exclaimed, I shall become a monkey, sprinting through the mountains. Nothing shall hinder me. Chapter 51. Hadn't she been supporting a young star? After painting the chicken's nails, Meng Han took it back to the yard. Xiao Duzi chased after the chicken while Meng Han assumed the role of guardian. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui continued her duties as an AI compliment machine. You are truly remarkable. But this sentence won't do, she muttered, flipping through her notes. After a long search, she finally relaxed her furrowed brow, elated to have found a suitable phrase. This one works. Ahem. Observing the running Xiao Duzi, Jiang Sui alternated between focusing on her notes and looking up. Run a bit slower, as long as you're safe. I will be happy, my dear. As a group of individuals entered the yard, burdened with tools and luggage, they were greeted by Jiang Sui's robotic recitation. Silence enveloped them momentarily. It was Jiang Zhe who broke the stillness, awkwardly chuckling as he introduced the situation to his companions. She's just reading aloud. We've taken on a task today. Looking after children requires developing our linguistic skills. We work well together and take good care of each other. Jiang Zhe, at a loss for words, rambled incoherently. The woman carrying the suitcase nodded, beginning to grasp the situation. What a tangled web of repetitive phrases. It seems raising children is not suited for me. Eating children one bite at a time. The newly arrived guest stared at Jiang Sui in terror, unable to tear her eyes away. What have I just heard? Is this really Jiang Sui? Nearby, Jiang Zhe suddenly burst into laughter, diverting the guest's attention.
Oh.
She's just playing with the child. Let us head over. They each took care to carry their belongings back. And it was only then that Meng Han and Jiang Sui recognized the new guest. Wow, the pace of replenishment for this variety show is quite rapid. One was taken away in the morning, and another arrives in the afternoon. Jiang Sui scrutinized the new guest, who appeared to be an ordinary person. Certainly not from the entertainment industry. She seemed somewhat familiar, though she was a stranger in that realm. Is she our undercover sister? I recall seeing her comment on the platform, mentioning that she had made it in. Sister, please help us figure out what's going on here. Impressive. She had managed to infiltrate. Jiang Sui's AI recitation had lulled her into a nap. What new developments had occurred? Regardless of what transpired on this show, she felt no shock. When she saw Dan Yin being led away blindfolded, her expression remained unchanged. With an ordinary person joining the cast, especially one active on the platform, the excitement was palpable. After all, this variety show had been losing participants left and right, and viewers were practically ready to move in with the production team. The new guest, of course, was assigned to the same room as Dan Yin, and after stowing her luggage, she promptly emerged. Hello, everyone, I'm Ananshi. You can just call me Nanshi. As a newcomer, I hope for your kind guidance. And Nanshi bowed to everyone, and they quickly reciprocated with their own bows. Finding it peculiar, and Nanshi bowed again, causing the guests to instinctively respond with deep bows. What is going on here? Nothing was amiss. They were merely wary of Jiang Sui's sharp tongue, and dared not be dismissive. A grand bowing ceremony. Let me see if I can find some educational material to help. You truly are my precious darling. The gathering of guests concluded their bowing ritual. And Nanshi continued, actually, I'm a fan of Jiang Zhe. My presence here was a serendipitous opportunity. Jiang Sui rested her chin on her hand, contemplating. Ah, yes. I've seen you before. Familiar indeed. Jiang Sui had experienced numerous rebirths, each with its own variables. The general direction remained constant, but the insertion of guests or sudden changes could lead to unexpected encounters. It was inevitable that she would cross paths with someone she had only met a few times before. For instance, Nanshi struck her as familiar. And Nanshi felt a surge of anxiety. Surely, no one knew her secret. She had indeed secured her place through ticket voting, albeit with a hint of manipulation, such as enhancing her chances of being selected. However, Jiang Sui would never know, as they were still live-streaming the variety show at that time, without the means to check their phones. And Nanshi relaxed considerably. I used to work as a journalist before transitioning to the behind-the-scenes. I haven't shown my face much since then. It's coming back to me. And Nanshi's expression tightened, and the guests perked up their ears, listening intently. What revelation awaited? The sole daughter of the network. That's quite impressive.
Wow.
A voice from Jiang Sui abruptly pulled Jiang Sui's thoughts back to reality. Under Jiang Sui's intense gaze, Jiang Sui felt an unsettling chill and hastily diverted his eyes, scanning the surroundings until they landed on a particularly striking chicken. The bird possessed an unexpected charm, which piqued Jiang Sui's curiosity. She stole a glance at the peculiar creature, confirming its oddity before returning her focus to her educational manual. She was on the brink of anxiety. How did Jiang Sui uncover her true identity? It remained a mystery to everyone at the station, for she had such an inconspicuous presence. Oh dear, who had ever been unmasked in front of so many people? It would have been better to let her go mad. Suddenly, she recalled some details from the live broadcast. The expressions of the participants had been increasingly bizarre. Could it be that they were all privy to some scandal? A realization dawned upon her. Jiang Sui's fans. Isn't she rumored to be supporting a young celebrity?
What?
Is that true? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief.
Nanshi.
Such a young girl. Supporting a celebrity. How could that even be possible? Their eyes bulged, showing no signs of retreating. The expressions around Nanshi morphed into a mix of disbelief and shock. Even Meng Han, who was cradling the chicken, dropped it in astonishment.
Nanshi.
Who could possibly be more shocked than her? How did Jiang Sui know about this, when it was supposed to be so secretive? Supporting someone is one thing, but this didn't seem like a conventional arrangement. It was merely a case of spending money, nothing more. Jiang Sui, feeling despondent, had hoped to find a partner through this variety show, only to discover that his admirer was involved with another man. Meng Han gently patted Jiang Sui's shoulder, offering a comforting glance. It's all right, brother Jiang. You are the epitome of propriety. You'll surely find someone special. Jiang Sui felt even more sorrowful. I think I'll go check on brother Peng. You all carry on. The enthusiasm that had previously filled the room dissipated as Jiang Sui trudged into the kitchen. His expression morose. Oh, don't support anyone. That young celebrity is busy using his money to keep a girlfriend, sending 100,000 here and there, all into her pocket. Poor thing, and yet she gets labeled as a mistress. She. What? What on earth? That guy is using his own money to support a girlfriend? Good for him. Very good. She stifled the urge to storm in and confront them but hesitated at the doorway, ultimately deciding to stay and eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. A sudden darkness crawled in, twisted and perverse. In a small interlude, 9th rebirth, can such trivial matters hinder her? Yet, this snake broth truly is delightful. It simmers beautifully. The island's challenges should be surmountable, haha. Climbing trees and catching snakes and birds is a mere trifle. A surge of pride washed over her, as she skillfully showcased her prowess. Jiang Sui. Am I your pride? Are you still worried about me? Feeling a little lofty, perhaps a bit too lofty. Chapter 52. Little Dizzy. My name is Wang Guofu. A sense of familiarity washed over her. Hey, sister, have you been assimilated by them? What transpired? Why did the sister seem to mirror their demeanor just moments after arriving? The interpretation struck Jiang Sui, who, feeling rather defeated, made his way to the kitchen. The mystery unraveled. The sister must have a partner, and Jiang Sui was on the verge of a breakdown. Given the shock of the others, it certainly couldn't be a mere partner. Surely, it was something more scandalous. To be selected for this show, one must possess a significant background. It couldn't possibly be a mistress, but rather something far more astonishing. What if a benefactor had placed her here, intending to launch her into stardom after some publicity? Little Dizzy gazed at the adults, her large eyes filled with confusion. After Jiang Sui entered the kitchen to prepare food, Little Dizzy began conversing with the nearest adult. Auntie, what does it mean to support someone? she innocently inquired. And she hurriedly covered the child's mouth, rendering her only able to mumble. Little Dizzy looked at Anne and she with bewilderment, unable to comprehend why this aunt was silencing her. Anne and she's face contorted in distress. Why had her identity been revealed upon her arrival? Meng Han, acting like the big sister, patted Anne and she's shoulder and offered a comforting smile. It's all right. We all go through this. You'll get used to it. In that moment, Anne and she began to understand the peculiarities of this variety show. She could almost decipher Meng Han's unspoken encouragement. The live chat room exploded in chaos.
Huh?
Who is she supporting? The entertainment industry indeed has its fair share of wealthy women. This seemingly demure and lovely girl was engaging in such activities. Who was the lucky individual? Who was fortunate enough to have such a generous supporter? Surely, it must be some obscure figure. To learn the rest of the story, please stay tuned for the entertainment scoop. Anne and she whisked little Dizzy away to a private room, avoiding the cameras. Little one, here us some candy. In the future, don't believe everything that person says. Just consider it a figment of your imagination, all right? Anne and she produced a box of sweets and placed it in the child's hands as a form of bribery. Little Dizzy hesitated for a moment, then replied, okay, but can you talk to me? At that moment, Anne and she remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, smiling brightly as she said, of course we can. But remember what I told you. Little Dizzy nodded obediently and was soon escorted outside. Meng Han, noticing that someone was tending to the child, seized the opportunity to slip away. Nan Shi, those two chickens, the smaller one is named Princess and the larger one is Knight, they are Little Dizzy's temporary pets. Make sure not to mistake them for dinner. Anne and she looked over to see two lively chickens, adorned in exquisite shades of Barbie pink. The sight was peculiar, growing increasingly enchanting as she gazed. After a moment, Anne and she realized that the hen was wearing false eyelashes. Anne and she exclaimed, can it get any more ridiculous? Auntie, let me tell you, recently I heard old Wang and old Zhang fighting in bed. Even ran over to mediate. Anne and she initially frowned, and how did you mediate? In that instant, she unconsciously adopted a playful tone, as one does when speaking to a child. Little Dizzy proudly proclaimed, I told them, you can't fight without clothes on, it's too cold, you'll catch a cold. Anne and she instantly grasped the absurdity of the situation and quickly covered the child's mouth. What on earth was happening? The village was rife with drama, full of juicy gossip. Bursting into laughter, Meng Han and Xiepeng found themselves collapsing into fits of giggles. Jiang Sui, unfazed by any romantic entanglements, lavished praise on the child. Anne and she understood then that this child was indeed prone to wandering about, seeking out trouble. Little Dizzy, in the future, don't share these stories, all right? Little Dizzy wore a puzzled expression, why not? The neighbor Annies chat about these things, it's just gossip, they talk about it every day, and I want to join in. This child had indeed grown accustomed to such an environment, believing it to be perfectly normal. Anne and she decided to engage the child in a question and answer format. Little Dizzy, how old are you this year? I'm 4. Is Little Dizzy your nickname? What is your real name? Little Dizzy replied, Auntie, my name is Wang Guofu.
What?
Anne and she was momentarily taken aback. What did you say your name is? Guofu, Guofu, the country is prosperous and the people are rich. The name was indeed auspicious. Yet it felt oddly mismatched for a little girl. Little Dizzy, thinking the aunt hadn't heard clearly, repeated, my name is Wang Guofu, and I have a nickname. It's Fufu. Strangely enough, Fufu sounded pleasant, while Guofu seemed too grand for a child, especially a girl. Just then, Jiang Sui emerged with a fried snack, offering one to Anne and she and another to the child. Anne and she raised her head and accepted the treat, her brow furrowed in confusion as she asked, Sui Jia, does this child really go by Guofu? Indeed. What is so peculiar about it? She has an elder sister named Zhengwo, which is rather delightful. The implications are quite profound. Unbelievable. Ananxi, with the most unpretentious disposition, stuffed the food into her mouth. Feuds, they are merely feuds. For the sake of this grand gossip, everyone settled down in silence to listen intently. Jiang Sui, chewing her food, recalled her experiences of rebirth. She had stumbled upon this revelation during a casual conversation with Wang Pe, and at that moment, she was as astonished as Ananxi. She even found herself pondering late into the night, thinking, is there something wrong with this village? Little Dizzy's father has a long-standing feud with someone from the village. Hence the children were named identically to their fathers. Well, isn't that quite the predicament? One Zhengwo and one Guofu, there is no lineage that cannot be subdued. Meng Han pursed her lips, her arms nearly turning purple from suppressing laughter. The phrase talented individuals abound could aptly describe the inhabitants of this village.
Ha ha ha. Ishalawon manghans bauf.
The astonished expressions on everyone's faces were utterly amusing. This village is entirely populated by the Wang family, yet it is named Gaoling Village, with no one bearing the surname Gao, nor anyone named Lang. Ha ha ha, how entertaining. I feel compelled to travel there. I've heard there's a scenic area nearby, albeit some distance away, but it's certainly worth a visit. Ha ha ha. I've checked in, and after a self-driving tour, I was truly scrutinized by a throng of onlookers, which was quite overwhelming, so I dared not return. Villager, what disaster has befallen us, dressed in such bizarre attire? Anansi, fearful that little Dizzy might utter something shocking again, continued their question and answer exchange. This child's energy is remarkable, seated in front of the house in a floral cotton jacket, her hands still so warm. This is a 4-year-old child, possessing a vitality surpassing that of the adults. Little Dizzy, you must not share what you see or hear with others, do you understand? Little Dizzy failed to comprehend, but no one talks to me. All the village children have gone to the city. To ensure proper education, many children are indeed taken by their parents to live in the city. Scene 9th Rebirth. Stay composed. Stay composed. Jiang Sui, you must maintain your poise. Do not become unsteady. One day, Jiang Bao picked some beautiful mushrooms to cook, while Jiang Sui remained blissfully unaware and consumed 3 bowls. The astonishing quantity consumed alongside the shocking manner of her demise, foaming at the mouth, marked their final farewell. Jiang Sui, I shall not rest until I ensure her demise. Chapter 53. The busybody searches for feces, grows fat, and has a big appetite. Little Dizzy's parents must be at home. I can only converse with the adults. Whatever they say, I simply listen. Thus, some children possess remarkable memories. It is best not to speak thoughtlessly in front of them. Anansi gently patted Little Dizzy's head. In any case, just remember. All right. Little Dizzy lowered her head, stuffing the last morsel into her mouth before dashing out to chase the chickens in the yard. Since they were all in the yard, Anansi felt considerably more relaxed. She remained in a contemplative state, lost in thought. Little Dizzy rummaged around the yard, picking up a long stick and heading towards the livestock area. In the blink of an eye, the child had vanished.
Hey,
where has that child in the floral jacket gone? How can she just disappear? Little Dizzy. Little Dizzy. Anansi's voice drew the attention of those in the kitchen. There wasn't much fish today. They had finished processing it by mid-morning and hurried back to cook. The farmers had even gifted them 3 Christian carp for soup. Everyone was accustomed to bustling about in the kitchen, and upon hearing the commotion from the yard, they rushed out. Meng Han called out, Nanshi, what is going on? Don't panic. It was Anansi's first time looking after a child, and in just a moment of distraction, the child had vanished. The child, Anansi exclaimed in a fluster. She's gone. I just took my eyes off her for a moment, and now she's disappeared. The guests also grew anxious. After all, it was a child. And how could one simply vanish? The child wasn't even her own, but someone else's. Only Jiang Sui remained composed, meticulously scaling the fish at the door, observing.
oh,
She's gone again. It truly takes but a moment for her to disappear. You'll get used to it. She's probably just playing in the pigsty. Everyone halted, a group rushing towards the pig pen. Sure enough, they found a floral-jacketed figure at the trough, twisting her bottom and moving about. Little Dizzy held a stick, bending down, but due to her thick clothing, she could only squat, poking around with the stick. A pungent aroma wafted through the air. Anansi rushed forward, nearly getting poked by the stick. I advise you not to go closer. It's quite dangerous. The crowd came to an abrupt stop as an unidentified substance and a drop of mysterious liquid swirled past their feet. They all exhaled in relief, thankful that they had managed to halt in time. Little Dizzy, come here. It's dangerous over there. Upon hearing the voice, Little Dizzy struck with her stick. Fortunately, nothing untoward emerged. I truly advise you not to approach. TSK, a spiral ascent, and from then on, life and death became uncertain. The group hadn't yet comprehended this remark when they heard a peculiar clucking sound from below. It was evidently the sound of 2 hens, and it was particularly strange. Within moments, they understood what had transpired. Startled by the commotion, the hens took flight in a spiraling frenzy and landed right where they stood.
ah,
Several people scattered in fright, but they were undoubtedly already splattered. Never had they fled in such terror. Little Dizzy fared relatively well, while the others were splattered by the chaotic hens. Jiang Sui hurriedly closed the kitchen door. In dire times, food must be protected. She knew that when little Dizzy played with the chickens, the hens would leap into the pigsty, muck, and little Dizzy would poke at them with a stick. This stimulation sent the hens into a frenzy. It was a fragrant live stream, and for the first time, she found herself terrified of a chicken. It was best to cook it quickly. Children do not play in filth without reason, unless there is something that piques their interest. The night met a disastrous fate. Delving into the muck to rescue the princess was not saved, and dinner was imminent. The night was about to be cooked, and Jiang Sui was sharpening her knife. Good heavens, a live stream unexpectedly came under siege. She thought she had gotten dirty, only to realize the photographer had stumbled into the muck. The guests were now resigned to their fate, Shirling cursing, saying she should never have mixed in with the chaos. Thankfully, she had worn that floral jacket yesterday. It wasn't her clothes that were ruined. The others fared no better. Ananxi felt she could hardly eat today. Jiang Sui emerged with a basin of water, having found a mask from somewhere, covering her mouth tightly. Please make way. I need to wash the night and prepare a beggar's chicken. Everyone instantly recoiled, some fleeing, others retreating, even the photographer hastily escaping the scene, zooming in for effect. The live stream became a blur. Jiang Sui acted swiftly, splashing water at the chicken. After the water was thrown, Jiang Sui darted back to the kitchen, shutting the door behind her, and after a while, she emerged with another basin of water. This continued thrice, and the chicken kept flapping and flying. The guests had all exited the yard, leaving only Jiang Sui alone. Once the clamor subsided, they cautiously pushed the door open. By then, the chicken had been plucked and lay on the chopping board. The busybody searches for feces, grows fat, and has a big appetite. The crowd exclaimed, Sister Sui is amazing. Even as a chicken, one must not offend Jiang Sui. She is capable of roasting even snakes. Terrifying indeed. Not only had she plucked the feathers, but she had also rinsed the yard. Looking at these guests, calling them useless would not be an exaggeration. The guests timidly made their way inside, tacitly beginning to change their clothes before emerging to wash up. They had never felt such embarrassment in their lives. Little Dizzy sat on a stool beside Jiang Sui, chattering incessantly. Jiang Sui would occasionally respond with a few words, but her replies were sparse, mostly consisting of, "You're amazing, indeed," or "Oh." The online audience and guests alike murmured, "Could you be any more perfunctory?" Yet, little Dizzy, thrilled to have someone to converse with, continued her incessant prattle, regardless of whether Jiang Sui could comprehend her words. It seemed she simply yearned for conversation. Xiepeng, Meng Han, and Nanshi had tried numerous methods to no avail. Surprisingly, the most effective approach turned out to be nonsensical banter and a relaxed attitude. Both the child and Jiang Sui engaged in whimsical chatter, appearing to share a delightful rapport. To handle loquacious individuals, one must resort to playful nonsense and flattery, a tactic effective across all age groups. While Jiang Sui picked at her chicken, she hummed a tune, all the while conversing with little Dizzy. Multitasking at its finest. In an effort to eliminate unpleasant odors from their abode, everyone participated in a thorough cleaning, with Jiang Sui preparing the meal. It wasn't until after 1 o'clock that they officially sat down to eat. I am utterly exhausted. I have never felt this fatigued before. Meng Han stuffed a piece of chicken into her mouth, chewing vigorously. All her grievances, both new and old, found their resolution in that bowl of chicken. Xiepeng nodded. Noticing Nanshi showing off her meal, he took the opportunity to bridge the gap and inquired, "Today is Nanshi's first time here. Do you all know each other?" In a playful aside, for the 11th time, Jiang Sui resolved to eliminate Jiang Bao. She wouldn't accept that she couldn't break this cherished narrative. After 10 years of conflict, she reluctantly admitted defeat, choosing to embrace a laid-back approach instead. Jiang Sui mused, "I shall endure. Who could possibly outlast me?" And Nanshi nodded, acknowledging, "I recognize them all. I've been following this variety show since its inception. Sister Sui, Meng Han, Brother Peng, and Brother Jiang Zhe." She recited their names in order, noting that all four were seasoned guests, so familiarity was only natural. Sister Shirling. Upon seeing Chu Yuzhou, she suddenly forgot his name. It seemed everyone referred to him as Xiao Zhou on the show. Initially, he had made a bit of a splash upon his arrival, but he soon faded into the background, almost as if he had shrunk away. Observing Chu Yuzhou, and Nanshi felt a twinge of regret. He had intended to introduce himself, but given his modest fame, after all, the talent show had concluded a while ago, and his popularity had dwindled, he hesitated. "Did you not even recognize the members of your own managed star team?" Chu Yuzhou thought to himself, perplexed, and Nanshi exclaimed. The others echoed her surprise, urging him to share more, eager to listen. Meng Han, gleefully displaying her meal, shifted her gaze between the two involved parties. Wait a minute. Something feels off. Their expressions are not right. There's an issue. Could a Nanshi be supporting Chu Yuzhou? Unthinkable. If that were the case, he wouldn't have been observing her with such a look of detached curiosity that day. But isn't it said that Chu Yuzhou has a girlfriend? They laughed. What a riot. To dispel the rumors of being kept, sister-in-law just acknowledged it outright. Chu Yuzhou pondered which of his group members could be the subject of such speculation, igniting his curiosity. With only 6 members in his group, excluding himself, that left 5 potential candidates. Who could it be? His intrigue reached a point where he felt compelled to pry open Jiang Sui's mouth to see into her mind. One is in a secret marriage with children. Another is a notorious playboy. One is being supported while dating another. One is known for sleeping with fans. Another is a cross-dresser. And one is a duck. The guests gasped. Goodness, is it really that exciting? All eyes shifted from Ananchi's gaze to Chu Yuzhou. He silently lowered his head, focusing on his rice. Help! Who would save him from this predicament? Participating in a variety show had left him feeling exposed. He genuinely had no idea. The playboy they mentioned, he admitted that was indeed him. He was self-aware enough to accept that. Yet, over the years, he had treated his childhood sweetheart reasonably well. The outside world was full of wonders. He merely indulged for a time, planning to return. After all, he wasn't married, so what was there to fear? Well, yes. He was a playboy, but that didn't implicate anyone else. Who was this secret spouse with children they spoke of? He had never heard of such a thing. And what of the duck? Who could that possibly be? A cross-dresser? What nonsense! No one had ever worn women's clothing while living in the same dormitory. Engaging with fans was simply part of the job. Who had slept with a fan? He lamented his plight. He was merely a flirt. He hadn't done anything wrong. Meng Han shook her head at Chu Yuzhou. This boy band truly goes hard. They encompass every scandal imaginable. To this day, no one had realized that this was their extraordinary talent. Oh no, I have a bad feeling. I'm a fan of the group. Observing Chu Yuzhou's bewildered and perplexed expression, she felt a sense of impending doom. Could someone please speak up? I'm on the verge of losing my mind here. I am the Queen of Zhao, pregnant and in labor. Kindly share the juicy gossip immediately, or I shall refuse to give birth. Fearing the awkward silence might linger until after dinner, Chu Yuzhou calmly interjected, My name is Chu Yuzhou, a member of the CC boy band. And Nanchi gasped in surprise. Oh, I know this boy band. I just momentarily forgot. Could she not at least pretend a bit better? That exclamation was far too exaggerated. She had no desire to discuss her own matters. Once this variety show concluded, she would drag that little brat out. Using her money, producing nothing, and still managing to support a woman. At this moment, however, she shared a common goal with everyone else, uncovering the true nature of this CC boy band. They seemed to have encapsulated every pitfall of the entertainment industry. After finishing her meal, Jiang Sui took a napkin to wipe her mouth. I'm done eating. You all may carry on. As soon as Jiang Sui stood, Meng Han called out, Sister Jiang, it's settled. We're going to the courtyard to roast marshmallows. Would you care to join us? Jiang Sui pondered for a moment. It was still early, and returning to her room felt rather dull. Sure. I'll go set up a barbecue. You all can prepare some skewers for roasting. The group initially paused, wondering where the barbecue setup would come from. But upon remembering Jiang Sui's resourcefulness, they felt assured she would manage it. All right, we'll clean up the dishes and head over to prepare. The group moved with remarkable speed. Xiapreng was still focused on his meal when Meng Han seized his plate. Remaining food was combined into a communal bowl, while the rest was tidily stacked in the kitchen. Everyone collaborated seamlessly, without chaos. Even Shirling, who usually scoffed at such tasks, joined in to help tidy up. Holding a bowl, Xiapreng thought, these people must have gone mad. Brother Peng, hurry up. Don't you want to hear the latest gossip? Once he received the hint, Xiapreng replied, Yes, I'm on it. In the brief moment Jiang Sui stepped away to use the restroom, the table was cleared. And everyone in the kitchen worked diligently. What had happened? Did the cogs in their heads suddenly get greased? It was as if everything was running smoothly. Sisters, are you ready? Ready. My friend and I are taking notes. Excellent. Brothers and sisters, maintain this momentum. Tonight's juicy gossip will be exclusively brought to you by our Life's Big Revelations. Newcomer, is this scripted? Are you all part of a paid audience? We are not paid audience members. We are the Dawn's community. Emerging from the door, Jiang Sui carried a stand with her, followed by a calm girl who effortlessly bore the grill without breaking a sweat. Thank you, Qingzi. Just set it down here. Would you like to join us for a meal? Studying for exams requires some relaxation. The phrase literary grace indeed encapsulated Qingzi's demeanor, capable of bearing great burdens with ease. Qingzi surveyed the bustling group in the courtyard and pondered, can I join them? Is it truly permissible for her to partake in their gossip? Of course. You're the girl who lent something to Sister Sui, aren't you? Menghan noted that this was indeed Jiang Sui, the one who eagerly shared tidbits with others. If there were mutual interests at stake, it was imperative to include her. Qingzi nodded, feeling fatigued from reading. She was grateful that Sister Sui engaged her in conversation, so she decided to be unreserved. Sharing gossip with her had significantly uplifted her spirits. The group gathered around the barbecue grill, a camera set up beside them to capture every angle in a 360-degree view. They borrowed 2 grills, one for the photographer and the accompanying staff, and the other for themselves. Come on, Sister Sui, have a grilled sausage, they urged. The glances exchanged among the crowd were peculiarly intense, particularly towards Jiang Sui, who remained unfazed, knowing that there would always be opportunities to restart. If things go awry, so be it. Life can only get worse, she mused. In a brief interlude, during her 12th reincarnation, Jiang Sui found herself daydreaming on set, questioning the necessity of competing with Jiang Bao as it affected her appetite. That evening, she hosted a live stream, revealing scandal after scandal. Let's all perish together. Eventually, the stream was shut down, and she too faced a ban. Jiang Sui chuckled, no matter, my life is still dazzling, haha help. Chapter 55, A Frigid Countenance. Diving into the abyss. These sausages are delightful. Once Jiang Sui is unemployed, he should set up a barbecue stall and surely make a fortune.
Jiang Sui replied.
Then I must thank you for your auspicious words. While Jiang Sui enjoyed a tranquil existence, Menghan was practically bursting with excitement. She bore an uncanny resemblance to a barbecue stall owner. Despite her usual culinary failures, grilling appeared to awaken her latent talents. My dream is simply to own a barbecue shop, preferably one with a DJ ambience, she declared. My dream is to wait for death. Accustomed to cueing the process like a pro. The collective murmured in response. Sister Sui's aspirations were indeed unique. Menghan inquired, what are everyone's dreams? If we set aside the realities of life? Her curiosity was genuine. After all, who among them was not entangled in the entertainment industry or affluent in some way? Without those trappings, what did they truly desire? I still aspire to be a star. With some effort, perhaps I could make it big, Shirling stated candidly. Effort alone may only secure a different bed. If not, I may never achieve fame. Too much time spent in bed is detrimental to health. Shirling held her skewer firmly, inhaling deeply. I must not engage in a quarrel with Jiang Sui. It would reflect poorly on me. Surviving these days safely is paramount. She smiled gently and inquired, Jiang Sui, what do you wish to pursue, especially given your family's wealth? After all, wealth was fleeting, and the life of a rich girl rarely lasted long. Jiang Sui took a bite of meat and swallowed. I'm a master at deterring mistresses, ensuring they stay far from humanity, too afraid to even entertain romance. She cast a knowing look at Shirling, and the others immediately understood. Wasn't Shirling just that? A mistress of a certain Mr. Wang? There was no concrete evidence. Jiang Sui had been followed by paparazzi before. Even swimming in the river during winter, did she strike one as someone capable of such a role? On set, she played a minor role, only to later betray her character. Her current state suggested that romance was the least of her concerns. Jiang Sui was either losing her sanity or on the verge of it, even assisting by stirring up trouble for others. Yet, during previous discussions, didn't they mention Mr. Wang, Jiang Sui, and some pixelated scandal? It seemed implausible. At a recent gathering, she had overturned someone's table, leading others to believe she was throwing a tantrum, only for it to emerge later that a producer was involved in unsavory dealings. That day, not only did Jiang Sui flip the table, but she also dealt a blow to that individual. In the entertainment industry, rumors spread like wildfire. If Jiang Sui were to step in something unsavory, media outlets would likely report. With no roles to play, Jiang Sui resorts to picking up dog feces for a living. Though it was entirely plausible, she might actually do something like that. Shirling fell silent, feeling exposed. What of it? She was beautiful. Being a temporary mistress was hardly beneath her. She loved money and fame, and that despicable man adored her beauty and form. Why shouldn't she? In a fit of frustration, Shirling bit down hard on her skewer. This profession isn't so bad, Menghan interjected, applauding the industry. I hear the monthly income can reach tens of thousands. It must be a lucrative field with great prospects. Such flattery was unsurprising. It was no wonder Jiang Sui seldom spoke of Meng Han, who was admired in Sister Sui's eyes. I aspire to be a doctor. My family hails from a lineage of medical practitioners, but it seems the line has ended with me, which is a pity. Siepeng remarked. That only highlights how your parents produced a failure. Siepeng conceded to this, but he wished Sister Sui would refrain from such harsh words. He had indeed struggled academically in the sciences, often scoring in the low double digits below 50. His parents were renowned physicians. His grandfather was a distinguished traditional Chinese doctor. Yet, here he was, entering the entertainment world without making a name for himself. Clearing his throat, he continued, however, I lack the talent. It seems my artistic endeavors have been rather mediocre. A true mediocrity, Siepeng acknowledged. When it was Jiang Sui's turn, he was still gnawing on the meat from his skewer, oblivious to the conversation's direction. Meng Han prompted him, Brother Jiang. You must want to produce your own television series or film, right? After all, that is your field of study, and even your fake degree is in that discipline. You must be passionate about it. Jiang Sui paused, setting down his skewer. Let us be honest. I lack the skills for that. However, if I had to express a wish, I would want to be a beggar, eating and sleeping each day, with a bowl out to collect whatever people might spare. If not, then I suppose I'd just perish. He spoke nonsensically, without a care. That's a good wish. We should try it next time. The group gasped in disbelief. What was there to try? Jiang Sui was merely jesting, yet Jiang Sui appeared genuinely intrigued. Sister Sui's thought process was sometimes utterly unfathomable.
Zhu.
Seeing the focus shift towards him, decided to join in. The attention soon turned to him. As a member of a boy band, it was a profession he greatly envied. Possessing both height and looks, he adorned himself daily, attracting the admiration of numerous young women. Jiang Sui gazed enviously, a 30-year-old virgin amidst a circle of beautiful girls, while his own driver was nowhere to be seen. Except for Chu Yuzhou at 183 centimeters, the rest are merely 170-something. Men ideally should be at least 180 centimeters. Chu Yuzhou's pupils constricted. How did Jiang Sui know that? His official height was listed as 185 centimeters, but in reality, he only measured 183 centimeters. A figure his company had inflated for image purposes. Though the difference was slight, the company insisted that 185 sounded more appealing. In the entertainment industry, everyone preferred the heights of 185 or 186. More importantly, it was to create a more favorable impression for the other group members. For instance, someone 175 centimeters would present as 180 centimeters with thicker shoes, and someone 177 centimeters would claim 180 centimeters. In essence, everyone was between 180 and 182 centimeters, with no one admitting to being 170 centimeters. Those below 170 centimeters were effectively erased from the industry. Fortunately, Chu Yuzhou remained humble. We all admire those who have been in the industry longer. As newcomers, we certainly have much to learn. With such awareness, you surpass many who have been in the industry for decades. The scandal surrounding Zhuang Hai's escapades was all over the place, yet no one managed to confirm anything. Truly impressive. Perhaps he secured a wealthy benefactor. One can never be certain. Chu Yuzhou exclaimed, Wait, Zhuang Hai? Isn't he the captain of their group? With such a cool demeanor, has he truly descended into such depths? Suddenly, a wave of doubt surged through Meng Han. She playfully nudged Chu Yuzhou, her face alight with curiosity, as if inquiring what he thought of Zhuang Hai. He genuinely had no clue. The captain's characteristic indifference towards everyone was simply inconceivable. Wait, his expression shifted again. The others gazed at Chu Yuzhou, their faces betraying a mischievous glint. CC is wrapped up, and judging by the look on Chu Yuzhou's face, alongside Meng Han's inquisitive spirit, it was clear that mischief was afoot. Enough of this nonsense. Spreading rumors could land you in jail, he warned. Screenshots have been captured. Until next time. A small skit. On the 13th rebirth, Jiang Sui went straight to the main stage to dance, standing atop the building with a megaphone, shouting jubilantly before taking a leap. Woohoo! Exhilarating. Chapter 56. Navigating the scene, all thanks to peers. After participating in this variety show, Chu Yuzhou found himself unable to regard the members of the boy band with the same eyes. What had driven them to such recklessness? After a brief hiatus, he returned as captain, seeking wealthy patrons. Such an audacious endeavor. Chu Yuzhou bit down hard, his fingernails grazing his lips in contemplation. Look at him, having returned to life only to experience love once. Among the boy band, He was the only one who appeared somewhat normal. Reflecting on this, Chu Yuzhou felt a wave of relief. In this chaotic milieu, one could only rely on peers for support. He too had only been in a single relationship, and had not succumbed to depravity. With a newfound clarity, he set his hand down and smiled. Come on, Sister Sui, let us feast. He placed a succulent piece of roasted meat on Jiang Sui's plate, his mood considerably brighter. Did you notice? Chu Yuzhou had returned to normalcy and even smiled, which indicated something significant, my friends. It implied that within the group, his issues were minimal, and the tension was rising as the game of werewolf commenced. His astonishment signaled that the gossip he had heard must pertain to someone close to him or the captain. The paparazzi were on the move. Fans were rallying. If they wished to dig deeper, they would undoubtedly uncover the truth. Chu Yuzhou maintained good relations within the group, hence the captain was undoubtedly the most formidable. I placed my bets on the captain. What could possibly have left our little Chu so astonished? Ha ha ha, could it be that he is a gigolo? Isn't it common for boy bands to engage in such affairs? Initially, this comment flew by unnoticed, but Meng Han stifled laughter behind her hand. Nan Shi, you should try this, it's delicious. You rarely get to eat this at the studio, given that you often appear on camera. And Nanshi took a bite, finding it satisfactory, though she was no longer in the spotlight. The little princess can choose to be on camera or not as she pleases. After all, when you're free, you still have to go see the little sparrow. Spending money for a flattering smile leaves no time for group outings. And Nanshi was suddenly caught off guard by the spiciness of the pepper. She frantically searched for water, gulping down a bottle after finally finding one. Once she caught her breath, she felt significantly better, though her heart ached. At the main studio, she seldom ventured outside. Yet how did Jiang Sui know that she typically sought companionship through group fan pursuits? She had indeed spent a considerable sum, and while she wasn't short on cash, she was unwilling to be a fool with her wealth. I must have spent nearly 10 to 20 million, let me think. And Nanshi grew anxious, abandoning her meat as she stared blankly at Jiang Sui, unsure of how much she had truly spent. Each time he affectionately called her sister, she felt a surge of joy and would transfer thousands, sometimes even hundreds of thousands. It had been 3 years since her debut. Jiang Sui took a bite of her skewer, reflecting on the past. This matter was quite distant. Even after her rebirth, she had only encountered it a few times. It was a Nanshi who had let slip the amounts back then which had reached several tens of millions. By today's calculations, the figures in their chats must still be staggering. If this man were motivated by money, he would say anything. Sister, you know I miss you. Sister, I've been quite busy and truly miss you. Translated, cash cow, I'm in dire need of funds, send money my way. Cough, cough, cough. Meng Han hurriedly passed over some water. This was not merely explosive, it was a veritable eruption. Such a line of dialogue could only have been honed in a scam training camp in Myanmar. If he possessed such skills, the entertainment industry would surely welcome him. Meng Han laughed uncontrollably, unable to contain herself. The surrounding guests stifled their laughter. Are you alright, Nanshi? And Nanshi, clutching the water, took another sip.
Em fine. Just caught off guard by the spice.
While everyone understood the situation, they still made a concerted effort to reduce the amount of chili on a Nanshi skewer.
Ah, right.
Everyone turned their attention towards Jiang Sui, eager not to miss any juicy gossip. Jiang Sui recalled that the gossipers had even calculated the specific amounts back then. On average, that's 10 million a year. Hence, over these 3 years, it must amount to around 30 million. TSK. Wealthy indeed. No wonder she is the sole daughter of the Yin family. And Nanshi looked up slightly, realizing that in 3 years, it had indeed reached 30 million. She bit into her meat fiercely. How infuriating. If she didn't ruin that scoundrel's reputation, she wouldn't bear the surname, and the Yin family was affluent. She took her mother's surname. Although not the sole daughter, all earnings went towards her. Yet here she was supporting a thankless wretch outside. She bit down hard again. Only Chu Yuzhou was deep in thought. Who could it be? Who was so generous with their money, leaving him feeling like a pauper? He covertly spent on his girlfriend, terrified of being discovered. This individual was simultaneously seeking wealthy patrons while using fans' funds to pamper his girlfriend, showing no signs of apprehension, as if he could leech off and Nanshi without a care. And Nanshi shot a glance at Jiang Sui. This money would be better spent on Jiang Sui, after all. He was a 30-year-old virgin. At least he was clean. Despite his vanity, he bore none of those troublesome issues. Under the gaze of a wealthy patron, Jiang Sui grilled the skewers with even more fervor. Look at him, brimming with ambition and grilling skewers, surely the patron would notice. Jiang Sui in a courtship phase? It didn't seem like a courtship gaze. It resembled an appeal for sponsorship. Ha ha ha, well, everyone was glued to this variety show. I was the only one who noticed Chu Yuzhou's continuous expressions of shock, confusion, and indignation, every emotion etched on his face. He must be contemplating that among the boy band. He thought he had experienced love, only to realize that his own experience was mere trifles compared to the rest. The gossip brigade had been at it for half an hour. Had any secrets been unearthed yet? Jiang Sui sighed and exclaimed, however, Zhou looks so innocent. It's indeed quite deceptive. And Nanshi bowed her head, silently eating. Chu Yuzhou's eyes widened in disbelief at the mention of Zhou. Unable to contain himself, he uttered a syllable, prompting Meng Han to swiftly cover his mouth. Meng Han chimed in, Zhou Tian is indeed delightful. Today's sky seems much brighter, and the stars have multiplied. Upon glancing up, all he saw was a hazy expanse. Where were the stars in winter? Everything appeared dreary. Yet that one word had captured everyone's attention. Jiang Sui lamented, everyone now fancies the innocent-looking boys. They have no interest in us capable older men. After being interrupted by Meng Han, Chu Yuzhou turned and mumbled an acknowledgement before being released. The shock stemmed from the fact that Zhou was quite youthful and cherubic, much adored by younger girls. It was impossible to perceive him as a wolf in sheep's clothing. Initially, he had thought Zhou would be a delicate flower, given his perfectly suitable and undeniably handsome visage. The remaining three were all rather burly. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Jiang Sui also glanced at the sky. Indeed, the weather was quite pleasant today, though devoid of stars. With poor eyesight, she opted to consume more fruit and handed an apple to Meng Han. Could it possibly be an issue of poor vision? A small skit, on the 14th rebirth. What is the point? There's no meaning. It would be better to take the civil service exam. The cycle continues. In a swift descent to entry, a subsequent political review proved unfavorable due to Jiang Sui's father's unfortunate bankruptcy, rendering him a defaulter. After 3 attempts at the graduate entrance examination, success was finally achieved, yet she found herself relegated to managing a pig farm. Jiang Sui pondered. How could this not be deemed a successful life? Chapter 57. And Nanshi has lost her mind. At this moment, the barrage of comments erupted into a frenzy. Zhou. Indeed it was Zhou. How could it possibly be him?
No.
It was not merely a matter of being supported, and Nanshi's visibly irate demeanor indicated far more was afoot. To incite such ire from a benefactor, it was not merely a lack of ambition on the idol's part, it was evident that the idol was in a romantic entanglement. Paparazzi, the material is ripe for the taking. Go and uncover the truth. The paparazzi had already released images, capturing only and Nanshi meeting Zhou, sourced from fans. The sole female who had contact with Zhou appeared to be at least a decade older than him. I recall the reports at the time, referring to her as his sister. Some men are simply drawn to older women. How naive I was to be deceived again. Zhou. How dare you play me for a fool while claiming she is merely a close sister? Isn't it Nanshi who is truly unfortunate? She had clearly spent a fortune. Otherwise, she would not be flaunting her jewelry, her lips stained crimson from the showiness. Indeed, Nanshi was sobbing, having consumed copious amounts of skewers and a bottle of beer. 30 million. That's 30 million. This does not even include the resources funneled to him.
Jiang Sui sneezed,
Feeling a chill, and added more wood to the fire nearby. What was wrong with her? She appeared to be heartbroken. Nanshi became increasingly inebriated, downing cans of beer one after another. Orange watched with concern. This was her father's money she was wasting. Meng Han chuckled. Such was the nature of alcohol. And soon enough, the burdens of past sorrows would spill forth. Drinking like this, she would inevitably end up in a frenzy. Jiang Sui merely acknowledged her without further inquiry. Zhou must know Nanshi is aware of his preference for older women. Suddenly, Nanshi burst into tears, startling Jiang Sui. If you're going to lose your mind, do it outside. This rural area is sparsely populated. Mind your own business. Nanshi abruptly stood, her face flushed, her mouth still stuffed with meat. She swayed uncertainly, seemingly unaware of her next move. Meng Han steadied her to prevent her from falling. 3 cans in, and her tolerance was clearly lacking. Why choose beer? Meng Han intended only to make a light-hearted remark, yet Nanshi actually comprehended. She clung to Meng Han, regaining her balance. I'm heartbroken. Why can't I drink? I want to go outside and scream, she insisted, dragging Meng Han toward the entrance. Jiang Sui nudged the photographer. The photographer, Xiao Lu, immediately understood and aimed his camera directly at her, a specialty of his. And Nanshi shouted into the night, startling the caged birds into flight. "Zhouing, you scoundrel! How dare you date behind my back?" The guests collectively gasped. The grilling paused, and the flames were extinguished as they turned to observe. Fortunately, Fu Sheng had left behind some sunflower seeds, allowing them to snack while they watched the unfolding drama. The photographers adjusted their equipment to optimal positions before resuming the grilling. Everyone was so engaged. Never had they witnessed such enthusiasm for gossip among variety show guests. It was a brazen disregard for the well-being of others. "I told you, it must be a romance. That sister is undoubtedly his partner. Get in line, everyone. This is a free-for-all." Meng Han was on the verge of a breakdown. Why was she being dragged into this dance and raucous shouting when she had not partaken in any alcohol? What had she done to deserve this? "My 30 million. It's 30 million. I even introduced him to resources. The last big-name runway show was orchestrated by me persuading my friends to include him." And Nanshi erupted into a fit of sobs, lamenting the squandered money and lost affection. "He prefers older women. He must be looking for a mother figure. How disgusting." Meng Han exclaimed, "You've got to be kidding me. 30 million, you little brat. Zhouing, you better return my money and support me like a wealthy benefactor. Or let me find an affluent woman who can ensure I never have to date again." That girl who claimed to be his sister, hilarious. At that time, fans were proclaiming how dashing this brother-sister duo appeared, oblivious to the truth. Screenshots were circulating, a veritable banquet of captured moments. I advise those watching this variety show to tread carefully, lest they inadvertently jinx themselves. Now, not only the guests but also their close relationships and groups would face repercussions. Just a heads up. And Nanshi swallowed hard as Jiang Sui approached with water. Upon seeing him, she first expressed her gratitude, then clung to him tightly. "You know," she stated. Jiang Sui fervently shook his head. "No, you don't know." And Nanshi nodded. "I do know. You're 30 and still a virgin." As she tugged at Jiang Sui's collar, she slyly maneuvered her way through the crowd.
See?
This is a real man. Qiu Zhou, quietly sipping water, felt the weight of awkwardness as Shirling fidgeted with her fingers and Xiepeng busied himself adding wood to the fire, all while Jiang Sui watched the two intently. She felt dazed, uncertain of her own actions. Jiang Sui oscillated between holding her and remembering the boundaries between genders, only to push her back toward Meng Han. Upon receiving an Nanshi, Meng Han nearly toppled over. "Jiang Ge, you handle her. She is too heavy." In the ensuing chaos of pushing and pulling, and Nanshi's head spun, even more. She observed everyone's heads bobbing around her. "Qiu Zhou," suddenly called out. Qiu Zhou felt as though his soul were escaping him. He dared not respond, burying his face in the barbecue. Realizing an Nanshi was nowhere to be seen, he began searching aimlessly. "Where is Qiu Zhou?"
Oh.
"Off to romance someone, I suppose. Is it normal for you to ignore me while your captain is silenced?" Meng Han covered his mouth, fearing the server might crash, rushing to muffle an Nanshi. Yet the inebriated an Nanshi was too unruly. She broke free. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow. "Is that a duck? Have you ordered one?" "Impressive." And Nanshi shook her head, pushing Meng Han aside. "I haven't ordered anything, where is he? Let me order. It's my first time seeing a male idol as a captain." Qiu Zhou's head sunk lower, wishing to bury himself in the earth. Maybe I should just let him perish. It was absurd. He wasn't the one behaving like a duck, yet the embarrassment felt as though it was all his. Shocking enough to fall from the bed. Is this what I'm capable of hearing? Is there any humanity left in me? A contemporary youth diving into the depths, rising to become a male idol captain. How inspirational. Ha ha ha, truly uplifting. You've made me laugh. When Jiang Sui was allegedly supported by some wealthy individual, no one laughed. They only criticized. And Nanshi swayed her head, pointing at Shirling. You. Shirling, realizing the situation, dared not intervene in the heated atmosphere, joining Meng Han and Jiang Sui to muffle an Nanshi's mouth. When intoxicated, one tends to speak recklessly. Let us get her back inside. It resembles an assassination scene, the victim being dragged, the perpetrator orchestrating it all. A planned nocturnal operation. Upon hearing this, an Nanshi struggled even more fiercely, shaking her head like a spinning top, escaping their grasp. "Murder. Don't kill me." With a firm push, Shirling urged her inside. Once the door closed, the fate remained uncertain. Little theater. Rebirth for the 15th time. Feeling down, plotting against Jiang Bao. Damn, this love-stricken fool was struck down by Jiang Sui. Again. Chapter 58. Endless revelations. It was as though a collective sigh of relief enveloped everyone. Yet Siapun wished to grill a bit more before the night concluded. After snacking on seeds, sleep would be free of worries. A loud cry erupted as Ananshi burst through the door, racing toward the fire pit, causing Jiang Sui's eyes to widen. Here comes the main event. Unforgettable. Utterly inescapable. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, Jiang Sui seized Orange and darted outside. As the gate of the courtyard swung shut, chaos erupted within, with sparks flying and sounds of crackling filling the air. Sister Sui, what transpired inside? Jiang Sui gently patted Qingzi's head, offering reassurance. It's nothing but a fiery battle. We shall take refuge here for the night. There is nothing that madness cannot resolve. If it cannot be resolved, then one might as well embrace the chaos. For things cannot possibly worsen than they are now. Qingzi nodded in agreement, finding wisdom in these words. Yet, as she observed Jiang Sui, despite her apparent recklessness, she marveled at how so many possessions still surrounded her. The pigsty they owned was crafted by Jiang Sui herself, far superior to those sold for hundreds outside. Not only did she possess a myriad of skills, but she also excelled in examination questions. Truly, Jiang Sui was remarkable. Following Qingzi, Jiang Sui went to her home to rest. Why was she adept at examination questions? Because she had experienced them, had endured the grind, and had gone a bit mad in the process. Jiang Sui had even taken civil service exams, though her father later became a debtor, leading to her disqualification during the political review. In short, she had faced numerous examinations, from accounting to teaching qualifications, a testament to those frenzied years. Within the courtyard, Anansi brandished a sharp wooden block, its tip glowing red. The guests and cameramen stood in alarm, as Anansi, in a fit of madness, mistook it for a throwable firework. The cameramen hastily repositioned their cameras to a safe distance, zooming in for a clearer view. Dedication was evident in the production of Life's Waves. Anansi, put that down. Siapun, his hair already sparse, appeared flustered as he admonished her. Calm down. Love is not everything in life. Chu Yuzhou quickly chimed in. Indeed. You can't pin all your hopes on a single crooked tree. I know a friend who's single. I could introduce you. A wealthy lady. You must seize the opportunity, brother. That's a fortune of 10 million in pocket money annually. If you encounter such a fine rich lady, marry her. Anansi, caught between giggles and exclamations, waved the fiery stick with fervor. Oh, money, my pocket money. I usually spend it all on my salary for splendid fireworks. With that, she resumed her wild dance. Alas, my curls have become even cullier. Chu Yuzhou despondently touched his hair, feeling the heat. The two female guests, adorned with hats, hurriedly tucked their hair into their coats. After an hour of chaotic antics, Anansi finally paused, scribbling on the ground with her stick. Ultimately, Jiang Sui had to carry her inside, locking the door to prevent her from going on another spree in the dead of night. Ha ha ha, introducing my buddies to wealthy ladies on site. Zhou Ying is truly to blame. He has shouldered all the responsibility for this fiasco. The internet erupted in laughter. Tonight, sleep is a luxury we can forego. The CC boy band is bound to go wild, especially Chu Yuzhou's manager. What on earth is happening? It's just a variety show. And yet it feels like a complete meltdown. On the 6th day of the live broadcast, the show's popularity reached a fever pitch, with some fans traveling great distances to witness the guests in this rural setting. This morning, Jiang Sui had breakfast at Qingzi's house. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Anansi wandering about with a bundle of firewood, seemingly tidying up the battlefield. Offering a sincere apology, Anansi looked up and greeted Jiang Sui. Sister Sui.
Good morning.
I ventured out early to gather some firewood. Good morning. Neither mentioned the events of the previous night, both too embarrassed to bring it up. A social death far too mortifying to recount. After drinking, Anansi awoke with a clear memory, immediately setting about cleaning the courtyard. And recalling the firewood she had scattered the night before, she went out to collect some. Damp and unusable for burning, it could only serve to smoke cured meats. Anansi, she was perplexed and quietly removed the burden from her back. As Shirling stepped outside, she spotted Anansi, the very person who had nearly spilled her secrets the night prior. It was best to quietly endure these 2 days and slip away unnoticed. Otherwise, the entire entertainment industry might explode. There were hardly any sane individuals left. Your outfit is quite fashionable, Jiang Sui remarked as she passed Shirling. Shirling had expected to stay just a few days and had not packed much. She had returned the borrowed floral cotton jacket and was now clad in a large coat, which had been scorched in many places. Battle damage style. A certain luxury brand would sell for thousands. Shirling, I'm not particularly fond of such high-end brands. She awkwardly smiled, thinking it would only be a few days. She could manage. But you fled quite swiftly last night. It was meant as a jibe, yet Jiang Sui took it as a compliment, feeling quite self-satisfied. Of course, otherwise I would have to change my hairstyle today. At that moment, Chu Yuzhou, just stepping outside, found his curls even more unruly, resembling spontaneous little spirals. Xiepeng, with his thinning hair, emerged with a look of melancholy, casting a glance at Ananxi. Ananxi lowered her head, wishing to speak but uncertain of whom to address. I apologize. I'm just going to borrow some clothes from Sister Shirling. Yet seeing Chu Yuzhou and Xiepeng made her feel particularly pitiable. She hurriedly dashed outside, then back in again, eager to examine their hair. Chu Yuzhou and Xiepeng quickly shielded their hair, gazing at Ananxi in fear.
No, no.
I only have these few strands left. Please keep your distance. Xiepeng covered his head and fled, with Chu Yuzhou following suit, leaving Ananxi feeling rather embarrassed. Ha ha ha. This is too funny. Waking up to remember everything is a social death of its own. Ananxi likely vowed never to participate in a variety show again. The night danced away, waiting for your pain. Oh, the agony, haha. Meng Han retreated into the kitchen as the long-anticipated outcast made an appearance. Who could stand before her without fear? Just yesterday, she feared the cameras might be shattered by her meteor-like antics, although the wealthy lady certainly had no shortage of funds. Ananxi hurried off to find someone, first borrowing clothes from Shirling before addressing other matters at a slower pace. The tumultuous night of trending topics had stripped the CC boy band bare, revealing each member's secrets. The most dramatic boy band in history. I will use the sponsor's money to support my girlfriend. Fans are my wives in reality, though I am already married. I am more beautiful than you. Fans are my temporary wives.
It is like fans.
I am the little prince of nightclubs.
My years as a duck.
The revelation seemed endless, an inexhaustible well of scandal. Little skit. In my 16th rebirth, feeling splendid, plotting to assassinate Jiang Bao, meticulously planned, flawlessly executed, successful assassination, and imprisoned. A new chapter in life, where I rose to become the boss in prison. Jiang Sui, the food tonight is unpalatable. Please exchange it for something else. Chapter 59. Precision work, excavating for demolition. The production team confiscated the guests' phones, achieving maximum effectiveness, preventing any awareness of trending topics that might provoke screams, although it was likely they would panic upon receiving their phones. Ananxi borrowed a set of clothes from Shirling. The floral cotton jacket indeed provided more warmth and was affordable. After assisting the villagers in slaughtering pigs all morning, she earned herself a floral cotton jacket. These clothes are quite peculiar. Previously, she had a pair of decent trousers, but now, even those were missing. Ananxi flashed a charming smile. This will keep me warm. Shall I give it a try? Shirling reluctantly exchanged for another set. Such is the simplicity of Chinese style. Both affluent and grand. Shirling, the flourishing peony bloomed upon her form. No need to say, adopting a comedic style. You wouldn't even have to pursue those old men. The elderly men in their 70s and 80s might be worth a shot for family fortune. But those in their 40s and 50s are simply too few and pose risks. Shirling stood there like a lifeless wooden figure, allowing Ananxi to style her however she pleased. Jiang Sui pondered how her thought processes could stretch so far. The likelihood of dying by the age of 70 or 80 has indeed increased significantly. She had never considered that Shirling's intentions were merely to seek some resources. Upon reflection, the old man is quite remarkable, benefiting from social security and passing away early. Perhaps I should contemplate this further. Shirling shook her head, pondering how she ended up being taken away by Jiang Sui. The more she thought about it, the more it felt off. It would be wiser to keep a distance from Jiang Sui. Precision in work, excavator operation for demolition. The crowd. What on earth? Sister Sui, what are you up to today? Meng Han emerged from the kitchen to inquire. Jiang Sui adjusted her attire, donning a military coat, resembling apparel alongside Shirling. The old House of Orange's family is scheduled for demolition, so I borrowed a set of excavator equipment to assist in tearing it down. Meng Han's jaw dropped in astonishment. You can operate an excavator? Isn't it necessary to have a license for that? Jiang Sui entered the room, only to return shortly, holding a brand new booklet. I passed the exam not long ago. Meng Han leaned in for a closer look, noting the recent date. Sister, you're juggling being an extra while simultaneously obtaining all these random certifications. Life seems like a whimsical game. Jiang Sui silently tucked away her credentials. I'm off to find something to do. You all can prepare dinner without waiting for me. Watching her retreating figure evokes a sense of parents heading out to work, leaving behind their helpless offspring. The provisions at home are sufficient for the next couple of days, and there are even some skewers left from yesterday. How impressive. Jiang Sui seems to excel at everything. With the most impassive expression, she utters the most extraordinary remarks. What other licenses has she acquired? That explains why I saw Jiang Sui at the postpartum care center. It truly is her.
What?
A postpartum caregiver? What on earth does she need that for? She can't be pregnant, can she? Have you ever seen a pregnant woman riding a motorcycle at breakneck speed? Jiang Sui zoomed away on her motorcycle, leaving a thick plume of smoke that nearly engulfed the photographer. The photographer observed Jiang Sui ahead, exuding a nonchalant coolness, seemingly indifferent to the fate of others. Jiang Sui bounced along the narrow street, where larger vehicles could not navigate, needing to walk a distance before driving a bigger one. Oh no, another fall.
Well,
It's not the first time. I'll just wait for Jiang Sui to return with the excavator. Hey, where's Xiao Lu, the photographer? Family members, hurry. Xiao Lu is up to something sneaky. Xiao Lu's camera shook as he adjusted it, finally positioning it properly. Fans flooded into the live stream, spotting several suspicious individuals. Jiang Sui mysteriously dragged Chu Yuzhou away to a different location. Hey, teach me how to date. Chu Yuzhou awkwardly cleared his throat, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before leaning in. Brother, it's not that I want to teach you, it's just that looks matter. When I was younger, my relationship with my girlfriend was rocky, but after growing up, I played it cool.
you understand, right?
Jiang Sui frowned, stroking his chin. Am I really that unattractive? This kid has had a girlfriend since he was 22, while I'm nearing 30, without even a flirtation. Well, I have a trustworthy appearance. Today us girls must appreciate that. They might think I'm good at managing a household, and then I can act aloof. Jiang Sui raised an eyebrow, showcasing his strengths amidst his shortcomings. Meng Han rolled her eyes in disbelief. Brother Jiang, what outdated information are you spouting? Come on, Meng Han, as a girl. What do you think I should change? Meng Han tugged at Jiang Sui's clothing and then poked at his hair. One hand was greasy, and she disdainfully withdrew it. Looking at Chu Yuzhou, she noted that even in the village, he would wash his hair. When Shirling was pursuing President Wang, she knew to present herself well. If you want a girlfriend, you can't just sit idle. Cleanliness is key. Just look at Chu Yuzhou. As her gaze fell upon Chu Yuzhou's youthful and handsome face, Jiang Sui pulled back a stare. It's still about being good-looking? Speak something useful. Meng Han, what you said was as good as nothing. What was she saying earlier? Just moments ago, she was grinning at Jiang Sui's misfortune, and now she seemed to have stumbled upon a major revelation.
Oh,
I get it now. That day, everyone mistook Jiang Sui for someone else. They must have been referring to President Wang from Jiang Sui's company, not Jiang Sui and President Wang together. Oh my goodness, I've insulted Jiang Sui online hundreds of times. I need to delete those comments quickly. I'm worried that this lunatic will actually sue me. What if there are thousands in the courtroom? I genuinely believe Jiang Sui could do that. Brothers and sisters, hurry up and delete those. Quickly. Why Shirling? It all connects. At first, Shirling was so arrogant, but now she doesn't dare to utter a word. Everyone is probably aware, so she is cautious. This entertainment circle is full of scandals and controversies. It's maddening. Meng Han didn't want to speak anymore, turning away. Whatever, the foundation of the old community is too poor to change. Jiang Sui glanced at Xie Prung, who turned away, uninterested in knowing. Ultimately, his gaze landed on Chu Yuzhou again. Xiao Zhou, you must have a way. Your group has everything from sleeping with fans to being rich and glamorous.
no.
Chu Yuzhou quickly interjected, Brother Jiang, I genuinely don't know anything about them. I have no idea who I've been involved with. Currently, I only know about Zhuang Hai and Zhou Ying. Beyond that, I'm oblivious. They often hang out together, yet he hadn't noticed a single thing. When questioned, they're just friends. Upon reflection, Zhuang Hai indeed has many friends, especially female ones. It turns out they're all clients. Jiang Sui patted Chu Yuzhou on the shoulder. Take care. Your group is quite fashionable. Chu Yuzhou, do you even know how to speak? He too fell silent. Meng Han was taken aback. Hey, has Sister Sui ever been in a relationship? The other three were so shocked that their eyes nearly popped out. A mini-theater. In her 17th life. Jiang Sui found the entertainment industry lacking. The big shots must venture into entrepreneurship. Jiang Sui pursued a chef's certificate, intending to open a restaurant. On the opening day, An out-of-control car crashed in, striking Jiang Sui, who was happily cooking fried rice while listening to music.
Jiang Sui exclaimed.
So the wicked female antagonist doesn't deserve to live? Huh. In Chapter 60, flaunting muscles in front of the gentry. Her. In a relationship. Who would dare date Jiang Sui? Before coming here, I did my research. She really did beat up producer Sure, and it was quite the scandal. After Jiang Sui survived the first survival challenge on a deserted island, he specifically inquired about Jiang Sui's fighting prowess, which had sent someone directly to the hospital.
Oh.
I know about this. Producer Sure even threatened Jiang Sui, claiming he would blacklist her. Guess what happened next? Everyone turned their attention to Xia Peng, eagerly awaiting the gossip. Xia Peng, no longer teasing, stifled a laugh as he spoke. Producer Sure's scandalous images were rampant, with mistresses aplenty. That same day, his wife dragged him to the Civil Affairs Bureau with a knife for a divorce.
Ha ha ha.
Ha ha ha. The laughter faded instantly as they noticed a hidden camera. The four crouched, all eyes on the camera. Meng Han ground her teeth and dashed over. Xiao Lu, is it you? Sneaking around for gossip again? Upon seeing the commotion, Xiao Lu took off running, but he couldn't escape the four of them. They cornered him from all directions, and Xiao Lu trembled, clutching the camera.
Speak.
When did you arrive? Ha ha ha, the gossip has already been devoured, and you just noticed. How many times has this happened? Ha ha, you all are so careless. It's the same three of you. No wonder you've made it to the second round, and now they're S.A. Chu Yuzhou. Chu Yuzhou joined a variety show, and upon returning, the group disbanded. Wait, where's my group? Jiang Sui is truly impressive, exhibiting justified madness. No one can bring her down. Hey, let us place bets. Who's next? Shirling. Wasn't she pursuing President Wang? Surely, she must have succeeded to acquire such resources. Surely, no one is unaware that entertainment scandals are all the rage. There are companies that recklessly push their artists into the spotlight, disregarding all caution. The management agency. I had no idea he had engaged in such activities. It's over. The situation is spiraling out of control. Grabbing Xiao Lu, they switched off the camera, and the four of them surrounded him like ruffians, interrogating him. Unbeknownst to them, another camera appeared, belonging to Jiang Sui's photographer, who, having failed to meet today as KPI, was forced to pursue the guests relentlessly. The four of them, three men encircling Xiao Lu, with Meng Han taking the center position for the questioning. When did you arrive? Xiao Lu swallowed nervously, just now. Meng Han shot him a fierce glance, causing Xiao Lu to panic entirely. Jiang Ge had sought advice during his romantic endeavors. The others gasped in surprise.
Well,
it seems you've gathered quite a bit of intel. You've stripped them bare of secrets. Meng Han squeezed Xiao Lu's arm, exuding an intimidating aura. Even if he was not physically imposing. Let me tell you, if I catch you sneaking around behind our backs again, I'll hang you from a tree. Xiao Lu nodded frantically, assuring them he would never do such a thing. However, Jiang Sui pondered calmly, realizing the photographers must have received some sort of directive to relentlessly pursue the guests. Otherwise, they wouldn't be running around with such heavy equipment. Did you receive some task, or did the director offer you some incentives? Xiao Lu fell silent, knowing this was his livelihood. Clutching his camera, he lowered his gaze. Avoiding eye contact, Meng Han tilted Xiao Lu's chin upward, flaunting his own muscles. Xiao Lu muttered softly, "You don't even have muscles. Your arms and legs are so thin."
Meng Han.
Silently retracting his hand, he retorted, "But I can be quite formidable with my words."
Oh.
Meng Han's intimidation factor was non-existent, while Xiao Lu's sarcasm was off the charts. Chu Yuzhou patted Meng Han, urging her to step aside. With a gracious gesture, he loosened his clothing, revealing his well-defined arms. "Will you speak or not?" Xiao Lu remained silent, prompting Jiang Sui to curse loudly.
Damn.
How is it that your idols are so muscular? You look so frail, yet there is so much substance beneath. Spill the secret. Xia Peng and Meng Han exchanged bewildered glances with Jiang Sui. Interrogation. Interrogation. Maintain the intensity. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the bird behind. It was rumored that photographers also had KPIs and they were quite high.
Get to it.
I love watching this. Meng Han's petite arms managed to disguise a bit of muscle. Jiang Sui awkwardly clamped his mouth shut, grimacing at Xiao Lu. "So, will you speak or not?" Xiao Lu gazed at Chu Yuzhou's arms, gulping nervously, his face slightly flushed. The others, mistaking his apprehension for fear, pressed him further. Xiao Lu adjusted his attire, appearing somewhat coy. What a commotion. With one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. The 4 still threatening Xiao Lu looked up. Surely, there were only 5 of them, 4 guests and 1 photographer. Where had the extra 3 come from? Jiang Sui returned dressed in work attire, glancing curiously at the group as he passed by, particularly noticing Xiao Lu's flustered demeanor. This photographer Xiao Lu is clearly gay. He must be admiring Chu Yuzhou's physique. Zhu. Oh my help. He then looked down at Xiao Lu's bashful red face, frantically adjusting his clothing, tightening his sleeves and zipping up his jacket, clutching his collar tightly. Straight men are terrified. Showing off muscles in front of a gay man, well, as long as you're happy. Chu Yuzhou felt even more anxious, unable to manage his clothing, taking a step back. Standing at nearly 6 feet tall, he resembled a beleaguered gentleman. Meng Han nearly doubled over with laughter, finally patting Chu Yuzhou on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, brother. The ladies are here to protect you. Xiepeng and Jiang Sui quietly stepped back, intimidated. TSK, liking men doesn't mean you like just any man. Why are you retreating? You have no chance. Jiang Sui and Xiepeng. Realization dawned upon them that in a crowd of women and men, neither were particularly favored. The expressions on their faces shifted. Chu Yuzhou's fearful demeanor, his wide eyes, and his actions suggested that, if he wasn't mistaken, Xiao Lu fancied men. Laughter erupted among them. They thought they could intimidate him, but instead, they were inadvertently providing him with entertainment.
Xiao Lu, wow.
Jiang Sui observed the unfolding drama with amusement, finding it quite entertaining, and settled onto a small stool in the yard. Carry on, why have you stopped? The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, to the point where Chu Yuzhou wished he could sink into the ground. He understood that the entertainment industry had its fair share of flamboyant characters, but surely it wasn't this excessive. He vowed never to strip off his clothes carelessly again. In a small play, Rebirth for the 18th time, feeling down, plotting to assassinate Zhang Bao, disguised as a ghost at night to scare people, ended up in the hospital because a passerby mistook her for a real ghost and struck her with a cross. Jiang Sui, my feet are itchy. Is there a nurse to scratch them for me? I'll send you gold in my next life. Hey, someone come. In chapter 61, where did these terracotta warriors come from? The 4 retreated cautiously, greeting Jiang Sui as they passed. Sister Sui, hello. Sister Sui, hello. Sister Sui, hello. Are you all repeating yourselves? Upon reaching Xiepeng, he swallowed the words he had intended to say. What lovely weather we're having. Jiang Sui, I need a supervisor. The 4 immediately raised their hands. Me. Sister Sui, pick me. It was said that following Jiang Sui meant there would be food. And this was undoubtedly a significant project. There would surely be delicious treats today. Typically, when villagers hired help for construction, pig slaughtering, or similar tasks, they would prepare the finest meals for every occasion. Just as Nashi returned with firewood, unsure of the situation, she eagerly raised her hand.
Me.
What are we doing? Call on me. I'm strong. She even nudged Shirling to join her in raising her hand. Shirling, wary of provoking Jiang Sui, who knew if she would unleash any scandals about her. After receiving several glances from Nashi, Shirling could only raise her hand for a moment before lowering it again. Just a brief gesture would suffice. Yes, exactly you, Shirling, come with me. We need to check for anything that might crush the excavator. Shirling. She had only raised her hand for a few seconds. That was all. Everyone stared at Shirling as if she had stolen their beloved. Such a good eye for finding a benefactor. Shirling wore a long face, trailing behind Jiang Sui, knowing well that Jiang Sui would never speak kindly. Why so glum? Are you sad that I might leave tomorrow? Don't worry. We'll meet again when we return to the company. I'll try to take on more group performances, and I'll aim for your production team. Shirling, no need. She genuinely feared that upon returning to the company, Jiang Sui would not hold back, spreading rumors about her involvement with directors or producers. Once she returned, she would act quietly, hoping to avoid Jiang Sui's clutches. Just stay there. Remember to wear a mask. Here's one for you. Don't forget to put it on. Jiang Sui tossed something to Shirling. She caught the mask, glancing at the shoddy raincoat-like item. Unsure of its purpose on a clear day when it wasn't even raining, she suspected Jiang Sui was playing a prank on her. It had to be some form of retaliation for their previous encounters. She refused to wear it, wanting to stomp it underfoot. Jiang Sui had already climbed into the excavator, starting work with a clang. Shirling crossed her arms, bewildered about Jiang Sui's true intentions. A gust of wind blew, stirring up dust that swirled around Shirling's forehead. Jiang Sui diligently toiled away, fully immersed in her work. Let me see what my dear teammates are up to. 6. Where did this terracotta warrior come from? Shirling hardly dared to breathe, as the dust was overwhelming and the weather was unbearably arid. A few onlookers, having come from their homes, hurried over upon witnessing Shirling's predicament. Meng Han patted Shirling's face and clothing, asking, "Are you all right? Let me help you. Where have you been? What happened?" Shirling was preoccupied with spitting out the dust from her mouth and nostrils, having no time to converse with them. Another gust of wind swept through, exacerbated by Jiang Sui's earlier movement, stirring up even more dust. As Meng Han and the others closed their eyes, they finally understood the source of the chaos. The crowd murmured, "Oh dear, photographers, please step back. A slightly blurry shot is acceptable, but we fear for our equipment. Do not question Jiang Sui. Esteemed guests, please take note. This is its intended use." Haha, Shirling picked up the items scattered on the ground, only to throw them around haphazardly. The villagers, noticing the crowd, brought over a few more items. "Be careful, that house is upwind. The breeze is strong." Everyone donned plastic clothing and sat aside, watching Jiang Sui operate the excavator. "Is Jiang Sui a graduate of Lanxiang?" Jiang Zhe inquired curiously. Meng Han shook her head. Did she not study acting? Upon reflection, Meng Han seemed to grasp the situation, pondering whether Jiang Sui had taken the exam merely to immerse herself in her role during filming.
Impossible.
Shirling immediately countered. She has never acted in anything that required an excavator. Shirling and Jiang Sui were not only from the same company, but also shared similar initial roles. Shirling, with her striking beauty, and Jiang Sui, who exuded an air of superiority, had characterizations that were somewhat akin. In truth, they were rivals, and their roles would inevitably clash. Shirling knew Jiang Sui rather well, so she was more aware of her acting history than Jiang Sui herself. Meng Han recalled the incident about Jie Dan that. "It's not possible." "No, absolutely not," Shirling continued to refute. She mainly worked as an extra in wartime dramas, alternating between Japanese soldiers and the 8th Red Army, with little else in her repertoire. "Sister Shirling, how do you know so much about Sister Sui?" Shirling's expression faltered momentarily, and she casually fabricated. "Being from the same company, it's inevitable to learn a few things." "That's nonsense. I have screenshots of your online skirmishes with your water army." Contemporary netizens have screenshots of everything. Jiang Sui and Shirling are rather obscure, though Shirling enjoys slightly more fame, which has drawn your attention. The crux of the matter is not this. It is about their past conflicts, where the fanbase was minimal, mostly AI-generated. Ha 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 ha, real artificial intelligence feuds. A few individuals squatted downwind of the house, enduring the sporadic gusts of sand, lurking stealthily. Were it not for their well-known purpose of filming, one might think them to be up to no good. Recently, the village had seen an influx of tourists, prompting the village chief to begin verifying identities.
Hey.
Are those the guests filming? A few guests, upon hearing voices behind them, momentarily felt disoriented, as if they were witnessing a crowd in the desert. Their attire and demeanor clearly indicated they were not villagers. "Can we approach?"
I don't know.
"Let's go take a look." Upon hearing this, the guests hastily waved their hands. "There's wind and sand here. Don't come closer. Go away." Blinded by the dust, they struggled to discern direction, their expressions oddly peculiar. The tourists paused, frozen in place, while the guests sighed in relief. "They seem to be greeting us. It's our first encounter with such enthusiastic guests. Shall we approach?" The tourists stirred, causing the guests to wave their hands frantically. As they drew nearer, a heavy thud landed, sending a cloud of dust swirling towards everyone's faces. The crowd murmured. Meng Han scowled, spitting a few times at the ground. "Didn't Tiwi tell you not to come over? How did you end up walking this way?" The tourists were equally baffled. "I thought you were waving at us, right?" Rendered speechless, they had no desire to speak further. Little skit, the 19th rebirth. It appears I cannot disturb the beloved protagonist. Jiang Sui participated in the variety show, foraging for fish and vegetables, surviving on fish and roasted snake for several days, only to be choked by a fishbone. Jiang Sui. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Chapter 62. 20 backflips in a minute? Jiang Sui alighted from the vehicle, preparing to head to the restroom, bringing along a hat and sunglasses. She saw someone across the way, their figures somewhat indistinct. The crowd. Before she could finish her sentence, they felt the simmering resentment from the crowd. "Oh, why have the terracotta warriors come here?" With more personnel, even the terracotta warriors are making extra cash. All eyes turned to Jiang Sui, filled with resentment, curiosity, and a touch of madness. Are you all heading to the restroom? No one responded, and Jiang Sui simply acknowledged and departed. It feels as if someone has died. The atmosphere is heavy with death. The first guest to react immediately followed her, convinced they were truly not dead. The cameras would not capture the audience unless they were conversing with the guests, which is when they would be filmed.
I have an idea. So do I.
The tourists exchanged glances, reached a decision, and moved. Jiang Sui headed to the restroom, followed by a throng of people, leaving the unaware to think Jiang Sui was leading a procession. Upon turning, she noticed a line of people trailing behind her. No wonder my back feels so cold. It's terrifying. Turning the corner, she entered the restroom and locked them out. Even going to the restroom necessitated company. Jiang Sui thought she was under siege by terracotta warriors. After hastily using the restroom, Jiang Sui climbed over the wall from the adjacent stall, only to find a circle of people still gathered outside. What is going on? It's best to slip away. Jiang Sui nearly took a roundabout route back to the excavator, and by the time those outside realized what had happened, she was already back to her work. No one knew this village better than she did. As long as she kept digging, no one dared approach. Wow. When did Jiang Sui slip out? Did anyone see? Everyone shook their heads and followed suit, only to be met with a face full of dust. They had no choice but to wait outside, and after a long while, they eventually dispersed. Are you Jiang Sui's true fans, or just her water army? The operation of surrounding the restroom I've only seen at the airport. Witnessing it in a variety show live stream is truly a first. I suspect Jiang Sui has a hidden agenda. Has she cast a spell on everyone? Indeed. There's no doubt about it. Jiang Sui must have obtained a sorcerer's certificate. Your thinking is too narrow. Jiang Sui probably even has a corpse-herding certificate. The absurdity of the conversation escalated. Jiang Sui continued to dig and dig in her small pit, even resolving her lunch while on the machine. Thank goodness, they finally left. This is the first time so many people are chasing after me. Why do I feel both excited and a bit shy? The crowd, shyness wouldn't make one flee to the restroom. The guests, however, were nonchalant. Due to Jiang Sui's presence, the villagers treated everyone exceptionally well. Whether it was fishing, castration, postnatal care for sows, or demolishing houses, Jiang Sui could do it all. She could even weave bamboo baskets with ease. Observing how everyone adored her, they exclaimed, "Come, take some pastries. There's water over there. You've all worked hard. Please take some water to Master Jiang later." Not just anyone could hold the title of master. Only Jiang Sui could. The villagers would frequently bring them snacks, fruits, and drinks at regular intervals. See, I told you. Following Sister Sui means there's candy. And look, there are even white rabbits. Meng Han quickly snatched one to eat. They lounged outside all day, indulging in food and drink until they were full. After a full day of work, Jiang Sui's speed was remarkably swift. So precise that she could navigate without the need for a map, instinctively knowing where to push without circling the house. When Jiang Sui emerged from the excavator, she exuded an undeniable charisma. With each operation of the machine, a plethora of food and drinks was offered to her. Jiang Sui took a bottle and sipped some water, surrounded by her eagerly awaiting younglings. You all are far too flattering. I remember when you first came, Shirling, you weren't like this, she laughed. Shirling replied, the admiration of women comes in fleeting moments. You wouldn't understand. Xieprung and Jiang Zhe chimed in. Sister is merely a title. It bears no relation to age. The atmosphere was so harmonious that I nearly forgot their previous conflicts. It's all in the past. I would gladly marry Sister Sui, even if it meant being a concubine. Xieprung quickly handed over a piece of fruit. Sister Sui, this is a peeled orange I prepared for you. It's quite sweet, and rest assured, my hands are clean. Jiang Sui acknowledged him with a hum and took a bite. Why does it feel strangely reminiscent of an emperor visiting the countryside? Quite peculiar. Let everyone share equally. There's no need to rush or jostle. Once again, they were surrounded as they returned to the courtyard. With the final day of filming approaching, the production team provided an activity list for the evening. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. Those accustomed to a more liberated lifestyle suddenly found themselves at a loss. What is this? An activity? What sort of activity? A performance of breaking stones with our chests. Meng Han playfully tapped Chu Yuzhou's chest. Chu Yuzhou protested. Sister, you suggested this. Don't tap his chest. He can't break it. Despite his well-defined pectorals, they were soft when he wasn't showing off. Having been untamed for so long, they naturally felt a hint of reluctance. The staff clarified, no, It's just a regular activity. Tomorrow, everyone needs to present a program for the villagers. Anything will do. Oh, this activity involves two parts, promotion and performance. As the representative of the boy band, Chu Yujo, you must start with a captivating move. Chu Yujo exclaimed, no, 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 sister. He truly cannot perform such a greasy act. All eyes turned to Chu Yujo, as he was the only one capable of such feats. The others were merely fledgling actors, two of whom were still unknown. One a host, and another a reheated leftover. Chu Yujo shook his head vehemently. I can't. Why not? Jiang Sui stroked her chin, her gaze inquisitive as she looked at Chu Yujo. Why did her words always come off as peculiar, even when they were quite normal? You all decide on the program. I will handle the promotion and the grand finale, Jiang Sui asserted, for she was the most familiar with the entire village. I'll perform a blindfolded knife-throwing act. The guests gasped. Sister Sui, are you serious? With Jiang Sui being the first to speak, they had no face to refuse. Especially since she had been the backbone of their efforts for days. Chu Yujo finally relented. All right then, I'll teach everyone a group dance. And you can think of individual performances. In the silence that followed, Jiang Sui pondered. How about a spinning kick? No, nunchaku? That's a bit tricky. How about a 10-minute pig slaughtering demonstration? No, the live stream would get banned. What about 20 backflips in a minute? While everyone could barely come up with a singing act, Jiang Sui had already devised over 10 bizarre performances in her mind. They also wanted to learn backflips. In a small interlude, in her 20th reincarnation, Jiang Sui sought lessons in archery, determined to find sustenance. Yet, while leading other guests on a hunting excursion, she was struck through the heart by a guest's arrow. Jiang Sui exclaimed, if I lead the guests, I'm a fool. Useless snacks. Chapter 63. Jiang Sui can breathe fire. Don't believe it? Please watch the VCR. The following morning, while the guests were still in deep slumber, they were awakened by a cacophony of gongs and drums. Glancing at the time, they realized it was already 9 o'clock, prompting a hurried scramble to rise. Typically, they were up by 7. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by the sight of Jiang Sui, clad in vibrant red, adorned with a drum and holding a gong. Rubbing their eyes, they stepped outside. Wow, the offerings from Orange's family are truly remarkable. This resounding sound can be heard for miles. The guests were astonished.
Jiang Sui,
seemingly unbothered, dressed like a member of a senior citizen troupe, wore a broad smile, clearly in high spirits. Sister Sui, what are you doing?
Menhan inquired curiously.
Approaching to touch the drum, producing a crisp sound, Jiang Sui handed the gong to Meng Han. Go promote, otherwise, no one will show up this afternoon. Although it was winter and there was no agricultural busyness, the cold weather made many villagers reluctant to venture out. However, with this equipment, things would be different. Before long, Orange rushed over, draping a large golden ingot across Jiang Sui's shoulders and placing a hat atop her head. If the program can't attract everyone, surely the god of wealth will. With a clang and a call, who would fear that no one would come? Several guests gathered around, touching the large golden ingot. Sister Sui, I'll join you. There's strength in numbers. No one is allowed to steal the position of the god of wealth's child. In an instant, Jiang Sui found herself surrounded, everyone pushing and shoving, while only Meng Han stood there with the gong, bewildered. Stop.
Jiang Sui commanded. Menhan.
Come with me to strike the gong. The rest of you stay home and cook. Scared me. I thought someone was trying to steal from me.
Hey.
Where's my hat? That perfectly good hat had somehow ended up on Jiang Zai's head. As her gaze shifted to him, Jiang Sui narrowed her eyes, exuding an air of danger. Dare to take my hat? Later, when I'm blindfolded and throwing knives, I'll aim one just for you. Jiang Zai jumped, quickly removing the hat from his head and placing it back on Jiang Sui's. Here you go. Jiang Sui smiled with satisfaction, and Meng Han began to strike the gong. Let us go. With a resounding clang, Meng Han proudly looked at everyone.
See?
In Sister Sui's heart, it's always us, the seasoned guests, who hold the highest position, especially me. That must be top tier. Meng Han has a loud voice. She'll call out loudly later. And those at home will hear it clearly. Meng Han realized, her proud expression fading as she followed Jiang Sui, striking and calling. Jiang Sui's drumming continued relentlessly, her hands a blur, achieving a remarkable rhythm in mere minutes. They were dazzling, unlike anything from another realm. Where on earth did Jiang Sui procure all these items? It was simply absurd. Early in the morning, she had visited Orange's house. where the item around her waist was cut from a pair of bright red shorts Jiang Sui had found. The sight was blinding. When wearing sunglasses, one could see that it was indeed Jiang Sui's red shorts. Please mind the wording, as no one knew whose red shorts they were. Now, they belonged to Jiang Sui. The clothing was quite old and lacked a belt, so to complement the outfit, Jiang Sui had simply grabbed a piece of fabric. No one knew where Orange had acquired it, but as long as it worked, that sufficed. Meng Han cleared her throat. Villagers, at 6:30 this afternoon, at Wangwan Dam. There will be performances, singing, dancing, and everything in between. With a strike of the gong, a few heads indeed emerged from their doorways. Master Jiang, is it your performance? Jiang Sui nodded. Yes, it's our performance. You are all welcome to join. Chuangzi's father? Meng Han scrutinized a middle-aged man, nearly face-blind, as he bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Duzi's grandfather. In this village, they were all related in some manner. Thus, Jiang Sui managed to call out their names.
Indeed, Aunt Yang.
I wonder if Uncle Yang will allow her to come out. What a useless man. Qian Mei come too. Yes, if Qian Mei comes, her parents should too. Right, Uncle Wang Si? Why is it Uncle Wang here? Where is Aunt Si today? Could it be she's off to the neighboring village for a game of cards again? Meng Han's head was spinning. Amidst the throng of dozens, she recognized none. How on earth did Jiang Sui come to know these people? It was absurd. She could call them by name, match them to their faces, and even recount details about their children and households. Had Jiang Sui conducted a household survey prior to this? Astonishing! In just a few days, she must have memorized the entire family tree of Gaoling village. This was the very reason Jiang Sui was pursuing the maternal caregiver certification epiphany. But why pursue such a certification? Jiang Sui declared, to prove that I have an edge. After promoting the event for an entire morning, the entire village was abuzz with news of the free performance, drawing inquiries even from neighboring villages. Upon their return home, they had lunch and immediately commenced rehearsals. Chu Yuzhou selected a relatively simple dance, accompanied by a song from Phoenix Legend. Won't the villagers mistake our dancing for a square dance and join in? Chu Yuzhou awkwardly called for a break, urging everyone to think about their movements. It wasn't that he wanted to change the routine. Rather, everyone seemed as stiff as wooden puppets. Jiang Sui threw a flying knife, striking an upright apple with precision. Sister Sui, what will you perform today?
Zuzu inquit.
It isn't going to be blindfolded knife throwing, is it? Jiang Sui dazzled them again with a fire-breathing display. This is my specialty. The guests were left speechless. What? Suddenly, Jiang Sui emerged from the bonfire with a stick in her mouth, recalling the terror of being manipulated by Nanshi with fireworks, causing everyone to take several steps back. Steadying herself, Jiang Sui exhaled, igniting flames instantly. Whoa! Incredible! Someone exclaimed, and applause erupted from the crowd. It was confirmed. Jiang Sui could indeed breathe fire. Doubt it? Just watch the VCR. What else could Jiang Sui possibly not excel in? Perhaps she would take to the skies. She had just been throwing small knives. One might have thought she was set to perform that. Maybe she was showcasing juggling skills? After dinner, everyone quickly took their places. The open space was filled with villagers who had brought their own benches. They truly respected Jiang Sui. Clearing her throat, Jiang Sui hummed, and everyone assumed she would take on the role of host. Each step she took garnered extra attention. Chu Yuzhou remarked, I was worried that with the rushed rehearsal today, no one would want to host. Among the entire team, only he could sing and dance, essentially making him the host of the show. Meng Han agreed, that's good. Sister Sui knows everyone here. Everyone? Hundreds of people? The audience gasped. Jiang Sui had only been here for a few days. Surely she hadn't lived here before? Bowing to the crowd, Jiang Sui prepared for her opening act, executing a backflip with the grace of a spinning carousel. Whoosh! The audience was captivated. In her 21st reincarnation, Jiang Sui resolved to develop cautiously, safeguarding against both the guests' arrows and the island's creatures, determined to survive and return home. Half a month passed, and she nearly became a wild woman. The guests dared not approach her, their fear palpable. After surviving the deserted island, she reveled in the prospect of brighter days ahead. On the return journey, she was engulfed by waves, swept into the sea, swimming tirelessly. Simply knowing how to swim is not enough, she realized. Chapter 64. Driving a tractor to chase a plane. After several minutes of tumbling, the villagers below wore blank expressions. What is going on? Jiang Sui executed a split while breathing fire. Following a series of blindfolded knife throws and balancing on stools, her performance concluded with a bow, eliciting applause. As upbeat music played, Chu Yujo knew it was time for them to take the stage, lining up to dance. With the pressure of the previous performance weighing on them, they were understandably anxious. Their few minutes of dance culminated in singing, though they were only capable of that, even if it sounded dreadful. In the finale, Jiang Sui executed another backflip, successfully wrapping up the evening's performance. Thank goodness I learned a bit. Otherwise, how would I fend off the lecherous in the entertainment industry?
What?
Is this meant to ward off old lechers in entertainment? Someone quipped, if a thug showed up, they'd be flattened by a brick. I wish I could sneak out tonight and spill some tea. Having learned from her past reincarnations, Jiang Sui sold the gossip she gathered. Anyone who dared cross her would find themselves exposed. The guests trembled, deciding to keep their distance from Jiang Sui. Today was the last day. Everyone needed to stay calm. But whose gossip was it really? They hesitated to approach, fearing they might be the subject of the revelations. The crowd's eyes darted between Jiang Sui and one another, inching closer, and then retreating in fear. Amid the commotion, someone stumbled over their own feet. You all act as though you both love and fear Jiang Sui. Of course, Jiang Sui was like a little fire dragon capable of breathing flames. Master Jiang, please come to my school. I have more assignments than I can handle. Master Jiang. The fire won't ignite at home. Please help. Master Jiang. Do you need help moving bricks?
Not at all, TD.
Jiang Sui looked at them curiously, her brow furrowed. Is there gold in the ground? Why are you all digging? We know you have long-standing grievances. Can you wait until after the show to settle them? Please remind me to watch. I enjoy it. The guests awkwardly stood up, brushing dust off themselves. Tomorrow we clock out. I'm so excited, haha. Jiang Sui acknowledged them, turning to continue walking. Meng Han was the first to rise, sticking close to Jiang Sui and leaving the others behind. Determined to guard her position as Sister Sui as protector. Sister Sui, after this episode, you'll have a long break. What will you do? Spend the new year with family? January was upon them, and soon it would be New Year's. Most would return to their hometowns or visit relatives. Jiang Sui didn't even lift her eyelids. I'll be working. Waiting to die. This wasted life. Perhaps I should take the civil service exam before Jiang Hai becomes a deadbeat. Once I become a civil servant, I'll dominate the dating market. Why celebrate the new year with family? They're gone. Cough cough, Sister Sui. My condolences.
Jiang Sui paused, casting a puzzled glance at Meng Han.
Why should I care? I'll just wait to die at home. Outside, darkness had fallen, but the courtyard remained illuminated as everyone tidied up. This courtyard was rented by the production team. And while some items had been consumed by the guests, the villagers had brought plenty of contributions over the days, enough to balance it out.
Ah.
It's almost time to leave. And Nanshi mused, having only been here for 2 days. Yet due to Jiang Sui, she had quickly bonded with everyone. Looking forward to the next gossip. Director, please summon Xiao Runyang. Reconsider. Also Wu Yeling, Guahi, Fan Chu. Ling Ling has not offended anyone. Little Fan has not offended anyone. I fear they cannot afford to summon Teacher Xiao. To be so afraid, could it be fear of being exposed? With so many dark spots? Haters need not be so arrogant. If you're so bold, invite your people to join. They've already collapsed. They're serving time. You needn't worry. Some artists have tighter schedules, but these few do not, as they are all quite obscure. The next morning, Xu Yuzhou was the first to be picked up, his manager too intimidated to speak. What can be said? The group is gone. Shirling was also picked up by her agent, who arrived together with Jiang Sui's manager. Wang Mei waited outside for what felt like an eternity until she finally spotted Shirling. Teacher Shir, have you seen Jiang Sui? Shirling pointed straight ahead. She was taken away early this morning by a villager's tractor. She should be at the airport by now. After 2 hours of travel, she must have arrived. Wang Mei was bewildered. What on earth? A tractor? Just when I thought to be considerate, Jiang Sui manages to find every mode of transport available. Jiang Sui had added Cheng Zi's contact information, promising to take her out for fun once she got into the graduate program in Shanghai. She'll definitely get in. It's not a big deal. Cheng Zi drove the tractor back, navigating the rugged mountain roads, somehow managing to bounce her way home. Once on the plane, she fell asleep. Her phone had been bombarded with messages earlier, and she hadn't noticed, making it impossible to get in touch during the flight. After disembarking, in her dazed state, she unexpectedly caught sight of her own name. Wow, I actually have fans. Damn, the big villain. Clutching her head, she turned to leave but was swiftly stopped by Fu Sheng. Where do you think you're going? Your mother asked me to pick you up. My mother is undoubtedly in the arms of her 5th husband right now. She wouldn't come back. Boasting without a script, how has the company not gone bankrupt yet? Fu Sheng dragged Jiang Sui's luggage, forcing her to follow him. A smirk danced at the corners of Fu Sheng's lips. It was all thanks to Jiang Sui that the company's pests were being systematically dealt with. As a gesture of gratitude, he invited her out to dinner. On the way, it was evident that this route was not taking Jiang Sui home. "Where are we going?" Fu Sheng replied without looking back. "I'm treating you to dinner. Poisoning me? No need for that. Bring on the spice. I have a poison tester with me, so do as you please." Having been poisoned by strange substances multiple times, Jiang Sui had become adept at identifying toxins. Fu Sheng was truly an enigma. Upon arriving at the restaurant, they were immediately intercepted by a woman with wavy hair. She was clad in high heels and had a delicate makeup look, though her expression was poorly managed. "That wavy hair actually looks quite nice. I might get one myself next time." The woman pointed at Jiang Sui and demanded to know from Fu Sheng, "Who is she?" "Brother Fu, didn't you say you were going to a meeting? Mother asked you to accompany me. How could you leave me?" Fu Sheng's expression remained icy. "Xia Ji Yuan, she is with me." Jiang Sui pushed Fu Sheng aside and extended her right hand, responding politely, "Aunt, I'm her little aunt, the youngest one. Nice to meet you." In a small interlude, during her 22nd rebirth, Jiang Sui swam in the river continuously from autumn to winter. After being dragged to the police station for a few days, she went back the next day and while swimming, she simply vanished. Jiang Sui, attention. Please do not swim in the wild. Chapter 65 depicted the Jiang family, who felt as if they were possessed by aliens. Jiang Sui chuckled to herself while mentally mocking. "You think I'll be made a cannon fodder? Not a chance. Now I see why they suddenly want to take me out for dinner. They must want me to shield them from romantic advances. No way, the romantic interest is too charming. Let the villain enjoy it for now." Xia Ji Yuan heard a strange sound, seemingly emanating from her little aunt.
Wait.
Who is the big villain?
Fu Sheng?
Xia Ji Yuan began a series of wild thoughts, recalling how villains often met an early demise, or were mentally unstable. Fu Sheng couldn't he possibly be like that? Don't touch me. I need to get away. I don't recall hearing about Uncle Fu having a sister. Xia Ji Yuan smiled and asked Jiang Sui, "Admit it. You must be Fu Sheng's secret lover." Jiang Sui returned a charming smile. "I'm his illegitimate child, just found recently. My surname is Jiang, like my mother's. I could change it to Fu if needed." Xia Ji Yuan, "No way, that is possible?" Jiang Sui enthusiastically shook Xia Ji Yuan's hand. "You must be the sister that my family introduced to me, right? You get along well with my Ah Sheng, don't you? This is clearly a match made in heaven. They must be a destined pair." Xia Ji Yuan pushed Jiang Sui's hand away, finding the grip too tight, and with great effort, managed to extricate her own hand. "Why does it feel like Fu Sheng is a poorly selling product?" Xia Ji Yuan awkwardly laughed. "Haha. It's a misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding. We're merely distant cousins with a blood relation." Fu Sheng. When did he acquire a cousin? Fu Sheng scanned both Xia Ji Yuan and Jiang Sui's faces with confusion, wondering when he had gained such relatives. Suddenly, Xia Ji Yuan pulled out her phone. "All right, wait for me. I'll be right there." She pointed at her phone and apologized to the two. "Sorry, my friend has invited me to dinner. I won't disturb you any longer." Isn't that cousin holding her phone upside down? Upon hearing this, the cousin bolted, disregarding the phone's orientation. She wanted to avoid the villain. She knew she couldn't compete with the protagonist's halo and might end up suffering. This relationship was utterly futile. Jiang Sui watched her cousin's retreating figure and nudged Fu Sheng's arm. "Hey, when did your family gain a distant cousin?" "She's actually quite pretty." As they walked into the restaurant, Fu Sheng replied, "I have no idea when I got a little aunt. I bet my dad would be confused too." Jiang Sui followed him inside. "Not a big deal. I'll just say there was a DNA testing error later." Fu Sheng, speechless, picked up the menu to order. Is this really a DNA issue? After their meal, Fu Sheng offered to drive Jiang Sui home. In truth, Jiang Sui had already moved out, but she still wanted to return to grab a few things. The car stopped at the entrance of the Jiang family home, and Jiang Sui opened the door, tossing 200 yuan to Fu Sheng. "No need for change. You treated for lunch, so I won't pay you back." Fu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by the cash in hand. "Jiang Sui, I'm simply giving you a ride." Clearly, he has ulterior motives. How sneaky. Fu Sheng. As Jiang Sui dragged her suitcase away, she felt no sense of wrongdoing. She didn't want to owe anyone anything, fearing being caught off guard again. Why is it so quiet at the Jiang family home? Could it be undergoing bankruptcy, or is the house mortgaged? Search. She pulled out her phone and scoured the internet, discovering that a subsidiary under the Jiang family S brand had gone public. Publicly listed?
Huh?
Jiang Sui's ears perked up, catching every little sound around her. I'll find out who is trying to attack me. With a swift roundhouse kick, she sent a firework veering off course, landing squarely on the face of the person holding it.
Bang!
Jiang Mo's firework attack.
Surprise!
A throng of people suddenly appeared at her home, holding banners, fireworks, and flowers. Jiang Hai, dressed in a suit with his hair slicked back, approached Jiang Sui while cradling a bouquet of roses and adjusting his tie. Sui, congratulations on wrapping up this phase. You performed exceptionally well. Here, this is for you. After handing the roses to Jiang Sui, Jiang Hai made a heart shape with his hands. I'm broke. Jiang Hai, whose heart shape suddenly crumbled. Haha. You're quite the joker. Come in. We've prepared a meal, including your favorite fish. Jiang Sui shoved the flowers back to Jiang Hai. I don't like fish, I prefer people. Jiang Hai, awkwardly standing there, was momentarily at a loss for words. Then let Sui rest for a bit. Jiang Sui was pressed onto the sofa. While some helped with her luggage, others massaged her shoulders, and yet more brought her slippers. Am I going crazy? Or is the world upside down? Even Jiang Hai is buying flowers now. It's as if I've seen a cow go out to buy beef. Jiang Mo stood at the door, his face flushed, maintaining a stoic expression as he acted as the doorman. Jiang Hai chattered incessantly, each word aimed at flattery. Jiang Yu wore a forced smile, clearly not in a good mood. Jiang Qi was similarly overly eager in his attempts to please. I genuinely have no money. I still owe the company several million in breach of contract fees. Could it be a marriage alliance? The second son of the Bai family suffers from impotence. It's best not to entertain such thoughts. Could it be the Li family? The third son of the Li family has a sexually transmitted disease. Don't joke around. Surely it's not the Zhang family. They only have a middle-aged man in his 40s. Really, don't jest.
Flower may bloom a tốt cao dung.
But I am not a flower. I am the cow dung. Jiang Sui had thoroughly investigated the matchmaking market within the affluent circles, knowing the flaws of each individual. This was due to her first-hand experiences. Jiang Hai cleared his throat, saying, Sui is our family's only daughter. Everyone must pamper her, understood? Rest assured, Dad. I have but one sister. Jiang Qi was the first to express his sentiments. He pulled out a card from his pocket. Sister, this is your pocket money. It contains 10 million. Spend it however you wish. After speaking, he nudged Jiang Mo, with a sullen expression, retrieved several notebooks from a folder. These are the most promising IPs recently. You can choose whichever female lead or second female lead you like. Jiang Hai also presented his sincerity, producing a black gold card. Sui, this is for you. Feel free to use it as you wish. Jiang Yu, still unemployed, had spent all his allowance on gifts. He pulled out a gift box from behind him. I wasn't too sure what girls like, so I bought you a dress, sister. Oh, dear, I have goosebumps. Are you planning to assassinate me? A few people surrounded Jiang Sui, and the array of items around her made her head spin. Have these individuals undergone some sort of reconfiguration? It's quite frightening, as if I've stumbled into a fraud organization. Have you mistaken the person? Yes. I am Jiang Sui, the third child, not Jiang Bao. I am heading back to my room to relocate. Please make way. This is the trajectory of my life. Jiang Sui pronounced each word clearly and loudly. She began to suspect that there was some extraterrestrial influence at play, brainwashing these individuals. Mini Theater. The 23rd Rebirth. Successfully surviving on a deserted island. Jiang Sui became famous. Haha, sister has finally made it big. Major productions are seeking her. And they are all promising roles. Jiang Sui immediately accepted, only for the wire to snap while filming. Jiang Sui, if I act again, I shall be a dog. Chapter 66. Thanks to the carnival wristbands provided by Jiang Sui's studio. Upon hearing about the move, Jiang Hai panicked. No, what do you mean moving? We are all family. You are my only daughter. He kept repeating that he had only one daughter. Jiang Sui thought they were talking about Jiang Bao, but it appeared they were referring to her. She pointed at herself, and the people surrounding her nodded vigorously. Have you all lost your minds? Are you on drugs? This one do. I need to call the police to check on these people. Jiang Sui stood up, but was pressed back down by Jiang Hai. It was my fault. I indeed neglected you before. I will make it up to you seriously now. What do you want? I will buy it for you. 100 million. What are you pretending to be wealthy for? Jiang Bao hasn't even stolen the data yet. Jiang Hai. She did steal and got caught. Previously, Jiang Hai would become angered, feeling that this daughter was being unreasonable. Now they realized that Jiang Sui merely felt it was unfair and was provoking them. That's excessive. Can we negotiate for something else? Jiang Hai's tone was conciliatory, leaving Jiang Sui bewildered. Not even angry? What is going on here? Jiang Hai took a deep breath, trying to soothe himself. It's all sarcasm. Hold it together. How about that car, the one belonging to my elder brother?
Hihi.
That Jiang Qi's prized possession. I will not believe you will hand it over. Jiang Qi immediately produced the keys. Here you go. You can transfer ownership today.
Jiang Sui.
Have they all gone mad? Is the Jiang family going to be exterminated? Don't worry, I will arrange the cremation. I'll take my leave now. Just as she stood up, Jiang Sui was pressed back down by Jiang Hai, firmly seated on the sofa. I don't want to sit on the sofa. It's too hot. Jiang Hai glanced at the sofa, bewildered. There was no fire. What was heating her? This child was speaking nonsense again. Besides, it was still winter. If there were a fire, it would be warm. The new year approaching? It's normal for everyone to give gifts. Sui, don't be shy, accept them. A pile of cards, gifts, and peculiar keys accumulated before Jiang Sui. The more she looked, the stranger it seemed. For over 200 times, this was the first occurrence of such a situation, inevitably leading to more suspicion. Where has Jiang Bao, your precious daughter, precious sister, precious elder sister gone? Scanning the room, everyone's expressions turned peculiar. Mentioning Jiang Bao seemed to evoke something unusual. Indeed, a significant event had transpired within the family. What does it have to do with me? This matter was one Jiang Hai had to address himself. He sighed, feeling somewhat nostalgic. After all, he had treated her like a beloved daughter, even more so than his own. Upon discovering the truth, he had made a resolution. Jiang Bao would no longer be part of the Jiang family. She had stolen confidential information from the Jiang family for her lover. They had shown her mercy by not imprisoning her, but had expelled her from the family tree. Is the family tree more prestigious? How would you know? Did Jiang Mo wake up, or has Jiang Yu suddenly stopped protecting his sister? Jiang Sui looked up at Jiang Mo's long face, heavily burdened with fatigue and dark circles under his eyes, appearing as if he had been in despair for quite some time. She glanced at Jiang Yu, who showed no sign of fluctuation. Mother is still with the Jiang family. Naturally, Jiang Yu, this selfish boy, will accept it. What about Jiang Qi? The items Jiang Bao stole were likely taken from Jiang Qi. The Jiang family members thought, how did she see through it so easily? With this realization, they became even more courteous. Jiang Qi snorted coldly, stating, what she did, we will no longer pursue, but the Jiang family cannot accommodate her. Indeed, Jiang Hai concurred. From now on, you'll be the only daughter of the Jiang family, sister and sister. Looking at Jiang Hai's smile, Jiang Sui felt a chill run down her spine. I can't handle this. I must leave quickly. Ha ha ha, as long as you all are happy, I have something to attend to. At this hour, my manager is surely looking for me. I must hurry. Clearly attempting to make a swift exit, Jiang Sui grabbed her suitcase and ran. The Jiang family, realizing what was happening, couldn't stop her, as Jiang Sui's suitcase was precariously balanced on her head, swaying dangerously. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui darted away faster than a rabbit, bursting out the door in mere seconds. Jiang Sui, I'm serious. Come back. Jiang Hai chased after her, only catching a glimpse of the large suitcase atop her head. How terrifying. Once I have the chance, I will sneak back and retrieve my belongings. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's remark, Jiang Hai and the others ceased their pursuit, especially since Jiang Sui was moving too swiftly to catch up. They suddenly believed that the Jiang Sui on variety shows was not just an act. Forget it. Her belongings remain here. She should return. You all treat Sui well from now on, understand? She is the treasured gem of our Jiang family and must be cherished. Listening to Jiang Sui, it hadn't even long before the subsidiary company went public. Understood, Dad. Let us head inside to rest. Jiang Qi supported Jiang Hai back into the house. Jiang Hai took several deep breaths, genuinely impressed by her speed. By the way, Xiao Qi, go find out who Jiang Bao's lover is. You are younger and articulate. Go seek out Sui and gather some information. As for Jiang Mo, Jiang Hai cast a disdainful glance at Jiang Mo. Keep an eye on the house. Eat some pig brains to nourish your mind, you fool. If it weren't for Jiang Sui's early reminder, this fool would have aided Jiang Bao in stealing from the family. After assigning tasks, Jiang Hai rubbed his old waist as he entered the room. Jiang Sui had rented an apartment long ago, far from fire hazards, distant from intersections, away from wild ecological villas, lakes, elevated bridges, and other such factors. Finally, she secured a safe haven right across from the provincial government building. She was eager to see who would dare to hurl rotten eggs at her residence, honk their horns, or send viruses her way again. Even the hackers attempting to track her were rendered perplexed. A word of caution: public officials are present in that very building. After lying at home for several days, Jiang Sui's phone was abruptly silenced by a call from Wang Mei. With the frigid air outside, couldn't they wait until spring to reconnect? Jiang Sui was blissfully engrossed in a live stream, using her primary account to watch the streamer perform floral hand gestures. The young streamer, with a high-pitched voice, sweetly referred to her as sister, yet her movements resembled those of an overly spirited youth. Thanks to the carnival event sponsored by Jiang Sui Studio, she relayed a message: "Rest assured, top fan sister, type away, and I shall read your words aloud." As comments flooded in, the streamer read them while continuing her hand gestures. "Jiang Sui, your manager is trying to reach you. You have a significant red carpet event tonight." The streamer continued her performance, yet Jiang Sui frowned at the mention. After several repetitions, the streamer realized something was amiss. "Is this the Jiang Sui I know?" The high-pitched voice faded, replaced by a rough male tone, which ignited an explosion of comments. In the 24th cycle of her rebirth, this time, "I must be cautious while filming." Jiang Sui even took the initiative to learn rock climbing. After her rise to fame, she accepted a grand production, confirming several times that everything was in order, only for the pressure to shatter once more. Jiang Sui exclaimed, "You won't let me have it easy, will you?"
Ah.
This world. Chapter 67. I shall feign incapacitation to extort you for 88,000. Jiang Sui was taken aback. She had assumed it was a fake account, given the plethora of impersonators lately, yet this was indeed the real deal. She had unwittingly watched for 3 hours.
Jiang Sui.
Have you been secretly practicing those floral hand gestures at home to astonish us? Let me tell you, that's impossible. I shall learn right now. It became evident that even without answering calls, her boss could locate her and summon her back to work. Jiang Sui's studio initiated several more carnival events, urging the streamer to continue. The young streamer, donned in a wanchai outfit and sporting unique hairstyle, spent half an hour in the live stream shouting, "What insanity!" Jiang Sui switched to another live stream, as her studio always managed to pinpoint her location with precision. At her wit's end, Jiang Sui dialed a number.
What is it?
"Speak now." "My ancestor, you finally answered. There's a red carpet event. Let me clarify, it wasn't my decision. The company mandates that all those above the 2nd tier must attend." Jiang Sui replied nonchalantly, "I'm at the 18th tier. I refuse to go."
Wait.
"Don't hang up." Wang Mei rushed to explain. "Are you not aware? Your popularity is unparalleled right now. Just this once, I promise to arrange a better team for you afterward and promote you." After pondering for a moment, Jiang Sui took a bite of an apple. Resolving multiple issues at once is a bargain. "Very well, I shall arrive shortly." After hanging up, Jiang Sui hurriedly showered and dressed, donning an excessively thick down jacket that left only her eyes visible. She ordered a cab, confident that the company would cover the fare. Half an hour later, she arrived, finding Wang Mei nearly frozen at the entrance. Earlier that morning, in a fit of frustration, Wang Mei had decided to watch a video for some cheer, only to discover Jiang Sui's account live streaming for 3 hours. The difference fame made was astounding. Within a mere 10 minutes, she was trending. Her boss had orchestrated a grand request for Jiang Sui to walk the red carpet. Jiang Sui had been captivated by the floral hand gesture performance for 3 hours. There's nothing her boss can't find. It's merely a matter of what you can conceive.
Come on, hurry and change.
It's rather mundane. Tonight's highlight is the fainting incident involving Xiang Ran and the scandalous photos with President Wang, who, as Wang Mei rummaged for outfits, she overheard the gossip. She knew of Xiang Ran, the rising star of a recent hit drama, who was quite adept at garnering attention. However, she was unfamiliar with President Wang, though she recalled he had a vendetta against Jiang Sui. In every meeting, he incessantly called for Jiang Sui's cancellation. There was no time to ponder further. She needed to finalize Jiang Sui's attire. What brand is this outfit? It exposes too much arm. Oh no, Xiang Ran is feigning fainting. I might genuinely faint myself. This is a cropped version. Jiang Sui selected a long-sleeved puff dress. This will do. I'll just add a little jacket. That one tee suffice. Under Jiang Sui's piercing gaze, Wang Mei conceded, as you wish. Covering her eyes, she sensed that tonight, the ridicule would be directed solely at Jiang Sui. Which female celebrity walks the red carpet in a cropped autumn down jacket? After a simple makeup session, Jiang Sui was whisked away. Wang Mei had resigned to the chaos. Only Jiang Sui could be seen seated in a tractor while rushing to catch a flight. This evening's red carpet was bustling with stars, a true gala. I'm here to see Jiang Sui. Is she going to perform a backflip on stage? Let us see how outrageous Jiang Sui can be today. Here she comes. Ah. In astonishment, I discovered I had the same down jacket as the star. Disappointment washed over me. In a dress, she could not perform a backflip. Did you genuinely believe she would attempt a backflip? Let us not be too absurd. But what if? That would be the most epic red carpet night in history. While the backflip was unattainable, Jiang Sui's hair had become entangled, snagging on her collar button. I surely won't fall due to this.
No.
We need to hurry. We'll grab barbecue after this. Jiang Sui sensed something amiss, nearly sprinting while lifting her skirt. Hey, what is that dark figure? Who is it? The photos aren't finished yet. Dazed, Xiang Ran appeared to be fainting. Quick, take the photo. Jiang Sui hastily collided with someone. Xiang Ran. Seizing the opportunity, Xiang Ran dramatically collapsed, feigning weakness as she gently cradled her forehead. Your act is far too exaggerated. Can you be any more absurd?
Damn.
I've just been set up to be a victim. I can feign fainting too. With a swift thought, Jiang Sui leaned against her down jacket and fell to the ground. This jacket is quite nice. It has a rebound effect. A circle of onlookers and stars murmured, is this really the time to be concerned about this? It resembled a large-scale scam scene, where even the police would struggle to comprehend the drama. Tonight remained an epic and unparalleled red carpet night. Laughter erupted as the live-stream camera captured the moment when both women opened their eyes to steal glances at each other. Jiang Sui demonstrated the proper response to being scammed. I'll lie here and claim you owe me 88,000. Later, I'll go to the hospital and say you caused my diabetes. Let us see who has more patience. I can lay here for days and nights without stirring. Xiang Ran gritted her teeth, fearing that if she rose, she would find herself exchanging insults with Jiang Sui. Even if she were hit by a car, it wouldn't induce diabetes. How could she not have recognized her assailant? Had she known it was Jiang Sui, she would have kept her distance. In the entertainment industry, who didn't know that Jiang Sui was a wild card? When she smashed a criminal with a bat, she didn't even blink. The lights outside continued to flash, and Xiang Ran could no longer contain her gaze. Meanwhile, Jiang Sui lay beside her like a lifeless body. She nearly forgot the rumors circulating online about Jiang Sui having played a corpse in a film for several months. I can't provoke her. Xiang Ran feigned weakness, cradling her forehead. Oh dear, what is happening to me? As soon as someone spoke up, staff rushed over to assist. If no one had said anything, would they have waited all night for the two of them to awaken? My dear Ran Mei was truly exhausted, especially in the cold, after being knocked by Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui's fans were terrifying. Jiang Sui has no fans. Don't pin that on me. I'm merely here for the spectacle. Thinking she might perform a backflip. Nearby, as someone shifted, Jiang Sui also propped herself up on her arm. Oh dear, these flashing lights. I might as well close my eyes and let it be. Jiang Sui rose with her eyes closed, murmuring apologies and requesting some space, as the photographer's flashes had blinded her, necessitating a visit to the hospital. The reporters exchanged glances, recalling the last time they had been left speechless. In the drama of her 25th rebirth, Jiang Sui found herself watching a series in her rented apartment when a disgruntled fan discovered her address and hurled a brick, striking her on the head. Jiang Sui was left bewildered. Chapter 68. Offline PK Competition of Marketing Accounts, the most spectacular red carpet night. Jiang Sui managed to stand up, and the photographers hesitated to use their flashes again, fearing they might truly blind her. What a calamity! I merely brushed against someone, and now I am more wronged than Do-e. Such misfortune. Why does Xiang Ran's agency consistently foster such female stars with contrived personas? The murmurs from the surrounding reporters faded, their gazes fixed on Jiang Sui, akin to wolves eyeing a sheep. What agency? What fabricated persona? Please, articulate it clearly. They would surely listen intently. Jiang Sui sensed the intensity of their stares and turned to confront the throng of reporters. Why do I feel as if I am being targeted? What with the stars in their eyes? Her instinct was to flee, yet as she scanned the crowd, she recognized many familiar faces. These reporters were well known to her. Isn't that reporter Zhang from the detective newspaper? Surely. He has pocketed a handsome sum from Jishan Entertainment over the years. Oh, reporter me from the initial studio, a nurtured talent from a second-tier agency. Has been quite active in recent years. How amusing. Capital's little darling actually has her own paparazzi. The entertainment frenzy report must be their doing. The reporters exchanged incredulous looks, realizing they were all connected, each having dined with various stars to gather information. Upon hearing Jiang Sui's thoughts, their envy shifted focus to their fellow journalists. Old grudges intertwined with new grievances. Who among them was not resentful, especially towards the entertainment frenzy report, which had been present at every scandal? Everyone assumed it was mere professional rivalry, unaware that these were nurtured vendettas. After years of lawsuits, not a single one had succeeded. It turned out the financial backing was immense. Reporter Me had indeed been quite active lately, and he rolled his eyes, reminding them that they were all in the same boat, with the entertainment frenzy report being their account as well. Is it you who exposed Sister E? Are you part of the gossip team? Yet you invite me to dinner under the pretense of inquiry. The reporters, who had previously collaborated in capturing the moment, were now embroiled in heated arguments, some even tugging at each other's hair, creating chaos all around, with cameras forgotten. Jiang Sui silently pulled out her phone, capturing a selfie amidst the brawl. Look at reporter Wu, securing a splendid vantage point for the show, while witnessing your farcical antics. The commotion halted momentarily as the green light fell upon the corner where reporter Wu stood. Wu remarked, "Thus begins the most spectacular red carpet night in history. The offline PK competition of marketing accounts is officially underway. How ironic that this marketing account belonged to his agency, always feigning sophistication. He had seen enough of it. Your brother, who is in his 30s, holds the majority stake in the company. Do you really think he is unaware? Not only was he aware, but he might have orchestrated it, revealing how disgusting a professional smear campaign could be, all while being a pet project. No wonder they were so brazen. They were not to be trifled with. Every agency is the same. No one is having an easy time." Hilariously, Jiang Sui had climbed higher than the paparazzi. As the scuffle intensified, even security got involved. Is this a descent into moral decay or a distortion of humanity? Fortunately, I didn't change into haute couture today, and merely wore trousers. After capturing enough footage, Jiang Sui reported the incident to the authorities, achieving a perfect conclusion. The police arrived within minutes, escorting everyone away. Amidst the chaos, the power of capital prevailed, and the red carpet night would proceed as planned. Jiang Sui had barely taken a few bites of instant noodles when Wang Mei called, summoning her. After the red carpet event, there was an award ceremony ahead, with seats labeled with their names. Thanks to her variety show, Jiang Sui had risen to the status of a second-tier star. She had to lift her skirt to reach her designated seat, surrounded by influential figures. Are you Jiang Sui? Have you ventured into jungle exploration? She sat between two male stars, each boasting an overwhelming fanbase, contrasting sharply with her comedic following. Jiang Sui acknowledged them with a hum, avoiding eye contact. I dare not turn back, lest the fans accuse me of enticing their beloved brother. Lin Xing wore an awkward smile that he struggled to maintain. His intention was to engage Jiang Sui in conversation, given her newfound fame and the popularity of her memes. He added, "You have a leaf in your hair. Let me remove it for you." Jiang Sui swiftly plucked it away, even adjusting her seat slightly. Navigating the entertainment industry demanded quick reflexes. No need, I can manage. Let us focus on the stage. She sat composedly. What a lunatic, suddenly trying to get close. I might think you are plotting my demise. Let us all just do our jobs, everyone as husband. Lin Xing withdrew his hand, realizing that bonding today was futile. He too was merely interested in maintaining his public persona. Everyone had their motives, projecting amiability while harboring the potential for conflict behind the scenes. Such was the norm in the entertainment realm. As the host began to speak, Jiang Sui felt drowsy. It was already nearing 9 o'clock. In past times, she would have been in bed, engrossed in her series. Hello, sister, I am Yang Yanxiao. The male star to her left suddenly addressed her, extending a hand, startling Jiang Sui. I thought the person beside me was a bodyguard, so dark that they couldn't possibly be borrowed from one. I feel like I've seen that outfit before. How unfortunate. After a brief handshake, Jiang Sui withdrew her hand. Typically, she refrained from touching male stars for fear of backlash from fans, especially given her notorious reputation. She was bound to attract both mockery and derision online. Yet, there was something familiar about this man, as if she had encountered him before. Familiar, excessively so. Yang Yanxiao was equally taken aback, sensing the scrutiny from those around. After a deep breath, he turned back to maintain his silence, regretting his decision to ride this wave of popularity. Jiang Sui observed for a moment, and the surrounding stars followed her gaze, fixating on Yang Yanxiao. There was surely a story to uncover. Jiang Sui's expression hinted at something significant. Speak up. We are all eagerly awaiting. The host's monologue was dreadfully dull, prompting everyone to gossip amongst themselves. Sister, you are eternally our sister. Say it loud. Could it be tax evasion? It doesn't seem like that. In recent years, tax evasion has become too commonplace. It's genuinely confusing. This person, where have I seen him before? Yang Yanxiao flashed a smile at Jiang Sui, his charming dimples enhancing his demeanor, giving the impression of an obedient younger brother. Jiang Sui thought similarly, but felt as though she had missed out on some juicy gossip. Scene: the 26th rebirth, living on the 30th floor. Let us see who has the arm strength to throw a brick in. One day, a helicopter flew by, and a brick crashed through the window, landing squarely on Jiang Sui's head. Jiang Sui, can it get any more absurd? Am I being hunted? Chapter 69. The police have been notified. Ha ha ha. May you all perish. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Sui decided against further reflection, closing her eyes for a brief nap. The stage lights swept across the audience multiple times, attempting to capture their expressions, and each time they landed on Jiang Sui, she was sound asleep. How rude. If one cannot perform, they ought to return home and tend to their feet. Perhaps exhaustion has taken its toll. No, whom are you referring to? Who has been impolite? Jiang Sui, it's impossible to be too fatigued. You were in the live stream of the flower shaking show this morning for 3 hours. Jiang Sui, don't rush me. I'm already preparing my statement for withdrawal from the industry. Jiang Sui might be more eager to exit than anyone else. Following the conclusion of the second episode of Life's Waves, Jiang Sui vanished to such an extent that even her studio could not locate her. How did she lose a fragment of her memory? Since when did Jiang Sui have a studio? You don't know, do you? I am equally in the dark. Suddenly, from the stage, someone called out Jiang Sui's name, jolting her awake. Who? Who called my name? The spotlight abruptly shone on Jiang Sui's forehead, accompanied by the applause of the host. Let us welcome Jiang Sui, recipient of this year's Best Popularity Contribution Award. Jiang Sui gazed at the grand curtain on stage, shimmering with golden light, while a video montage of her moments from various shows played. Scenes of her starting a fire by friction, weaving bamboo baskets, fishing with a spear, operating an excavator, and sitting on a tractor, clutching a hen en route to the airport. Jiang Sui, suddenly feeling social anxiety. What on earth are these clips? Recently, while holed up at home watching videos, half of them featured Jiang Sui. Even when I clicked not interested, she still gets recommended. The platform is adept at directing attention right to the main subject. Yang Yanxiao nudged Jiang Sui, Sister Sui. It's time to accept your award. Jiang Sui acknowledged with a simple, oh, donned her down jacket, and ascended the stage. After receiving the award from the host, she leisurely made her way back down. The host awaited for a group photo. The crowd anticipated Jiang Sui's acceptance speech. She truly operates with a crispness, both on and off the stage. Entirely devoid of pretense, even draping her down jacket over her shoulders. Other stars would typically insist on 360-degree photos, posting them online. Look at Jiang Sui's work. Her daily activities have nearly turned into a marketing campaign, offering little material for sharing. And if we examine Jiang Sui's personal account, aside from various viewing records, there is nothing else. When Jiang Sui descended, the sight of Yang Yanxiao's face struck her hard. I remember now, Yang Yanxiao. Oh, how could I have forgotten that little face? Yang Yanxiao gasped, his nerves escalating. Surely no one knows? The surrounding conversations abruptly hushed. What was once a somewhat noisy venue became so quiet that even a mosquito could be heard. You ought to speak up. What happened? What did you do? Spill the tea. We came here for the gossip tonight. They were eager to uncover any outrageous tales. Jiang Sui flicked her skirt and took a seat, casting a cold glance at Yang Yanxiao. Yang Yanxiao grew increasingly anxious. Had he known better than to have the big shot seated next to Jiang Sui? Perhaps he wouldn't be drenched in sweat now. That little yellow-haired one, now dressed like a proper star. When he was a spirited youth, he once got a girl pregnant, pressuring her to abort, leading to her demise. So young, he couldn't possibly go to prison. Disgusting? It's infuriating to think about. Jiang Sui relaxed her neck, glaring fiercely at Yang Yanxiao. After so many rebirths, she understood the need to keep her revelations discreet and concealed. The The surrounding celebrities. All eyes fell upon Yang Yanshao, whose clean appearance and refreshing demeanor during interviews had earned him praise, even from co-stars who claimed he was a commendable actor, polite to female colleagues, and respectful to teachers. In his 4 years since debuting, he had accumulated no scandals, garnering universal acclaim. Yet before his debut, he had lived quite the extravagant life. In the now hushed venue, the sound of fingers cracking echoed ominously. Goodness, how could such a person avoid prison? The host on stage, observing the peculiar atmosphere, felt a bit disoriented by the sudden silence. Continuing with the program, Yang Yanshao, with his head lowered, wished he could disappear entirely. What's going on? Why is it so quiet tonight? Is no one speaking? Newcomers, step aside. I wish to see what's unfolding. What newcomers? What does it mean? What has happened? Step aside. Let us see those who have watched life's waves. The camera can shift to Jiang Sui. Jiang Sui's fans don't ride her coattails. Her award was likely purchased by some big shot. She doesn't care about fame. Feel free to criticize Jiang Sui more harshly. She's utterly indifferent. The translation has arrived. I just watched the recording, and the issue lies with one person. Yang Yanshao is finished. It's over for him. Nonsense. Yang Yanshao's studio. Come forward and take action. No need to tag. Trust me. Tonight will be a feast of gossip, and the first to face the music is Yang Yanshao. Fans, stop posting. In a few days, he'll likely be erased from existence. Jiang Sui received her award and then slipped away to the restroom. The police have been notified. Ahaha. May you all perish. Although no one understood Jiang Sui's madness, everyone collectively pulled out their phones to check trending topics. The stage continued its announcements while the audience, like robots, clapped rhythmically while fervently refreshing the trending searches. The police, in uniform, arrived on the scene. The crowd. What is happening? Police are here to arrest someone. This is the first time anyone has witnessed such a thing. They were utterly stunned. The expressionless police officer approached, displayed his credentials, leaving the sponsors bewildered, as no one had been informed. Suddenly, everyone recalled Jiang Sui's earlier words. Oh no, Jiang Sui has called the police. Is she out of her mind? Couldn't she have waited until after the red carpet event to report? Hello, someone has reported you for drug use and trafficking. Please come with us. Yang Yanshao sat in the audience, his face devoid of expression. In mere seconds, he was escorted away by the police. Midway through, he finally remembered to struggle. Wait, please contact my lawyer, provide evidence and proof of arrest. There can't be any evidence. He has operated under different identities for years. Moreover, without makeup, no one recognized him. The police, maintaining their stoic demeanor, presented the arrest warrant along with a few scant pieces of solid evidence. They couldn't reveal too much, and he was swiftly bundled away in a black bag. Please remain quiet, otherwise, we will take immediate action against you.
Jiang Sui.
The harbinger of misfortune. Whoever encounters her is doomed. Yang Yanshao, barely able to speak, was forcibly dragged away before he could utter much. Jiang Sui emerged from the restroom, her achievements concealed. You think you can fool me? There's nothing I'm unaware of. Little skit, in her 27th rebirth, hiding at the film base as an extra. Let us see who recognizes her. Jiang Sui has played corpses in various productions dozens of times, finally awaiting the second season of the variety show. After a few smooth days, she inexplicably found herself reborn. Jiang Sui. Huh? What's going on? What happened? Chapter 70. Jiang Sui participates in a dating show, sweating profusely. Family. Is there something wrong? Who are these unauthorized individuals arresting citizens? Are those anti-fans in disguise? I'm calling the police. If you're mad, go to a psychiatric hospital. If you're losing it, go outside. We are not doctors. It has been stated, a level 10 translator will never misinterpret. They arrived so swiftly and forcibly, without a doubt, the main culprit had no chance to escape. Can the entertainment industry become any more absurd? That's poison. Fans continue to pray fervently, hoping Yang Yanshao can escape this mess. I believe he might genuinely have no opportunity. It's over. The entertainment industry is cleaning up the mess, and now they must tackle drugs as well. Just moments ago, a massive tremor shook the trending searches. A photo of a certain second-tier celebrity with a married man went viral, and no one knows who leaked it. Mr. Wang, ahaha. I suspect Jiang Sui took the initiative to capture that moment to prove her innocence. Unbelievably, that's quite plausible. Why not mention Shirling? It is inconceivable. If you amplify the sound, you can clearly hear President Wang stating that Shirling is indeed one of his associates. Kudos to the vlogger for their hard work, haha. This video is quite watchable. Ling is at home, fuming with rage. No doubt it's that vile Jiang Sui's doing. In the dead of night, she storms over to the company only to find the rightful mistress conducting a personnel investigation. Ling quietly retreats. After all, without any incriminating evidence against her. It is President Wang who is spreading rumors. If she were to enter now, wouldn't that just confirm the allegations? She absolutely cannot go in. Flustered, Ling rushes out, colliding with Jiang Sui, who is returning. Oh, what a commotion. Traveling down dark paths too often, one inevitably steps in dung. Upon seeing Jiang Sui, Ling's anger simmers, yet she understands that she must remain composed. If a confrontation were to ensue, it would undoubtedly reveal her previous entanglements with President Wang. Though Jiang Sui's words may be harsh, and she possesses a wealth of knowledge, as long as she does not offend her, she is generally spared from exposure. Ling skirts past Jiang Sui and departs. Why not head in? It's so late. Just change your clothes and you can return home, Wang Mei urged. At the mention of going home, Jiang Sui lifted her skirt and dashed forward. Is there really a need to hurry so? Wang Mei exclaimed, chasing after her.
Jiang Sui,
Initially intending to wear slippers to avoid high heels, ultimately settled on sneakers after much deliberation. Only Jiang Sui would dare to pair a flowing skirt with sneakers. President Wang's wife must be at the company investigating. Let us take the long way around. As the saying goes, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Let us head to the 8th floor instead. She'll likely be on the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, or 5th floor soon. Wang Mei followed Jiang Sui, confident that following the vlogger would ensure they wouldn't go astray. That individual was in a frenzy, likely to berate anyone she encountered. After changing her clothes, Jiang Sui quickly gathered her belongings. Wait a moment, Wang Mei exclaimed, just as Jiang Sui was about to exit. Hearing the commotion, Jiang Sui halted her footstep and replied, if there is something to discuss, please say it all at once. I do not wish to see you again in the live streaming room. Just thinking about it is mortifying. The whole nation is watching.
Wang Mei retorted.
If you're aware that the entire nation is watching, then refrain from climbing trees to spy on the paparazzi and their antics. God knows. Amidst all this chaotic trending news, Jiang Sui's name is awkwardly sandwiched in the middle, so much so that even Wang Mei finds it unappealing to view. High up in the trees, Jiang Sui captured high-definition shots. The more one observes, the clearer it becomes that as long as Jiang Sui is part of the company, there will be no shortage of laughter. Within the industry, whenever their company is mentioned, Jiang Sui, the rebellious one, immediately springs to mind. Didn't you say that those performing arts roles were off-limits to you? Surely a variety show should be acceptable? The dating variety show is here. It's yet another bountiful harvest of gossip. No, it's a vast field of gossip stretching across half the globe. Wang Mei was taken aback. How did Jiang Sui know she had secured a spot on a dating variety show? This show had been running for quite some time, featuring both ordinary individuals and celebrities. Stars often draw attention because fans will watch and purchase products. Yet, the online discourse predominantly revolves around the quirky, ordinary contestants.
Indeed.
The preparations for the 3rd episode of Life as Sans commenced in late spring, and after the new year, I signed you up for a dating show.
Jiang Sui nodded.
That works. As I've said, I can arrange my schedule for variety shows whenever I have time. In complete agreement, Wang Mei promptly messaged the director, effectively confirming Jiang Sui's participation. Jiang Sui lingered, awaiting Wang Mei's next words. Please hurry. I want everything settled so I can hunker down at home for half a month. Nothing else. Take good care of yourself during this time. I will send you the variety show information 3 days in advance. Jiang Sui nodded and dashed away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Wang Mei merely intended to ask if she should accompany her, but found no one around when she stepped outside. Is that truly necessary? Jiang Sui took the stairs, avoiding the elevator due to safety concerns. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a deafening crash erupted within the company. Having encountered similar situations several times before, one grows accustomed to it. Indeed, it would be wise to remain at home, avoiding any unnecessary exposure. During the spring festival, Jiang Sui clutched a hen while binge-watching shows. This hen had been brought over from Gaoling village, with its claws adorned in Barbie pink nail polish courtesy of Meng Han. On the 8th day of the new year, Countdown to Love was officially announced, featuring Jiang Sui.
Jiang Sui participating in a dating show?
Surely this is a ruse by the production team. Don't tell me Jiang Sui is truly going to a dating show. It bound to turn into a spectacle? Is she going to find love, or simply cause chaos? I'm intrigued. Let us tune in. Ha. Fear not. Dear viewers, isn't this quite splendid? What if, just what if, it all goes awry? It matters not. Sister Sui shall endure.
Sui's legacy shall persist. Ah.
Everyone is sweating profusely, I see. Some weep, while others laugh. There are even artists contemplating withdrawal. However, the penalty for breaching a dating show contract is significantly steeper than that of lifestyle programs. Previously, Life as Sans was lenient due to the director's inexperience, resulting in many flexible contracts. Those who sought cancellation found it relatively easy. However, this dating show is a well-established program, packed with both big names and lesser-known figures. It is not something that can be casually exited. Naturally, upon hearing of Jiang Sui's participation, many sought to squeeze themselves in. When Meng Han saw the announcement, she sprang up from her sickbed, leaping off her bed as she read the message on her phone. Hello, teacher, this is Han Han. There's a particularly popular variety show right now, and I feel I would be a perfect fit for it. There was a pause on the other end, followed by an outburst of anger. Meng Han, don't tell me you're referring to that dating show. Do not even think about associating with Jiang Sui. She has nothing but trouble. Meng Han hurriedly explained, I promise it's not, teacher. Just let me go. It'll be a valuable experience. I assure you that upon my return, I will participate in the training camp and shoot a film. After a moment of hesitation, the teacher deemed the arrangement worthwhile. Very well, just wait. I'll indulge you. Once the call ended, Meng Han jumped around her room, knowing full well that her teacher's connections in the entertainment industry were unparalleled. Indeed, she was spoiled. Mini-scene. In her 28th rebirth, Jiang Sui pondered throughout the night why she had suddenly returned to life. As the second episode premiered, Jiang Sui was exceedingly cautious. One night, she felt a discomfort in her neck. As she slightly opened her eyes, everything faded away. Damn it, who's choking me? This is outrageous. Chapter 71. The Fear of Straight Men. 3 days prior, Wang Mei sent the materials to Jiang Sui. However, she hadn't looked at them and simply arrived. There was no need to review them. The situation was quite clear. After the phone rang for a while, Jiang Sui glanced at the unfamiliar number and answered. Hello. Is there something I can assist you with? A familiar voice emerged from the phone. Is this Sui? Why haven't you returned home for the new year? Excuse me, did you dial the wrong number? This is a funeral home. I'm sorry. Jiang Hai was taken aback, double-checking the number. This phone number undeniably belonged to Jiang Sui. Could it be that she had sold her number? Before he could inquire further, the call was abruptly disconnected. When he attempted to call back, it indicated that the number was busy. Indeed, Jiang Sui had blocked him. After changing her number several times, he had been consistently outsmarted by Jiang Sui. Closing her phone, Jiang Sui took a moment to rest, preparing for the upcoming spectacle of chaos. She needed to maintain her composure to savor the finest gossip. Upon exiting the vehicle, she was immediately followed by paparazzi. Clearly, this is someone wealthy. Far more sophisticated than Life as Sans. Sister Sui. As soon as Meng Han heard Jiang Sui's voice, she rushed over. There's juicy gossip. I'm so glad I made this trip. The latter half of this year will be spent on set. All for this moment. What are you doing here? Meng Han should have only participated in Life as Sans, not this dating show. Meng Han explained, I heard you were joining a dating show, and I happen to want to find love as well. It would be perfect for filming an idol drama in the latter half of the year. Goodness. There's no need to date just for an idol drama. Male actors can look deeply into the eyes of even dogs, getting lost in their roles in an instant. Moreover, the individuals in this dating reality show are not virtuous souls. Upon hearing this, Meng Han became even more agitated. Sister Ji, let us proceed inside. The guests will likely arrive shortly. The two entered the grand hall in succession. Indeed, this dating show exuded a sense of sophistication that surpassed that of lifestyle variety shows, with small robots bustling about. The surrounding decor was replete with style, though its utility seemed merely to dazzle the audience. Look at Meng Han's foolish expression. She probably hasn't received a script. Meng Han momentarily paused, her hand clutching the fruit. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone has a script? How could she not have one? After the production team contacted her, they merely provided an itinerary, with no further information. From what Jiang Sui implied, it seemed she hadn't received a script either. What did it mean that these others had scripts? Were they perhaps pawns like Siapum? At this moment, the male and female guests were seated separately. The females occupied pink sofas, while the males sat on blue ones, gazing at each other across the divide. 3 females had already arrived, Aside from Jiang Sui, whose expression was as lifeless as ever, Meng Han greeted the others.
Hello, I am Menhan.
I am Ling Yu, an ordinary person. This is the stage name I have chosen for myself. Ling Yu was a charming girl with cute little braids. As Meng Han listened to her speak, she glanced at Jiang Sui for a reaction, but Jiang Sui remained lost in thought. It was a familiar sight. Jiang Sui often drifted into her own world, devoid of any visible emotions. Ling Yu poked Meng Han, questioning why she wasn't speaking, as she appeared rather intimidating. Meng Han thought, doesn't this girl watch lifestyle variety shows? Discussing Jiang Sui so openly, she truly had no fear. I am Jiang Sui. I am inherently unapproachable.
So, do not provoke me.
Ling Yu replied, all right, I understand. Both fell silent, particularly as Ling Yu noticed the apparent closeness between Meng Han and Jiang Sui. To an outsider, one might mistake them for a couple. It was amusing. Ling Yu had no idea that Meng Han often vented about Jiang Sui in her presence. Meng Han remarked, no, I am frightened.
Ha ha ha.
Unchanged, she retained her characteristic tone. Fans of lifestyle shows had arrived. Report, I must see what chaos unfolds. After a few minutes, the volume of conversation gradually escalated. Hello. I am. 3 clean-cut young men approached, all handsome and well-dressed. Ling Yu and Meng Han looked on excitedly at the trio. They leaned in and began discussing in hushed tones. The young men were impeccably groomed, undoubtedly of high quality.
Radiating à semi-disposition.
Indeed, we chose wisely this time. The caliber is exceptional. Shortly thereafter, another young man arrived, differing in style from the previous 3. He was tall, with somewhat long hair, dressed and styled like an artist. Upon his arrival, he casually greeted the 3 young men. Hello, I am Shui. I have my own personal studio. After the introductions, Shui glanced towards the female section. Shall we move over and greet the ladies? They seem rather shy. The other 3 young men were momentarily taken aback, but upon observing Shui's earnest demeanor, they too turned to look at the females. Then let us go. Exchanging glances, they proceeded, with Shui leading the way to the edge of the blue sofa. Among the males present, it seemed only Shui had a more vibrant personality. He was the first to sit down, greeting Ling Yu as he favored adorable girls and immediately noticed her. Hello. I am Shui. May we get to know each other? Shui was astute, casting a glance at all 3 girls before finally settling on Ling Yu. The only straight man present, yet rather fickle, has taken a liking to Ling Yu, but is reluctant to disregard the others. Shui's smile faltered momentarily as he precisely caught the meaning behind the earlier words. The only straight man? Him? What was this woman implying? Were the 3 behind him? Shui glanced back in alarm, and the 3 young men merely smiled faintly, though their expressions appeared strained. Surely, this couldn't be true? Had he stumbled into a circle of? Meng Han and Ling Yu also turned their gazes towards that direction, their expressions shifting to one of shock. Such clean-cut men, who were courteous enough not to ogle the females, could only be gay. Shui swallowed hard and turned back, realizing why those 3 had been laughing without any intention of engaging with the women. It turned out they simply had no interest in females. The good news was that the competition had significantly diminished. The bad news was, he was now one of their rivals. Oh no, the straight man was frightened. In the 29th reincarnation, this time, she shall reclaim what was taken from her throat. After entering the village, Jiang Sui inquired from the village head to the tail about any heinous individuals. Perhaps it was merely a coincidence? Jiang Sui planned to keep her eyes wide open, waiting for that person to arrive. The winter was too dreary, and without a phone alarm, she found herself waiting until the figure vanished. Jiang Sui pondered, could it be a black fan throwing bricks from a helicopter? Chapter 72. Doctor, what should I do if he suddenly becomes introverted? Shui transitioned from extroverted to socially anxious in 3 seconds. Except for his rear on the blue sofa, his body nearly melted onto the pink one. But upon recalling the individual behind him was gay, he grabbed a pillow to shield his backside. Danger. What was happening with Shui? He had been perfectly fine just moments ago. Why the sudden shyness? Encountering females was normal. Men often reacted this way when shy.
Indeed.
There must be someone in there who made his heart flutter. She was most likely Ling Yu, as he kept glancing her way. The silent drama reader has arrived. Sisters, assemble. They're here. Let me see what is going on. Doctor, what should I do if he suddenly becomes introverted? Just keep your distance from the gay one, and he'll be cured. Haha, he even used a pillow to cover his backside. How hilarious. As tension rose, the straight man became apprehensive. Longtime fans of dating shows were perplexed, and new fans were equally bewildered, yet those laughing heartily undoubtedly hailed from lifestyle shows. All day long, they laughed without knowing the reason. Shui straightened his posture, intending to engage with several of the girls. He shouldn't have been so socially bold in speaking to those three. I usually watch variety shows. You must be Meng Han, right? I know you.
Men han nodded politely in acknowledgement.
When his gaze shifted to Jiang Sui lingered a moment longer. This woman was indeed beautiful. But there was an air of despondency about her. She likely brought misfortune to men. Best to keep his distance. Did she just imply, I bring misfortune to men? Jiang Sui's gaze met his, her cold eyes devoid of warmth. Shui gulped, feeling a chill run down his spine. How did she know what he was thinking? She hadn't uttered a single word. Jiang Sui, haha, I've watched many episodes of your variety shows. Shui said with a nervous chuckle, attempting to change the subject. This woman's gaze was truly unsettling. Jiang Sui inquired how many episodes. Shui had never watched any, only had seen Jiang Sui trending on social media, having heard she was a formidable woman. Such a woman was certainly not suitable for marriage. There should be a few episodes. Jiang Sui acknowledged with an O, indicating he hadn't watched them. If he hadn't, there was no need to pretend familiarity. If a man can be brought to ruin by a woman, then that man is likely quite weak. A single cough could lead him away. Yama's kip must be filled that day. Shui choked slightly, cough, excuse me. I need to drink some water. Taking a sip to steady himself, he stole another glance at Jiang Sui. This woman was indeed formidable. It was best to avoid conversing with her. Jiang Sui turned away again, entering a state of blank contemplation. Dating shows are certainly less challenging than lifestyle variety shows. At least people don't die. Shui's cough had worsened significantly. Surely he was participating in a romantic reality show rather than an escape room adventure. From what I gathered from Jiang Sui, the previous variety show seemed perilous, with fatalities occurring frequently. This constant coughing from Shui, he made one wonder about his health. The sisters should be more observant, keeping a watchful eye for this man, when feigning vulnerability, truly poses a risk. Women ought not to be overly reserved, as it may hinder their chances of finding a partner. I believe, dear sisters, you understand, although perhaps they do not. Why are there so many perplexing comments this episode? Did some misguided marketing team stir the pot, or did certain keywords ignite a controversy? We are not a marketing team. We are simply avid viewers of survival shows. Shui was too intimidated to converse with Jiang Sui, opting instead to engage with Lingyu. Lingyu, with her endearing demeanor and sweet voice, introduced herself. I run a personal studio focused on photography. What do you do? Lingyu answered candidly, I hold an executive position in a company, earning around $1 million annually, not including bonuses and dividends. Shui's expression shifted. With her appearance, a strong woman. Could it be? After some doubt, Shui scrutinized Lingyu multiple times. Convinced she must be deceiving him. Sweating profusely, young man? A product manager at Chicheng. Absurd, shocking, bewildering, inconceivable. It wasn't just Shui. Even Meng Han felt a sense of reverence. Such an adorable girl, with her braided hair and standing only about 1.6 meters tall, was indeed an executive. This was beyond mere astonishment. Lingyu glanced at Jiang Sui, seemingly aware of everything. She confidently admitted, I am a product manager at Chicheng, 32 years old. Graduated with my bachelor's from Hucking, and both my master's and Ph.D. were obtained abroad. Lingyu was essentially lured back from overseas by Chicheng. Shui's grip on his cup began to tremble. He chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease his embarrassment. A female Ph.D. Quite impressive indeed. He felt utterly humiliated, having pretended to be a boss in front of Lingyu. She had no need to fret about housing or vehicles. Chicheng typically provided homes and cars for its higher-ranking employees. Not only was she financially secure, but she also possessed invaluable connections. Lingyu preferred not to be labeled as a Ph.D. or high-ranking executive. The little fondness she had moments ago dissipated entirely. So impressive, truly, I just checked. However, her attire could be more mature. Who knew? I thought she was a university student. At 32, she is extraordinarily cute. Cute, indeed, but when angered, she is formidable. Employees of Lingyu, share your stories, lend an ear. Does this not imply that among the guests, only the celebrities are at the bottom tier? Jiang Sui stifled a yawn, turned to a small table, and pressed a black bell. Everyone watched her actions, puzzled by their meaning. Ding ding ding, hello. How may I assist you? Within moments, a small robot approached, acknowledging the bell ringer. Jiang Sui, with an impassive expression, stated, "Bring me a serving of fried rice."
I am famished.
The guest gasped. This is permissible? Can this truly be done? The robot turned its head. Your takeout has been ordered. Please wait 30 minutes. Jiang Sui nodded and turned away, returning to her idle state. The guests remained momentarily stunned until Meng Han swiftly stood up to press the button. One hamburger combo, please. Now the guests began to order in succession. They had arrived after breakfast, and it was already past 10. After an hour of conversation, their stomachs were growling, yet they were uncertain whether to prepare a meal together or alone. Ultimately, it was a dilemma. Now, there was no need for indecision. They could order directly. Thanks to Jiang Sui for ingeniously utilizing the robot's capabilities. The director backstage, observing how the lavish product he invested in was being used as a mere takeout machine, was utterly flabbergasted. In a theatrical interlude, Chapter 30, Rebirth, Jiang Sui was undeniably convinced that there were ghosts in this village. Once again, she scoured the area, compiling information about every villager. She had thoroughly vetted each household, yet remained at a loss. That night, she resolved to sacrifice sleep, dousing herself with cold water, vowing to hang herself on the spot if she couldn't eliminate this pest. Around 1 or 2 in the morning, she heard a commotion outside, gripping a stick. She positioned herself by the window, ready to strike. The door remained shut, but the window opened. Jiang Sui exclaimed, "Damn." Chapter 73, Jiang Sui's new persona, a slovenly woman who teases cats and walks dogs. After finishing their meal, everyone entrusted their trash to the robot for disposal. How convenient. How did Sui Jia know? Jiang Sui yawned, the product of Fusheng's company. I did some promotional work, boasting on site, after all. It's 300 a day and good work comes with bonuses. Meng Han inspected the robot's logo, realizing it belonged to this company. The others were taken aback. Jiang Sui's employment prospects seemed quite diverse, covering all bases. He concluded that Jiang Sui must be quite poor. He could not afford to offend a product manager. This aloof woman must be financially constrained, leaving only the naive girl who operates the machine as approachable. This appearance was favorable, and she was a young star, easily deceived. After finishing their meal, Shui lingered near the women.
Meng Han, right?
What a lovely name. I remembered it the moment you introduced yourself. You seem to enjoy these things? Planning to purchase something? Shui attempted to find a topic to discuss, flipping his hair. Meng Han, she had come to follow Sui Jia's lead, there to witness the drama, not for matchmaking. Ling Yu beside her was likely there for the latter. Why was this man trying to engage her in conversation? To be polite, Meng Han replied a few times. It looks interesting. This seems quite useful. Receiving a response, Shui aimed to introduce himself further. He clasped his hands and sat with legs spread, speaking to Meng Han across Ling Yu. I run a photography studio. Sometimes I take on promotional work. Recently, I'm venturing into this kind of advertising. Meng Han, intrigued, asked, isn't that typically the domain of advertising companies? Can photographers also do that? As long as one is proficient in post-production, it's quite straightforward. Meng Han responded with an "oh" and fell silent, her previous activity ceasing. Does he not realize this is an in-house product of Fusheng's company? They have their own advertising department and planning team. Anything that can be outsourced is given to professional advertising firms. Shui, no wonder they struggled for business. It appears they misrepresented themselves. Meng Han considered Jiang Sui's reasoning sound and pulled out her phone, joining Jiang Sui in play. Working with Sui Jia would undoubtedly lead to no errors. No women had approached thus far, while the 3 men had shifted their conversation from mundane topics to the cosmos. They huddled together, nearly squished into a pancake. Shui hesitated to approach, instead circling the women. Jiang Sui cast a sidelong glance. A trio in an explicit scene, not the ones acting. I don't watch that. Why not head upstairs for a little touchy-feely? What's the difference between doing that in public and at the scene? Jiang Sui's remarks only intensified Shui's discomfort, pushing him closer to the women. It was terrifying. The thought of being touched by a man sent shivers down his spine. Perhaps we should all introduce ourselves, sharing our interests and hobbies, since it's rather dull at the moment. Shui made yet another attempt to engage the women, hoping to distance himself from the 3 men. He anticipated silence, yet unexpectedly, it was Jiang Sui who spoke first. Jiang Sui, 22. Is a versatile individual who dabbles in various pursuits but lacks any particular passion or hobby. Recently, she has expressed a whimsical desire to beg on the streets. The others are perplexed. What kind of bizarre hobby is that? Is this a genuine aspiration? Shui is intrigued by her age. Astonished that someone who appears so mature is merely 22. He muses that Lingyu and Jiang Sui should swap ages, the vivacious and adorable fresh graduate Lingyu at 22 and the cold, hard-hearted, and somewhat eccentric product manager, Jiang Sui, at 32. This pairing seems far more logical.
Yang Ye.
How about you take me along next time you play a supporting role? I'd love to join.
Jiang Sui politely decline, no.
I fear Teacher Qin might cast me out of the region. After all, she dotes on her prized pupil. Am I mad? What if I get murdered? She adds, however. Given that Teacher Qin has thrust Meng Han into a dating show, I suspect she might be a bit unhinged herself. Meng Han retracts her enthusiasm, realizing that even Jiang Sui fears her mentor, which only heightens her own apprehension. Who are you calling versatile? Professionals can acquire certifications in mere days and operate with finesse. What you're doing barely qualifies as skill, Jiang Sui retorts. I only grasp the surface. I can operate an excavator to demolish a house, catch 5 fish in 10 minutes, and create handmade firecrackers. I even have an AI-assisted method for entertaining children. Why is it only Shui conversing with the girls? What are those three doing? One of the trio appears to be focused solely on Shui, prompting speculation about his peculiar behavior. After exchanging a few more words, Shui introduces himself. I run a photography studio, being my own boss with a decent income. At 31, I travel frequently for inspiration, as my employees handle the company matters, allowing me to take my girlfriend on adventures. His gaze lingers on Meng Han, who seems startled that the attention has shifted to her. She nods at Shui, then, with a grimace, pulls Jiang Sui's sleeve. At this age, Meng Han should have opted for Jiang Zhe. At least he's 30 and still single. The guy across from us likely has a record of 3 dates in one night. Quite absurd. Meng Han exclaims. What on earth? 3? This isn't merely a matter of wealth. He appears so polished, yet engages in such antics. Her expression darkens. And even Lingyu, who initially found Shui somewhat appealing, suddenly loses interest. Why can't we have a normal guest for once? Having had his reputation exposed, Shui hesitates to speak. The expressions of the other two reveal their disappointment. If it's over, it's over. Let us move on to the next. Meng Han says, sitting in the middle, engaging Lingyu in conversation while occasionally nudging Jiang Sui to share her thoughts. Although Jiang Sui struggles to articulate anything profound, her words are grounded in truth. Lingyu, you're incredible. So, why are you here? I was hurt by a scoundrel. At least reality shows are open and transparent. This is indeed Lingyu's rationale. She continues, I thought it seemed alright. I used to watch the show and decided to sign up. No opportunity arose. Lingyu listens intently, puzzled by the lack of opportunities. She is attractive, has a good job, and comes from a decent family. Why would she struggle? Because everyone is acting from a script, she realizes. Suddenly, it makes sense. While the show is transparent, there's a script involved. She too received one but chose to join sincerely, refusing to adopt a facade. My character, a delightful woman who walks dogs and plays with cats. Absolutely authentic. The guests chime in, affirming her performance. You're definitely not acting. You come off as incredibly aloof. In a humorous aside, a character laments their 31st reincarnation. Not going? Not going. I've been beheaded several times, always in the same spot. If I'm going to die, I might as well live joyfully. Jiang Sui resolves to date a younger man before her demise, recalling how she was betrayed and pushed off a cliff by a scoundrel seeking her fortune. If I encounter another man, I'll be a dog. I'm returning to Gaoling village. Chapter 74. Disdained by a wealthy woman for her poor performance in bed. Meng Han, curious, asks, why are you here? You seem quite young. Lingyu is puzzled. Jiang Sui, at 22, exudes an air of maturity beyond her years. Beside her, Meng Han radiates youthful energy, her clear eyes easily comprehensible. With a grin, Meng Han reveals, I'm 20 and an actress. A major drama will soon air featuring me as the second lead. She glances at Jiang Sui. Have you seen Life is a Sandstorm? Lingyu shakes her head. I'm usually swamped with work and lack time for variety shows. She vaguely recalls hearing about Jiang Sui, who is often discussed by her employees as a versatile achiever. Regardless, it's of no consequence. Both she and Jiang Sui are guests on Life is a Sandstorm, and she simply wanted to join in the fun, lest she become bored at home. Recently, all the gossip has stemmed from that carpet night. Jiang Sui's climb to see the brawl alone provided her with laughter for days. By early afternoon, more guests begin to arrive. The first is a stylish young man clad in a black leather jacket, wheeling a blue suitcase, and wearing sunglasses. I'm experiencing a fashion panic. Thankfully, I didn't wear flip-flops today. Jiang Sui had considered donning flip-flops for the dating show. How could she possibly portray a flirtatious woman who charms cats and dogs? The stylish newcomer removes his sunglasses, revealing a charming dimple as he greets everyone. You all arrived early. I came a day ahead. I'm Su Hung. Hello, hello. They respond politely, acknowledging him. Su Hung quickly recognizes Jiang Sui and Meng Han. He drops his suitcase, exclaiming, Sui Jia, you're Sui Jia, right? I'm your fan. I've been following your show. Those 2 episodes were the pinnacle of reality TV. Shui, upon hearing 2 episodes, recalls his earlier remarks. Jiang Sui is skillfully setting a trap for him. That woman.
See?
This is a true fan. He even knows how many episodes aired. Doesn't that guy look somewhat familiar? Only Meng Han catches the phrase familiar, triggering alarm bells in her mind. Familiarity indicates a potential scandal. Jiang Sui must remember this individual's name. Su Hung, momentarily perplexed by the conversation, continues to smile and shakes Jiang Sui's hand. After a prolonged handshake, Jiang Sui finds it difficult to withdraw her hand. Are you out of your mind? Let go of me. Su Hung is eager to create a buzz. Associating with Jiang Sui could guarantee him a spot on trending topics. Presently, aside from a few major scandals, 40 of trending topics revolve around Jiang Sui.
Jiang Sui scrutinizes Suang closely.
Of course you look familiar. Aren't you the one who was criticized by a wealthy woman for your poor performance in bed?
Who the hell leaked that? Suang gasps, instantly releasing Jiang Sui's hand.
The other guests are wide-eyed.
Meng Han bites her lippe, suppressing laughter. Ha ha ha.
Poor performance in bed, haha, discarded. What a revelation. In this world, there's no shortage of absurdities. Only greater absurdities await. The frivolous demeanor, the exaggerated hairstyle, and yet he's known for such shortcomings. Meng Han can no longer contain herself and collapses into Ling Yu's arms, clutching her clothing tightly. Unable to stifle her laughter. Receiving peculiar glances from those around him, Su Heng's expression turned somewhat awkward as he clutched his suitcase. His gaze flitting about in search of a focal point or someone to engage in conversation with. Suddenly, he comprehended why that variety show predominantly featured silent acts. At this moment, he was the protagonist of a silent drama. Meng Han was likely on the verge of laughter. It was no wonder he had previously perceived Meng Han as a bit eccentric. She was not mad, merely someone who yearned to laugh. Wait a moment. Who on earth is this brother who is so absorbed in his own world? As both a fan of variety shows and an admirer of Su Hung, I felt like dying inside, for I understood the situation all too well. This was not a scandal, judging by Meng Han's demeanor. It likely promised to be quite the humorous affair. I could only guess at the absurdity of the situation. Ha ha ha. It felt as though I had become the very brain of Meng Han, eager to discover what was so amusing. Meng Han's brain must have been in stitches. I could not fathom the awkward atmosphere enveloping the scene. You'll get used to it. Watch long enough and you'll understand, someone remarked. As Su Hung caught sight of 3 males happily conversing across the way, he noted their amiable demeanor. He resolved to approach them for a brief introduction. Hoping they could look out for one another in the future. I'll go and have a word with them. Do carry on, he politely announced before dragging his suitcase towards the trio. Go on, 3 gents. Su Hung abruptly halted and turned back. No wonder he was encircled by girls. Standing several meters away from the others, he had thought he was isolated but realized he was merely hesitant to approach. After his sudden reversal, and under the curious gazes of everyone, Su Hung continued, Have you all sorted your rooms? I need to drop off my luggage. Meng Han pointed upstairs, indicating that was the way to go. There should be a room with your name on it. The production team mentioned this was temporary. After the grouping, there might be mixed-gender accommodations. Thank you, Su Hung replied and ascended with his suitcase, desiring solitude for the moment. Seated on the couch among the boys, he could hardly contain his laughter. However, more girls entered, prompting he to straighten his attire. This time, he was sure of success. Approaching was a graceful beauty clad in a long dress, her flowing hair framing her enchanting visage. The way she tucked her hair back was undeniably appealing. Upon entering, the girl greeted Meng Han and the others, looking somewhat bashful. Hello, could you direct me to the restroom? I came by car. Kind-hearted Meng Han pointed her in the right direction. After dropping off her luggage, the girl hurried to the restroom. Jiang Sui, observing recognized he had encountered another target. Amidst a myriad of flowers, Only those that bloom close will thrive. Let it go. Great photographer. Shui interjected. Stop discouraging him. He felt this time it was undeniably promising. The girl spoke with a gentle demeanor, likely in her 20s. Generally, those with such delicate appearances hailed from well-off families, which would undoubtedly benefit his career. TSK, reflect on yourself. Look in the mirror and you'll know everything. Oh no. I'll have to listen to the personal studio spiel again. Everyone was still processing Jiang Sui's last remark when the girl returned, and he immediately gravitated towards her, launching into self-introductions. I run a personal studio. The group collectively realized what he meant. In a mini-theater scene, in my 32nd rebirth, Jiang Sui planned to intercept him in the courtyard. By midnight, an old man charged in, wildly swinging his weapon. Jiang Sui, the target is clear. It's an old man. I'll turn Gaoling village upside down to find him. Chapter 75. Strive and struggle, and the handsome gentleman may become a father-in-law. The girl smiled shyly. You're quite impressive. I'm currently a lawyer, 28 years old. Hearing this, he was even more elated. A free legal advisor for his studio had just appeared, and if they struck up a relationship, it could save him considerable legal fees. Moreover, the girl's age seemed quite suitable. He intended to take her out for a stroll, determined to avoid any contact with Jiang Sui. That crazed woman might utter slanderous remarks, jeopardizing his plans. After they departed, the living room fell into a quieter ambience. The three boys continued their chatter, transitioning from cosmic discussions to clothing and footwear, even reaching the point of exchanging socks. Sister Sui, what do you think of those two? Meng Han inquired, referring to the earlier lawyer and Shui. Jiang Sui nodded in approval. They seem quite compatible. That one isn't even a lawyer, nor is she 28. She's a perfect match for Shui's hollow studio. Meng Han and Lingyu gasped in shock. If that were true, they would offer their blessings. The two fell silent, choosing not to pry into the pair's affairs. Let them be together. Respect and blessings. What shocking news could they be hiding from me? There's a scheme afoot. I sensed deceit. Meng Han and Lingyu were too astonished. Their eyes widened, barely concealing smiles. I deemed it a positive sign. No need for further speculation. What are you all talking about? I think Shui is quite proactive. They might just hit it off. They've even gone to the pool for a date, and the girl has a lovely figure. I think so too. The folks in the living room seem to be here for a good time. Who said that? Those three are about to put on a grand performance. Jiang Sui checked the time. It was nearing 2 o'clock. She instructed her little robot to fetch some snacks.
Ding.
Dear guest, you have too many snacks. Please collect them at the front entrance. My essential snack stash has arrived. Online shopping is the best, plus I can play on my phone. This time, I'll take the center seat and watch them perform, guaranteed to be a riot. Jiang Sui stood up and Meng Han followed suit. Sister Sui, did you buy a lot of snacks? Let me help you. The three boys were engrossed in their conversation, and Lingyu, having nothing to do, tagged along. More hands meant more help. Upon arrival, it quickly became evident that her initial assumption was mistaken. Unbeknownst to them, Jiang Sui had procured a cart capable of carrying multiple suitcases. The most outrageous part was Jiang Sui's strength. Don't touch it. It's packed with over a dozen jars of yellow peach preserves. I'll handle it. My precious yellow peach preserves have finally arrived. Lingyu was taken aback, while Meng Han remained composed, unsure of what to say. Who attends a variety show with over a dozen jars of yellow peach preserves? Each jar weighed several liters. And Jiang Sui lifted them with ease. Meng Han shot Lingyu a knowing glance, but Lingyu, oblivious, merely frowned and pursed her lips at Meng Han. Meng Han mused, oh well, Lingyu will understand in time. The little cart not only navigated stairs, but was also intelligent. Sister Sui, where did you find this cart? It seems quite handy. I should get one for my teacher. It would make climbing small stairs so much easier. Jiang Sui effortlessly pushed the cart. Responding to Meng Han's inquiry, I borrowed it from the director. It was just lying around. I had my eye on it from the start. It's indeed quite useful. Meng Han exclaimed in realization, then pondered, wait, when did Jiang Sui go to the director's place to borrow it? She hadn't seen her sneak around to the back of the house. Could it be that the production team's little room was concealed behind the villa? To maintain an air of mystery and avoid disturbing the guests' rendezvous, the production team typically hid their locations, which varied each episode. Meng Han glanced towards that direction. Seeing nothing peculiar, it was indeed strange. Meanwhile, the director, concealed in the basement watching the live stream, noticed a guest pushing a staff cart out and then bringing it back. Something was amiss. The more he looked at that cart, the more familiar it seemed. Suddenly, the director's eyes widened as he let out a shriek. Where's our little cart? How did it end up in the hands of a guest? The shout left the production team in utter bewilderment. Just moments ago, it was right there, and in the blink of an eye, it ended up in Jiang Sui's hands. The director, fixated on the screen portraying Jiang Sui, could only marvel at her prowess, as they had completely overlooked the stealthy removal of their most crucial tool. But truly, how could she be so swift? Is she even human? Relay this down the line, keep a vigilant eye on Jiang Sui. Not a single blink is permitted, understood? As soon as the intercom crackled to life, the camera crew sharpened their focus. They added several more machines to track Jiang Sui's movements. Unfazed, Jiang Sui wheeled her cart into the living room, effortlessly accommodating 10 or more cameras capturing her from every angle. If they could keep their eyes on her, Jiang Sui would willingly concede defeat right then and there. Inside the living room, several new faces had already taken their seats. A girl was perched on one of the sofas, while a new male presence occupied the opposite side, alongside Su Hung, who had just descended from upstairs. Su Hung and the newcomer engaged in conversation with the occupants of the sofa. With fresh arrivals, the atmosphere noticeably brightened, prompting Lingyu to suggest they join in. Feeling buoyant, especially after a breath of fresh air, her nerves had subsided considerably. After all, she had come in search of companionship, despite a few hiccups along the way. However, with Jiang Sui around, she no longer needed to sift through options. Following her would ensure a smooth experience. Jiang Sui, in stark contrast, appeared uninterested in finding a partner, as evidenced by her peculiar assortment of snacks, including spicy strips. Quite absurd. The show is about to get exciting. Jiang Sui swiftly maneuvered her cart to the side, tore open a box, and produced an abundance of chips. Meng Han, fetch the water.
Meng Han dashed over.
Her excitement palpable. Coming, Sui Jia. We've got snacks. The two worked in perfect harmony, as if they were two halves of the same entity, leaving Lingyu with no time to participate before being ushered to a seat. Meng Han remained in the center, with Jiang Sui on the outer edge. The newcomers, upon seeing the arrival of others, particularly the male on the sofa, exhibited a hint of eagerness. He introduced himself. Hello, I'm Song Xiao. They exchanged names and casual nicknames. When it was Jiang Sui's turn, Song Xiao nearly blurted out, Sui Jia, I've seen your variety show. You? What do you mean by you? Quite alright, I can accept that. Haha, Sui Jia isn't really a sister, it's merely a universal term of endearment for esteemed figures. Jiang Sui was momentarily taken aback. Even Xieprung in his 40s still called her Sui Jia. Haha, you all are quite amusing. Song Xiao appeared to warm up, likely due to a lack of interest in Qing He. I too believe that Song Xiao seems to be the type who would prefer someone like Jiang Sui. You must be mad. Jiang Sui? Who would dare? It's not that one wouldn't be attracted to her, it's that one wouldn't dare to be. I've witnessed Jiang Sui as sharp and decisive tactics firsthand, swift and ruthless. Never mind, let us take a shot. Handsome men are worth the risk. Scene, the 33rd rebirth, an old man, an old man, an old man. Jiang Sui traversed Gaoling village, her eyes sharp as measuring tools. Crossing a narrow path by a brook, she stumbled and fell. Shallow waters can still drown. Jiang Sui thought. How could such shallow water be fatal? Chapter 76. I'm mentally unstable. I can't get married. Siepeng calls me sister too. I suddenly feel like I belong to the grandmother generation. Time flies, and the years pass swiftly. I do feel aged, having endured so much. It's all gone. Jiang Sui lamented while crushing chips, exhibiting no signs of defeat. Hello. Wishing you a joyous breakup, she said after swallowing some chips and taking a sip of water, cheerfully addressing Song Xiao. Song Xiao's smile faltered, and he appeared momentarily bewildered as he processed Jiang Sui's words. Song Xiao. Does this person know more than she lets on? The guests. Is it too hasty to join a dating show right after a breakup? I can't imagine how toxic dating someone like her would be. Jiang Sui returned to her chips, munching away. Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I might have let the truth slip out. Perhaps they haven't even broken up yet. Or perhaps they have. Go play with those three. Song Xiao. Haha, Sui Jia truly has a knack for humor. Jiang Sui's jokes seem a tad distasteful. She used to frequently trend on social media, and it was irksome to watch. How did she manage to clean up her image? I heard she harassed male artists on set. Disgusting, just like the characters she plays, truly typecast. Guests on a dating show should tread carefully, lest they find themselves ensnared by her like a pesky adhesive. Wait, are they upstairs badmouthing Jiang Sui? Yes. You read that correctly, ha ha ha. I'm laughing so hard I can barely breathe. I too almost choked, ha ha ha, cursing Jiang Sui, ha ha. Welcome, everyone. Let us guess who will be the first to be kicked off the dating show. The first to go will undoubtedly be Song Xiao. Jiang Sui is bound to explode. I believe she will soar to new heights. The girl seated beside Ling Yu spoke up after Song Xiao finished. I'm Qing He, 27. Are our rooms mixed? Or do we have to draw lots? I've never watched a dating show. Meng Han responded, didn't he receive the notice? We should be drawing lots tonight. It's a mixed-gender arrangement. I messaged the director, requesting those three to share a room. I want to see the drama unfold. Meng Han's expression turned from shock to disbelief. This is permissible? Surely the director wouldn't he agree? After all, rules are rules. In the basement, the director, observing the suddenly absent cameras, restrained himself. He reiterated to the crew the necessity of keeping a watchful eye on Jiang Sui, categorizing her as a level 10 danger. Ultimately, he acquiesced to Jiang Sui's request, allocating a 3-person room for the three to share. In essence, a dating show is about living together and getting to know one another, Su Hung explained. He frequently participated in variety shows, noting that dating shows typically feature more ordinary individuals, yet they all tend to be quite similar. There's no need to be overly anxious. It's just like everyday life. Qing He nodded in understanding. Oh, that sounds quite pleasant. I work in social media, mainly in the beauty sector. Su Hung expressed admiration and praise for Qing He. Meanwhile, Song Xiao attempted to interject but found it challenging to find an opening. Ha ha ha, is it because you're short? Guests. What short? Please speak up, so everyone can hear. Jiang Sui's gaze flitted from Song Xiao to Su Hung, then finally settled on Qing He. Song Xiao shifted the topic. What are everyone's thoughts on marriage? Qing He avoided eye contact, lowering her head to pull out her phone, seemingly responding to messages. I have no particular opinion, Meng Han replied nonchalantly. Marriage doesn't matter much to me. I'm an actress. If I were to marry, it would have significant implications. After marriage, female celebrities often find their roles changing. They can no longer star in idol dramas. Some who have children might be unable to work for months. They typically keep accepting jobs to maintain visibility. Once that visibility fades, there's no place for you in this industry. Jiang Sui nodded in agreement, indicating her understanding. Though it doesn't affect me much. I'm mentally unstable. I can't get married. The crowd, Jiang Sui's expression was far too earnest. It didn't seem like an act. She even nodded affirmatively, asserting that her mental health issues prevent her from marrying. The world had finally morphed into the image everyone desired. How could one not marry? People are meant to marry. Of course, that's just my perspective. Otherwise, why would everyone come on a dating show, if not for such matters? Song Xiao countered. He cast several glances at Qing He, but she remained engrossed in her messages. Jiang Sui, gnawing on beef jerky, also nodded in agreement. Song Xiao thought he had found common ground and was about to speak when Jiang Sui interjected, please refrain from passing gas in public. It's quite unpleasant. To participate in a dating show, of course, is to indulge in the juicy gossip you all provide. Otherwise, what purpose would it serve? To marvel at the diversity of species in the world? Deceptive, pretentious, concealing marital history, hiding romantic entanglements, masking sexual orientation, afflicted with serious issues, superficial, short-lived, impotent. Jiang Sui articulated a barrage of statements, causing everyone's heads to lower further. It must be said, her remarks struck with piercing clarity. Yet no one dared to acknowledge them. While Jiang Sui's words rang out, as long as no one admitted to them, the matters could remain unacknowledged. Ling Yu attempted to ease the tension by saying, in truth, for women, if it feels right, then marriage follows. If it is not, then not marrying is perfectly acceptable. With this diversion, Song Xiao naturally did not cling to the semantics. The mindset of men and women indeed diverges, yet if marriage is not on the table, how are children to come about? Surely, we must have children, right? This remark elicited laughter from Su Hung, who had been keen on finding a wealthy partner. He shifted his support to one hand, curious to hear what this gentleman would articulate next. Song Xiao continued to share his insights. Perhaps women might feel discomfort. But given the advancements in medical care, this is no longer a significant concern. Resting at home during pregnancy is indeed far more manageable than in the past. The guests uniformly directed their attention towards Song Xiao. This statement evoked a peculiar blend of absurdity and reasonableness. Su Heng pondered for a moment, clicking his tongue. Was it appropriate for us men to engage in such discussions? Unsure how to proceed, his gaze swept across the several women present. Does this fellow lack emotional intelligence? Even if one were to feign understanding, a semblance of effort would not go amiss. To speak so candidly was to forfeit one's choices in mate selection. Look, those who can attract wealthy women are certainly no simpletons. Their emotional acumen must be quite adept. However, that aspect indeed needs some improvement. Practice makes perfect. Song Shao lifted his eyes, somewhat incredulous. How did that chap manage to charm a wealthy woman? There seemed to be no discernible difference in appearance. How did he succeed in winning over a materialistic woman? Perhaps he should inquire further. Once he ensnares a wealthy partner, it would undoubtedly infuriate that gold digger. Su Heng awkwardly cleared his throat and sipped some warm water to soothe himself. No need to be so revealing, sister. Small skit. The 33rd rebirth. Once again. It was quite the spectacle. Jiang Sui even contemplated brandishing a weapon and rampaging through the village. After enduring much, she scoured the entire village and found no peculiar old man. That night, her frustrations culminated in despair. Jiang Sui, forget it. Could I be allowed to descend directly into hell? I am done with this chapter.